Chapter 1. The Choice. On December 25th, 1979, Christmas Day, at Heathrow Airport in London, a group of Asian men dressed in ill-fitting suits emerged, disregarding the curious glances of those around. A burly man, speaking in a thick Nanchang dialect, grumbled, "Damn it, in one who has tasted foreign waters now." "Shut up, you fool, don't disgrace the academy here," a young man of 17 or 18 replied nonchalantly. "Brother Luo, have you figured out where Brother Su is?" Meanwhile, a refined gentleman with an air of sophistication smiled and remarked, "I sense at the moment we disembarked he's in Devonshire, not far from London. Just give me a moment. Hurry up. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can make our escape. The British Ministry of Magic isn't particularly welcoming to us. By the way, Brother Su has been in England for almost 3 years, hasn't he? He's probably got a child by now." "Huh, that's uncertain otherwise. Why would they dare disregard the Academy's recall order and send us to fetch him back? TSK, if he truly has a wife and child, the elders would surely be infuriated." "Mind your words, both of you," the scholarly man chuckled. "All right, I've calculated it, you two come closer." The three turned and entered a narrow alleyway, where the scholarly man produced 2 black and white chess pieces. He set the white piece down, which, upon touching the ground, appeared to sink as if cast into a lake. Then, grasping the black piece, he said, "Hold on to me." With a swift toss of the black piece, the trio was sucked away, and in the next moment, they had vanished from the alley, leaving it eerily quiet, as if nothing had transpired. "Flora, I must go back home with me, Will. I can't leave. Please don't abandon me. I can't live without you. Listen to me, Flora. Your country is in turmoil. Leave with me to my homeland. It's safe there, and we can live well. Think of Connor. You wouldn't want him growing up in such a perilous environment." "No, Will, you promised you wouldn't leave me." In the dimly lit room, the argument between the man and woman escalated, followed by the sound of furniture crashing, the woman's sobs, and the man's restless pacing. Eventually, silence fell once more. "Flora, I intend to take Connor with me," the man said, forcing a calm demeanor. "No, you shall not," the woman shrieked hoarsely. "You can't do this, no. Flora, are you unaware of the chaos in your country? Just a week ago, I witnessed a Death Eater openly kill a witch on the street with the killing curse. Can you truly allow our child to grow up in such a place?" The man's voice rose in desperation. Not at all. As long as we stay at home, we will be safe, Will. You know that those Death Eaters will not trouble my family, so please don't go." The woman shook her head, tears streaming down her face. The man abruptly sank into the sofa, his hands covering his face, his fingers digging into his skin as silence enveloped the air, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Flora, I am sorry. I cannot defy the family's arrangements. I hope you will come with me." The man shook his head, as if steeling his resolve. "Let the child decide." "No, Will." The woman's cerulean eyes locked onto the man's, shifting from hope to pleading to despair, ultimately closing in resignation. When Sudi opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a soft bed, 2 giants gazing intently at Hema, stunning blonde woman, and a dapper young man, both regarding him with an indescribable expression. Sudi looked around, then struggled to turn over, only to realize he had become a 1-year-old infant. His mind clouded momentarily. What was happening? Hadn't he just been with an old classmate? What had he done before falling asleep? Before Sudi could grasp the situation, the 2 giants began to converse softly, but their words were inaudible, clearly not in Chinese. He lifted his head, noticing they were speaking to him, not merely conversing amongst themselves. As this realization dawned upon him, he suddenly felt an inviting warmth emanating from the young man, an instinctive urge to draw closer. Sudi instinctively crawled towards him. The man's face broke into a satisfied smile, while the woman's expression turned pale in an instant. Just as Sudi was about to surrender himself to the man's open arms, he jolted awake. What was he doing? Faced with the man's smiling visage, Sudi turned sharply, darting towards the woman, tumbling into her embrace with a series of joyful sounds. Though bewildered by the turn of events, he felt a twinge of abnormality. He certainly did not harbor any inexplicable desire to embrace a man. "Oh, Connor, my darling." The woman burst into laughter, her tears of sorrow replaced by joy as she held Sudi tightly, murmuring, "I knew you wouldn't leave your mother." Observing this scene, the man snapped back to reality from his stupor, letting out a resigned sigh. "Very well. This is the child's choice," that he approached, gently stroking Sudi's head, removing a jade pendant from around his neck, and placing it in Sudi's tiny hands. Then, he raised his gaze to meet the young woman's, their eyes locking in silence as he tenderly brushed away the tear stains on her cheek. "I'm sorry, Flora. I'm so sorry." Suddenly, the man stood up abruptly and fled the room, not looking back. "Will." Flora placed Sudi on the bed and hurried out after him. In the room, only Sudi remained, bewildered and sitting vacantly on the bed, at a loss for what to do. He was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Though the conversation was not entirely clear, he discerned that the two individuals were speaking in English. It seemed he was struggling to acclimate to his new body. Lost in thought, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he slipped into unconsciousness, vaguely recalling collapsing into a familiar embrace, with droplets of water cascading onto his face. Meanwhile, Will wandered aimlessly down the street, his mind adrift. Suddenly sensing something, he veered left and vanished from sight, oblivious to the passers-by. "Old Luo, what are you doing here?" Will exclaimed, feigning surprise. "Brother Sue, it's been a long time. We've come to bring you back home on a mission." The carefree young man from the airport trio chuckled. Another scholarly figure approached and embraced Will, smiling as he said, "You haven't returned in ages and have been out of touch. I heard things have been a bit chaotic in England, so my clan sent me to find you." "Thank you," Will replied, running his fingers through his hair with a wry smile. "Well, I was just thinking about going back home, and here you are. What a coincidence." What's wrong? Did you suffer heartbreak, old Sue?" "Share some tales to lighten the mood." Will playfully punched old Luo's chest, fell silent for a moment, then forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing. I'm fine." He then wrapped his arm around old Luo's neck and pulled him forward. "Come on, before we head back, let's grab a drink." Hey, let go of me. We're out in the wilderness. Where would we find a drink? What about your luggage?" While head in one direction, we're bound to stumble upon a bar. What do men need luggage for when they venture out? Watching the two stagger away, the tall figure exchanged glances with a carefree companion, saying, "Are we really going back? Didn't the elder instruct us to inquire about Brother Sue's activities in England over the years?" The carefree one rolled his eyes. "If you want to go, go ahead. If I can avoid work, why should I bother? Brother Sue can report back himself. I can't be bothered with all of that." But the second elder said, "We cannot allow the Sue bloodline to remain abroad." The tall one whispered, "Regardless, I haven't seen any Sue lineage here So, has this trip to the west concluded? When you return, just tell everyone that there's nothing interesting in England. This trip abroad is enough to fuel your stories for half a year. You're right, I heard there's a terrorist named Voldemort wreaking havoc here. I think it's best to return home quickly." "TSK, coward. You're not much better." As the group gradually receded into the distance, Devonshire seemed to plunge into the surface of a pebble-strewn lake, sending ripples across, only to return to tranquility in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2. Connor Shidowin Lake. December 24th, 1984, England, Devonshire, Ottery St. Catchpole Village. At the foot of Weasel Mountain, beneath a tall, bare oak tree, a thickly clothed child swings back and forth. The child, approximately 5 or 6 years old, possesses a face far more exquisite than that of a typical Nordic individual. With shoulder-length, silky black hair and eyes as blue as the sky, gazing intently ahead. Connor, not Shitty, but Connor, observes his hands. More precisely, a few feet away from him, a snowflake hovers quietly, spinning gently. With a flick of his small hand, the snowflake suddenly darts forward, swiftly vanishing from sight. Connor claps his hands, leaps off the swing, places his hands on his hips, and sighs. Year after year, it's been 5 years now. How quickly time flies. His clear, youthful voice, uttering such mature sentiments, lends an endearing quality to the scene. This is the world of Harry Potter, a renowned fantasy novel from a past life. Regrettably, Connor realized he had only watched the films and not read the books, and his recollection of the films was rather hazy, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He still vividly remembers the flurry of owls that day and the meteor shower streaking across the sky, as if all of England were enveloped in a euphoric atmosphere. His home even contained a copy of the Daily Prophet from that day, with every wizard expressing gratitude towards the boy who had survived. Alas, few knew that the poor little Harry was currently being tossed around by a crooked-nosed, white-bearded old man, living a life of hardship with his Muggle relatives. These British wizards, who only knew how to praise others, were no different from the keyboard warriors of his previous life, merely reciting the goodness of others without any real understanding. At that time, the wizarding community in England was still reaping the rewards of the vanquished, hardly paying any heed to their savior. However, none of this bore any relevance to our clever, charming, and just 6-year-old Connor Shidowin Lake. Connor took small steps as he walked home. Presently, he was quite content with life. He enjoyed a comfortable living environment, a pressure-free existence, and a doting mother. Connor was living the life he had longed for in his past, surrounded by love and comfort, and with such beauty in life, why seek unnecessary troubles? After a few minutes, he passed through an invisible barrier, revealing a house starkly different from the Muggle world. A grand tree, nearly 10 meters in diameter, stood before him, featuring doorways and windows carved into its trunk, approximately 20 meters high. Thick snow blanketed its bare branches, where several crows and owls perched. This woodland abode was Connor's home. "Coco, has Ivan awakened?" Connor called as he entered. A house elf donned in a floral dress hurried forth. "Master Connor, young Master Eden is still asleep." Connor nodded and ascended to the second floor. The interior of the treehouse was considerably larger than it appeared from the outside. The second floor housed 3 rooms, where Connor shared a space with his brother Eden. Upon opening the door, he beheld his younger brother, still in slumber, affectionately known as Ivan, his sibling in this lifetime. The younger brother was born shortly after their father departed for over half a year, sharing both parents. Eden and Connor bear a striking resemblance. Were it not for their age difference, one might easily mistake them for twins. The distinction lies in Eden's eyes, which are a deep oceanic blue, a shade darker than Connor's lighter blue. Connor holds a deep affection for his younger brother, having nurtured him from infancy. During their mother Flora's absences, it was Connor who tended to Eden, making brotherhood a novel experience for him, who had previously been an only child. Connor expressed, "Having a brother is truly delightful." He playfully poked Eden's chubby little face, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and then gently pinched it, relishing the moment. Little Eden furrowed his brow and sleepily awakened, murmuring, "Connor? Am I awake? Is it time for dinner?" Connor chuckled while tousling Eden's hair. "I know," Eden protested, waving his tiny hand. At that moment, the sound of the door opening resonated from downstairs. Descending the staircase, Connor was greeted by their mother, Flora Light. Flora was a strikingly beautiful European woman with flowing platinum hair and bright blue eyes. Now just shy of 30. She bore few signs of the passage of time on her face. Flora approached the dining table, carrying a cake, and upon seeing Connor, she swiftly set it down and hurried over to embrace him, exclaiming, "Happy birthday, Connor." "Thank you, Mother," Connor replied, kissing Flora's cheek. "But could you please set me down? I'd rather not be carried while eating cake." "Of course, Mr. Connor," Flora laughed. "Where is your brother Eden?" "Eden has been running around all day and was so tired this afternoon that he fell asleep. He was just trying to avoid getting out of bed." "I did not," little Eden exclaimed, bounding down the stairs with a puffed-up face, indignantly declaring, "I did not stay in bed. Mom, I'm not lazy. Connor is lying." Connor shrugged and walked over to unbox the cake. All right, my Eden did not stay in bed," Flora cooed, affectionately holding Eden. The dinner consisted of a traditional Chinese meal prepared by the little elves, which Flora humorously referred to as the cuisine of their irresponsible father's homeland. Connor was grateful for the opportunity to indulge in familiar fare, as British cuisine did not quite suit his palate. "Connor, after today, you will be 6 years old. In a few days, I will arrange for a tutor for you. You must diligently study with him," Flora said to Connor after dinner. "Oh, really? Why have I never heard you mention this?" Flora was taken aback, considering she had not dedicated much time to educating her son in recent years. "Of course, that is simply because you never inquired, as it is not a matter of great significance," Connor replied, casting a sidelong glance at his fish-lipped brother with a smile. After presenting a few newspapers for assessment, Flora quickly accepted this revelation. "Well, I did not expect our Connor to be a little genius. It seems I must revise my plans. And what about Eden?" At this, Eden lowered his head in embarrassment. "Do not worry, Mother. I will take it upon myself to teach Eden to read. I believe that by the time he turns 6, he will read newspapers fluently," Connor said, ruffling Eden's hair, who hesitated to respond. "There is no need to rush. Eden can wait a couple of years to learn." "No, Mother, I will study alongside Connor. If Connor can do it, so can I," young Eden exclaimed, his face flushed, unaware that his joyful childhood was on the brink of departure before it had even truly begun. Chapter 3. The Lake family. Early the next morning, Connor rose to unwrap his Christmas gifts. Having lived in a woodland cottage his entire life, without attending school, neighbors, or relatives visiting, he only had gifts from his mother, Flora. As he opened the box, a fluffy white ball appeared, a soft, cuddly creature. Connor picked up the little fluff ball, which had spent a night in the gift box, likely not enjoying the experience. The soft texture was delightful, and Connor was quite pleased with his present. "Ah, fluffball." Upon waking, Evan spotted the creature and rushed over, eager to snatch it away. Connor held it high above his head, just out of Evan's reach, who could only jump and squeal in frustration. "Your gift is over there, Evan," Connor teased, pointing to another box, watching as his fish-lipped brother, on the verge of tears, turned his attention to the present near his bed. Upon discovering his own gift, Evan hurried to unwrap it. His Christmas present was a blue fluff ball, and he beamed with joy as he hugged the little blue creature. Ever since their visit to Diagon Alley and passing the pet shop with their mother, he had been clamoring for a pet. Connor and Evan seldom ventured outside. Being too young, they were not permitted to use flu powder, and apparition was out of the question. Their last outing had been a car ride to London, and those rare experiences left a lasting impression on Evan, as they did on Connor. The magical world was truly enchanting. "Connor, Evan, come down for breakfast." Flora's voice echoed from downstairs. "Coming," Connor called as he hurried down, cradling the white fluff ball. "Mother, thank you for the Christmas gift. I adore it." Oh, yes." Flora seemed a bit distracted as she waved her wand, causing the breakfast plates to arrange themselves neatly. "What is it?" Connor inquired, sensing her preoccupation. After a moment's hesitation, Flora appeared to make a decision. She took Connor's trembling hand and sat him down on the sofa. Connor, today I will take you out. Yes. We are going to visit your grandfather. Connor tightened his grip on Flora's slightly shaking hand. Grandfather? I have a grandfather. Oh, indeed you do. You also have 2 aunts. We simply Haven T visited them for certain reasons in the past, Flora said with a bittersweet smile. Connor, you are quite talented, as you know, and I believe you should learn from your grandfather. I cannot allow my own issues to hinder your growth. Connor was well aware of what those certain reasons entailed, but chose not to mention them. Whenever the topic of that estranged father arose, Flora would become sad and agitated. Will Evan come along today? No, Evan will not be joining us. He is too young, and I worry he may not handle the flu powder properly. Let Coco take care of him today, Flora replied, shaking her head. Flu powder? I can finally use it? Connor felt a surge of excitement. Flora had never allowed them, mere children, to handle flu powder. Every day, witnessing Flora vanish into the fireplace left him envious. Indeed, we shall depart after breakfast, Flora remarked with a smile. LEC Manor. Connor, repeat it several times, but be careful not to mispronounce. By the fireplace in the woodland cottage, Flora earnestly instructed Connor, while a pitiful Eden stood nearby, sniffling. After some persuasion, he accepted that his mother and brother would venture out without him. The prospect of delicious treats at home, free from competition, eventually quelled his protests. I understand, LEC Manor, I shall not err, mother. Very well, she replied. This is flu powder. Take a handful. Flora handed him a small jar containing half a jar of green powder. Having observed Flora's methods frequently, Connor was already familiar with the process. He took a handful of flu powder and tossed it, declaring, LEC Manor. In the next moment, Connor stumbled out from another fireplace, slightly disoriented. He found the experience of long-distance travel rather pleasant, but upon turning around, he was startled by the visage of an elderly gentleman before him. Ah, he exclaimed, stepping back several paces to clarify the situation. An elderly man with a full head of silver hair stood before him, squinting. The stranger wore a long black robe and had a commanding presence, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Good day, sir. I am Connor Light. Here to visit my grandfather. Connor politely introduced himself, unsure of the man's identity, but believing it prudent to state his purpose. Oh, grandfather, greetings, he stammered, momentarily taken aback, but relaxing upon sensing the elder's warmth. Humph, let her in, the grandfather suddenly declared, his previously jovial demeanor shifting to one of sternness, then softening again as he turned to Connor with a gentle smile. Connor was taken aback by the swift change in expression. The grandfather bent down, took Connor's small hand, and led him to the living room sofa. Finally, Connor had the opportunity to observe the room. His gaze fell upon the walls adorned with paintings, so many paintings. There were approximately a dozen, primarily portraits, alongside a few landscapes and several empty frames. As Connor regarded the artworks, he noticed that the figures within seemed to gaze back at him, whispering among themselves. Oh, we have a new descendant in the Lake family. One remarked. Look at this little rascal. He must be Flora's child, appearing almost like a little girl. Now little Devon need not sigh daily before us. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Just look at that child's eyes. I wager he is anything but a docile soul. These are your ancestors, Connor, the grandfather observed, noting Connor's captivated gaze upon the portraits. This is your great-grandfather, Austin Lake, and this one is your great-great-grandfather, Archibald Lake, and this at this moment. Flora had entered the room, observing her grandfather, Duwin, as he extolled the illustrious achievements of their ancestors to Connor. She stood silently to the side, listening attentively, while her grandfather seemed oblivious, continuing to guide Connor along with animated conversation. Connor glanced from one thing to another, choosing to remain discreet and observe the unfolding situation. He looked at the house elf and then at his mother, Flora, and declared, I would like a cup of hot cocoa, and my mother would like a cup of meat. The house elf hesitated, casting a glance at the grandfather, and only retreated after receiving a nod from him. After a brief interval, it returned with 2 drinks placed upon the table. Please sit, the grandfather said curtly to Flora. She slowly settled into her seat, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Father, why are you shouting so loudly? Connor puffed out his cheeks, glaring at his grandfather. If he weren't aware of his own limitations and the fact that this man was indeed his grandfather, he would have kicked out in defense of Flora, who was being shouted at. Chapter 4. The Magical Painter Family. Grandfather Duwin, with a hint of remorse, patted Connor's head before coldly addressing Flora. You have defied your marriage vows. You fled from the family, ensnared by a deceitful Eastern charlatan. You even bore him a child. He glanced at Connor but refrained from elaborating. After that mysterious person departed, you brazenly exposed yourself at the Ministry of Magic, bringing shame upon the Lake family. Flora kept her head bowed, allowing her grandfather to berate her without protest. Connor had never witnessed such a side of Flora before. And now? Where is that man you are so infatuated with, Will? What did you gain from defying the family's arrangements? Flora trembled slightly, her head lowered, and Connor noticed tears falling onto her hands. Ignoring his grandfather's tirade, He hurriedly freed himself from his grasp and enveloped Flora in a gentle embrace. With a sigh, the grandfather observed this poignant moment and fell silent. The living room suddenly became quiet, save for the whispers of the paintings adorning the walls. After a while, Flora released Connor and, through her sobs, said, "Father, I am sorry, but it was all my fault. Connor and Ivan should not have to suffer because of me." "Wait, who is Ivan?" The grandfather evidently seized upon this detail, raising a hand. Ivan is my youngest son," Flora stammered, suddenly recalling that she had never mentioned Ivan to her family. "What, your youngest son? That Eastern scoundrel's?" The grandfather rose, shouting vehemently. Flora hesitated, but nodded, prompting Connor to witness a remarkable array of expressions on his grandfather's face: shock, anger, mortification, and even a hint of gleeful mischief. It was truly impressive for the elder to exhibit such a spectrum of emotions. Taking a deep breath, the grandfather composed himself and asked calmly, "Why did you not bring him here?" "Ivan is only 4. I worry he might mishandle the flu powder," Flora replied softly. "Humph. Remember to bring him next time," the grandfather responded, resuming his seat. "What is the child's name?" "Ivan Francis Lake." The grandfather remained silent. Yet Connor could distinctly perceive the agitated magic swirling around as Flora spoke the name. "Father, I wish for Connor to learn magic under your guidance." Upon meeting grandfather, Flora seemed to calm down and finally expressed her intention. "Of course, they are children of the right family, and I shall certainly teach them well," grandfather remarked after taking a sip of water. Flora let out a sigh of relief and hesitated before retrieving a small booklet from her bag, presenting it to grandfather. Connor, who was sipping tea while watching a performance, nearly spat out his drink. "Mother," Flora chuckled and affectionately ruffled Connor's hair, saying, "This is little Connor's sketchbook, father." Indeed, it was a collection of Connor's doodles, a pastime to alleviate the boredom of being cooped up indoors every day. Although he had a younger brother to play with, it often felt monotonous. One day, he discovered a stash of drawing paper and pencils in the storage room and began to draw for fun. He hadn't anticipated Flora would share it with others. He was acutely aware of his own artistic limitations, which made Connor feel a tad embarrassed. "Oh, let me take a look," grandfather exclaimed with evident delight as he accepted the sketchbook, scrutinizing its contents with increasing joy. Suddenly, he pulled Connor closer and smiled broadly. "Connor, do you enjoy drawing?" Quite a bit," Connor replied honestly. In his previous life, he had been enamored with Japanese comics and had a penchant for drawing. But the allure of the manga left him little time to hone his skills. Now, in the relatively entertainment-deprived England, he found some leisure to draw. Though he recognized that his artistic abilities were only marginally better than those of a novice, he pondered why grandfather was so keen to inquire about his interest. "Splendid, splendid." Grandfather seemed exceedingly excited, grinning widely. "Henceforth, Connor shall learn from me, Flora." As though struck by a sudden thought, grandfather waved his wand, causing a piece of parchment to float down from the upper floor. He examined it briefly before passing it to Flora. "Flora, sign this." "What is it?" "A contract for the chocolate frog snack factory?" Flora exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at the parchment. "I recall that the chocolate frog factory belongs to the Potter family." "Does it not?" "The Potter family has but one child remaining, Flora. Now, it is our family that assists in managing the factory. You should resign from your position at the Ministry of Magic and take charge of the factory instead," grandfather said nonchalantly. Flora hesitated momentarily, but nodded in agreement. Being one's own boss was undeniably more comfortable than working for someone else, and it would grant her more time to spend with the children. Without further ado, Flora, known for her decisive nature, declared, "I shall visit the Ministry of Magic right away. Connor, you stay here with your grandfather. I will return for you this afternoon. Connor can also have his own room here," grandfather added, somewhat disgruntled. However, Flora seemed not to hear him and hurriedly dashed out the door, leaving Connor alone with grandfather Devon. Connor pondered where he had heard the name Chocolate Frog before, and in the blink of an eye, his mother had vanished. It appeared Flora was genuinely a bit intimidated by grandfather. "Connor, do you know the history of our Wright family?" grandfather inquired as he led Connor up the staircase, where the portraits along the walls greeted him. By the time they reached the 3rd floor, Connor had exchanged pleasantries with numerous paintings. "Is it about painting?" Connor replied without a moment's hesitation. That is not entirely incorrect," my grandfather smiled as he spoke. "Our family, the Wrights, has been a lineage of magical painters for over a millennium. It is said that our ancestors were court painters for King Arthur." He winked and continued with a chuckle. "Of course, that is the narrative we present to the world. In truth, the earliest documented history of our family traces back only a few centuries. Nevertheless, we are indeed artists, and all the paintings you have seen along the way have been created by members of our family. Now, choose a room here. Feel free to select whichever one you prefer," he encouraged. Connor casually picked a room with large windows, and as he gazed outside at the occasional flying broomstick, he turned in astonishment and asked, "Grandfather, where are we? Why can they ride broomsticks so freely?" "Oh, did Flora not inform you? We are in Hogsmeade, a purely wizarding village." Hogsmeade? Hogsmeade? Is Hogwarts nearby?" Connor exclaimed, his excitement palpable, for he had long heard tales of this magical school. Indeed it is. However, Hogwarts has regulations. Outside of school hours, visitors are not permitted. Devlin was delighted to see his grandson so animated, clearly forming a bond with him. I see, Connor nodded, acknowledging his understanding. In 5 years, you too shall attend Hogwarts. Do not rush, Connor. You will become an exceptional Slytherin, Devlin said with a smile. I do not like Slytherin. Connor scratched his head in confusion. Why is that? Slytherin is the most fitting house for our magical family. The rights have always belonged to Slytherin, as did your mother, Devlin remarked, stroking Connor's head with a hint of puzzlement. Because I do not like green? Connor replied. Well, I suppose the school will place you in the most suitable house, Devlin said, choosing not to dwell on the child's whimsical opinions. Connor, you possess remarkable talent, both in your innate magical abilities and your artistic skills. For the next few years, study alongside me, and I shall guide you well. Chapter 5, The Art of Magic. Each day was fulfilling. Ever since my grandfather imparted to me the small techniques for controlling magic, I had been refining my abilities through daily training with my brother. I had become quite adept at wielding my extraordinary power, akin to that of a wizard's hand, enabling me to effortlessly levitate the paints in my sketchbook without causing them to scatter. Though I had not yet mastered any spells, this singular ability was enough to fill me with pride, especially as my grandfather mentioned that most adult wizards could not manipulate magic with such precision. For instance, I would experiment with the amount of magical energy needed to spank Ivan without causing him to yelp and rush to bite me. After waking Ivan with a playful spank, I hummed a tune and leapt into the fireplace, only to reappear at Lake Manor the next moment. Grandfather, here is yesterday's assignment. I beamed as I presented my artwork, which depicted Ivan sleeping soundly, drooling slightly. The painting was charmingly exquisite, showcasing just how much my skills had progressed in comparison to 6 months prior. After all, if one dedicates themselves to painting every day, eschewing distractions like smartphones, novels, and television, improvement is inevitable. In this era, devoid of entertainment, painting has become a pastime for Connor, a means to pass the time. His grandfather took Connor's artwork into his hands, smiling and nodding in approval. Devin felt an immense affection for his grandson, who was not mischievous, possessed impeccable manners, learned swiftly, and demonstrated remarkable perseverance. Since the very first day he taught Connor to paint, he received daily updates showcasing his grandson's progress, each piece a slight improvement over the last. After 6 months, Connor's artistic skills had surpassed those of his youth. Well done, Connor. Your foundational skills are quite solid now, and further advancement may not be strictly necessary. Considering we, as magical artists, are not like muggles who rely on painting for their livelihood, his grandfather remarked with a satisfied smile, even sharing a wizardly jest. If you improve any further, your paintings could fetch a handsome price in the muggle world. Now, Connor, let us delve into the true magic of painting, his grandfather stated earnestly. In the wizarding realm, paintings possess the ability to move. This is common knowledge. Yet most wizards remain oblivious to the secrets behind these animated works. You see, the photographs in newspapers also move, but they merely employ a rudimentary form of still-life magic, distinct from magical paintings. The simplest form of magical artwork must allow the figures within to exit their frames. Devin's grandfather beamed with satisfaction, recognizing that his grandson was indeed endearing. Connor, you are aware that your mother currently oversees the chocolate frog factory, correct? Have you seen the cards inside? Is this what you mean? Connor inquired, producing a pentagonal card featuring Albus Dumbledore, who at that moment smiled and nodded at Connor from the card. Indeed, that is Dumbledore. He is a great wizard, his grandfather remarked, accepting the card with a smile. I painted this a few years ago. You know, our family has traditionally been responsible for providing the artwork for the chocolate frog cards, while the Potter family handled the production and sales. Now, the entire factory is under our family's stewardship. This represents the most basic form of magical artwork. The inhabitant of such a card possesses no thoughts or speech, only simple behavioral patterns, yet they can still step out of their frames. His grandfather flipped the card over, revealing that Dumbledore had vanished, illustrating the fundamental difference between magical paintings and ordinary magical photographs. Of course, there are levels of magical artwork. This chocolate frog card is merely the most rudimentary example. Advanced pieces not only exhibit a degree of cognitive ability, but can also leave their frames. Even if their original frames are destroyed, the figures can continue to exist within others' frames. Many such works exist in Hogwarts, as do those portrayed on our walls. These are all advanced pieces. Then, grandfather, does this not imply a form of immortality? Dewin gazed in astonishment at his young grandson, observing the calmness reflected in the boy's eyes, which held a simple curiosity, as if he had merely inquired about the price of a watermelon. With a smile, Dewin remarked, I am quite surprised that you could conceive such a question. In truth, this has always been the ambition of many magical painters. They aspire to attain immortality through their creations, even if it is merely in the realm of art. Unfortunately, such a feat is unattainable. Connor, you must understand that a painting is ultimately just a painting. Dewin spoke these words with a profound seriousness, aiming for deeper understanding. With a complicated expression, Dewin continued, as magical painters, we are only able to depict figures based on our impressions of them. The characters we portray are merely representations of how we perceive them. If we believe someone to be a certain way, then that is how they appear in our artwork. However, you can never truly comprehend the essence of a person, my child. Dewin sighed. You cannot even fully grasp your own true self. The portraits in this room are self-portraits of your ancestors. But can anyone truly understand who they are? Your grandfather shook his head, saying, once a piece is completed, the figures within bear no relation to the artist. This does not constitute true immortality. Each generation of painters in our family can attest to this. What if one could become a figure within the painting? Connor pondered aloud. What? His grandfather replied, perplexed. I mean, for instance, if we painted a background and then stepped into it ourselves? Dewin chuckled, finding the notion amusing. That is indeed an intriguing idea, child. You are not the first to contemplate such a possibility. Hey, child, you are quite clever. Arriving at the same conclusion I did in my youth, spoke an ancestor from the portrait on the wall. Connor turned to face the ancestor, Benedict Ganamore, a figure whose name was quite lengthy. Child, I once had thoughts similar to yours. And I even devised a spell that allowed me to enter the world of my painting, Benedict said with a smile. Though this magic did not grant me eternal life, it is precisely this magic that has enabled our family to endure for centuries. Would you like to learn it? Absolutely. Connor nodded fervently. Ah, what a pity, Benedict replied. There is nothing to regret, my child. Although we are magical painters, we were first and foremost magicians. I take pride in the spell I created. Remember, young one, what a magician seeks is never immortality, but rather truth. Alas, many modern sorcerers fail to grasp this principle, Benedict added with a smile. Casting a sidelong glance at Connor's grandfather, who awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be schooled by an ancestor in the presence of his grandson. Very well, Connor, let us begin your lessons in the art of magical painting. Chapter 6. Becoming the fire monkey in the courtyard of the lake manor, Dewin and Connor stood together. With a flourish of his staff, Dewin caused the grass beneath Connor's feet to grow wildly, transforming into a small stool. Sit, he instructed. Grandfather gestured. Connor, before you embark on the journey of mastering painting magic, it is imperative that you first learn to sense and familiarize yourself with the essence of magic itself. Painting magic, after all, is a form of magic, and if you cannot wield even the simplest of spells, it would be folly to expect you to grasp the intricacies of painting magic. With another wave of his wand, a slender wooden stick soared into the room. And at grandfather's prompting, Connor caught it in his hands, instantly recognizing it as a wand. This was a small wand, a commonplace item among wizarding families of lineage, crafted for young sorcerers who had yet to possess their own. It was a rather unremarkable wand, devoid of any enhancement properties, yet it excelled in its stability and control. As Connor grasped the small wand, he distinctly felt the previously unruly magic within him transforming into a well-behaved entity. Akin to discovering handlebars on a bicycle he had been riding with empty hands, naturally leading him to grip them. With a flick of his wrist towards the courtyard, Connor unleashed a sudden air blade that sliced through the atmosphere, causing the distant courtyard wall to collapse with a thunderous crash. Grandfather's mouth fell open in astonishment, as if it might drop to the ground. Connor, feeling a wave of embarrassment, lowered his gaze, sensing that he had inadvertently committed an act of mischief. He had indeed envisioned wielding a sword, but he had not anticipated that this sword would fly forth. I apologize, it was not my intention. Connor attempted a few more gestures akin to the previous one, yet this time, nothing occurred. Puzzled, he looked to grandfather for an explanation. At last, grandfather breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, you see, the air blade was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Ancient wizards possessed an innate talent for casting spells. Yet the activation of such gifts is often erratic, unstable, and uncontrollable. The distinction between modern wizards and their ancient counterparts lies precisely in this aspect, whether it be wands, incantations, or other magical implements. They serve to render magic systematic, stable, and controllable. At this moment, grandfather set aside his staff, and with a snap of his fingers directed at the recently severed wall, the pile of rubble astonishingly reverted to its original state, leaving no trace of the destruction behind. Incredible, Connor exclaimed, awestruck by the captivating allure of magic. Dewin straightened his posture, stating, you see, while the use of spells and wands facilitates the ease of wielding magic, it is not an absolute necessity. Once you become proficient in a particular spell, you too can achieve wandless and soundless magic, just as I do. Can I learn that? The magic you just performed? Connor inquired eagerly. Ah, the spell I just used is called Restoration to Original State, which demands a considerable amount of magical energy. For now, it is not suitable for your use, Dewin replied, shaking his head. However, I shall teach you a spell known as Flickering Luminescence. With that, The wand in Duan's hand illuminated as if it were fitted with a light bulb. As the glow dimmed once more, Grandfather added, "Flickering luminescence is one of the simplest incantations. When you cast this spell, envision the sensation of light gathering at the tip of your wand." Connor, lost in thought, recalled the moment. After finishing the incantation, he distinctly felt a small surge of magical energy flow from within him to his wand, then emerge from the tip to form a pattern with a rhythmic grace. The wand's tip illuminated, marking a flawless success. "Excellent work, Connor," exclaimed Divan's grandfather, applauding with a smile. "It is rare for anyone to succeed on their first attempt. What did you feel when you cast the spell?" Connor candidly expressed his sensations, genuinely surprising Divan. He had expected Connor to merely mention the feeling of magic surging forth, but instead, Connor articulated that he could clearly perceive the pattern his magic had formed. Such an accomplishment was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 6-year-old. "Connor, can you recall what pattern your magic created?" Divan asked, excitement evident as he grasped Connor's shoulders. I didn't memorize it. Perhaps I'll remember after trying a few more times," Connor replied, scratching his head. Divan inhaled deeply, marveling at his grandson's brilliance. Suppressing his excitement, he maintained a facade of calm. "Remember the sensation of your recent spellcasting, particularly the pattern you mentioned. That is essentially an elemental magical rune." "Magical rune?" Connor queried. "Indeed, an elemental rune. This is the very essence of magic. Nowadays, many wizards wield a plethora of spells, yet they often grasp only the surface of their workings." The grandfather paused, continuing before Connor could formulate a response. "I too belong to that category. When we perform magic, we first recite the incantation. Upon accurately completing the incantation, the spell is already cast, as our magical energy flows from the wand, forming the rune that unleashes the spell. This reaction resembles instinct, akin to how humans naturally walk or thirst for water. The ability to cast spells through incantation is an inherent trait of a wizard." The grandfather reflected wistfully. "We do not fully understand why we possess such abilities, yet this does not hinder us from learning and utilizing them. When we can manipulate our internal magic to consciously draw forth runes without reciting incantations, we achieve silent spellcasting. When we can wield our stable magic through sheer will, independent of a wand, we reach the realm of wandless magic." Turning proudly, he straightened his posture. "Connor, every magical artist is a master of silent and wandless spellcasting. For the act of creation is a continuous spellcasting process. Each magical artwork is a marvel of enchantment." As Connor listened, his heart raced with enthusiasm, oblivious to his grandfather's quiet observation of him. Noticing the sparkle in his grandson's eyes, the grandfather finally exhaled in relief. "After all, when I previously employed this line of reasoning to persuade my 3 ungrateful daughters, they were each met with expressions of utter disappointment or disdain. They dismissed my attempts with remarks such as how bothersome, how dull, I have no interest, and if one can cast spells with a wand, why learn wandless magic? Consequently, none of them were willing to study alongside me. Thus, it is indeed true that one must seize the opportunity to persuade early on," mused old Duan. "Now that you grasp the principle, there is no need to practice the Lumos spell, as it is rather challenging to perform silently. In contrast, the spells associated with dark magic are generally considered easier to cast without uttering a sound. But why is that?" Old Duan blinked and said, "Why don't you give this spell a try, the shield charm?" As Connor completed the incantation, he felt his magical energy surge as before, forming a pattern at the tip of his wand. He then sensed an invisible air shield materializing before him, with the pattern continually drawing upon his magic to sustain the shield. When Connor flicked his wand, the spell ceased. "Do you notice?" "Indeed. The design of this magical pattern is relatively simple, and all the lines lie within a single plane," Connor replied, slightly breathless, as the ironclad charm had consumed a considerable amount of his magic. "Thank you, grandfather." Chapter 7, An Electric Mouse. Old Duan did not have much time to rest, as Connor reappeared at Lake Manor a week later. "Very well, my child, let me see you cast a spell." Old Duan felt immense satisfaction. Mastering the silent casting of the ironclad charm in just a week was even faster than he had anticipated. "Truly, my grandson is a prodigy." "All right, grandfather." Then old Duan watched as his grandson extended his small hand, elegantly casting the ironclad charm. Perfectly executed. "What? He's extending his hand. Wandless magic." Old Duan nearly dropped his wand in shock, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Connor, how have you learned wandless magic? Did you not instruct me to master wandless magic before coming back?" Connor replied innocently. He nodded eagerly, affirming, "Yes, indeed. If it weren't for the little tips you taught me about using magic, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish wandless casting in just 2 or 3 days. So it seems you have spent relatively little time on wandless magic? Is that so? You are quite clever." Connor is indeed clever. Old Duan took a deep breath and said, "I have a small gift for you that will be very helpful." Grandfather rummaged in his pocket for a while and pulled out a palm-sized silver sphere, a complex expression on his face as he handed it to Connor. This was originally intended as a birthday gift for your 7th year, but it appears I must reconsider what to give you then. Connor accepted the sphere, noting its lightness. As if it were not made of metal. The sphere was hollow, featuring a circular cut surface adorned with spiraling tubes, and the outer decorative pattern was quite beautiful. What is this, grandfather? This object is commonly referred to as a magic pattern sphere, primarily crafted from mithril, a material that is now quite rare. Grandfather remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Do you know what the properties of mithril are, Connor? Connor shook his head, for this touched upon the blind spot of his knowledge. Mithril possesses a profound affinity for magic, making it the quintessential material for crafting enchanted artifacts. Yet it has become exceedingly rare. Those avaricious fairies are nothing but hopeless misers. His grandfather indignantly criticized the fairies before continuing. This magical orb was utilized by ancient wizards to practice silent, wandless spellcasting. Observe the facets within this sphere. That is a complete magical rune. Old Devon took the small orb and pointed to a diminutive aperture at its base, saying, "This is the magical energy input. When you channel your magic into it, the section touched by your energy will illuminate, just like this." Connor beheld as a crimson glow emanated from the tube at the bottom of the orb, advancing slowly like water coursing through a plastic pipe. Due to mithril's sensitivity to magical energy, any fluctuations in the input would manifest as varying colors. As soon as old Devon concluded his explanation, the crimson light at the base abruptly shifted to green, then transformed into a spectrum of shades. After the demonstration, his grandfather handed the orb to Connor. "This is for you. You may practice with it from now on." "Thank you," Connor exclaimed, joyfully accepting the orb. He played with it for a moment before inquiring, "Grandfather, what kind of magic resides within this orb?" Old Devon stroked his disheveled beard and replied with a smile. "This is the painting magic rune of our family, albeit the simplest aspect. The images found within the chocolate frogs are primarily created using this magic. It is also the sole planar rune in our painted magic. Its purpose is to bestow the ability of movement upon the depicted images. In other words, if I master this magic, I could create animated paintings?" Connor asked, barely containing his excitement. "Theoretically, yes. However, it is not quite so simple." Old Devon paused. The images within the chocolate frog cards share several illustrations. They often leap from one card to another, which involves another magic inscribed upon the cards, also a simple rune. Once you have mastered the current spell, I shall teach you that as well. Of course, if you prefer to keep your painting stationary, you may certainly utilize this magic by allowing your energy to inscribe the rune, then transferring it through your brush onto paper. Old Devon chuckled at first. "You might want to depict small creatures, like rabbits." "Ah, I see." Connor nodded earnestly. "I completely understand." The mere thought of mastering the art of animation filled him with an invigorating zeal. In the days that followed, Connor became utterly engrossed in the realm of magic. Inseparable from the rune orb, as if enchanted, he neglected to spar with his younger brother, causing Flora and his grandfather to have a minor quarrel, which culminated in Connor being compelled to sign a humiliating treaty limiting his playtime with the orb to 4 hours a day. Only then did Flora breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, a child's childhood ought to be filled with play for healthy growth. Flora mused that there was some truth in Muggle literature. Thus, it was not until 2 months later that Connor successfully conjured a Pikachu upon paper. Solely through the power of this magic, with a deft hand guiding the brush, Connor painted eyes onto Pikachu, and to his astonishment, the electric mouse sprang to life, darting about the canvas. Satisfied, Connor nodded. After much toil, he had finally succeeded. The complexity of the magical rune he had just created was leagues beyond that of the Iron Armor spell. When invoking the Iron Armor spell, it felt almost like wielding a cheat, allowing one to execute it flawlessly without a second thought. In contrast, the artistry of painting magical runes lacked any incantation, or at least, there was none presently available. The flow of magic and the requisite amount were entirely left to one's imagination. At last, Connor grasped why his grandfather beamed with pride. After all, an ordinary child could scarcely achieve such a feat. Moreover, a young wizard accustomed to spells would possess little patience for such unstructured magic. The most daunting challenge lay in maintaining the spell model while painting. Should the model dissipate due to a moment's inattention, the entire process would need to be restarted. Carefully channeling his magic to render the rune consumed several minutes. Balancing the need to keep the model intact while simultaneously contemplating his artistic choices left Connor feeling quite overwhelmed. However, diligence bore fruit, and Connor successfully brought the electric mouse to life on the canvas. "What is that?" Ivan inquired as he approached. Lately, Ivan had been rather disheartened. Since his brother began pursuing painting, their playtime had dwindled. Connor no longer playfully pinched Ivan's cheeks and seemed absorbed solely in his sketchbook or his ball. If Ivan dared to interrupt his brother during painting, he would receive a cold glare in return. The affection Ivan once felt for his brother appeared to have vanished. It had to be that white-bearded grandfather casting some wicked spell upon him. Ivan harbored a dislike for his grandfather. "This is an electric mouse," Connor exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "An electric mouse?" Upon seeing Connor smile, Ivan felt a surge of joy and, like a child full of questions, asked, "Does it transform from lightning? Or can it cast lightning magic? Why have I never encountered such a remarkable creature?" "This is not a magical beast. It is my creation," Connor clarified. "How do you know to call it an electric mouse if you painted it?" Ivan's little head was clearly baffled by Connor's explanation. Seeing Ivan's confusion made Connor chuckle. These images were mere figments of his imagination that had manifested on the canvas. Truly, the magic of painting was delightful. "It actually emits lightning," Connor exclaimed, and Ivan, filled with excitement, urged, "Connor, can you give it to me? I adore this Pikachu." Taken aback by his brother's starry-eyed enthusiasm, Connor's expression brightened, and he replied, "Of course, Ivan. It is yours now, and I believe you will have many more Pikachus in the future." "Ivan, I have a bold idea," Connor began. Chapter 8, The Chocolate Frog Magical Snack Factory. "Connor, while I am thrilled you have successfully painted a magical piece, I must inquire, what exactly is that?" Old Devon asked, scrutinizing the yellow creature with an expression of bewilderment. "Grandfather, this is Pikachu," Connor responded, feigning innocence, his eyes wide with childlike wonder. "It is a kind of magical creature that can emit electricity." Connor presented several paintings, saying, "This is a little fire dragon, a creature with a mutated tail. This is the black cat Lolo, a magical feline capable of using apparition. And this is the wicked fairy Cupid, who forms contracts with muggles to transform them into wizards." Stop, Connor," Old Devon said, rubbing his aching temples. "Are you suggesting that you want to turn these imaginary magical creatures into trading cards to sell in chocolate frogs?" "Uh-huh," Connor nodded vigorously. Old Devon felt a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't anticipated his grandson harboring such ideas. To him, the cards associated with chocolate frogs were serious, authoritative educational cards, after all. It was a brilliant concept he had conceived years ago. However, these cards Connor envisioned seemed like mere playthings for children, likely to attract only young wizards. He worried that if the cards failed to sell, it wouldn't be a significant loss, but he was more concerned about his grandson's feelings. He understood all too well the disappointment of unacknowledged efforts and wished to spare Connor from such a setback. Yet, seeing the pleading expression on his adorable grandson's face, he couldn't bear to decline. Well, if it comes to that, I can always arrange for someone to purchase the cards. As long as you're happy, that's what matters." "All right, I will speak with Flora about it. You should share your ideas with your mother, as she currently manages the chocolate frog business. Okay, now please teach me the magic that allows figures from my paintings to enter other frames." Seeing his eager grandson, Old Devon smiled with satisfaction. "Very well." He picked up 2 of Connor's works and asked, "Connor, while painting these backgrounds, what were you envisioning?" Just a place. I think I merely translated the feelings in my mind onto the canvas, much like I do when I paint forests," Connor replied honestly. "Close enough. Your feelings represent the fundamental element of our artistic technique, spatial awareness. When you create a background with magic patterns, you are indeed infusing it with the concept of space." Old Devon pointed to the darting yellow mice within the painting. "There is space within the artwork. Its size, distribution, and transformation all depend on its creator, you. In other words, if you desire the spaces to connect, it should be a simple task. Yet, you are currently unable to achieve this. Why is that?" Old Devon paused, observing Connor as he pondered, and decided to challenge him. After a moment of hesitation, Connor replied, "Is it because I didn't consider that their spaces could be interconnected while painting?" Essentially correct. The background of a painting is, in essence, the home of its characters. You have constructed their houses but neglected to provide doors and windows, preventing them from leaving their original abode. Old Devon raised his wand, and a magical pattern appeared before it, splitting in 2 and entering the homes of Pikachu and Cupid. Of course, even if we initially forget to include portals, we can always adapt and create new ones. Connor chuckled aloud, surprised by the unexpected humor in his own artwork. After a moment, the singed and charred Cupid shakily rose to his feet, the blackened remnants of his body fading away, yet he timidly retreated to a corner, avoiding Pikachu's gaze. "Connor, I previously mentioned that once a painting is complete, it becomes detached from its creator. These 2 little magical creatures, though possessing only a minuscule sense of self-awareness, exhibit a fundamental capacity for learning, a gift you bestowed upon them. They are not immutable. This revelation astonishes me. Your magic is remarkably exquisite. Grandfather, can you separate them?" Connor inquired, observing Pikachu roll up his sleeves, preparing to zap Cupid. "What I mean is, when the 2 paintings come into contact, can we establish a connection while keeping them distinct? Can we partition their spaces once again?" Old Devon furrowed his brow and replied, "If it concerns merely these 2 paintings, we can simply bisect the connecting magical patterns and inscribe them onto each canvas. However, this method is applicable only to these specific pieces, as the connecting magical patterns, while planar, are not symmetrical." "That's perfectly fine. As long as I know it's achievable," Connor declared confidently. "Let us commence our study of this magical pattern, Grandfather." Instead of teaching Connor the magical patterns, Old Devon transported him via Floo powder to Flora's workplace, the Chocolate Frog Magical Confectionery Factory. "Oh, Connor. Father, what brings you here?" As soon as they emerged from the fireplace, Flora embraced Connor tightly, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. "I wish to show him around the factory, Flora," Old Devon stated with an air of authority. "Why the sudden interest in a factory tour?" Flora asked, puzzled. Connor then recounted his plan to create cards in detail. After hearing his ambitious scheme, Flora beamed and exclaimed, "Our Connor is truly brilliant. Mother wholeheartedly supports your grand plan. As a reward for your cleverness, all the proceeds from your card sales will be considered your allowance. How does that sound?" "Really?" Connor's face lit up with excitement. "Of course. Let us make a pact." Flora chuckled indulgently. "Deal." Connor was taken aback by this delightful surprise. Although he did not anticipate a high demand for his cards, he felt a surge of confidence and realized his future pocket money was secured. "Indeed," Flora said, affectionately ruffling Connor's hair. "The factory is located underground. Let your grandfather escort you. I still have some work to finish, so I won't accompany you." Connor departed with Old Devon from Flora's office, taking the elevator downward. "Grandfather, where exactly is this place? I mean, where's the factory situated?" "This is Sussex County. On the surface, it appears to be a Muggle factory producing automobiles. Yet beneath lies our processing facility." The elevator continued its descent and halted at the 10th floor. Old Devon led Connor out, enthusiastically explaining, "This entire area belongs to the Wright family. It was our family's estate long before wizards became concealed from the Muggles. Back then, we were considered nobility in their eyes." Connor had ceased to pay attention to Old Devon's lengthy discourse, for he was utterly captivated by the factory before him. This was a workshop belonging to wizards, where his eyes were greeted by an array of imposing machinery and several automated production lines, far surpassing the manual assembly lines of contemporary Muggles. The expansive factory was managed by only 4 overseers, 3 of whom were engaged with the large machines, while the 4th, upon noticing the arrival of Connor's grandfather, hurriedly approached them. "Mr. Lake, Hassan sends his regards," the man, named Hassan, stated with a hint of reticence. Old Devon merely nodded, coolly replying, "Attend to your duties. I shall show my grandson around." Hassan, as if granted a reprieve, stepped back. "He is a squib, Connor," Devon remarked, guiding Connor towards an operational conveyor belt. "A squib?" "Yes, you see, not every wizarding lineage produces a wizard. Those born into wizarding families who lack magical abilities are referred to as squibs." "Oh," Connor sensed that Old Devon had more to say. "Though they cannot wield magic, it does not imply they are devoid of magical essence. Squibs can be of 2 types. One lacks innate magical power, unable to muster sufficient energy to cast spells, while the other," Devon gestured towards his head and continued, "possesses normal magical capacity, yet has lost the innate talent for wizardry. They may utter incantations, yet their magic remains beyond their grasp." Old Devon pointed towards the overseers, stating, "They belong to the latter category, known as magical workers. They serve as the principal source of magical energy within the production chain of wizarding factories." Once again, Connor encountered a different facet of the wizarding world, realizing that the realm of Harry Potter was not entirely as glamorous as depicted in the films. "Are there many squibs?" Connor, do you know how many wizards reside in all of Britain?" Old Devon pondered for a moment before posing a question of his own. "In Britain, there are approximately over 7,000 registered wizards with the Ministry of Magic. If we account for unregistered wizards and those like you who have yet to be documented, the number swells to around 10,000. The likelihood of a squib emerging from a wizarding family is roughly 1 in 7. Thus there are about 1,000 squibs in Britain, not counting those who have forgotten their wizarding heritage." Connor was astonished. "So, there are so many squibs?" In the original narrative, he was only aware of 1 squib, an administrator whose name escaped him, leading him to believe that squibs were exceedingly rare. Indeed, most squibs, upon realizing their inability to cast spells, opt to reside in the Muggle world. However, many others refuse to live among Muggles. Instead, they undertake jobs that formal wizards disdain. Devon indicated the squib workers laboring at the magical machinery. Those like them, possessing magical energy, are considered the more capable squibs, able to secure ample work and sustain themselves without difficulty. Those who lack magical abilities and find themselves unable to integrate into the Muggle society are shunned by both worlds, leading to a life akin to that of a clown, which is truly pitiful. Old Devon gently stroked Connor's small head and said, "Connor, you must understand that being born a wizard is a privilege. We must not let our powers breed arrogance. We should always maintain humility and hold a sense of reverence for magic. It is not we who wield magic, but rather magic that has chosen us." "I understand, grandfather." Connor nodded earnestly, realizing the depth of his grandfather's care. He felt an increased sense of belonging to the Light family. After all, he now had an additional mother and was quite accepting of having another grandfather. Sensing this newfound closeness from his grandson, Old Devon beamed with joy and continued to lead Connor toward the large magical machine. "This is a highly sophisticated alchemical creation. Do you recognize this mold?" The magical runes inscribed upon it are the connecting runes. This is precisely why I have not rushed to teach you this particular rune, as all the connecting runes on the chocolate frog trading cards are directly replicated from this machine. Thus, even if you have yet to master the connecting rune, you can still produce your own Pikachu cards. After this introduction, old Devon took Connor to the other side of the assembly line, halting the workers for a moment. He removed an item from the intricate apparatus and handed it to Connor. This is my original artwork. As Connor took it, he beheld the image of Albus Dumbledore from the chocolate frog card, where the character playfully winked. Throughout the day, Connor and his grandfather explored the factory, visiting not only the card production workshop on the 10th floor, but also the chocolate frog processing area on the 9th floor and the magical snack production facilities spanning the 6th to 8th floors. One taught with fervor while the other learned with rapt attention, and time slipped away unnoticed until Flora called them for dinner, prompting a reluctant departure. Connor, I have explained the principles and processes of card production to you. If you wish, you can now use these blank cards to create your magical creature cards. I anticipate that soon you will see your creations in the shops of Diagon Alley, old Devon said cheerfully at the dinner table. No, grandfather. I would prefer to use a different mold. What I mean is, I would like rectangular cards instead of pentagonal ones, Connor mumbled, struggling to cut his beef with a fork and knife while chewing on a piece of bread. That is quite feasible. It is merely a matter of setting up a separate production line. As long as my grandson is happy, that is all that matters, old Devon thought to himself. Meanwhile, Flora furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a tinge of frustration. After so many years, sharing a dinner with her father was indeed a joyful occasion. Yet he had not acknowledged her at all. Even when discussing matters of the factory, he failed to inquire about her opinions, despite the fact that she was now the supervisor there. Before running away from home, Flora had always shared a wonderful relationship with her grandfather. After all, if she had not been treated like a princess since childhood, how could she have ever eloped with someone? Yet, none of the three sisters had ever enjoyed the favor that Connor did. The thought of her father, who once cherished her, now favoring Connor, made Flora cast a resentful glance in his direction. Aware of Flora's affectionate gaze, Connor casually remarked, Mom, I hope my cards can be distinguished from the chocolate frog trading cards. Do you mean different packaging? She inquired. No, Mom. What I mean is, I want my cards to come with chocolate frogs as a gift, rather than the other way around. Or any other snacks, for that matter. That is certainly possible. But why would you want to do that? Flora asked, puzzled. That's because my cards are not merely for collecting. I'll tell you more about it in a few days when I'm ready, Connor said, puffing out his little face, trying to evade further questioning. However, Flora employed her skill of pinching his cheeks, and Connor conceded defeat. Okay, let go. I discovered this when Grandpa connected my Pikachu and Cupid together. Connor rubbed his reddened cheeks and presented his drawing of Pikachu, which depicted Pikachu relentlessly shocking Cupid at their hometown. They're going to fight, Connor exclaimed as if he had just unveiled a masterpiece, only to notice an awkward silence from his two spectators, who were bewildered and scratching their heads under Flora's disapproving gaze. Come on, this is a fighting card. Have you ever seen a fighting card before? Are you saying you wish to sell these fighting cards instead of snacks? Old Devon finally grasped the concept, recognizing its potential appeal to their artistic family. So, you were asking me earlier if I could control their connectivity? But I already told you that the connectivity runes are not symmetrical. How do you intend to resolve this issue? Old Devon, seasoned and perceptive, caught on quickly, prompting Connor to articulate his idea. It's quite simple, really. We just need an interface. For instance, if we have two cards, we can imprint most of the connection runes on one card, while the other card only needs a small corner drawn, like this. Connor took out 2 pieces of paper and illustrated a mock-up of connection runes resembling the Konoha headband. He then separated the 2 sheets, creating a circle on one and a small triangle on the other, before drawing 3 additional triangles along each side of the circle. That's a brilliant idea. Indeed, this would allow us to control the connection of the cards, and technically, it can be easily achieved, Devon applauded. Perhaps you should name your fighting cards? With a proud smile, Connor suggested, how about calling them Pokemon? Chapter 10, Version Update. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. It was now August 24th, 1986, and today marked the 6th birthday of Connor's younger brother, Eden. Connor, why is QB so weak that it can't even defeat Kingler? Beside the forest cabin, Connor and Eden were seated atop a felled tree stump, engaged in the recent phenomenon of Pokemon trading cards that have captivated the young sorcerer community over the past 2 years. Since the release 2 years ago, Connor and his Pokemon have become a hot commodity among young wizards, enchanting them with adorable creatures, exquisite cards, and an interactive experience that has even penetrated foreign markets, garnering widespread acclaim. Uncle Devon was filled with surprise and joy as the Chocolate Frog Snack Factory saw a significant boost in performance, although sales of the traditional chocolate frogs had notably declined. Flora, on the other hand, was quite pleased and agreed to help Connor manage his pocket money. In short, Connor's bold idea had come to fruition. This was because it had yet to find its magical girl. Watching QB, overwhelmed and grounded by Kingler on the terrain card. Connor smirked mischievously. Eden, can you guess what your birthday gift is? Connor produced a card with a golden back, proclaiming, "This is a special birthday gift I prepared for you, a limited edition gold card." Let me see. Let me see, Eden exclaimed, jumping up and snatching the gold card for a closer inspection. Character card, gold, Forest Maiden Little E. A naive girl living in the forest. The mushroom she gathers can heal wounds. Seemingly ordinary, she possesses extraordinary qualities. Wow, what is this, Connor? How is it different from the previous cards? Eden inquired, puzzled. The earlier cards lacked such flamboyant features, typically presenting only a name, whereas this new card was far more exquisite, complete with a scrolling text description below. The transformation was astounding. Connor then revealed 2 cards with a bronze background. Character card, bronze, Brave Little G. A hero determined to vanquish the Demon King. Currently on a quest to find him. Health, 100, movement speed, 1, special trait, kind hero. All allied creatures on the field gain 5 health. Character skill, 1 heroic charm. Inspires allied creatures, increasing their attack by 10, cooldown, 3 turns. Character card, bronze, Mysterious Little Wizard. A hooded wizard whose identity remains unknown. With a penchant for studying magic. Health, 100, movement speed, 1, special trait, magic amplification. Increases the skill damage of all allied creatures by 10. Character skill, 1 alchemy. Draw an additional card, cooldown, 3 turns. Why do these 2 cards only have 1 skill? Eden asked eagerly after examining the cards. Monster card, bronze, QB. QB is in search of its contractor. Attributes, dark, health, 15, attack, 15, defense, 10, attack range, 1, movement speed, 1. Skill, curl up. QB's attack power can be converted into defense. Monster card, bronze, Kingler. Kingler dreams of performing a beautiful backflip. Attributes, water, health, 20, attack, 20. Defense, 15, attack range, 1, movement speed, 2, skill. Kingler flip. Kingler leaps from the water, crashing down onto enemies, inflicting double attack damage after the skill ends. It cannot return to the water independently. Chubby seems rather weak, unable to surpass the prowess of the Magikarp. Connor, how could you treat such an adorable creature in this manner? Eden grumbled, yet he was not overly concerned, cheerfully inquiring, "So, what do we do next?" Connor then retrieved a small box, from which Eden's character card had emerged. He opened the box in half, extracting the cards within, and placed the box upon the tree stump. As soon as the box was set down, it began to expand gradually, soon covering the entire stump. The edges of the box were divided by numerous lines into squares, each roughly the size of a card, while the center remained blank. Eden, place your character card in the corner square, Connor instructed. The entire board was segmented into a grid of 77 squares, excluding the 4 corners. Each side had 20 card slots, 10 for each player. The corners served as character slots and graveyards, while the sides were designated for monster cards. Forming the interface between cards and the board, Eden laid down the card of the forest girl, Little E, as Connor positioned his copper card, the Little Wizard, diagonally opposite. The central blank space began to transform, first revealing a 3-tailed white fox, followed by a line of text proclaiming Lake Monster card. Gradually, the scene sharpened, unveiling a map reminiscent of the Summoner's Rift. Ahem, it was indeed quite similar to that map. In Eden's corner, a treehouse resembling a woodland cabin appeared, surrounded by a small forest, while Connor's side morphed into a castle akin to Lake Manor, bordered by a quaint village. The two were positioned diagonally across from one another, with a river traversing the center, spanned by 3 bridges, located in the other 2 corners and at the center of the map. The banks of the river were sharply defined. Eden's side was a grassy plain, while Connor's was a rustic country road. As the map illuminated, Little E and the Little Wizard sprang forth from their cards, emerging from the treehouse and castle respectively. Little E joyously scampered about, while the Little Wizard darted through the village. Alas, why does Little E appear so familiar? Haha, has this unfortunate child only just realized? That Little E is based on you, my foolish brother, Connor remarked, his smile growing increasingly mischievous. Hey, Connor, Little E resembles you. Haha, Connor's grin faded, turning expressionless as he replied, nonsense. Little E's model is you. I drew her in your likeness. The Little Wizard resembles me. Wait, but isn't Little E a girl? I am a boy. Do you truly think I resemble a girl? No, I drew you precisely as you are, but wait. Connor covered his face, realizing he had allowed Eden to undermine his intelligence once more. This is of little consequence. Let us commence the game. The board comprised 55 squares, each a perfect square, with the axes labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Connor drew a card, placing a Pikachu in one of the 10 slots on the sides, then positioned another card accordingly, prompting Pikachu to dash from the castle to position 1. Pikachu, move to position 1. Upon observing the diminutive wizard on the map shouting at Pikachu, the creature autonomously made its way to position 1. Subsequently, the wizard's action point, initially at 3, diminished to 2. Pikachu donned a short sword, extending its hand from the chessboard to retrieve a weapon from its designated spot. Connor gestured towards Pikachu's card, indicating for Eden to take notice. The card, once representing Pikachu, had transformed into a status bar, showcasing Pikachu's attack attribute, 10. How impressive! Eden exclaimed, eyes sparkling with wonder. Let me see. I wish to summon Cupid. Monster card, Copper. Pikachu. Pikachu is Pikachu, not a yellow mouse. Attributes, Thunder, Health, 15, Attack, 20, Defense, 15. Attack range, 2, Movement speed, 1, Skill. Thunder Strike. Pikachu emits a powerful electric shock forward, inflicting 200 damage, cooldown, 3 turns. Chapter 11. This is my brother George. Shocking. Pokémon is indeed terrifying. Pokémon cards are sweeping across Europe. The underlying reasons are astonishing. The end of wizard chess is nigh. Monster cards may eclipse traditional games. The monster card craze, ignited by an 8-year-old wizard, has captivated countless sorcerers. Months have passed since the release of the Pokémon cards 20th version, and Connor could hardly fathom the overwhelming popularity of his card game. Within a month of its launch, the shelves in Diagon Alley had been stripped bare, with shops clamoring for restocks and factories even hiring additional workers. The wizarding community, deprived of entertainment, had gone into a frenzy over a mere card, which was followed by an avalanche of media coverage. The Daily Prophet had reported on the cards multiple times, and the organic buzz-generated free advertising was remarkably effective. The illustrious Lake family basked in the limelight. Connor's grandfather had not ceased smiling for days, transforming from a reclusive old man to someone eagerly attending various wizarding soirees, even ghost gatherings, and boasting about his grandson Connor to anyone who would listen. As a result, Connor had inadvertently gained fame. Goodness! You are the one who invented Pokémon, Connor Light, exclaimed Fred, astounded. Merlin's beard. I had no idea we were neighbors. This is remarkable. George, I knew today would yield great rewards. Indeed, Fred, our broomstick escapade was well worth it. As Connor faced the exuberant twins, he felt somewhat out of place. He had merely stepped out to enjoy the breeze and set up his easel when 2 red-haired boys on flying broomsticks appeared before him. Hello, Connor. I am Fred, and this is my brother George. We hail from the Weasley family. Yes, I am George. Our family resides just on the other side of this hill. We are neighbors. As the 2 boys introduced themselves with an easy familiarity, Connor felt a wave of realization wash over him. He recognized them as the Weasley brothers from the Harry Potter series, and fond memories stirred within him, having once been captivated by their adventures. However, Connor was quite unaware that a humble abode lay so close to his own. He had presumed that the vicinity was devoid of any human presence. Greetings. I am the Connor Light you speak of. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Connor smiled as he shook their hands, expressing his surprise at their recognition of him. Of course, you are our idol. We even have your picture by our bedside. They exclaimed enthusiastically. Indeed, your Pokémon cards are simply splendid. I adore those little creatures. The 2 children blushed with excitement, appearing quite flushed despite the winter chill. And it was rather surprising to see them riding broomsticks in such weather. Connor, who are they? Ivan inquired, jogging over, breathless, his eyes filled with curiosity. Oh, Connor, is this your sister? Forest Maiden Ivy? Fred blurted out, recognizing the resemblance. Connor observed Eden's furrowed brow and quickly interjected, this is my brother, Eden Light. You may also call him Ivan, as I often do. Ivan, these are Fred Weasley and George Weasley. They are our neighbors, residing on the other side of Weasel Hill. Eden endeavored to exhibit the noble etiquette he learned from his tutor, stating, Greetings, I am Eden Light. I have heard of the Weasley family from my teacher. You are heirs of an ancient lineage. Hi, I'm Fred. I'm George. Pleased to meet you, they replied. You are the same age as our brother, and as adorable as our sister. The twins greeted him in a rather playful manner, prompting Connor to hastily interrupt. Ivan, why did you suddenly come running over? Eden, his cheeks flushed, replied, I have devised a new strategy. Let us have a match of monster cards. Today, I shall surely defeat you. Oh, monster cards. Let us play. We want to watch. Connor observed the 3 excited youngsters and shook his head, saying, I haven't finished my painting yet. How about you, Ivan? Play with Fred and George for now? We are fine with that. The twins raised their hands in agreement. Watching the trio depart, chattering joyfully, Connor smiled as he began his painting for the day. The unexpected visit from the Weasley brothers was a delightful surprise, and Connor hoped Ivan would forge friendships with peers his age. Perhaps a visit to the Weasley family could be arranged in the future. Regrettably, Connor did not complete his artwork. Midway through, a boy around 14 or 15, freckled and with a shock of red hair, appeared, somewhat robust in stature. Upon seeing the red hair, Connor immediately recognized another Weasley. Excuse me, have you seen 2 boys with red hair riding broomsticks? They are probably around your age. The red-haired boy, evidently recognizing Connor's identity as a young wizard from the floating easel, approached him with the inquiry. Hello. I believe you are also a Weasley. I am Connor Light. Fret not. Fred and George are visiting my home, Connor replied with a smile. Oh, hello. I am Charlie Weasley. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing news of his brothers, Charlie let out a sigh of relief, then muttered, Connor? Your name sounds somewhat familiar. Let me think. Light. Oh, you are the one who invented the Pokémon. As Charlie gazed at Connor with astonishment, the latter modestly nodded and replied, Indeed. I believe I am the Connor Lay you mentioned. Allow me to escort you to Fred. They are currently playing monster cards with my brother at my residence. No worries. Just follow me. Connor gathered his sketchpad and led Charlie towards the woodland cottage. You see, I am in my second year at Hogwarts this year, and I joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, acquiring a new broomstick. Consequently, my old broomstick, along with my brother Bill's, was pilfered by Fred and his companion. As they traversed the path, Connor and Charlie engaged in lively conversation. Charlie was quite extroverted, cheerful, and exuded a somewhat boisterous demeanor. Connor, having become more accustomed to social interactions, also possessed a rather vivacious personality, yet he had seldom communicated with anyone outside his family, and once he began to converse, he found it difficult to cease. My brother is far more well-behaved than yours. Ivan has been like that since childhood. Ivan, observing Connor's oblivious expression, awkwardly greeted Charlie. After exchanging introductions, Connor smiled and proposed, Let us resume our game of monster cards. Ivan is rather inexperienced. Who wishes to challenge me? Instantly, the woodland cottage buzzed with excitement as Connor faced off against Charlie, while Ivan continued his match with George, and Fred contributed various mischievous ideas from either side. They became so engrossed in their game that they lost track of time, until a knock resounded at the door, causing the faces of the Weasley brothers to pale dramatically. Monster card, Copper, Squirtle. Receive my Squirtle Slam Water attribute. Health 20, Attack 15, Defense 25, Attack Range 1, Movement Speed 11. Skill, Rocket Head Slam. Squirtle charges for 1 turn, gaining a defense of 5. On the second turn, it executes a head slam attack, dealing 150 damage. Cooldown, 1 turn. Chapter 12, The Weasley Family. Inside the woodland cottage, the Weasley brothers found themselves amidst a tempest. Oh, my goodness. 3 broomsticks have vanished from the house. We have searched everywhere and cannot locate anyone. Do you have any idea what you have done? Do you realize what time it is? The entire family is worried sick about you. But you see, Mrs. Weasley, it is entirely my fault for losing track of time, Connor quickly interjected, fearing that if she continued, Ivan would be psychologically scarred. Mrs. Weasley was indeed rather formidable. No, Mrs. Weasley, actually today is my birthday, and if you wouldn't mind, I would love for Charlie and the others to stay. Of course, I also warmly welcome your family to join us, at least for a slice of birthday cake. Oh, my goodness, child, happy birthday to you. I apologize, child, I didn't catch your name, Mrs. Weasley said apologetically. Mother, this is Connor Lay. Yes, indeed. The inventor of the pocket monster card. Observing the twins springing up with excitement and Mrs. Weasley's incredulous expression, Connor shrugged and said, Yes, madam. I am indeed the Connor Lay, and this is my brother, Eden Lay. My goodness. Child, it is a pleasure to meet you. I never expected. Connor. Happy birthday. Flora exclaimed as she emerged from the fireplace, holding a cake. She surveyed the lively scene in her home, taken aback by the unexpected merriment. After a moment of surprise, she responded, Oh, Connor, I had no idea our home would be so vibrant. Would you kindly introduce me to our guests? Mother, this is the Weasley family, our neighbors residing just beyond Weasel Hill. This is Mrs. Weasley, and these are Charlie, Fred, and George. And this is my mother, Flora. Connor naturally introduced each member. Mother, I would like to invite the Weasley family to my birthday celebration. Well, it seems there is no party, but I would like to invite them to share in some birthday cake, and Eden wishes to play monster cards with George. Observing the joy and anticipation on Connor and Eden's faces, Flora felt a tear welling in her eye. Oh, of course, Connor, my dear. Mrs. Weasley, I am delighted that you could join us. You see, the two of them have seldom had friends their age, and I have never thought to arrange playmates for them. I truly feel like a negligent mother. Mrs. Weasley, I implore you to accept my invitation. Connor, happy birthday. I believe I have arrived at the right moment. Old Devon emerged from the fireplace, holding a birthday gift. He gazed at the unprecedentedly lively woodland cabin, paused for a moment, and shrugged. Yes, father. I believe I should prepare more food. It will be quite the festive birthday celebration tonight, Flora said with a smile. The Weasley family is actually our distant relatives. Although that dates back over a century, it has indeed been quite a while since our families have connected, Old Devon remarked, stroking his beard. You should certainly make more friends. The Weasleys are warm-hearted Gryffindors, perfect for companionship. Old Devon cast a sympathetic glance at Connor, realizing that he had perhaps overlooked Connor's need for peers. After all, Connor was remarkably mature for his age, and it was indeed a lapse on his part. He hoped his grandson could still enjoy a joyful childhood. As Connor stepped outside, he spotted a red-haired little girl circling the treehouse, She must be Ginny Weasley, the Weasley family's little princess. Connor, look. My family is thrilled to accept your birthday invitation, Mrs. Weasley said joyfully as she approached Connor. This is my husband, Arthur Weasley. This is my eldest son, William, but we all call him Bill. He is currently in 5th year at Hogwarts. This is Charlie, who you already know. This is Percy, 2 years your senior, who will be attending Hogwarts next year. This is my youngest son, Ron, who is the same age as your brother Eden. And this is our little daughter, Ginny, who is 1 year younger than Ron. Hello, I am Connor Lake. It is a pleasure to meet you all. And I am delighted that you will join my birthday celebration, Connor said enthusiastically. Oh my goodness. You are the very Connor who invented pocket monsters. Wow, I am your biggest fan, Ron Weasley exclaimed, jumping forward, shaking Connor's hand, his face flushed with excitement. Indeed, Ron is the most devoted admirer of yours in our household, Mrs. Weasley remarked with a smile. In the past, he relished playing wizard chess, but now his enthusiasm has waned. Ron, I must say, your strategy was commendable. Particularly the idea of using Magikarp to overpower Psyduck, which prompted Psyduck to unleash its hidden skill. It was truly enlightening. I can see that you are a worthy adversary. The Children's Pokémon Card Championship featured Connor versus Ron, and Connor was astonished to discover that a group of Weasleys constituted Ron's most formidable technique. Regrettably, I still lost. How is your Pikachu so powerful? Is it a rare card? Although Ron felt a hint of disappointment, he asked with genuine curiosity. Ahem, no. This is merely an ordinary Pikachu, but you know, Pokémon cards can indeed be trained, Connor replied coolly, refusing to acknowledge the distinction between his Pikachu and others. All right, children, shall we conclude tonight's Pokémon card match? Flora smiled as she gently patted Connor's head. Connor, come over and blow out the candles. Make a wish. The room erupted into joyful renditions of the birthday song. Connor surveyed the beaming faces around him, lingering a moment longer on Fred before closing his eyes and earnestly making a small wish. Perhaps Voldemort should have met his end sooner. With a puff, the candles extinguished. Ordinary Pikachu versus Connor's Pikachu. Pokémon card, bronze. Pikachu. Pikachu is Pikachu, not a yellow rat. Attributes, electric, health, 15, attack, 20, defense, 15, attack range, 2, move speed, 1, skill volt tackle. Pikachu unleashes a powerful electric shock in front, dealing 200 attack damage, cooldown, 3 turns. Pokémon card, Pikachu. This Pikachu seems to have undergone special charging training. Attributes, electric, health, 15, attack, 20, defense, 15, attack range, 2, move speed, 1. Skill, Thunderbolt. Pikachu releases an incredibly powerful electric shock ahead, dealing 200 attack damage, cooldown, 3 turns. This skill has a probability of triggering a critical hit, a finishing effect, and of eliminating cooldown time. Pokémon card, bronze, Psyduck. Psyduck has a slight headache, but it has forgotten the cause. Attributes, water, health, 20, attack, 15, defense, 15, attack range, 2, move speed, 1, skill bubble. Psyduck sprays a water cannon forward, dealing 200 attack damage, cooldown, 3 turns. Hidden passive skill, psychic. When Psyduck's headache reaches a certain threshold, it will unleash a powerful psychic skill, but this skill cannot be activated at will. Chapter 13, the 60-year-old Old Tom. Grandfather, what are your thoughts on the Dark Lord? Old Devon's hand trembled, nearly losing grip on his teacup. Ahem, Connor. Why do you wish to inquire about this? Oh, nothing in particular, just a simple question. Connor calmly sipped his black tea. He certainly could not divulge that he had wished to eliminate him yesterday and was now seeking intelligence. Old Devon also sipped his tea, gathering his thoughts. And after a considerable pause, he remarked, The Dark Lord, let me think. When I enrolled at Hogwarts, he was still the president of our Slytherin Student Council. Wait. Connor nearly spat out his drink. Grandfather, are you saying that the Dark Lord is your Student Council president? Oh, indeed. In truth, there are quite a few who are aware of the Dark Lord's true identity. After all, one cannot simply materialize out of thin air. No. My astonishment does not lie in that, Connor replied, shaking his head. He was merely taken aback by Voldemort's age, never imagining that Voldemort was older than his own grandfather. His perception of Voldemort was still that of the noseless creature from the films, unaware that some individuals, despite their outward brilliance, could conceal the essence of a decrepit old man within. He has visited you as well. What did he seek? Connor inquired with curiosity. Did he pay for safety? I had no idea that our family was indebted to Voldemort. TSK, this wretched old man owes money and yet refuses to repay it. Truly a despicable gangster and terrorist. The Dark Lord is a racist, believing that wizards of Muggle descent tarnish the sanctity of magic. He advocates for pureblood supremacy, a notion that finds favor among families of pureblood wizards. Moreover, he possesses immense power, so formidable that he claims to have conquered death, with numerous followers even in other nations. However, as time passed, his methods grew increasingly tyrannical. He cast spells upon his own name, threatening, or even murdering many wizards who opposed him. Fear enveloped the populace, rendering them too terrified to utter his name, instead referring to him as the Dark One. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic was utterly powerless against him, and the entire wizarding community in Britain was shrouded in his terrifying shadow. Wizards refrained from venturing outside, fearful of encountering a Death Eater, lest they unwittingly fall victim to a killing curse. Old Devon sighed and remarked, "For those of us in neutral, traditional wizarding families, we fared reasonably well. Yet, those wizards of Muggle heritage were forced into hiding, their plight utterly dismal." To be honest, I do not entirely agree with his ideology. In my view, as long as one can demonstrate the potential of a wizard, that constitutes wizardly blood. Perhaps it is a case of atavism or some other reason. Muggle-born wizards surely have wizardly ancestors. The rhetoric of pure-blood supremacy is merely the outcry of some ancient pure-blood families whose interests feel threatened, projected onto Voldemort as a means of excluding others. They aim to exploit the Dark Lord, yet misjudged both his power and malevolence, ultimately falling victim to their own machinations. Connor pondered this and asked, "So, did the Dark Lord succeed? Did he truly conquer death?" "I cannot say, my child, but I suspect he still lives. For his followers bear the Dark Mark. Were he dead, that mark would have vanished. Alas, it remains, leading me to believe he endures. Though the Dark Lord is indeed formidable, we need not cower before him. Connor, you must understand that the world is vast, and your horizons should be broader. The Dark Lord is but a figure of some notoriety in Britain, or perhaps Europe. He is not the most powerful. There are countless mysteries awaiting your exploration, such as those in America, Egypt, or the Far East where your father hails from." Old Devon spoke with a complex heart, acknowledging, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, your father is indeed a powerful wizard. In his time, he could stand equal to me. And do you have any notion of the population in the Far East?" This was Connor's first encounter with his grandfather discussing his rather inexpensive father. He had not anticipated that they had once engaged in a conflict. The population of the Far East? He was quite aware, estimating it to be around 1 billion. Indeed, with a population of nearly 50 million, the United Kingdom boasts nearly 10,000 wizards. One must ponder the number of wizards in that distant land. Old Devon sighed, stating that no one dared to provoke the wizarding community over there. Were it not for their incessant infighting and disinterest in the outside world, coupled with their severe xenophobia, he would have no qualms regarding Connor's mother. Shaking his head, Old Devon continued, "In any case, the Dark Lord is not invincible. Although he is regarded as the most perilous dark wizard, that reputation stems from his propensity to slay entire families. You, being a pure-blood wizard, need not worry. As long as we do not provoke him, he will not turn his attention towards us." Yet, Connor silently scoffed, yearning not only to provoke him, but to ensure his demise. However, upon hearing his grandfather's words, he regarded Voldemort with a touch less fear. After all, a man who resorts to bullying from the shadows and harbors a vendetta against schoolboys is hardly formidable. Nevertheless, the necessary tasks must still be undertaken. "Grandfather, how might I enhance my abilities? I aspire to become a powerful wizard." Connor blinked his large eyes, unabashedly attempting to appear endearing. Old Devon chuckled fondly, ruffling Connor's hair. "Ah, Connor, there is no need for such haste. Your life stretches ahead of you, with ample time to master formidable spells. For now, I believe you should savor your childhood. Just yesterday, I resolved not to teach you any new magic before your schooling begins. You ought to venture outdoors more. Perhaps spend time with the Weasley children you met yesterday? Should you really confine yourself to painting and magic every day? How about trying your hand at a flying broomstick? In my youth, I was the seeker for Slytherin." "What?" Connor was taken aback. "Why won't you let me learn when I want to? Are foreign adults truly this permissive with children? My sole focus is on my studies." Despite Connor's best attempts to charm and plead, Old Devon remained resolute, asserting that Connor was already more adept than many third-year wizards. He merely needed to practice the spells he had already learned. Eventually, Connor, disheartened, let his head droop on the sofa, resembling a disheartened fish. "Without new magic to learn, I shall perish." At that moment, a beleaguered Evan, who had been struggling under the tutelage of a home instructor, fortuitously found a moment to slip away to the restroom. As he passed by, Connor, in a fit of mischief, directed a magical slap at his backside, earning a glare from Evan as he indignantly dashed upstairs. Finally, Old Devon, unable to overlook Connor's morose demeanor sprawled on the sofa, approached him and said, "Very well, Connor, perhaps your father has left you something. I shan't prevent you from exploring the magic of the Far East, especially given your half-blood heritage. I suggest you inquire with Flora." Before Old Devon could finish his sentence, a swirl of green smoke enveloped Connor, who had already dashed away, leaving behind a bewildered Old Devon, clutching a stack of Pokémon cards, feeling pitiful, sorrowful, helpless, and somewhat inclined to play cards. Chapter 14, Eastern Wizardry. Mother, did my father leave anything behind?" Connor eagerly rushed into Flora's office, suddenly realizing that he had overlooked the fact that he had a wizard for a father. He knew he should have acknowledged this earlier. But the influence of the Harry Potter films had obscured his understanding. He consistently reminded himself that he resided in a magical realm. Yet no one had ever claimed that the Huan nation lacked magic. On the contrary, given its vast population, the Huan nation should undoubtedly be the most formidable wizarding country. Thus, it follows that the magic of the Huan nation ought to be exceptionally powerful, as strength lies in numbers. Connor, what has prompted this sudden inquiry? Flora asked somewhat awkwardly, harboring considerable resentment towards a certain individual. Oh, I wish to learn magic. But my grandfather refuses to teach me and insists I seek my father instead, Connor confessed candidly. Flora furrowed her delicate brows, muttering in mild irritation, that father of yours. Sigh, truly, he left nothing behind when he abandoned his family. Except for the fox jade pendant around your neck and the bracelet I wear, she continued. I collected everything he left and stored it in a trunk in the storage room on the 3rd floor. It's an ordinary leather suitcase containing a few books. Though I cannot comprehend them. If you wish to see them, you may search for yourself. Upon hearing this, Connor's eyes brightened. All right, mother. Thank you. Goodbye. With that, he dashed away. Flora shook her head in resignation and returned to her work. Just then, the house elf, Coco, hurried over. Coco, you needn't worry about me. Go on with your tasks. Connor waved his hand dismissively as he sprinted up to the 3rd floor. Upon opening the suitcase, he discovered only a few articles of clothing. 3 books, a jade tube, and a jade slip. Connor first directed his attention to the books, which resembled booklets more than anything else. The 3 titles read, Sioux Family Genealogy, God Forging Technique, and Longevity Scripture. All were inscribed in traditional Chinese characters, evidently handwritten. The 2 books resembling martial arts manuals contained merely a few pages, suggesting they were intentionally left behind by his negligent father. As he perused the genealogy, he found the name Su Sun on the first page. Flipping through, he stumbled upon Su Xian, and eventually, he discovered his father's name, Su Huiqin, at the end. Flora had mentioned this name before, and Connor cast a complex gaze upon it before discarding the genealogy. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary family record. Next, he picked up the other 2 seemingly impressive booklets and flipped through them rapidly. To his dismay, they resembled the sort of trinkets one might find for $5 at a street vendor, lacking illustrations. How am I supposed to make sense of this? He thought. Feeling utterly perplexed, he then examined the jade tube and jade slip, attempting to channel his magical energy into them, but to no avail. He licked them, but they bore no flavor. What on earth are these things, and how are they used? Connor, a man of African descent, forced himself to regain his composure. Realizing that his excitement was overwhelming, he reasoned that his late father would not have left behind anything of no value. Otherwise, why would he not have taken everything with him? These items must be intended for him, thus they must possess some utility, albeit he had yet to discover the appropriate method to utilize them. Drawing from his experience with martial arts and fantasy novels, he surmised that such jade artifacts typically serve to record information. Logically, one would expect that a form of spiritual consciousness could easily reveal their secrets. Was there a distinction between magical power and spiritual consciousness, rendering them incompatible? What a ridiculous notion. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. Magic. Perhaps these few sheets of paper contained Eastern incantations. Without hesitation, Connor reached for the longevity scripture and began to read aloud. It had been quite some time since he had spoken Mandarin, and he found himself somewhat unpracticed. Upon completing a recitation, he observed no reaction. Undeterred, he repeated the incantation several times, even attempting a rendition in the Nanchang dialect, yet still met with silence. Frustrated, Connor muttered under his breath, only to feel a slight ripple of magical energy within his mind. Could it be that he needed to use Cantonese? He furrowed his brow in disbelief. But this challenge was not insurmountable. In his previous life, Connor had learned Cantonese while accompanying his father to Hawaii. He switched to Cantonese, reciting, "The root of the living is the root of the dead. Life arises from harm." As he spoke, he felt the magical energy within him begin to flow autonomously, a sensation akin to casting a spell. In a moment of elation, Connor uttered a sound, causing the magical energy to dissipate instantly. This mirrored the experience of incantation and subsequent spellcasting. He then retrieved the god forging technique and repeated the process, feeling the magic swirl in his mind. Sketching what resembled a magical rune, his excitement surged. Although faint, he perceived a slight increase in his magical capacity. This was no mere illusion. His power had indeed augmented. He marveled at the implications. Should the British, or indeed the entire European magical community, become aware of this phenomenon, it would surely cause a seismic stir. Regrettably, the god forging technique was even more intricate than the longevity scripture, with a far more complicated pathway. His magical energy felt like a tangled mess in his mind, and Connor doubted his ability to visualize such an elaborate rune. He speculated that no one could silently invoke the god forging technique. The longevity scripture, on the other hand, was more manageable, as the physical body often surpassed the mind in capacity, making its pathways easier to remember. He believed that with practice, Silent Invocation would not be overly challenging. It appeared the god-forging technique would need to be recited daily. Moreover, Connor was convinced that European wizards would be unable to utilize the god-forging technique, even if they were fluent in Cantonese, just as those from the Far East could not wield Western spells. This was a genuine matter of differing realms. Their bloodlines were incompatible, rendering them unable to cast spells. Of course, if there were indeed European wizards capable of drawing such intricate runes with their magical power, it might be possible. However, Connor did not believe this was a feat achievable by mere mortals. Could one accurately replicate two identical kaleidoscopic designs with absolute precision? Indeed, the world of Harry Potter is a realm inhabited by sorcerers, where lineage holds great significance. Reflecting on this, I, a mere half-blood wizard, find a peculiar sense of satisfaction. As Connor has come to understand, the magical system in this world comprises only a few distinct traditions. Western and Eastern magics seem to share a common thread, while the practices of India and Egypt do not pique my interest. Thus, I consider myself the chosen one. At the tender age of 8, Connor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he boldly proclaimed his entry into the whimsical phase of adolescence. Chapter 15, The Concept of Pocket Monsters 30. Having grasped the intricacies of two Eastern magical practices, Connor felt a surge of joy and turned his attention to two jade artifacts. Alas, no matter how he manipulated them, they remained unresponsive. Magic seemed ineffective against these objects. Puzzled, Connor scratched his head in bewilderment. Surely, it couldn't require blood to establish a bond? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. The notion of blood oaths bore an unmistakable Eastern flair. Yet, he hesitated, for pricking his finger would be quite painful, and it would indeed draw blood. Just as Connor wrestled with his indecision, voices echoed from downstairs. Connor. Peering out from the window, he spotted the Weasley twins and Ron. Connor, let us play monster cards, Ron exclaimed, his voice ringing with enthusiasm upon seeing Connor. Upon rushing outside, he observed the trio of red-haired boys circling the quaint treehouse. What are you all up to? Connor, your home is magnificent, far cooler than ours. A house nestled within a living tree. How did you manage that? The twins chimed in unison. Connor scratched his head, intrigued by their synchronized banter. He pondered how they achieved such harmony, but shrugged it off, attributing it to Eastern sorcery. This house is said to have been built by my father. Eastern sorcery? How cool. The twins' eyes widened in amazement. Is your father from the East? Did he miss your birthday yesterday because he was there? Connor merely shrugged, reluctant to delve deeper into the subject. How did you arrive here? Did you fly on broomsticks? My dad brought us. Ron raised his hand excitedly. We have a flying car. Indeed, the twins added. Dad had some business to attend to, so he kindly dropped us off while he was on his way. He just left as you came downstairs. I see. I didn't notice. Come inside. Ivan has gone to his grandfather's for lessons, so it's just Coco and me at home. Connor ushered them into the house, and they began to revel in the joy of playing cards together. You have so many cards here, Ron exclaimed enviously as he surveyed Connor's room. Charmander, George shouted dramatically. I will avenge you. I'm battling Fred. What is your name? Next round is mine. I'll let your Pikachu feel the full force of my Squirtle's headbutt. Connor stared at George in disbelief, musing on his ruthlessness toward Pikachu. Regrettably, my own divine creature remains unbeatable in the realm of bronze cards. Connor, why is this card so? Ron stammered, lifting a silver-bordered card. Fred and George hurriedly leaned in closer. Evil sorcerer. This attribute is off the charts. Connor said calmly. That is a silver card. A new edition that will be unveiled in the next version, and it is still in its incomplete state. Everyone, please take a seat. There is no need to be alarmed. However, the attributes are excessively impressive, and it possesses 3 skills. How cool. Connor, your idea is remarkable. Will there be gold cards in the future? Can we have a chance to try it out first? Connor forcefully pushed away the 3 heads that leaned in closer, responding. Of course, there will eventually be gold cards, and there will also be cards with different skins. There's no need for you to rush. However, you cannot play it just yet, as I have only created this 1 silver card. The new version is merely in its preliminary stages. I don't even know when it will be updated. Why is it like this? One of them exclaimed. So, Connor, when can we expect the new version? Just an estimate. It will be a while, likely until I can draw a speaking card. Connor sighed as he glanced at the head-sized magic orb on the bedside. It seems we will have to wait a long time. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, deciding to leave Connor be. At that moment, there was a commotion downstairs. The trio continued to play until Mr. Arthur came to collect them, and they reluctantly departed after arranging to visit the Weasley residence in a few days. After dinner, Ivan picked up a jade tube from the table and asked, Connor, what is this? This is something our father left for us. Little Ivan frowned slightly, disdainfully tossing aside the jade tube, saying, I do not like the things he left behind. Little Ivan was aware of the father he had never met. He used to ask questions like where Dad was, but since starting lessons with the tutor, he no longer brought up such matters. Connor scratched his head. knowing that Ivan did not harbor fond feelings for their father. He himself shared that sentiment. However, this did not prevent Connor from being fascinated by Eastern sorcery. He picked up 2 spell books and said, "I do not know how to use these 2 jades, but you should learn these 2 spells." Spells? Yes. Magic from the Eastern lands. Quite powerful, and it would be a shame not to learn. All right. Ivan had always been obedient to Connor. "In the future, I will teach you to recite these 2 incantations, but you must not tell anyone, not even Mother," Connor said earnestly, gripping Ivan's shoulder. Explaining to Flora that he could speak Chinese would be somewhat troublesome, so he decided to keep it a secret. Yet, these relics of their father also belonged to Ivan, and it was essential that he not be kept in the dark, especially since the sooner they learned, the better. Fine if you say so. I won't say anything," Ivan replied timidly, noting Connor's serious expression. Connor then picked up the jade slip and, with determination, said, "Ivan, bring me a small knife." Connor decided to take matters into his own hands. Oh, here." As Connor held the knife, he hesitated, unable to make the cut, his face contorted in despair. "Ivan, why don't you help me make a cut?" Connor, are you feeling all right?" Ivan reached out, but Connor dodged away. "Never mind." With a firm resolve, Connor clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and swiftly moved the knife. Blood splattered, in his imagination, and trembling, Connor pressed his bleeding fingertip against the jade slip. Squeezing out a few drops of blood, and sobbing, he licked his finger. Next to him, Ivan wore a perplexed expression, ready to speak when Connor silenced him with a gesture. Connor could feel the stirring of his own blood. The jade tablet, which had previously shown no response to his magic, was now emanating waves of energy. Hastily, Connor enveloped it with his own magic, only to be met with a notification of insufficient balance. Though the jade tablet could not speak, Connor surmised its meaning. His magic was still inadequate to unlock its secrets. It appeared that this artifact had specific requirements for the magic it could accept. Connor estimated that under normal circumstances, it would take him another 5 years to amass enough power to activate it. However, with the mysterious Eastern alchemical techniques at his disposal, this time frame might be significantly reduced. Setting down the jade tablet, Connor picked up the scroll and dripped his blood onto it, following the same procedure. This time, he could discern some information. 2 lines of text materialized on the scroll, pivotal brushstroke. As Connor closed his eyes, a complex magical sigil formed in his mind. The moment he severed the flow of magic, both the text and the sigil vanished. It seemed that the Eastern methods of learning magical sigils were far more advanced than their Western counterparts. Moreover, the magic was intriguingly related to the art of painting, a skill he had yet to master himself. Why must both of these artifacts be mere visual aids? Connor lamented, collapsing onto his bed. "Ivan, what have you been up to? Your hand is still bleeding," Ivan exclaimed, a hint of reproach in his voice. "These 2 pieces are likely ancient Eastern magics that only the 2 of us can learn, though we are not yet ready to do so," Connor replied, his voice tinged with frustration. Ivan furrowed his brow and muttered, "If you want to learn, then go ahead. I have no interest." Indeed, Connor half-heartedly acknowledged, dismissing Ivan's childish complaints. Sooner or later, he would come to appreciate the value of knowledge. For now, with everyone unable to learn, Connor chose to ignore Ivan's protests and instead focus on familiarizing himself with the spells in the 2 small tomes. Time was certainly on his side. Monster card, Copper. Little Fire Dragon. The tale of the Little Fire Dragon reflects its emotions. It is best to avoid letting it burn fiercely or extinguish completely. Attributes: Fire. Health 20, Attack 20, Defense 15, Attack Range 1, Movement Speed 1. Skill: Flame Jet. The Little Fire Dragon unleashes a jet of flame forward, with an attack range of 1, dealing damage equivalent to 200 attack power. Cooldown: 3 turns. Chapter 16. Humble Abode. Clear Intentions? Ivan, remember to be polite when we visit. Greet them when we arrive, Connor admonished seriously as they stood before the small cabin in the woods, ready to visit the Weasley family. After having made arrangements with Fred and the others a few days prior, Connor and Ivan were prepared to embark on their visit. Flora observed Connor guiding his younger brother with a smile, feeling a wave of happiness wash over her as she saw how much love and care these 2 brothers shared. She was grateful to the Lady of Magic for blessing her with such adorable children. "All right, we are ready to depart," Flora announced, clapping her hands. How are we getting there, Mother?" Connor asked, glancing around with confusion. Though the Weasley residence was not far, surely they could not simply walk up to their door uninvited. "Shall we fly on broomsticks? Or will you carry us both?" Connor shook his head, for the scene was too enchanting to bear imagining. Flora tossed her hand lightly, and the pumpkin before them grew larger, transforming into a 4-wheeled pumpkin carriage, reminiscent of the one from Cinderella. "Mother, must I truly ride in this?" Connor swallowed hard, utterly astonished by his mother's youthful whimsy. "Is something the matter?" Flora queried with a hint of dissatisfaction. "This is a limited edition flying pumpkin carriage from years past. It costs several thousand gallons. Do you not fancy it?" "Of course, I do," Connor replied, clutching his conscience on the verge of tears. How could a robust man like himself be reduced to riding in a pumpkin carriage? Meanwhile, Evan had already clambered aboard, shouting in excitement. Upon entering the pumpkin carriage, Connor discovered it was indeed quite comfortable. The interior had been expanded, resembling a small abode complete with a sofa, tea table, and even a bed, lavishly appointed. It dawned on him that his family must be quite wealthy. Coco took her place at the helm, and two white horses appeared before the carriage. Connor recognized them as magical creations, not real steeds. "Madam, young sir, we are off," Coco announced as the carriage began to move, gradually taking flight. Connor was bewildered by how the carriage soared, yet he found the ride exceedingly pleasant, devoid of any jarring sensations. Far more comfortable than the automobiles he had known in his previous life. Before he could fully relish the experience of riding in a pumpkin, Coco's voice reached him. "Madam, young sir, we have arrived." "That was quick. I barely settled into my seat," Connor exclaimed. "Wow, a pumpkin carriage." Just as Connor alighted, a small figure rushed into him from behind. He turned with a smile. "Hello, Ginny." "Hi, Connor." Ginny beamed, though her gaze was evidently fixated on the pumpkin carriage. Connor chuckled, lifting her and placing her inside the carriage, where she squealed in delight as she explored. "Connor, your pumpkin carriage is far cooler than our old car," Charlie remarked. "This belongs to my mother." Connor quietly defended himself, exchanging greetings with the Weasley family members before taking in their humble abode. The house appeared to be a haphazard assembly of structures, as if originally a modest single-story dwelling had been deemed insufficient, prompting the addition of a second story, followed by further extensions that defied the laws of physics. It was a marvel of magic. A lively group of people entered the cozy, albeit cramped, dwelling, which exuded warmth and a genuine sense of home. Connor found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, they were quite impoverished. Fortunately, the Weasley family seemed unconcerned about such matters, embodying a certain indifference to material possessions. For Flora and Evan, the young lady and gentleman, this remarkable house was a delightful novelty. Connor, having received professional training, maintained his composure, regardless of the circumstances. Outside, Ginny was whisked away by Coco on the flying pumpkin, while Evan engaged in a game of chess with Ron, and Flora conversed with Mrs. Weasley, leaving Connor to explore the quirky abode with the twins. These are goblins. They inhabit the subterranean goblin burrows beneath the yard, where they excavate the roots of plants, often leaving chaos in their wake. However, they are rather simple-minded, and every time we attempt to remove them, they pop their heads up one by one to see what is happening. We then daze them and toss them out. Why not just throw them all out at once? Are you keeping them for amusement? Connor hesitated, as it seemed they were indeed kept for entertainment. "Do you have ghouls at home?" Connor inquired, recalling that many wizards kept ghouls to eliminate spiders. He felt no concern regarding cleanliness at home, as Coco took care of that, and he harbored a keen interest in such peculiarities. "Yes, indeed. They are in the attic. Let us show you." The three of them dashed upstairs, with Percy's complaints echoing behind them. "Molly, your home is quite lively," Flora remarked with a hint of envy. "Huh. Lively it certainly is, yet it can be quite a headache. None of my children are particularly easy to manage, especially Fred and George. I can hardly imagine the chaos they will cause when they grow up," Mrs. Weasley lamented with a smile of contentment. "Fred and George appear remarkably clever. I believe they will achieve great things," Flora replied, chuckling. "They all look up to Connor. Your Connor is truly remarkable. Connor has been exceptionally bright since childhood." "It has little to do with me," Flora shook her head, a wry smile gracing her lips. "I find myself wanting to seek your advice on child rearing. I often feel I am not fulfilling my role as a mother. Connor is so intelligent, and Evan is completely obedient to him. At times, I feel rather superfluous. Is this what a ghoul looks like?" "How hideous," Connor remarked coldly, his expression unchanging. The creature before him, with its tusks resembling a man-eating giant, was indeed grotesque, as three small heads peeked through the floorboards, making shrill cries. "Ron is particularly fond of it. It prevents spiders from infesting our home. We occasionally have to feed it to ensure it doesn't starve." Connor glanced at it a few times, quickly losing interest. He initially intended to seek inspiration for his card designs, but found the creature too repugnant to bear. "Boring. What do you usually do for fun at home?" Connor asked, his curiosity piqued regarding the pastimes of young wizards. "Monster cards, wizard chess, and flying broomstick rides? Ah, how dull. I too find it excessively tedious. Which is why Fred and I have been contemplating creating some amusing trinkets lately. Indeed, this world is utterly uninspiring," Connor suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. "It is precisely for this reason that I have become absorbed in drawing. I am compelled to immerse myself in learning. I even invented monster cards. This world, devoid of anime, games, or charming maidens to flirt with, is simply too monotonous. It is evident that once a lackadaisical individual, Connor has been compelled by life to delve into learning, even striving to create his own sources of entertainment. He has much to express regarding this wizarding realm." The preceding sentence was spoken by Connor in Chinese. Although Fred and George could not comprehend the language, they grasped Connor's intent, recognizing him as a kindred spirit expressing a soulful outcry against this mundane world. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, feeling as though they had discovered a guiding beacon in life, especially considering that this man had single-handedly invented the captivating phenomenon known as monster cards. Fred, George, Connor, let us transform this dreary world. Chapter 17. The serene life of preschool is about to conclude. Come on, Connor, George, pass the ball. In a spacious clearing near their humble abode, Connor and the Weasley brothers engaged in a small-scale Quidditch match, pitting Connor and Charlie against the twin brothers. As it was a miniature version of Quidditch, there were no bludgers or golden snitches. The goal for both teams was merely to throw the quaffle through the opposing team's hoops. The competition was fierce, with neither side managing to score thus far. What do you mean by changing the world? Quidditch is so much fun. Connor had previously played with a broomstick at his grandfather's house, but due to the absence of playmates, he lacked enthusiasm. Indeed, games are far more enjoyable with companions. However, when Connor mounted the broomstick this time, he sensed something amiss. He felt remarkably more agile. After flying several laps on the broomstick, he confirmed his suspicion. His physical prowess appeared to have noticeably improved. Although the enhancement was subtle, it was certainly perceptible. This could be attributed to the effects of the Book of Eternal Life, which had yielded commendable results after merely a few days of practice. Indeed, the Eastern spells were truly remarkable. Moreover, when Connor executed a swift maneuver on the broomstick and hurled the quaffle with force, it sailed deftly between the twins and accurately into the hoop. The broomstick was truly an extraordinary creation. Well done. What a marvelous shot, exclaimed the spectators, Evan and Ron, in unison. Meanwhile, Connor was immersed in the sensation of controlling the broomstick. It is widely acknowledged that all modes of transportation require two fundamental components, propulsion and steering. However, the broomstick evidently lacked both of these attributes. In truth, the broomstick was far more sophisticated than Connor had imagined. Each broom was intricately engraved with various magical runes, representing the most complex alchemical creations he had encountered since beginning his studies in runes. Connor could only identify the simplest levitation rune, as the others were too intricate for him to decipher. The broom's propulsion stemmed from the wizard's magical energy, suggesting the presence of a rune that facilitated the conversion of magical power within the broom. This rune must certainly be a core element, as the competing broom manufacturers thrived on optimizing this core magic. The better the rune's optimization and the higher the efficiency of magical conversion, the more successful the broom would be in the marketplace. As for the broom's steering mechanism, it involved a myriad of complex runes. Although magic in this world often operates on a subjective basis, it cannot entirely disregard fundamental principles. One cannot simply wish for the broom to fly in any desired manner without adhering to the basic laws governing its flight. Although it is true that a broom will fly as one desires, Connor found himself somewhat perplexed. Ultimately, many wizards in the magical realm possess a superficial understanding without grasping the underlying principles. Most can mount a broom and instinctively know how to operate it, yet remain oblivious to the fact that a broom embodies centuries of magical research by rune-wielding wizards. Presently, these core technologies reside within the hands of a select few families, akin to how Connor's lineage possesses the knowledge of painting magic. Families that control these specialized runes are the capitalists of the wizarding world. Regrettably, these wizarding families often lack the self-awareness of their own significance. Some venerable wizarding families take pride in their pure bloodlines, yet do not boast of their wealth. After all, as wizards, they seldom worry about basic needs. Upon graduating from Hogwarts, one is more concerned about societal perception regarding employment than the fear of starvation on the streets. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, wizards are individuals who embark on the path of esteem and self-actualization from birth, transcending base desires. For wizards, fame holds greater value than monetary gain. Hence, they remain indifferent to allowing goblins to preside over Gringotts and manage their riches. Moreover, the arduous and tedious nature of rune studies contributes to this indifference. Runes such as those for painting or flying brooms do not require any confidentiality. They are readily accessible for anyone willing to learn. Yet, in reality, few wizards dedicate themselves to such studies. Connor, be careful. Connor deftly dodged the quaffle that George hurled his way, scratching his head and apologizing for his distraction. Goodness, how can you zone out while playing Quidditch? George exclaimed dramatically. I was just thinking of something delightful. What delightful thing? I just thought of a new monster card. Connor hastily fabricated a reason. Percy, could you take my place for a moment? But I can't. Percy fumbled as he grasped the broom. I believe in you. Go for it. Connor encouraged, patting Percy on the shoulder with a smile. All right, I'll give it a try. Percy took a deep breath and mounted the broom. Connor, why aren't you playing? Ivan and Ron approached him with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a sudden thought that I need to ponder, Connor replied, shaking his head before moving aside to sit in contemplation. Ivan and Ron exchanged glances, and Ivan shrugged. Don't worry, he often does this. He zones out at home too, just let him be. As it turned out, Connor indeed had something weighing on his mind. Upon deeper reflection, he realized that the Wizarding Society harbors certain issues. It is a distorted society. Wizards do not place much value on wealth because their basic needs are met. Their abundance arises from the material richness of the magical world. However, why is the Wizarding world so materially affluent? Muggles cannot achieve such abundance. Why can wizards? The answer lies in the fact that this great wealth is built upon the foundation of Muggle society. Most wizards do not engage in production. Thus, many of their fundamental needs are sourced from Muggles. Whether it be food or other essential items, they procure raw materials from the Muggle world, reprocess them, and then sell them to fellow wizards. But how do they acquire the funds to purchase these raw materials from the Muggle realm? Wizards do not utilize Muggle currency. So the answer becomes apparent. It is a consequence of the compromise between the Muggle world and the Wizarding realm. For instance, an agreement established between the Ministry of Magic and the British authorities stipulates that wizards shall not reveal themselves to the public, ensuring that the magical community does not interfere with the human world. In return, they are guaranteed that their basic needs for sustenance and shelter are met. Consequently, the fundamental living expenses of several thousand wizards in Britain are supported by the 50 million British Muggles. This does not merely refer to a single meal or a piece of clothing. While a wizarding farm may produce enough to satisfy the basic needs of wizards, one farm cannot cultivate every type of vegetable, and wizards cannot subsist on a singular vegetable alone. Moreover, Connor has yet to encounter a wizard who raises cattle. With their basic material needs assured, each wizard is free to pursue their desires for power, wealth, truth, and culinary delights, for they are the enigmatic possessors of magic, distinct from ordinary humans. Connor, however, has become aware of a troubling issue concerning himself. Ahem, serious face. Connor has grown accustomed to placing himself in the position of a wizard, for he is indeed one. But if one were an ordinary human and learned of such a group, capable of wielding various magical abilities, able to effortlessly and silently take your life, contributing nothing to society, yet requiring your taxes to prevent them from starving or breaking the rules by employing soul-sucking curses against you, and to top it off, you are inherently unable to learn magic. One would undoubtedly ponder, is there a necessity for such beings to exist? Should a great Ivan eradicate them all? This echoes the ancestral wisdom. The concern is not about scarcity, but about inequality. If no one possesses magic, that is one matter. We can treat it as a jest. However, should you truly possess magic, then that is unacceptable. Why should I be deprived of such a gift? What? It is simply how one is born. Then if I cannot have it, let none of us have it. The fundamental conflict between the Wizarding and Muggle societies lies in the fact that only wizards can wield magic, an irreconcilable disparity. Thus, the Wizarding community must remain hidden, undetected. It is then that Connor realizes that the world of Harry Potter is far from a fairy tale. Connor felt despondent, then slapped his forehead in exasperation, exclaiming, I am a wizard. Why should I consider matters from the Muggle perspective? He then chuckled heartily. Is Percy looking for a replacement? I am fine now. Chapter 18, Ollivander's Wand Shop. The sentiments of youth are always poetic, filled with untold romance. Connor awoke early, scratching his head, devoid of worries or woes. On July 23, 1989, in a woodland cabin, Connor awoke, humming to himself. As he made his way to the bathroom, various items flew towards him. First a towel, then a comb, followed by a cup. Connor gargled noisily and spat into the toilet as a toothbrush, already smeared with toothpaste, whizzed past him. Over 2 years had passed, and Connor had mastered his magical abilities to such an extent that he was now able to live a life devoid of embarrassment and inconvenience. At the very least, he could brush his teeth and wash his face without the use of his hands, dress and groom himself effortlessly, and even attend to nature's call without any fuss. Indeed, Connor's progress was remarkable, largely due to the influence of 2 Eastern sorcerers. Now nearing 11, he possessed magical prowess comparable to that of adult wizards. As for the longevity scripture, it seemed to bestow upon him the gift of vitality. After all, he had not fallen ill or caught a cold in the past 2 years, and his health was splendid, with everything he consumed tasting delightful. Apart from that, it appeared that there were no particularly extraordinary functions. This was, after all, a world of magic, and he could not genuinely pursue immortality. Connor chuckled to himself. Connor, your acceptance letter has arrived, came Flora's cheerful voice from downstairs. Oh. Connor dashed down the stairs, brimming with excitement. He had been eagerly awaiting this notification for quite some time. Let me see. Although Connor had yet to turn 11, the rule regarding school entry at that age applied to ordinary young wizards. However, as the affluent and influential heir of the Lek family, a mere letter from old Devon was sufficient to secure an earlier admission. He took the letter embossed with the Hogwarts crest, addressed to Mr. Connor Lek, Autry Street, Catchpole Village, Woodland Cabin. From the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, president of the International Confederation of Wizards, chairman of the Wizarding Association, and a first-class magician of the Order of Merlin, with the deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, respectfully signed. With a smile, Connor flipped through the appendices and asked Mom, "May I bring Mira to school?" Mira was a snow fox, a fluffy white gift for Connor's 10th birthday. "I don't see why that would be a problem. I will write to Severus, asking him to take good care of you," Flora replied, affectionately ruffling Connor's hair. "Wait, Severus?" Connor exclaimed in surprise at the familiar name. "Severus is the head of Slytherin House. He was my junior in school, and we have a bit of a friendship," Flora explained. "Oh, I see. So it was Snape. Yet another beloved character from the films." Connor raced upstairs and entered Evan's room. They now slept in separate quarters, shaking him awake. "Evan, we're going to Diagon Alley." "Hurry up." "Ugh, let me sleep a little longer," Evan mumbled. "Get up," Connor exclaimed, pulling back Evan's covers, but nothing particularly amusing occurred. Reluctantly, Evan sat up, rubbing his eyes. "What's going on?" "We're heading to Diagon Alley." "Why?" "To buy wands." "Huh, what?" Evan's eyes widened in shock. "You're going to school." The three of them gathered their belongings and made their way to the fireplace, knowing that long-distance travel would require flue powder. Diagon Alley. One may inquire where one would arrive upon utilizing a port key to Diagon Alley, and the answer is undoubtedly the fireplace within Diagon Alley itself. There exists a shop in Diagon Alley adorned with several fireplaces, specifically designed for the convenience of guests traveling to and fro, akin to the 2 rows of fireplaces at the Ministry of Magic. Diagon Alley is neither excessively long nor particularly short. In all of Britain, there are few wizarding enclaves, making Diagon Alley the most vibrant locale. Connor and his companions, with a clear purpose, made their way directly to Ollivander's wand shop. In truth, Connor had passed by this place on several occasions. The weathered golden sign still stood out. Ollivander, purveyor of fine wands since 382 BC. Upon entering, an elderly gentleman, busy arranging wands, looked up and smiled, saying, "Good day, Miss Lake. An 11¼ inch wand would suit you perfectly, wouldn't it?" "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander. I am here to accompany my son in selecting a wand," Flora replied with a smile. "Of course. Now, which Mr. Lake might this be?" Ollivander inquired, glancing between Connor and Evan before retrieving a measuring tape and approaching Connor. "I believe I might have an inkling of who you are. May I kindly ask for your name, Mr. Lake?" "Certainly. I am Connor Lake," he responded, curiously observing Ollivander, the man celebrated as the finest wand maker in the world. "Ah, I believe I am familiar with you, Connor Lake. I am quite fond of your creature cards. It would be splendid if they could incorporate a touch of wand magic," Ollivander exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight. "That is certainly a possibility. I shall consider it earnestly." Connor shrugged, acknowledging that his Pokémon 30 had yet to launch, though new copper cards were occasionally released, maintaining a measure of popularity within the wizarding community. "Very well. Let us commence, Mr. Lake. Which hand do you favor?" "The right hand," Connor replied. Ollivander raised his silver measuring tape to take Connor's measurements, beginning with the shoulder to fingertip, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally measuring the head circumference. As he measured, he remarked, "Each Ollivander wand possesses an extraordinary magical core, which is the essence of its being, Mr. Lake. We utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feather, and dragon heartstring. Each wand is unique. For no 2 unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Of course, should you wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, the results would not be nearly as splendid." Hearing these seemingly familiar words, Connor could not resist asking, "Mr. Ollivander, if I may, what purpose do these measurements serve? I mean, I will undoubtedly grow taller." Ollivander chuckled softly and replied, "They are indeed useful, my dear boy, as they narrow down the selection of wands for you. I certainly take into account your future growth. In fact, the length of the wand is the least significant factor in the selection process." Ollivander put away his measuring tape and approached the wand shelf, stating, "We believe there exists a certain correlation between an individual's character and their various physical proportions. This insight aids me in selecting wands for my patrons. Many wand makers merely match wand lengths to the physique of male and female wizards, which is a rather rudimentary measurement, failing to consider numerous other significant factors. In my experience, a slightly longer wand may suit taller wizards. However, it is often drawn to individuals of exceptional character and those whose magical styles are broader and more dramatic. Try this one, a Rowan, with a phoenix feather core, 11½ inches. To his surprise, the wand maker also possessed an understanding of character. Connor took the wand, waved it, and felt a gentle pull of his magic, followed by a small spark at the tip. No, let me see. A sycamore, with a dragon heartstring. Connor tried again, feeling it quite comfortable in his hand. Yet, Ollivander shook his head, saying, No, let us examine this one, walnut." After several more attempts, all of which Ollivander rejected, Connor finally found the one. A purple heartwood, with a dragon nerve, 12 inches, not easily bendable. Upon taking it, a warm sensation coursed through Connor's hand, leaving him feeling quite at ease. Excellent. Indeed. This is the one for you, my boy. The core of this wand was acquired from a far eastern merchant. I am uncertain of the dragon species, but it appears to have found its rightful owner. Ollivander remarked with satisfaction. I have taken quite a liking to it myself. Connor waved the wand, producing a flicker of light from a silent spell. Oh, I believe you shall achieve great things in the future, Mr. Lake, Ollivander applauded. I appreciate your kind words, sir. Now, for your patronage, 7 galleons. Chapter 19, Observations in Diagon Alley. Exiting Ollivander's wand shop, Connor toyed with his long wand, unable to part with it. He felt a profound connection with the wand, as though it were an extension of himself. However, at this moment, it seemed somewhat excessive for his current stature. All right, Connor, our next step is to procure your textbooks. Let me see. Standard spells, beginner, history of magic, theory of magic, and beginner's guide to transfiguration. It appears not much has changed since my time. The trio entered Flourish and Blots, where all the textbooks required for first-year wizards could be found. However, the first thing that caught their eye was Pokémon trading cards, prominently displayed at the entrance with an eye-catching advertisement. New monster card, Chestnut Ball, now available. Purchase card packs here for a 50 chance increase of obtaining the Chestnut Ball. Connor's group exchanged glances, and Flora burst into laughter, playfully ruffling Connor's hair. Connor was taken aback by his card's popularity, noting it had not been updated in over 2 years. In comparison, in his past life, such a defunct card game would have been long shut down amidst a flood of mobile games. Yet, a new version was on the horizon, and it was certain to regain immense popularity. Madam, would you like to buy a pack of monster cards for your children? Oh, Mrs. Lake, I didn't expect to see you here. The manager of the Liheng bookstore approached to promote the store, and, upon recognizing Flora, his expression transformed into one of excitement as he glanced at Connor and Evan. He then fixed his gaze on the taller Connor, inquiring, surely, you must be Mr. Connor Lake? Forgive my audacity, but would you be so kind as to sign something for our bookstore? Of course, sir, Connor replied with a shrug. Where would you like it? The manager promptly produced a small drawing board, a common item in the store it seemed. Connor took the board and pen, pondered for a moment, then sketched a simple Pikachu, inscribing the words, wishing Liheng bookstore a continuous stream of patrons. As he finished, Pikachu emitted occasional sparks of lightning, illuminating the inscription. Brilliant. Marvelous. Mr. Lake, you truly live up to your reputation, the manager exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically as he took the board and handed it to a staff member behind him. Frame this beautifully and display it prominently. Mr. Lake's purchases today are complimentary. Welcome to visit our bookstore often, Mr. Lake, the manager added with an exaggerated grin. Next time you shop here, we'll offer you a 20% discount. Connor graciously thanked the manager, then hastily selected his books, managing to escape the throng of eager admirers who wished to touch his face. Once outside the store, a collective sigh of relief was heard among his companions. Our little Connor is quite the celebrity, Flora remarked with a smile. Indeed, Connor replied, a hint of pride in his tone. The trio then roamed Diagon Alley once more. In addition to acquiring the various supplies required by the school, they indulged in an assortment of miscellaneous items, including an owl that Evan insisted on purchasing, despite already having several at home. Later, as Flora sought to buy some new clothes for Evan, Connor expressed a desire to explore independently. After a moment's hesitation, Flora agreed. This marked Connor's inaugural solo expedition in Diagon Alley, and he felt as though he were a wild stallion set free, darting about in every direction. Upon emerging from the magical joke shop, his pockets brimmed with an array of peculiar magical items, a luxury Flora had previously denied him. As he passed an antique shop, he hesitated before slipping inside. This establishment sold second-hand goods and eccentric items, a place Flora had never permitted him to visit. The shop was cluttered with a myriad of worn objects and an assortment of old books. Connor sifted through the items, but found little of interest until he stumbled upon a pair of small mirrors. Curiously, he picked one up and noticed that when he gazed into one mirror, his eyes appeared in the other. Ah, this familiar sensation. It's the Nate family's two-way mirror. Turning around, he discovered a bespectacled middle-aged shopkeeper addressing him. Indeed, is it not reminiscent of the mirror from the films? What purpose does this serve? Well, as you can see, you can observe the person standing before the other mirror. Of course, it merely allows for observation. How intriguing. How much is it? I'll take it. 1 galleon. What? Connor exclaimed, slightly taken aback. This was quite a steep price, aside from his wand. Most of his purchases today had not cost nearly as much. Fortunately, as a young affluent gentleman, he shrugged off the surprise and proceeded to pay. The shopkeeper, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, at last, I've sold another one. This item is both expensive and rather useless. You may find it hard to believe, but I haven't made a profit from selling this." Connor handed over a gold coin, disregarding the loquacious shopkeeper, and exited the store. In truth, Connor himself was uncertain of the item's purpose. Perhaps it was merely a keepsake or perhaps a result of his financial indulgence. Evan, with a cheerful demeanor, played with his little owl, casting a puzzled glance at Connor, unable to fathom why his older brother appeared so despondent despite the joy of the day. Connor closed his eyes, channeling magic into the jade slip, but soon reopened them, realizing he was still a tad short. He shook his head and remarked, "It will likely take another week to finalize this, yet this final wait is often the most arduous." Setting down the jade slip, he picked up the jade tube, intending to study the magical patterns contained within. The enchantment capable of conjuring animated portraits was something he had mastered months ago. Therefore, Pocket Monsters 30 was already in a state of readiness for release. The intricate magical pattern, the size of a human head, had taken Connor nearly 2 years to comprehend. While this crowning pattern was even more complex, he couldn't help but wonder how much more time it would consume. Indeed, a long and challenging journey lay ahead. Muttering to himself, Connor simulated the drawing of the magical pattern with his power, erasing any mistakes by dispersing the magic and attempting anew. His magical reserves were now so abundant that he could afford to squander them freely. After all, magic was not a commodity that cost anything. In a world governed by idealism, he pondered the nature of cultivation in the Far East. Lost in thought, his magic faltered, leading him to drift into a drowsy slumber. Monster card, Copper, Chestnut Sphere. The Chestnut Sphere is a wondrous demon that ascends to heaven upon its demise. Attributes: Dark Light, Health 10, Attack 10, Defense 10, Attack, Range 1, Movement, Speed 2, Skill. Wings: when the Chestnut Sphere suffers a fatal blow and is sent to the graveyard, all units on the field receive a protective effect this turn. All damage taken is reduced to 0. Chapter 20. Time meandered on, and a week had passed. Tomorrow marked August 1st, the day of the release of Pocket Monsters 30. Connor was filled with excitement, not solely for the game's launch, but because he eagerly anticipated uncovering the secrets concealed within the jade slip he held. However, he still had to bide his time until evening, searching for something to occupy himself. With a flick of his wand, he cast Levitate. Mira, who had been curled up on the ground without a care in the world, suddenly soared into the air. Mira? Connor gazed ahead with satisfaction, not at the levitating Mira, but at a beautiful magical pattern that floated just out of sight, suspended before his wand. Indeed, it was a lovely magical pattern. The levitation spell was the first incantation that first-year students learned, serving as the foundation for many advanced spells, such as the summoning spell, the barrage spell, and the inverted bell spell. It was also the first spell Connor had encountered, characterized by its symmetrical magical pattern. The incantation for the levitation charm is not particularly intricate. After a few attempts, Connor was able to cast it silently. In truth, Connor could achieve levitation solely through his magical energy. The charm's advantages lie in its low energy consumption, high efficiency, and minimal operational difficulty. Any young wizard proficient in this charm can effortlessly manipulate floating objects. Notably, one of the core runes of the flying broomstick is indeed the levitation charm. The charm operates similarly to lifting an object with a slender stick. If the object is inanimate, it poses no problem, but if it is a living creature, any movement may cause it to tumble off the stick. Therefore, it is rare to witness wizards duel using the levitation charm against one another. If they do, it is typically in a rather precarious manner. Mira, in Connor's arms, was suspended upside down, eliciting her bewilderment. Upon landing back in Connor's embrace, she retaliated with a flurry of playful punches, and it took Connor a while to calm her down before she darted away. Connor chuckled softly, shaking his head, thoughtfully stroking his wand. However, the crux of the matter is not merely about sticks and ropes, but rather the transformation process of these two runes. Connor discerned certain patterns within, suggesting that even in this idealistic magical realm, spells and runes possess a comprehensive system. Particularly with runes, Connor perceived the potential for creating new magic through the transformations of these two runes. It resembles programming, to ensure that magical energy comprehends the wizard's intentions. The magical language, spells, serves as the programming code for the magical energy. This follows specific patterns. Yet such patterns have yet to be systematically studied and compiled into a method for structured learning. Wizards have not consciously summarized these patterns, resulting in a fragmented magical system. While memorizing numerous words may render phonetic learning unnecessary, an insufficient vocabulary leads to reliance solely on those words one has learned and retained. Connor believed this was a significant factor contributing to the disparity within the wizarding community. However, for someone like Connor, who is acutely sensitive to fluctuations in magical energy and possesses a profound understanding of runes, directly studying the phonetics of magic would undoubtedly yield remarkable efficiency. In any discipline, comprehending the principles before deriving formulas and conclusions is invariably a more straightforward endeavor. Connor was beginning to grasp what he would study upon attending Hogwarts, and he sensed he had captured something elusive. Regrettably, inspiration was fleeting, yet Connor did not dwell on it. His immediate priority was to catch up on sleep in preparation for a significant undertaking that night. Suddenly, The lights in Connor's room flickered to life. Sneaking out of bed, he noticed Mira, roused from her slumber, casting him a fleeting glance before drifting back to sleep. Excitement coursed through Connor. Tonight, he was set to accomplish something monumental. However, when it comes to lighting, it is widely known that the wizarding world is devoid of electricity. Illumination is provided by magical lamps, readily available in Diagon Alley. These lamps are self-recharging, affordably priced, entirely natural, and environmentally friendly, and essential for both home and travel. After a long wait, Connor finally found himself seated cross-legged on his bed, holding a jade slip that he had coveted for years. The modest treasures left by his father were indeed remarkable, and this particular jade slip, with its usage restrictions, was clearly the most precious among them. Taking a deep breath, Connor slowly infused the slip with magical energy. 508,099. Just as he was on the verge of completing the enchantment, Connor watched with bated breath. In the instant the charging was completed, a brilliant white light shot forth from the jade slip, and then everything faded to black as he lost consciousness. When Connor gradually awoke, the dawn light was gently illuminating the room, yet something felt amiss. He realized he was nestled in a warm embrace, reluctant to awaken. Was it Flora? Yet, what was this fluffy sensation? Connor's eyes widened in shock. He discovered he was lying atop a snowy white body. Wait, was this Mira? No. How had Mira grown so large? Looking down at himself, he gasped, "Oh no?" Connor felt a wave of panic. Awakening to find himself transformed into a fox was rather alarming. Help was urgently needed. Chapter 21, Animagus? Connor soon realized that the jade slip had bestowed upon him an extraordinary surprise, albeit one that was more bewildering than anything else. This might indeed be the legendary jade slip of transmission. After some contemplation, he began to piece together what had transpired. The jade slip was, in fact, a remarkable magical artifact that absorbed a certain amount of magical energy, imprinting the recorded information directly into the user's mind, a far more advanced tool than the simple reading slips. Now, Connor's mind was filled with knowledge about the structure, behavior, and habits of foxes, even their language. He felt as though he had entirely transformed into the essence of a fox, which, in truth, he had. Furthermore, he was not merely an ordinary fox. His metamorphosis resembled that of an animagus. It is well known that animagi cannot transform into magical creatures, but if the knowledge Connor had inherited was accurate, he had indeed become a magical being, a nine-tailed fox. For now, he possessed only one tail, yet one could not help but admire the ingenuity of the spell's creator. While animagi cannot morph into magical creatures directly, one could transform into a mundane animal and subsequently evolve into a magical one. This was the very premise of the spell, leading seekers to search for creatures capable of such transformation, with the nine-tailed fox being a prime example of a magical entity. In the land of Qingqiu, foxes grow an additional tail every 100 years, and the nine-tailed fox lives for a millennium. This information resonated in his mind. It could be said that humanity would go to great lengths to extend their lives. While the truth of this longevity remained uncertain, the distinction of becoming a magical creature could certainly be discerned, for the nine-tailed fox is renowned for its enchanting allure. Mira, noticing that her adorable companion had awakened, joyfully licked Connor with her tongue. "No, Mira, let go of me." In fox language, a woo. Huh. Mira paused momentarily before continuing her affectionate grooming. Connor could roughly discern Mira's intentions. It was evident that she held a fondness for him and was reluctant to let go. Connor struggled desperately, but the slightly older Mira, being just over a year old, mistook his efforts for play and tumbled around with him. Mira? Connor, breaking free from Mira's grasp, fell into contemplation. The fox-shaped jade slip was, in essence, of little value to him, as he had no desire for immortality. However, the ease with which he could master animagus transformation was indeed a blessing, sparing him the trouble of further research on the subject. Yet, as Connor gazed at his palm, he remained puzzled about the mechanics of his transformation. There were no incantations, no magical runes, merely a thought that seemed to manifest the change effortlessly. Ultimately, animagus transformation is a form of metamorphosis, yet Connor had never studied transformation spells. Was it conceivable that transformation could be performed without incantations? Pondering this, he retrieved his newly purchased textbook, Beginner's Guide to Transformation, and began to read. However, after perusing the book, Connor felt even more bewildered. He likened his experience to deciphering a Buddhist scripture. The text advised, in essence, to maintain a tranquil mind, visualize the object of transformation, and control one's magical energy to envelop the item. Success would follow, and that was it. Was this truly what transformation entailed? Had he misunderstood the concept entirely? Stunned, Connor found himself grappling with the fantastical reality that challenged his rational thought. Connor even burst through the door, only to be taken aback. "Why aren't you dressed?" It was only then that Connor realized he had not transformed his clothing during the metamorphosis. The scene in the room was quite comical. Connor, completely bare, stood before the window with a book in hand, lost in thought. while scattered clothes lay on the bed alongside a forlorn Mira. After a brief interruption, Even hastily closed the door and fled. Connor contemplated the situation, concluding there was little to explain. He shrugged, calmly dressed, yet his determination to master transformation grew ever stronger. An animagus who couldn't transform their attire would surely be the subject of ridicule. Resuming his study of the Beginner's Guide to Transformation, a textbook employed by first and second-year students at Hogwarts, Connor discovered it contained some spells, yet he found them dubious at best. He waved his wand, but nothing happened, leading him to believe he was making some sort of error. "Fred, George, can you perform transformation spells?" he inquired while perched on a branch, addressing the twin brothers who were fishing below. "Goodness, the magical prince is asking us about magic," they exclaimed, though regretfully admitted, "Unfortunately, we cannot." Connor rolled his eyes and replied, "I've read the spells in the book, and they seem ineffective. I consulted my mother, but she said school would start soon, and I should seek Professor McGonagall's guidance then. Then we must wait for school." They chimed. "Let us cherish these fleeting days of freedom from classes." Connor had no further retort. "Connor, what house do you think you'll be sorted into?" one of the twins asked. "Our family is all Gryffindor. I believe the two of us will also belong to Gryffindor." Connor smiled at the slightly anxious twins, a rare sight indeed. It was uncertain where they would go, but it mattered little to him. His indifference was palpable, though he certainly preferred not to end up in Slytherin. "Connor, you must not be a Slytherin. I believe you will be a Gryffindor like us," they insisted. Leaping down from the branch, Connor brushed off his trousers and inquired, "Perhaps. But why have you summoned me to go fishing?" "Because it's dreadfully dull at home. Percy has asked us not to disturb him while he studies," they replied. With a casual gesture towards the water, Connor pointed, and a bewildered fish leapt out, landing in the twins' bucket. "Did you not know that Pokémon 30 was released today? I assumed you would be rushing to Diagon Alley to purchase it." "What did you just say?" "Pokémon 30 has been released," exclaimed the twins, their eyes wide with disbelief. Connor, feeling the intensity of their grip on him, recoiled slightly and said, "Did I not inform you earlier? The new version was imminent." "Oh, Merlin's beard. You've been saying that for 2 years. Who knows how long soon truly is." With a burst of elation, Connor dashed through the forest, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of moving in an alternate state of being, not due to the thrill of running bare, but rather the novelty of experiencing the world as a different creature. The magical realm, with its myriad of mysterious wonders and delightful experiences, was utterly captivating. In this cold, unfeeling world devoid of the internet and games, only magic brought him a semblance of warmth. After a spirited run, Connor paused atop a branch to catch his breath. A gentle breeze caressed him. The sunlight was just right, and the dappled shadows danced around him. A small fox nestled against the trunk, evoking a sense of serene tranquility. Just as Connor intended to recline against the tree for a brief nap, he sensed something amiss. It dawned on him that his body seemed to be absorbing a peculiar energy. This energy, of course, was not magical. Magic does not exist in nature. In this world, magic is merely energy transformed from other sources, not an inherent element. Therefore, the notion that wizards draw magic from their surroundings is unfounded. A wizard's magic is derived from their own essence. Thus, Connor found himself astonished by the realization that the little fox was absorbing some form of energy. This intriguing conundrum could be explored later. For now, a nap seemed most prudent. Chapter 22. The school year begins. Pokémon 300, the Kingdom of Yodel. Background story. The brave Ash, the young girl May, and the little wizard became unlikely friends through a series of encounters. They resolved to embark on a quest to seek the Demon King. Along the way, they encountered a mysterious summoner in a hidden canyon. A disagreement sparked a fierce battle, leading to the summoner's betrayal by his summoned beasts. Ultimately, he was vanquished by the trio and fled in defeat. 3 individuals pursue a summoner who inadvertently enters the enigmatic realm of the Yordles. Updates in this version include: 1. All new cards will now feature monster voice functions. 2. All characters will receive an upgrade to silver quality cards. Methods of acquisition: 1. Pack draws 2. 10 lower-tier bronze quality cards can be exchanged for 1 silver quality card. 3. A new character card has been introduced, Summoner from the Rift, silver. 4. New monster cards include Evil Mage Vagar, Swift Scout Teemo, Pixie Witch Lulu. 5. A new release of hero quality skins for monster cards. 6. A new combat map has been added. Upon the release of the new version of Pocket Monsters, the Wizarding World was once again ignited. Given the limited scope of the wizarding community in Britain, this is indeed significant news. All outlets for monster cards were bustling, with stock in high demand. After a 2-year hiatus, the powerful resurgence of the new version swept across England. In Diagon Alley, the bustling and lively joke shop, a primary sales point for Pocket Monsters since the release of the cards, saw an extraordinary influx of customers today. Wizards queued up, even spilling out of the shop thanks to the unending expansion charm. The shop was filled with a cacophony akin to a Muggle marketplace, with many young wizards gathering. all with the singular aim of acquiring the newly released version of Pocket Monster cards. Heaven knows how long I have awaited this new version. I have thoroughly mastered all the strategies of the old version. Indeed, I have heard that the new silver cards possess 3 skills. This will undoubtedly lead to an array of engaging new gameplay. Is the highlight not the introduction of new character cards? I have grown weary of the previous 3 character cards. Summoner. This must be an extraordinary profession. The new illustrated cards can speak. Goodness, this is a sophisticated magical artistry. ISNT that lad from the Lake family, just starting school this year? It is known that talking illustrations can fetch a handsome price. Can this truly be the work of an 11-year-old? Yet, the price for pocket monsters remains at 1 silver sickle per pack. I dare say the Lake family must be incurring considerable losses this time. Every pack I purchase is a profit for me. Enthusiastic discussions among fellow monster card enthusiasts filled the shop, excitement palpable in the air. Shouts erupted from the sales counter. What's silver card? Silver card. I pulled it. It's the hero skin Pikachu. Cool. Everyone was enamored with the new version of the cards. It was indeed a joyous occasion. This fervor persisted for a month, only cooling as the school year approached. During this interval, Connor did not overly concern himself with monster cards. He set aside transfiguration for the time being, focusing instead on the levitation charm, or more precisely, the runes associated with it. Connor endeavored to levitate. Although flying is not particularly challenging in the wizarding world, using a broomstick lacks flair, and the intricate variant of apparition that allows one to glide like smoke is still beyond Connor's capabilities. He sought to create a more stylish flying apparatus. Unfortunately, it took him half a month to master the silent casting of the levitation charm, as practicing spells is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. The remaining half-month was devoted to inscribing runes onto objects, akin to a factory machine imbuing magical runes onto cards. However, this endeavor is far from a simple task. The machines within the factory can flawlessly replicate magical runes. Yet the act of inscribing such runes upon an object by a wizard is an entirely different challenge than merely conjuring them with magical energy. At the very least, Connor toiled for half a month before he barely succeeded in etching a levitation rune onto a blanket. Fred, George, I have something splendid to show you, Connor declared proudly to the twins. If it isn't interesting, we're not interested. They replied with playful grins as they followed Connor to their secret base at the foot of Weasel Mountain, a place where the children from both families often gathered to play. Of course, it's fascinating. Look at this, Connor exclaimed. A blanket? Is it some sort of magical blanket? What does it do? The brothers inquired as they took the blanket and examined it. Just watch, Connor instructed as he laid the blanket on the ground, sat upon it, and infused it with magical energy. Slowly, the blanket began to float. What do you think? Impressive, right? Connor beamed. Fred and George exchanged glances, then responded dryly. And then? Is this a flying carpet? My mother mentioned they are quite popular in Egypt. It's not a flying carpet. It can merely float, Connor admitted sheepishly, noticing the twins' disdainful expressions. But I made it all by myself. Oh, Connor, that is quite impressive. The twins remained expressionless, and fearing the silence, Connor sighed. All right, I just wanted to show off the blanket I created. Goodness, Connor, why would you make something so dull? Wouldn't it be better to craft a few more prank cards instead? Don't you find riding a broomstick a bit monotonous? Connor tilted his head. Not really. Well, I initially wanted to create floating shoes or something that could be cleverly concealed. Unfortunately, time constraints limited me to just this blanket, Connor shrugged. That is actually a decent idea, Fred mused. For instance, imagine a flying school uniform that causes the wearer to plummet when they take flight. Hey, that is a brilliant notion. Fred and George high-fived in excitement. Connor gazed at them in disbelief. These two were perpetually concocting pranks. Don't you think it's rather cool to soar through the air without a broomstick? Now that you mention it, it does sound appealing. However, I've never seen anyone do it, so it lacks a sense of reality. Connor realized that these two, having never witnessed flying superheroes or aerial sorcery, were limited by their narrow imaginations. To float through the air was the romantic ideal of a true man. Riding a broomstick was hardly impressive. Connor vowed that he would someday create his own unique flying apparatus. Are you not aware of how entertaining the new version of the prank cards is? Is it appropriate to say such things in front of a card creator? Connor shook his head. Well, I still need to ask how you plan to get to King's Cross Station tomorrow. Oh, we usually go through the Leaky Cauldron. Indeed, this is our cherished tradition. Father insists on taking a muggle taxi to the station each time, proclaiming that this is the proper way to embark on a train journey. Connor, scratching his head, remarked on his family's fondness for playfulness. Then I shall see you at the station. I will make my way directly to the platform via the Flu network. Very well. See you then. Happy new school year. He chuckled. Character card, Silver, Summoner of the Canyon. A summoner hailing from the enigmatic Summoner's Canyon, shrouded in mystery regarding his origins and intentions. Health, 100, movement speed, 1, innate talent, mastery of summoning, gains 1 action point every 2 turns. Character skills, 1. Return, Costs 1 action point to summon any of your creatures back to the home base from any position on the board. 2. Teleport. Costs 2 action points to transport a creature from the home base to any location on the map. Chapter 23, The Hogwarts Express. I understand. Eden mumbled, then excitedly shouted, Captain Timo. Attack the black cat, Rollo. Suddenly, on the game board, a cloaked gnome appeared, announcing, Captain Timo ready for action. He shot a cold arrow at the bewildered black cat nearby. Connor nearly forgot about this gnome, who had remained hidden throughout the game, and was caught off guard by the ambush. The bronze-quality black cat Rollo fell instantly. At that moment, the fireplace flared to life, and Grandfather Old Devon made his entrance. Connor straightened up, clearing the board with a flourish, declaring, It is time to depart. We shall continue our game another day. Ignoring his brother, who was puffing his cheeks, Connor greeted his grandfather with a smile, before heading upstairs to call for Flora. As the family helped Connor pack his belongings, they all accompanied him to school. Connor pushed a magically enhanced trolley, cradling Mira in his arms as he stepped into the fireplace, reciting King's Cross Station. In an instant, Connor found himself at platform 9 3/4, greeted by the familiar sight of the red Hogwarts Express. The station was bustling with a crowd of students in Hogwarts uniforms alongside their parents, peculiar pets scurrying about, and wizards clad in an array of eccentric attire, leaving Connor utterly captivated. With a gentle weight on his shoulder, Old Devon appeared behind Connor, followed by Flora, who wore a nostalgic expression, and Evan, whose face was flushed with excitement as he eagerly took in his surroundings. How does it feel to behold so many fellow young wizards? Old Devon inquired with a smile. It is indeed lively here, Grandfather. Do all students travel by train to Hogwarts? Connor asked. Old Devon shook his head and winked, responding, Not at all. Only first-year students are required to take the train to Hogwarts. Should you choose not to travel by train in the future, you may walk directly from home to Hogwarts. It was evident that Old Devon was referring to Lake Manor. Connor scratched his head and replied, Well, we shall see about that later. Taking the train does seem rather enjoyable. Connor pushed his trolley in search of a less crowded compartment. Fortunately, it was still early, and several empty compartments were available. He found one, stowed his luggage, and through the window, he spotted his grandfather and Flora waving at him, and soon after, he noticed the Weasley family approaching from behind. Connor set Mira down and hurried to the car door, waving at the Weasley family. Fred, George, over here. The two families exchanged pleasantries, engaging in cheerful conversation. Before long, 11 o'clock arrived, and Connor bid farewell to his family, embarking on his journey to Hogwarts. Where are Percy and Charlie? Connor asked the twins while holding Mira, gazing at the gradually receding train station platform. Charlie is probably with his friends. As for Percy, he has surely found an empty compartment to study in. Clearly, the twins, far from feeling apprehensive or melancholic about leaving home, were like unbridled horses, eager to conquer Hogwarts as their playground. Connor rolled his eyes and remarked, I might as well play a few rounds of monster cards. You go ahead, I'll stay here. The twins shrugged and quickly disappeared from sight. Shaking his head, Connor pulled out his wand and retrieved a small metal piece from his fourth-dimensional pocket. This pocket, reminiscent of Doraemon's, was crafted by Flora at Connor's request, enchanted with a solidified infinite extension spell, offering a space of 2 or 3 cubic meters. Inside, he stored his drawing board, monster cards, and various trinkets. It is worth noting that the Hogwarts Express is anything but fast. The journey to school takes over 6 hours. Departing at 11 in the morning means they would arrive at Hogwarts after nightfall. With all that time, Connor decided to engage in something meaningful. He would commence his engraving practice. Holding his wand, Connor carefully controlled his magical energy, slowly inscribing the floating spell S runes onto the metal piece. Unfortunately, his concentration was soon interrupted by a knock on the compartment door. Hello, may I sit here? A somewhat tall, handsome boy asked shyly. Connor shrugged and put away the metal piece, responding, Of course, if you don't mind. The boy scratched his head as he took a seat, introducing himself. I'm Cedric Diggory. I'm a new student this year. Connor raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wasn't he the one who participated in the Triwizard Tournament? What a coincidence. Hello, I'm Connor Lake, also a new student this year. It's a pleasure to meet you. Connor Lake, the one who invented monster cards? Diggory exclaimed, astonished. Thanks to the popularity of Pocket Monsters 30, Connor's fame seemed to have risen a notch. Yes, if we're talking about the same pocket monsters, then I am indeed that Connor Lake, he affirmed with confidence. I love pocket monsters, Diggory said, a hint of excitement in his voice. I mean, what little wizard doesn't he love pocket monsters? I never expected we'd be classmates. I didn't either, Connor replied, recalling that this young man was already 17 during the Triwizard Tournament. He had assumed Diggory was in a higher year, yet here they were, in the same year. The two found common ground and soon began playing monster cards. They continued their game until afternoon, when another knock resounded at the compartment door. Connor looked up to find not the twins, but a plump witch selling snacks. Kids, do you need to buy some food? Connor glanced at Diggory, who wore a nonchalant expression. After a moment's contemplation, Connor remarked, "I'll have a little of everything, please." He rummaged through a plethora of assorted snacks, suddenly calling out to the plump witch who was about to leave, "Madam, why aren't there any of the latest Pokemon snack packs?" "Child, we only sell food, and thus we only have the original Pokemon snack bags. The latest Pokemon cards are not tied to snacks, hence they are unavailable," the plump witch explained with a smile before departing. "Oh, I must write to my grandfather. How could we forsake the esteemed tradition of pairing snacks with cards?" Connor muttered, somewhat discontented. Diggory chuckled as he helped open a pack of Pokemon 20 snack bags, revealing a Black Cat Rolo. "Black Cat Rolo. It's my favorite monster card. Here, take it," he offered. Diggory shook his head, stating, "I already have several. You could gather 10 to exchange for a silver card." After a moment's hesitation, Diggory accepted the small gift. The two then happily indulged in their snacks while chatting. "Connor, which house do you think you'll be sorted into?" "I don't know. Just whatever. What about you?" "I believe I shall be placed in Hufflepuff, as my father is a Hufflepuff." Diggory replied without a second thought. "My entire family is Slytherin, yet I am not particularly keen on joining them." "Why? Is it because of Slytherin's notorious reputation? How could it be such a ridiculous reason?" "Our wizarding family does not subscribe to such notions. I simply dislike the color green." Diggory opened his mouth, wanting to say that reasoning seemed even more ludicrous, but ultimately refrained. "Hey, Connor, why not introduce us to your new friends?" "This is Cedric Diggory," Connor said, tossing a few snacks to the twins. "These are Fred and George Weasley. You need to distinguish between them, as they are inseparable." "Hey, Connor, that's a bit unfair." "Right. We are two distinct individuals." The group exchanged cheerful greetings and quickly became acquainted, soon engaging in a game of monster cards. The train chugged along, and Connor's journey to Hogwarts was about to commence. Monster card, bronze, Black Cat Rolo. The length of Black Cat Rolo's tail seems to vary. Attribute space, health 15, attack 20, defense 15, attack range 1, movement speed 1. Skill, teleportation. Black Cat Rolo can appear on any square of the board, and the next normal attack has a 50 chance to critically strike. Cooldown, 2 turns. Chapter 24, The Sorting Ceremony. First-year wizards, please disembark the train. No need to carry luggage. The school will transport your belongings to your dormitories. The upperclassmen repeatedly shouted in the aisle. Connor and his companions had already donned their wizarding robes and followed the crowd off the train. First-year students, look over here. First-year students, follow me. A robust figure clad in a coat, holding a lantern, shouted boisterously. Rubeus Hagrid, a figure familiar to all who have ventured into the world of Harry Potter, commanded the attention of Connor, who gazed with curiosity at Hagrid's immense physique. A half-giant of such stature made one ponder the true size of actual giants. As they made their way along a steep path, Hagrid's booming voice echoed. I am Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. It is a pleasure to meet you, first-year wizards. Whispers filled the air among the young wizards, hesitant to raise their voices. Where is he taking us? Charlie wondered aloud. I heard we would be tested at the start of the term. He isn't going to throw us into the Forbidden Forest, is he? At the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a towering castle loomed majestically atop a steep hill, its spires reaching for the stars, and its myriad windows twinkling under the night sky. We shall cross by boat. Each boat may carry no more than 4 individuals, Hagrid announced, gesturing toward a line of small vessels moored at the water's edge. Connor, along with the twins and Diggory, settled into one boat. Is everyone aboard? Hagrid called out, as he embarked alone in another vessel. Very well, let us set sail. The fleet of boats glided across the glassy surface of the lake, the group enveloped in silence, their gazes fixed upon the towering castle that seemed to beckon them with an air of enchantment. As they approached the cliffs that cradled the castle, it appeared to soar above them like a sentinel of dreams. Lower your heads, Hagrid bellowed as the first boats neared the precipice. Connor, sharp-eyed, remained still. Yet many young wizards ducked instinctively. The boats carried them through a verdant curtain of ivy that cloaked the cliff face, leading them into a concealed entrance. Inside, it became apparent that only Hagrid needed to bow, causing the young wizards to blush at their oversight, as laughter erupted from Hagrid's hearty frame. Are we all present? Hagrid inquired, raising a massive fist to knock 3 times upon the castle's grand door. It swung open to reveal a tall, dark-haired witch clad in deep robes. Connor felt a flutter of excitement, yearning to rush forward and grasp Professor McGonagall's robes to inquire about the art of transfiguration. First years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here, McGonagall replied, ushering the young wizards through the foyer to a grand door. Behind it, Connor discerned a cacophony of chatter, presumably emanating from the Great Hall. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall proclaimed. The sorting feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, we must first ascertain your respective houses. The sorting is a most significant ceremony, for during your time here, your house will serve as your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes, reside in the dormitories, and spend leisure time in the common rooms with your fellow housemates. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each with its own illustrious history. I hope that wherever you are sorted, you will bring honor to your house. In just a few moments, the sorting ceremony would commence before the entire school. I recommend that you take a moment to compose yourselves and appear more spirited while you wait. Professor McGonagall glanced over the gathered young wizards and nodded, saying, "Once preparations are complete, I shall come to escort you. During this interval, I expect you to maintain silence." With that, she stepped into the hall. The young wizards then began to chatter excitedly. Fred turned to Connor and exclaimed, "Goodness! Are we to be tested on our spellcasting abilities? I scarcely know a few spells." George added, "Connor, save us." Connor, with a reassuring smile, comforted them, "Do not fret. The school would never send us to battle dragons. I imagine we might only have to contend with trolls or perhaps the occasional giant spider." Upon hearing Connor's words, the young wizards grew even more anxious, some turning pale with fear. Seizing the opportunity, Connor counted the number of first-year students. 1, 2, 3, 4, exactly 50 in total. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. It was the ghosts making their entrance. These semi-transparent apparitions glided past without paying much attention to the young wizards. Directly passing through the closed doors into the hall, Professor McGonagall observed the pale-faced students with a hint of confusion and instructed, "Now, form a line and follow me." The young wizards hurriedly arranged themselves in a queue, one by one entering the hall. The first sight that greeted them was the 4 long tables representing the 4 houses. The ceiling of the hall was enchanted, revealing a starry sky under which floated thousands of candles, illuminating the entire chamber. Professor McGonagall led the young wizards to the front of the staff table, where a small stool awaited them, and upon it sat the sorting hat, quietly resting. The hall fell into a profound silence. Then, the hat began to stir. A wide seam opened along its brim, resembling a mouth, and it commenced to sing an eccentric tune. "Gryffindor favors those who are bold. Cowardice is not for the brave of heart. Slytherin thrives in the chamber's hold. With cunning foresight, they play their part. Ravenclaw ascends the ladder of lore. The clever sage is crowned in their score. Hufflepuff, steadfast and kind, awards the worthy with a golden find. I shall select for you, without error, crafted by the greatest 4 wizards. I'll not falter." Connor, however, paid little heed to the hat's song. Instead, he scrutinized the professors at the staff table to ascertain their identities. The bearded elder was Dumbledore, the bat-like figure was Snape, and the short one was Professor Flitwick. The staff table was rather short, accommodating only a handful of seats for the many teachers tasked with educating 300 or 400 students, a considerable challenge. While Connor pondered this, the sorting hat concluded its song. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "When I call your name, you shall don the hat and sit upon the stool to await your house assignment. Roger Davies." Connor regarded the boy, who resembled a pirate, with respect as he approached, slowly placing the hat upon his head. After a brief moment, the hat shouted, "Ravenclaw." Following this, the young wizards were called up one by one. Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff, Connor Lake. Soon, the name Connor was called, and the chatter among the young wizards noticeably intensified, indicating Connor's considerable renown among them. He donned the sorting hat, which whispered in his ear, "Ah, intriguing, pure bloodline, evident courage, a kind heart, and exceptional talent. To which house shall I assign you?" Although Connor had anticipated the hat's magical nature, he could not suppress his curiosity. "By what means do you discern these qualities?" "Oh, I am the crystallization of the wisdom of the 4 founders, imbued with profound magic. Forgive me for not elaborating further. It is quite amusing that you are the first little wizard in many years to pose such a question during sorting. I believe I know precisely where you belong." "Ravenclaw," the sorting hat proclaimed loudly, eliciting a resounding applause from the long table of Ravenclaw. Some even whistled in enthusiasm. "Connor belongs to us, Ravenclaw." Connor faintly heard someone shout. He shrugged and inquired of the sorting hat, "Why Ravenclaw? You possess qualities esteemed by all houses, particularly Slytherin. However, you appear to lack ambition. Your thirst for knowledge stems purely from curiosity. Naturally, I also placed you in Ravenclaw because of your striking appearance." "What? Did you say striking?" Connor, who had intended to remove the hat, was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, you belong to the beautiful Ravenclaw." A faint blush crept across Connor's cheeks as he pondered the absurdity of such an admission. He could not believe Ravenclaw would engage in such superficial selection. Yet he found himself hoping they would continue this practice. Quickly placing the hat down, Connor remarked, "I hope to discuss the magic you embody at some point." "Of course." Connor approached the Ravenclaw table, where the previously jovial pirate, Roger, waved at him with a smile. Connor returned the gesture and took a seat across from him. "Hello. I am Connor Lake. I believe we all know you. I am Roger Davis, but you may call me Roger," the pirate said cheerfully. The beautiful young lady beside him covered her mouth with a smile and said, "Hello, I am Penelope Clearwater, and I am your senior." The The sorting ceremony proceeded, and as Connor was among the earlier sorted students, he was able to tally the number of new students in each house. Hufflepuff had the most, claiming 16 newcomers, while Gryffindor and Slytherin each received 12. Ravenclaw had the fewest, with only 10 members, and apart from Connor and the pirate Roger, the rest were girls. Connor's heart remained unperturbed. He had come to the school to learn, and the number of girls in his class or their appearances held no significance for him. It is merely a gathering of cultured and graceful elder sisters alongside delicate, fair-skinned little Lolas who only know how to whimper. For Connor, who was resolutely committed to dedicating himself to the magical arts, this was an opportunity he could not refuse. Naturally, he donned the guise of a prodigious child of no more than 11, waiting for the senior sisters and adorable girls to tease him, embracing his new persona with enthusiasm, unresisting and playfully seeking affection. He portrayed this role so convincingly that, aside from the twin brothers from Gryffindor seated beside him, no one noticed anything amiss. "George, why does Connor's smiling face give me goosebumps?" Fred remarked, shivering slightly. Amidst the vibrant floral surroundings, Connor, with a face adorned in lipstick, belatedly noticed the twins sitting just behind him. "Haha, Fred, George, it is truly a pity we are no longer in the same house," he exclaimed. "Yet you appear so cheerful, it hardly seems regrettable." The twins internally scoffed. At this moment, the sorting ceremony had concluded, and Dumbledore stepped forward to speak, his expression radiating joy, as it did every year at the start of the term. "Welcome," he proclaimed, "to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to share a few words. That is, foolishness, tears, and gratitude to everyone." Immediately, an array of delectable dishes appeared on the long banquet table, overwhelming the senses. Connor seized a chicken leg, taking a bite. The leg was magically levitated to avoid soiling his hands, and he could not help but appreciate the splendid cuisine at Hogwarts, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "Connor, could you draw a picture for me? One that moves." Penelope beside him asked eagerly. "Really? Thank you." Penelope squealed in delight, drawing the attention of nearby girls who rushed over, each requesting their own artwork, to which Connor graciously acquiesced. "George, do you recall how long we begged Connor for a drawing?" Fred queried, gnawing on his chicken leg with a stoic expression. Oblivious to the dark aura looming behind him, Connor continued to revel in cheerful banter with the newly acquainted sisters, delighting in his first dinner at Hogwarts. As the feast drew to a close, Dumbledore rose once more. "Now that everyone is well fed and satisfied, I have a few more words to share. At the start of this term, I would like to introduce our new defense against the dark arts instructor, Professor Snape, a former Auror with considerable experience. Let us extend a warm welcome." "Oh, it seems we have indeed changed our defense against the dark arts teacher again," Penelope noted, applauding as she observed the elderly wizard standing at the staff table. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the first years, she whispered in explanation. "It is said that this position is cursed by the Dark Lord, and no one can hold the professorship for consecutive terms. I was skeptical until now." On the platform, Dumbledore raised his hand to signal that the applause was sufficient, and as the hall quieted, he continued, "First-year students, please take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits. Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The evaluation of Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Any student aspiring to join the college representative team is encouraged to contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I wish everyone a delightful semester. Now, before we conclude this meeting, let us join together in singing the school song," Albus Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared into the air, twisting and curling above the grand dining table, forming lines of text. "Choose your favorite melody," Dumbledore instructed. "Ready, sing." And thus, the entire faculty and student body began to sing in unison. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 please impart your knowledge." Connor stood by, feeling somewhat inadequate, contemplating how he might bring something more interesting next time. The twins, meanwhile, were chattering away, their eyes sparkling with inspiration, although like Connor, they were also unprepared. It must be said that Connor shared the twins' penchant for mischief. However, while Connor preferred to operate in the shadows, the twins favored a more brazen approach. Perhaps this was why Connor was not sorted into Gryffindor? Dumbledore conducted the choir with his wand, and when the school song concluded, his applause was the loudest of all. Another mischievous soul, Connor mused. Yet, as his grandfather had mentioned, this old man had a penchant for legilimency, and Connor was not particularly eager to engage with him, at least not until he mastered the art of mental occlusion. He thought it wise to keep his distance from Dumbledore. As the head students led the new arrivals away from the Great Hall, Connor remained stationary, feeling somewhat discontent. Moments ago, he had heard Dumbledore's voice near his ear, saying, "Mr. Connor Lake, please do not leave just yet. I have matters to discuss with you." Connor glanced at Dumbledore, who wore a smile and winked at him, sending a chill down his spine. Chapter 26. What kind of treatment is this? Connor walked awkwardly toward the staff table, where many professors greeted him with smiles and nods before departing. However, a few remained, including Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Severus, and the new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Snape. Connor's demeanor was uneasy. He was not particularly worried about the old man using legilimency on him. He had no fear of that. He had previously inquired with his grandfather about this matter. Legilimency could only access a person's memories and current thoughts. It could not delve into past dreams. Connor's previous life and experiences were merely dreams to him, and legilimency could only perceive the events he had undergone throughout his life, not the dreams of his past existence. Moreover, typical legilimency merely allowed one to hear the inner thoughts without any accompanying visuals, which meant Connor had no reason to fear the Sorting Hat or Dumbledore. His awkwardness stemmed from being scrutinized by 5 elderly professors, a rather uncomfortable situation. "Good day, Headmaster." "Good day, professors." Connor feigned innocence. "Hello, Mr. Connor Lake," they replied. Dumbledore lowered his head and spoke kindly, while Connor, peering through his half-moon spectacles, could see the clarity in his eyes. Several professors nodded in agreement. "I wonder, Headmaster, why you have summoned me?" Connor asked cautiously. "Indeed, my child, I have matters to discuss with you. There is no need for undue anxiety. Perhaps you would like a Mars bar?" Connor quickly shook his head, and Dumbledore appeared somewhat disappointed. "May I call you Connor?" "Thank you. The reason I have kept you here is due to your grandfather," Dumbledore said with a smile. "My grandfather?" "Yes. Your grandfather informed me that you are to succeed him as the head of the Lake family." "Oh, and then?" Connor scratched his head. "Well, you should be aware that the portraits of Hogwarts headmasters have always been the responsibility of the head of the Lake family. So, my grandfather sold me out?" Connor blurted, only to find the elders staring at him with peculiar expressions. He quickly waved his hands. "I didn't mean it like that." Clearing his throat, Dumbledore continued. "I believe that painting the headmaster's portrait is not an unfortunate task." Of course, Connor said awkwardly, scratching his head. "When shall I begin painting for you, headmaster?" "There is no rush. I believe I can continue my role as headmaster for a few more years," Dumbledore replied, gesturing lightly. "The time when I truly require your artistic skills may be far off. It might even serve as your graduation project. For now, all you need to do is keep me company, my dear boy." Connor understood. His grandfather wished for him to be Dumbledore's student. He realized the implications of this decision. The typically neutral Lake family had chosen a side. From now on, Connor would be aligned with Dumbledore. A serious expression settling on his face. His emotions were somewhat complicated, especially since his grandfather was aware that Voldemort still lived. "I understand, Professor Dumbledore," Connor replied obediently. Dumbledore regarded him with a hint of surprise before smiling. "You are a wise child, Connor. You may visit my office often for conversation. The password is Honeydukes. Perhaps. By the way, it seems Professor Snape and Professor Knott also wish to speak with you, which is why I decided to keep you here," Dumbledore said, glancing at the 2 professors behind him. Connor curiously looked at Snape and the yet unmet Professor Knott. Snape stepped back slightly, allowing Knott to approach. Professor Knott smiled as he addressed Connor. "Hello, Connor. My intentions are similar to the headmaster's. I am a friend of your grandfather. I previously sought him for a portrait, but he recommended you, claiming he was too old to paint." Knott appeared slightly irked yet maintained a pleasant demeanor as he continued. "I had no choice but to come to Hogwarts to apply for a teaching position. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore graciously accepted my request. Indeed, I must thank Mr. Lake for securing a fine professor for our school. You see, there aren't many applicants for the defense against the dark arts position," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Connor had not anticipated such a reason. In truth, he found it hard to believe that anyone would come to teach merely to create a painting. It seemed more likely that it was at the behest of his grandfather. With an awkward yet courteous smile, Connor expressed, "I see. I completely understand. I shall strive to produce my utmost best." "Very well, let us pause here. I believe we have a year to become well acquainted," said the professor, handing Connor over to Severus Snape. As Connor stood before the old bat, he realized that this Snape was the most authentic portrayal of a cinematic character he had ever encountered. The disparity between film and reality was significant. For instance, the Weasley family diverged greatly from their on-screen representation. Yet this Snape felt as if he had stepped directly out of the movie. Observing Snape's impassive expression, Connor scratched his head and said, "Professor Snape, my mother sends her regards." Snape seemed to exert effort to temper his voice, striving to avoid its usual chill. "Greetings, Mr. Lake. Please extend my gratitude to your mother. I was indeed entrusted by her to look after you, but it appears that will not be necessary." He added, "It is unfortunate that you were not sorted into Slytherin, but should you encounter any difficulties in your studies, do not hesitate to visit my office." Snape had no intention of elaborating further. He merely nodded at Connor and fell silent. "Hey, this is one of our Ravenclaw students," Professor Flitwick remarked, somewhat discontent with Snape's demeanor. He and Professor McGonagall had merely come to observe the situation, and seeing a student from their house retained by the headmaster warranted their attention. "Ah, young Connor, I am Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House." I admire your creature card. Should you face any challenges in life, feel free to seek my assistance. Flitwick attempted to pat Connor on the shoulder, but fell short, instead patting him on the back. Of course. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. At that moment, Professor McGonagall, unable to remain passive, decided it was appropriate to speak. Initially, she had only intended to observe what Dumbledore had in mind, but the circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. It seemed inappropriate not to contribute to the conversation, so she said, Mr. Lake, I am your Transfiguration Professor. Connor wandered through the castle in a daze, having forgotten how he had left the Great Hall, feeling as though the recent events were somewhat surreal. You might find it hard to believe, but on my very first day of school, I was surrounded by the headmaster, the heads of 3 houses, and the professor of defense against the dark arts. Had Connor not been accustomed to such attention, he would have found it unbelievable. What kind of treatment was this? Even the protagonist would not receive such preferential treatment. Connor trembled with delight. His grandfather, akin to an angel, had been exceedingly kind to him. Now at Hogwarts, he could not only walk with confidence, but even with a certain swagger. Regardless of the path taken, one cannot escape the undeniable truth. Connor had lost his way. The sky wept, and the film had never elucidated the route to Ravenclaw Tower. Following the direction in which the Ravenclaws had departed, Connor found himself utterly disoriented. Although losing one's way in Hogwarts is hardly a grave concern, one could simply inquire for directions from the numerous portraits adorning the walls. Connor nonetheless took nearly half an hour to finally arrive at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. As Connor beheld the pitiful, frail figures crouched before the bronze knocker, he inquired, Roger, Penelope, why are you still here? The young wizards responded with a sense of dejection. Chapter 27. How should one spend a weekend at Hogwarts? Roger sniffled, his eyes reddening. Indeed, I seem to be rather foolish. Perhaps I am ill-suited for Ravenclaw. With a sigh, Connor turned his gaze towards the last of the trio, a charming young girl whom he recognized as a first-year named Emily Montmorency, who had previously asked him about drawing. And what of you, Miss Montmorency? I am lost, the young girl replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Connor scratched his head and addressed Roger and Penelope. I apologize. I should have warned you. It is I who have implicated you in this. Truth be told, Connor felt a twinge of emotion. After all, they were strangers, and it was rare for someone to extend a helping hand. These 2 warm-hearted Ravenclaws were indeed worthy of friendship. No worries, no worries. None of us anticipated that the riddle would be so challenging. Penelope waved her hand dismissively. Connor directed his gaze toward the knocker, which seemed to sense his attention. It spoke forth. From where do wizards hail? Magic begets wizards, he answered. You are correct. The door behind the knocker swung open. Oh, splendid. We shall not have to sleep outside the entrance. Penelope exclaimed with delight. Remarkable, Connor. I never contemplated that answer. I thought it would be something related to Merlin. Roger chimed in, equally exhilarated. This query might indeed pose a challenge for younger students. It is somewhat advanced. Once you become accustomed to magic, you will understand that magic is the essence of a wizard, thus rendering this question rather simple. Connor explained as he guided them into the common room. I see. Since we are the only 2 first years, we have been assigned a double dormitory. I heard from an upperclassman that dormitories typically accommodate 25 students. Upon entering the room, Connor spotted his suitcase set aside, and Mira dashed over, leaping into his embrace. This is Mira, my pet. Is that a fox? I thought first years were only allowed to bring owls, cats, and toads. Roger questioned, his surprise evident. Indeed. There is no explicit prohibition against bringing other pets. I have even seen a first year with a mouse, Connor shrugged. I see. You know, my mother is a witch, while my father is a muggle. Thus, I am not particularly well versed in the wizarding world, Roger confessed. Oh, of course. I am aware that you invented the monster cards. I believe you are the most renowned among this year's first years, Connor replied with a grin. Though I created the monster cards, my skill in playing them is rather average. Would you care for a game? The following morning, after enjoying breakfast amidst a flurry of chatter, Roger busied himself with study while Connor sat penning a letter. Connor, what are you writing? I am composing a letter to my grandfather, mentioning the continuation of our snack business alongside the monster cards. Of course, it primarily concerns the events from last night that startled Connor. He wishes to send his warm regards to his grandfather. Oh, I wish we could buy monster cards at school, Roger remarked. I see. After finishing the letter, Connor borrowed an owl to send it off, and then the 2 began to play monster cards. What? You mentioned class? I'm afraid today is Saturday. We have no classes. Tomorrow is Sunday, and we also have no classes. Only Harry's year has to endure the dreariness of starting school on Monday. Connor's year begins on the weekend, so they found themselves at a loss for activities and decided to play cards, quickly drawing a crowd. Smiley face, I checked the calendar. It's true. If it were me, I would place Lulu in front of QB. Indeed, to play with the young girl, one must nurture QB. Only a novice would rely on QB. In a lineup featuring the young girl, QB serves merely as bait. Connor, don't hesitate. Just charge ahead. A group of self-proclaimed experts surrounded Connor and Roger's card game. with the twins being the loudest. These first-year wizards, realizing there was little to do now that school had resumed, decided to linger and watch the game. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Roger's fleeing wizard suddenly fell victim to Connor's hidden Teemo arrow. No, why is there a Teemo lurking there? Roger exclaimed, clutching his head in despair. Connor was too cunning. He had secretly used a field swap card. Exactly, we all saw it. We didn't remind you as you showed no reaction. Indeed, Teemo is utterly insufferable. Losing the game is acceptable, but Teemo must perish. Roger was struck with frustration by the crowd's hindsight criticism, while Connor gleefully tossed the cards to the twins. Here, take the cards, you play. Sure thing. George accepted without hesitation, and the young wizards began a new round. Connor, however, slipped away quietly, as he had a date to attend. Very well, Miss Penelope, just stand there, strike a natural pose. Good, don't move. Connor directed with his wand. What do young boys and girls do in the school grove? Naturally, they engage in what they love, such as painting. Connor controlled the floating paint on the canvas, the brush in his hand moving incessantly, beneath the shade of the trees. The young girl wore a wide-brimmed lace hat and a pristine white dress, one hand holding down the brim while the other tidied her wind-tousled golden hair. Dappled sunlight streamed through the leaves, illuminating her, capturing the moment and time. I haven't worn a muggle dress at school for ages, Penelope said lightly, her voice filled with delight. Oh, I've never lived in the muggle world, but I find their clothing quite lovely, Connor replied, his brush still moving, while his mouth engaged in earnest prattle. Do you think so as well? That's wonderful. I believe I can select some beautiful clothes for you, Penelope said joyfully. I am not one to readily accept gifts from others. However, if it were offered by the enchanting Miss Penelope, I would consider it an honor. Connor's gaze remained fixed on the easel. Then it is settled, Penelope said, her cheeks flushed. The two engaged in idle conversation for a while, until Connor declared, all right. It is complete. Penelope hurried over, took the easel into her hands, and with her small hand covering her mouth exclaimed, oh, my goodness, this painting is simply exquisite. The little girl was brimming with excitement, her eyes glued to the easel. In the artwork, a young girl had her hat blown off by the wind. She bent down to retrieve it, and as she stood, she tucked her tousled hair behind her ear. It seemed as though she noticed someone watching her, and she offered a gentle smile to the viewer, while a few leaves floated by, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. You are a lovely girl, Penelope. You need not question this, Connor said, carefully stowing the easel into the dimensional pocket sewn into the inside of his robe, his tone light. I merely captured a fleeting moment of beauty and rendered it onto canvas. Connor, can this painting truly be mine? The little girl asked, her eyes filled with wonder. Of course, it was always meant for you. I believe you should display it in the common lounge for all to admire your charm. The innocent little witch dashed away, blissfully unaware that after her departure, Connor shrugged and turned to run towards the astronomy tower, cheerfully greeting another lovely girl. Hey, Emily, I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. Let us begin painting now. Come, stand over here. Time was of the essence, as Connor had made arrangements with all the attractive girls from Ravenclaw. Throughout the weekend, Connor immersed himself in the study of painting, utterly captivated. He mused that at Hogwarts, very few little wizards, like himself, dedicated their weekends to learning and self-improvement. Indeed, I am a diligent student. Chapter 28, the first lesson of the school year. Those girls are insufferable. On Monday morning at the Gryffindor table, Roger was lamenting to the Weasley twins. They wouldn't leave Connor alone the entire weekend. Goodness. I couldn't even find a moment to play monster cards with him. Is that so? He seems quite happy, the twins pointed out, gesturing towards Connor, who was surrounded by girls, a broad smile adorning his face. That is merely a facade. Connor confided in me last night that he also wished to play monster cards with me, but he cannot rudely refuse others' requests, lest the Lake family be shamed. Roger lowered his voice conspiratorially and then straightened up, declaring, last night, he told me that painting for those who truly wish to understand themselves is the duty of the Lake family patriarch. I think he is truly remarkable, don't you? No, I believe he is surely deceiving you. We have begged him for 2 years, and he has yet to agree to paint even one for us. Oh, Connor had mentioned this to me as well, urging me to keep it a secret from you all. However, I see no harm in sharing it. He remarked last night that only some young girls struggle to truly understand themselves, while many confident boys, such as Fred and George, are quite certain of their aspirations. Consequently, I never allow them to draw, fearing it might inflate their egos. This is precisely what he said, word for word. Now, Fred and George find themselves in a quandary. Could it be that they have misjudged Connor? Yet, something still seems amiss, and the minds of these 11-year-olds appear perplexed. Indeed, I overheard the upperclassmen discussing it last night. Professor Snape, who teaches potions, is deemed the most formidable of instructors, often deducting points from Gryffindor while generously awarding them to Slytherin. Upon hearing this, the twins became animated, each taking turns to depict Snape as a dark overlord. Oh, how I envy your mornings free of early classes. Parting ways with the Weasley brothers. Connor and Roger made their way to the dungeons, where potions classes are held in subterranean classrooms, attended alongside Hufflepuff. At the classroom entrance, Connor encountered Diggory. "Hey, Cedric." "Hi." "Connor, Roger." A weekend had passed, and thanks to the social prowess fostered by the monster cards, the first-year wizards had mostly acclimated. Roger, being one of the two most prominent boys in Ravenclaw's first year, had garnered a bit of renown. Upon entering the potions classroom, the young wizards gathered in small clusters. Chatting amiably, Connor chose a rather inconspicuous corner to sit with Roger. Shortly thereafter, the formidable Professor Snape glided in, his long cloak billowing behind him. Once all were present, Snape stowed away the attendance sheet and, with his characteristic aloof gaze, surveyed the young wizards before slowly articulating, "The process of potion brewing is both intricate and methodical. Since there is no mindless waving of wands here, many of you may not believe this constitutes magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite aroma wafting from the simmering cauldron, nor the enchanting liquid that flows through human veins, evoking a sense of wonder and a disorienting allure. I can teach you how to elevate your status, concoct glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of foolish simpleton I often encounter. Mr. Connor Lake, what is it that you find amusing?" Snape's piercing gaze swept across the room once more. "I expect you to listen attentively to every word I utter and take diligent notes. I shall not repeat myself in this classroom, and you must follow my instructions precisely. Should my guidance differ from your textbooks, you are to adhere to my directives. Do you understand?" The young wizards dared not express their indignation, nodding furiously in agreement. Meanwhile, Connor, intrigued, observed Snape from his corner. This proud and haughty man may not be likable, yet with the knowledge of the narrative, Connor found it difficult to harbor any animosity towards him. Perhaps this was a form of bias stemming from prior knowledge. It is evident that, in Snape's eyes, I am merely a student who requires slight attention, not someone deserving of special regard. Perhaps the only individual in this world who could elicit such a response from him is Harry. Connor had not previously delved into potion brewing. His first encounter with it was quite novel, akin to a high school chemistry class, yet it remained merely a curiosity. Initially, when he first began exploring the realm of magic, he was fascinated by everything and had inquired about potions from his grandfather. His grandfather informed him that most potions require magical power to be effective, meaning that a non-magical muggle would be unable to utilize them. For instance, a typical polyjuice potion would only nauseate a muggle without yielding any other effects. Upon learning this, Connor's interest in potions waned significantly, apart from memorizing the textbook. He made little further effort. However, Connor did not wholly accept his grandfather's assertions, as he often found him somewhat unreliable. Determined to seek clarification from a potion master, Connor decided to confront Snape after class. "Is there something you need, Mr. Lake?" Snape glared down at young Connor with a cold gaze. "I have a question, Professor Snape," Connor replied, scratching his head with a smile. "The book states that most potions have no effect on muggles. Are there any potions that muggles can use?" Snape regarded Connor intently for a long moment before responding. "There are indeed many potions that can affect muggles, such as the infamous love potion. However, if you had read carefully, you would have noted that the text specifies that most potions require magical power to be effective, not that they are entirely ineffective against muggles. But muggles simply lack it," Connor stammered, momentarily struck dumb. Snape cast Connor a knowing glance before departing. Understanding his implication, Connor felt a mix of emotions. His grandfather had indeed misled him, suggesting that potions were ineffective against muggles. The truth was not that potions had no effect on muggles, but rather that they did not work on muggles devoid of magical power. Yet, granting a muggle temporary magical power is an achievable feat. He should have realized this sooner. Potion making is evidently a discipline that requires extensive clinical trials, and wizards do not utilize other wizards as subjects for such trials. Shaking his head, Connor chastised himself for overthinking. Regardless of the circumstances, those were matters of the past. The contemporary magical world would not condone human experimentation. Moreover, he was now a wizard, a wizard, a wizard. This crucial fact bore repeating. He must not stray from this truth. No more dwelling on it. He had charms class in the afternoon and intended to showcase his skills to the young wizards, making it clear who their true sovereign was. Chapter 29, in charms class. During lunch, Connor engaged in lighthearted banter with the young eagles. Although Hogwarts had a limited curriculum, the mandatory classes such as potions, charms, and transfiguration were scheduled twice per year for each grade level, which meant the professors endured considerable strain. Roger, slicing the beef, remarked without lifting his head. In truth, the focus primarily lies on the 6th grades, particularly as the professors mainly instruct the younger students. The 7th graders largely rely on self-study. Miss Emily Montmorency, taking over the conversation, noticed that Connor and Roger were gazing at her, their faces slightly flushed as she spoke. "It was the senior students who informed me. You can verify with Senior Penelope if you doubt." This indeed held true. For instance, the potions class in the 6th grade is not accessible to all wizards. as one must meet the professor's stringent requirements to enroll. It is said that Professor Snape's standards are exceedingly strict, with only a handful from each grade passing. Penelope nodded in agreement, adding that the professors primarily focused their teaching efforts on students in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades, as the courses for the 1st and 2nd grades are rather simple and require little exertion. The young wizards exchanged glances, pondering who had uttered those words, until they noticed Connor, who was signaling them to stand, prompting them to rise in unison and greet. "Hello, Professor Flitwick." "Greetings, children. Do not be overly anxious. I am merely passing through," came the reply. It turned out that Professor Flitwick's figure had been obscured by a table, and the small wizards had not noticed him until now. "Do not be late for your afternoon charms class," he added with a smile before departing. The group exhaled in relief, exchanging glances and laughter. In the first year at Hogwarts, there are 8 subjects, which Connor categorized by significance: charms, language, transfiguration, mathematics, defense against the dark arts, physics, potions, chemistry, herbology, biology, history of magic, history, astronomy, geography, and Quidditch, physical education. From this, one can discern the shortcomings in Hogwarts' educational framework. Firstly, there is no moral education course, which may explain the emergence of numerous dark wizards from Hogwarts. Secondly, after the 2nd year, there are no physical education classes, indicating a lack of emphasis on physical activity. Thirdly, there are no music or art classes, suggesting a deficiency in the student's aesthetic cultivation. It is evident that Hogwarts only barely manages to address intellectual education among the 5 key areas of moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education. How can such a system cultivate competent builders and successors for a magical society? Connor shook his head, regretting his limited influence. For now, he could only fulfill his duties as a student and serve as a model of holistic development for these young wizards. Although Professor Flitwick's lectures are not devoid of interest, Connor found it difficult to engage, as the content primarily revolved around rote memorization from the textbooks. Generally, spells are categorized into 7 major types: transfiguration, standard charms, jinxes, hexes, curses, counter-curses, and healing charms. Professor Flitwick's voice rose and fell in rhythm, mirroring Connor's own thoughts. For Connor, however, spells could be distilled into 2 categories: transfiguration and all other spells. The other spells bore magical runes that he could wield, while transfiguration, such as transforming into a fox, lacked such runes, making it elusive for him. The very fact that the school designated transfiguration as a separate subject, while other spells were grouped under charms, indicates its special significance. Currently, the 1st grade curriculum feels rather simplistic for Connor, evoking a sense of superiority akin to that of a prodigy gazing down upon mere mortals. When casting spells, one must adhere to 4 essential elements: executing the wand movement correctly, articulating the incantation with precision, maintaining a certain level of focus, and possessing a profound emotional awareness. However, for Connor, the essence of spellcasting boils down to 2 primary aspects: inscribing magical patterns and channeling emotion, even if the latter is somewhat lacking. It merely diminishes the spell's potency. In the early stages of learning, concentration is vital, but with practice, it becomes second nature. Certainly, Professor Flitwick's assertions hold merit. Generally, novice wizards must indeed master those 4 components to achieve successful spellcasting. Most, if not all, young wizards do not initially grasp the concept of magical patterns, as truly perceiving the flow of magic to form these patterns is beyond the capabilities of ordinary beginners. Thus, it is no surprise that old Devon was so astonished to learn that Connor could sense these patterns, even in esteemed magical families like the Lekes. Considerable effort is required to train successors capable of perceiving magical patterns distinctly. Connor's status as old Devon's prized pupil is well justified. What sensations accompany spellcasting for ordinary young wizards? They often experience a surge of energy within, coalescing at the tip of their wand before erupting forth to successfully cast a spell. The so-called correct wand movement merely aligns with the trajectory of the magical pattern inscribed. Thus, navigating along this path facilitates spellcasting. As wizards progress to higher grades and become acquainted with the concept of magical patterns, they tend to pay less attention to wand movements, much like how frequent incantation leads to silent spellcasting. The clarity with which Connor perceives magical energy starkly contrasts with that of his peers, akin to the distinction between high-definition 1080 and smooth 360. Hence, in this regard, Connor surpasses ordinary young wizards by a considerable margin. He believes that Hogwarts should establish a special class for such a prodigious talent, for otherwise, he finds little value in attending lessons, rendering his tuition fees a waste, though he seems exempt from paying, as the Lekes are members of Hogwarts Board of Governors. Nonetheless, it is not to imply that Connor is devoid of learning during classes. Despite his strong magical perception and abundant magical energy, he possesses only a limited repertoire of spells. Aside from the ancestral art of inscribing magical patterns, he is familiar with merely the Lumos, the shield charm, and the levitation charm. The hover charm is merely an extension of the levitation charm and does not count as a separate spell. This highlights the significance of precise incantation during the initial stages of spell learning. Among these 3 spells, the first 2 were taught by his grandfather, while the levitation charm was imparted by Flora. After hearing them once, Connor instinctively knew how to cast them. Although Connor has contemplated self-studying spells, he realizes that textbooks do not elucidate the intricacies of pronunciation. Relying solely on reading to articulate spells accurately proves to be a formidable challenge. After several unsuccessful attempts, he decided against wasting time on such endeavors. After all, hearing someone cast a spell just once allows him to replicate it. Thus, why should he expend effort deciphering the pronunciation himself? Connor found himself immersed in a multitude of magical runes, leaving little time to meticulously practice spells one syllable at a time. Given the uncertainties surrounding the incantations depicted in films from his past life, he understood that even the backward bell spell required numerous attempts before success. Thus, Connor resolved to approach his studies systematically. The primary aim of attending the spellcasting class was to grasp the proper pronunciation of spells. Purely theoretical lessons held little value for him. Despite feeling somewhat guilty towards the professor, Connor decided to indulge in a brief distraction. He retrieved a small metal piece from Doraemon's pocket and commenced his practice with the runes. What excited Connor most was the upcoming Transfiguration class, as he yearned to uncover why his Animagus transformation lacked runes. Was it due to his uniqueness, or was it that the transformation spell simply did not incorporate any? Chapter 30. A Catgirl. The following day, Connor rose at the crack of dawn, swiftly completed his morning routine, and playfully flung a damp towel at Roger's face from across the room. The sound echoed from the washroom. Wake up! Wake up! Roger! Oh, Connor, what are you doing? Roger exclaimed, removing the wet towel that had jolted him awake, his expression a mix of confusion and annoyance. Get up. We have Transfiguration class today, Connor insisted, shaking Roger's arms excitedly. Goodness, it's not even 7 yet. We still have over 2 hours until class. Roger lamented, collapsing back onto his bed. But we can arrive early to make a good impression on Professor McGonagall. Up you get, Connor urged, donning his robes while tugging at Roger. Ultimately, Roger succumbed to Connor's relentless enthusiasm, and the two made their way to the dining hall for breakfast, discovering that it was indeed sparsely populated, with only a handful of upperclassmen in attendance. See, even though you woke up early, we still have to wait around. Early rising is a severe waste of my precious sleep time. Roger grumbled incessantly, clearly harboring some resentment. Those who rise early are destined for good fortune. Just look at the beauty of Hogwarts at 7 in the morning. It's well worth it. Connor chimed cheerfully, his excitement palpable as he anticipated acquiring knowledge he had yet to master. While they conversed, a pink-haired Hufflepuff upperclasswoman approached Connor and inquired, Connor Lake. Curious about her vibrant hair, Connor responded, Yes, upperclasswoman. How may I assist you? Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Nymphadora Tonks. Though I prefer to be called Tonks. I am in my 6th year. Connor shook her hand, recalling that she was the Auror from the films, a metamorphmagus. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, this is my classmate, Roger Davis. After exchanging pleasantries, Tonks explained her purpose. I heard that you are quite skilled at giving people sketches, she shyly gestured. I would like to request your help in creating a drawing. I am willing to compensate you for your work. Of course, I would be delighted to assist. It's no trouble at all, and I don't require any payment. I am merely honing my artistic skills. However, you might have to wait your turn, as I have already promised several classmates I would draw for them. Connor replied with a smile. That sounds wonderful. Tonks let out a sigh of relief as she patted her chest, acknowledging that her request might have been a bit presumptuous. She flicked her hair, and in a remarkable display, her locks transformed from pink to blue, and then to red. In truth, I am a metamorphmagus. Cool. Connor and Roger exclaimed in awe. Tonks laughed heartily. Haha, isn't it fascinating? I am a natural metamorphmagus, capable of altering my appearance at will. However, with so many changes, I am beginning to forget what I originally looked like. Her voice dipped slightly, but she quickly brightened again, addressing Connor. Thus, I wish to capture my likeness as a student. Initially, I merely intended to take a photograph for keepsake, but upon hearing about your talents, I thought to seek your assistance. I beseech you, Master Connor. Tonks clasped her hands together, winking playfully. I find no issue with that, Miss Tonks. It would be my pleasure to serve you. What a miraculous ability. How I wish I possessed such a gift, Roger remarked enviously to Connor in the empty Transfiguration classroom. What is the use of it? Roger mused, resting his chin on his hand after a long contemplation. If I were a metamorphmagus, I could. Connor patted Roger on the shoulder. Ah, what a simple-minded lad you are. Just then, a calico cat leaped into the classroom, prompting Connor to urgently tug at Roger's robe, signaling him to remain silent. What? Roger whispered. The calico cat cast a glance at Connor before leaping onto the lectern. Where it settled down, Connor pulled out his notebook and wrote, That is Professor McGonagall. She is one of the few registered animagi in the Ministry of Magic, and her form is that of a calico cat. Roger's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated encountering two renowned magical beings in one morning. Could it be that rising early truly brings unexpected delights? An eerie silence enveloped the classroom as Connor and Roger quietly retrieved their books, while Professor McGonagall remained motionless. "Hey, Connor, why are you two here so early? We didn't see you at breakfast," Fred and George chimed in. Connor, with an impassive expression, replied, "I am deeply passionate about my studies in transfiguration." Fred and George exchanged glances and shrugged, dismissing Connor's demeanor as just another one of his quirks. "Connor, we are planning to explore the castle tonight. We've already arranged it with Lee Jordan. Would you like to join us?" Connor resolutely declined. "Fred, George, nighttime explorations of the castle violate school rules. I hope you refrain from such activities." Fred and George looked at each other again, then curiously at Connor. "Connor, are you feeling a bit off today? You're usually the most enthusiastic about such adventures." Connor frantically gestured to them, but the twins seemed oblivious to his hints. "You have no idea. Our school is filled with secret passages. We've heard Bill talk about them since childhood. Let us uncover the mysteries of the castle together. You know the most about it among us." Watching the twins grow increasingly animated, Connor despairingly closed his eyes and shifted his stool, distancing himself slightly from the exuberant pair. At this moment, the class was in session, and the patterned cat on the desk leaped to the ground, transforming into Professor McGonagall. The twins stood before her, mouths agape in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. "Gentleman Weasley, I trust one shall not hear of any Gryffindor students being expelled for breaching school rules. Would you agree?" "You are absolutely right, Professor McGonagall. Such a thing will never occur," the twins promptly assured her, one of them discreetly kicking Connor's chair, causing both Connor and Roger to stifle their laughter, their shoulders shaking. The classroom fell silent with the appearance of Professor McGonagall, the young wizards gazing at her with a mix of curiosity and shock, for witnessing an animal transform into a human was indeed a remarkable spectacle. Moreover, this was a Catwoman, albeit one that had seen better days. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous of the subjects you shall encounter at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall surveyed the young wizards, casting a pointed glance at the twins, her expression grave. "Should anyone choose to misbehave in my class, I will escort them out, never to return. I have warned you." All the students were taken aback by her words, including Connor, who was perhaps the most astonished of all. Mere moments ago, he had witnessed a flawless execution of transfiguration, yet he had felt no trace of magical energy manifesting any sigils. Connor raised his hand high. "Mr. Lake, do you have a question?" "Professor, why did you not utter an incantation when you performed the transfiguration? Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, there appeared to be no sigils formed by the magic just now." Chapter 31, Transfiguration. After class, in Professor McGonagall's office. Her office was a modest study located at the end of a corridor on the second floor, not overly spacious, yet offering a view of the Quidditch pitch. Following the transfiguration lesson, Connor accompanied Professor McGonagall to this space. However, Connor remained perplexed as to how he had successfully cast a spell. He could swear by Merlin's beard that there had been no signs of magical sigils when he had executed the spell. He merely pointed his wand, and it worked effortlessly. This defies logic. It is far too magical. Connor scratched his head in frustration. Since the onset of his magical education, he had believed that magic adhered to a fundamental set of principles. Both incantations and sigils reasonably explained how magic was manifested, serving as the foundation upon which the edifice of magic stood. Yet transfiguration was entirely distinct. It resembled true magic, requiring neither incantation nor sigils. Its emergence shattered the very foundations of Connor's understanding of magic. Thus, Connor felt troubled, his eyes fixed upon Professor McGonagall, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. "Mr. Lake, I believe your situation is unlike that of other young wizards. I think you require some special guidance." Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "I surmise you have been learning about sigils from a young age, have you not?" "Indeed, Professor McGonagall," he replied. "I had always assumed that all magic was composed of magical runes, yet transfiguration appears to be quite different." "Do not fret, my dear child, I shall elucidate," Professor McGonagall declared, waving her wand as a small stool glided over. "Do take a seat. We must engage in a thorough discussion, for this cannot be succinctly explained." Connor complied, sitting upright to convey his earnestness. "I presume you have attended a charms class, correct? Professor Flitwick must have elucidated the classifications of spells to you. Generally, students in their third year are introduced to the concept of runes or magical symbols, yet this does not seem to apply to you, Mr. Lake. Transfiguration is distinct from ordinary spells, which is precisely why it is categorized as a separate subject. And indeed, as you mentioned, transfiguration is devoid of incantations." Connor's eyes widened in disbelief. "Transfiguration lacks incantations? The so-called spells you learn in class are more akin to self-hypnotic mantras, designed to instill a belief in novice wizards that they are wielding magic. However, as they progress to higher years, young witches and wizards will discover that these so-called spells are superfluous, they can successfully perform transfiguration without uttering any incantation. This is not a case of silent casting. Rather, it is an inherent characteristic of transfiguration. With a flick of her wand, a teacup on the table suddenly rose, sprouting little feet beneath it. The teacup then grew tiny hands, pouring itself a cup of water from a teapot before scurrying toward Connor. Just as it appeared poised to tumble off the table, Professor McGonagall waved her wand again, causing the teacup to hover before Connor. Yet you are only partially correct, she continued. Naturally, Connor accepted the teacup, pondering thoughtfully. Partially? Are you suggesting that transfiguration also involves magical runes? Professor McGonagall chuckled, raising her wand. Mr. Lake, do you comprehend why our wands are mere slender sticks? Why not a ring or a bracelet, which would be far more convenient to carry? Connor was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated this question. Surely, wizards are meant to wield slender wooden wands, for without them, one would lose their identity as a wizard. With his mouth agape in realization, Connor pondered aloud. But wouldn't that be chaotic? I mean, what if, during the transference of magical energy through the wand, one inadvertently performed a transfiguration spell? I believe I understand why you are a Ravenclaw, Mr. Lake, Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. This leads us to another query. Why do I assert in class that transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous of spells? Connor found himself momentarily at a loss, grappling with the realization. Indeed, why is that? Runes seem so straightforward. Professor McGonagall smiled, her tone imbued with pride. Transfiguration possesses the simplest of runes. Yet this simplicity bestows upon it the greatest potential. It is the magic that demands the most imagination. The essence of casting a transfiguration spell lies not in incantations or runes, but in your understanding of the object you wish to transform. The deeper your understanding of an object, the more proficiently you can wield the art of transfiguration. As a skilled mage artist, you must have a similar experience regarding this. It is precisely this complexity that renders transfiguration a sophisticated craft. Simple, inanimate objects like teapots or cups present little challenge. They embody the most elementary form of transfiguration. However, should you aspire to conjure a stone giant, you must contemplate its internal structure. Else, should you haphazardly manifest a mere statue, it may falter and crumble upon standing. The most intricate endeavor lies within living beings, where a profound study is essential. One must possess a thorough familiarity with a creature to successfully execute transfiguration. Concurrently, the peril of transfiguration resides in this very intricacy, for many magical creatures are the unfortunate products of failed transfiguration attempts by wizards. Connor exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting that transforming into animals necessitates dissection? Dissection? Oh goodness. Certainly not. We would not resort to such barbaric practices, Professor McGonagall replied, shaking her head in disbelief. There is nothing beyond the reach of magic. Understanding the structure of a creature is a straightforward task, achievable merely through magical detection. Mr. Lake, how could you conceive of such a primitive method? Connor was momentarily at a loss for words. Professor McGonagall, undeterred, continued. The execution of transfiguration is entirely dictated by the wizard's intent. When you do not wish to transform, even if your magical essence manifests the runes, it will yield no effect. I see now. I understand, Connor said, feigning calm as he sipped his tea. Professor McGonagall smiled and added, Transfiguration is a profound branch of magic, Mr. Lake. You possess a remarkable aptitude for it, and I hope you will approach this course with the seriousness it deserves. I will, Professor McGonagall. Since you are already quite familiar with the runes, I shall speak with Professor Flitwick. I believe he will be thrilled to have such an outstanding student and will tailor a learning plan suited to you. Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall. Chapter 32, Shadows over Slytherin. Connor, you have gone too far. You didn't even warn us that Professor McGonagall would transform into a cat. Indeed, you were chuckling the whole time. During lunch at the Ravenclaw table, the Weasley twins were angrily reprimanding Connor. I apologize. Didn't I discreetly hint at it? Connor waved his hands, grinning. Now, tell us, what did you do with Professor McGonagall afterward? Have you turned traitor? The twins, one on each side, cornered Connor for a confession. Impossible. I would never betray our noble cause. Rest assured, whenever you plan a nocturnal exploration of the castle, just let me know, and I will be at your service. Connor hastily defended himself. Roger joined in the banter, asking, So what did Professor McGonagall summon you for? Of course. I was receiving special training, Connor replied with a smug smile, pulling out his wand and pointing it at Roger's silver spoon. Before their eyes, Roger's spoon visibly morphed into a small silver sculpture resembling Roger himself. Cool. Impressive, isn't it? Connor was brimming with pride, yet in truth, what he had executed was merely an incomplete transfiguration, a mere act of shaping. Subsequently, Connor engaged in a lengthy discussion with Professor McGonagall, discovering that transfiguration is divided into two stages, shaping and transformation. A complete transfiguration is time-sensitive. Once the magical energy is exhausted, the object reverts to its original form. However, If one alters only the object's appearance without changing its intrinsic properties, it will not revert. Should one change the object's properties and wish to prevent it from returning to its original state, that would be alchemy. At this moment, Connor was employing the shaping aspect of transfiguration. With his artistic prowess, he crafted a delightful miniature of Roger, and upon grasping the principles of transfiguration, Connor felt confident in his ability to master this magic. Impressive, Connor. Do enlighten us, the twins chimed in, seamlessly switching roles to become eager sycophants, nodding and bowing in a fluid display. Whenever Connor possessed something that piqued their interest, they would behave thus. Yet once they obtained the coveted item, they would swiftly turn aloof, a rather authentic display of human nature. What is our relationship? Do share. We promise not to disclose it, Fred declared, thumping his chest. Certainly. But I must attend to my spellwork assignment tonight, so I may not have time to teach, Connor replied. Leave it to us. We adore doing assignments. George echoed, also thumping his chest. How embarrassing. Connor responded, but ultimately conceded, pleased with their enthusiasm. He agreed to deliver knowledge and instruction simultaneously, ensuring a delightful exchange for all parties involved. Truly a win-win scenario. He was certain that when they attended Transfiguration class on Thursday, they would receive accolades from Professor McGonagall, and he anticipated their gratitude would only deepen by then. Professor Sprout was a short, plump witch, exuding warmth and kindness towards her students, always smiling. The crux of herbology class involved introducing various magical plants, teaching young witches and wizards how to identify them, and elucidating their uses and habitats, knowledge that Connor had not encountered before, enriching him immensely. This is the 18 bachelors. Note its color. Only the silver ones are magical plants, while others are mere ordinary flora. Consuming this flower induces potent hallucinogenic effects. It is also known as the flower of time, rumored to embody the essence of time itself. Connor gazed at the silver Lycoris radiata, surprised to discover that such a flower existed within the realm of magic. Herbology was intricately linked to potions, a fact emphasized by both Snape and Professor Sprout. Both subjects primarily revolved around memorization, and Connor felt confident that his exceptional memory would suffice for mastering these courses. Snape often relied on the magical plants cultivated in the herbology greenhouse for experimentation. The rapport between the two house heads was relatively amicable, yet Slytherin students frequently bullied the Hufflepuff badgers next door. This was something only Professor Sprout's good-natured Hufflepuff disposition could endure. Had it been Connor, he would have retaliated fiercely against the Slytherin students. In truth, Connor had long harbored a disdain for the sneering Slytherins. It was well known that Slytherin was the house with the most pronounced disparity in attractiveness. Some were strikingly handsome, while others were decidedly less so. Connor is not one to discriminate based on appearance, yet it baffles him how some individuals, despite their unflattering looks, carry themselves with such unwarranted pride. What merit do they find in resembling a grotesque creature? The primary cause of Connor's disdain lies in what he overheard from Diggory. Those grotesque individuals and their upperclassmen often bully the Muggle-born newcomers from Hufflepuff. While the specifics of their bullying remain unclear, it is evident that their actions are far from pleasant, leading Connor to harbor a deep-seated aversion towards them. Professor Sprout, however, extends her patience and concern to everyone, including those grotesque individuals, which irks Connor for reasons he cannot quite articulate. Nonetheless, he chooses to remain passive unless they direct their misdeeds towards him. Regrettably, these grotesque beings are not foolish enough to provoke him without cause, so Connor adopts the strategy of ignoring them, striving to shield his mood from their presence. Perhaps it would be prudent to let the Weasley twins find a reason to confront them? Connor feels no moral qualms about inciting the twins to act, as Gryffindor is known for such antics. After dinner, in the Gryffindor common room, attention must be focused. Imagine yourself standing tall, capable of anything. Do you see that hat? Forget its shape and color. If you wish, it is merely a ball. Now, recite the incantation. Abracadabra. Transform. With a flick of George's wand, the green stone helmet that Connor had painted slowly morphed into a spherical shape. Marvelous. I have succeeded, George exclaimed jubilantly, high-fiving Fred. Connor smiled and clapped from the sidelines, stating, see? Quite simple, is it not? With practice, you can accomplish it effortlessly by merely whispering the incantation in your mind. Indeed, Connor was instructing the twins in a technique he termed shaping magic. As a preliminary effect of transfiguration, this spell becomes easily cast once one overcomes the mental barrier. If you believe an object can transform, it shall. Naturally, the effectiveness of the transformation hinges on the user's imagination. Connor's method of teaching was straightforward. He led them to the Gryffindor common room, casually snatching the helmet from a nearby suit of armor to help them concentrate. To heighten their focus, he painted the helmet in Slytherin's green. After giving each of them a gentle tap on the back, he infused them with magical energy, exclaiming, "You have been empowered." Following a few playful remarks, he successfully guided them through the lesson, to great delight. This magic alters only the external form of an object. Yet it is pivotal for mastering transfiguration, Diligent practice is essential. Yes, Professor Connor. The twins saluted cheerfully. In fact, I have a splendid idea to facilitate your practice of this spell, Connor said, feigning hesitation. What is it? Pray, enlighten us, the twins inquired eagerly, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Generally, individuals tend to excel when engaged in activities they find intriguing. Consider what captivates your interest the most. Us. Interested? The twins exchanged glances. Pondering aloud, Quidditch? Think of Ron. Connor prompted. Oh, we adore pranks. The twins exclaimed in unison. In solemn reflection for the unfortunate Ron, Connor remarked, Indeed. You excel at this. I believe if you were to train this transfiguration through pranks, your progress would be swift. He then sighed, adding, however, the classmates at school are all good-hearted. I would not wish for you to prank them, as that approach is unfeasible. No, Connor. This is indeed a splendid idea. Do you recall those trolls that bullied Hufflepuff? We could play tricks on them. It would also serve to hone our magical skills. 2 birds with 1 stone. This was a notion you yourselves proposed. Connor hesitated. But is that truly appropriate? After all, we are all classmates, and they have not wronged us, Ravenclaw. What? To target Slytherin? Count me in. Me too, they exclaimed. Absolutely. If trouble arises, we Gryffindor shall take the blame. It shall not implicate you, Ravenclaw. Sitting nearby, Lee Jordan and several first years eagerly chimed in, prompting nearby little lions to rush over upon hearing Lee's explanation, all clamoring to form a team. Connor gazed at the enthusiastic little lions before him and the twins, who had become so excited they had forgotten their original intention. He had to exert considerable effort to suppress his laughter and then shouted, all right, those wishing to enlist. Line up properly, one at a time. At that moment, the little snakes in the distance remained oblivious, as a mysterious shadow loomed ominously over Slytherin. Chapter 33, History of Magic and Defense Against the Dark Arts. The morning commenced with the notoriously tedious History of Magic class, which, upon Connor's assessment, was indeed as unremarkable as rumored. Merely 10 minutes into the session, the young witches and wizards began to disperse into their own pursuits. Most Gryffindors were catching up on sleep, while the Ravenclaws busily transcribed their transfiguration assignments. Connor, on the other hand, was engaged in passing notes with the twins, strategizing for the upcoming Slytherin expedition. The ghostly professor at the lectern, Professor Cuthbert Binns, was said to be a man who had forgotten to bring his body to class upon rising. Many students might relate to the experience of feeling as though they had completed a lesson only to awaken and find themselves still in bed. The sensation of attending class without moving was indeed pleasant, yet it seemed only Professor Binns had truly mastered this feat. The content of the history of magic could be found within the textbooks, and the examinations consisted solely of factual recall, devoid of subjective questions. Connor found little interest in such matters. Rather, his curiosity was piqued by Professor Binns. It is noteworthy that within the castle, only 2 ghosts could manipulate objects, Peeves and Professor Binns. The latter even had the ability to grade student assignments, clearly distinguishing him from ordinary apparitions. Once he had thoroughly researched Peeves, he would turn his attention to this professor, Connor mused. Unbeknownst to him, Professor Binns remained entirely unaware that he had become the subject of scrutiny for someone, continuing to drone on with his lecture in a monotonous tone. My goodness, history of magic is exceedingly dull. I nearly dozed off twice. Roger complained to Connor. Then you must not have been paying attention to the Gryffindors beside you. Some have been asleep the entire morning, Connor shrugged, replying. In any case, since the exams will cover textbook material, I suggest you memorize the book. There's no need to attend the class. However, the history of magic book is so thick that memorizing it seems a waste of time. Indeed, our first-year curriculum is rather sparse. Nearby, the little lions, overhearing the conversation of the academic elites, were drenched in cold sweat, clearly unable to comprehend why anyone would entertain such a reckless notion as memorizing an entire book. Is it a flaw in your reasoning, or perhaps in ours? Can you refrain from expressing such inhuman thoughts with such nonchalance? George, I harbor no fondness for Ravenclaw. I concur. To some extent, they are even more detestable than Slytherin. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class, a subject rumored to be cursed by Voldemort, has seen no professor able to teach it repeatedly since Voldemort's downfall. Each year brings a new instructor for this class. The lessons in Defense Against the Dark Arts are often filled with fascinating insights, imparting practical magic, rendering it the most sought-after course at Hogwarts. This year's professor is the former Auror, Professor Sacknot, an elderly wizard with extensive experience in combating dark magic, and a familiar acquaintance of Connor's grandfather, who hails from Slytherin. Connor had yet to pay a visit to this professor, being someone who prefers to avoid hassle. He would procrastinate such matters. After all, when it comes to painting, there is no rush. Moreover, there are so many delightful young witches awaiting his artistic touch. However, it was evident that Professor Norton was unconcerned about Connor's absence, greeting him with a warm smile in class and inquiring about his acclimatization to life at Hogwarts, which made Connor feel a tad embarrassed. To Connor's surprise, the professor was also quite amiable towards the Gryffindor cubs, had he not introduced himself as a Slytherin. Connor might have mistaken him for a Hufflepuff. The Defense Against the Dark Arts course primarily teaches students how to counter malevolent curses and dark creatures. The first-year syllabus is rather elementary, focusing mainly on the identification and avoidance of sinister dark beings, with little actual magic being taught. The book Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, will serve students until their 4th year, and the course is certainly not as rote as the history of magic. The content largely hinges upon what the instructor chooses to impart. It will devour your sweetest dreams at the very moment of your greatest joy. The intense emotions generated by such a dream, swinging from paradise to abyss, constitute their most delectable fare. Such creatures are rare, yet loathsome. I believe they should be confined in Azkaban, much like Dementors. The young wizards listened with rapt interest, captivated by the mysterious and intriguing world of magic, whether they were Muggleborns or little wizards. After class, Connor was unsurprisingly retained by Professor Norton. "Connor, I hope I haven't disrupted your schedule," the professor began. "Not at all. We have no classes this evening," Connor replied with a wave of his hand. "May I inquire if you have any tasks for me, Professor?" It was merely an invitation from an elderly gentleman, Professor Norton remarked with a smile. "I hope you can find the time to visit my office. We could discuss the art of painting." "Of course, that sounds splendid. I believe this weekend would be ideal. What do you think?" Connor scratched his head, expressing his fondness for the delightful meals prepared by the little spirits of the school. "How about Sunday afternoon? I have a study session planned with friends on Saturday." "Absolutely. That works perfectly. I shall see you then. So when do you intend to seek out the hidden passage?" "After dinner," Connor whispered to the Weasley twins. "That's not feasible. The higher-ups are quite vigilant. We should wait until the commotion dies down." "Speak plainly. We have astronomy class tonight. Let us aim for tomorrow." "Tomorrow we have astronomy class. Then Friday?" "Very well. That gives me ample time to prepare some props." "What props?" Fred's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "The ones you've seen before. Though you look down upon them," Connor retorted with a smirk. "Huh, when have we ever looked down on Lord Connor?" George replied with a cheeky grin. "Let's leave it at that for now. I will inform you on Friday. By the way, is there anyone else besides you two and Lee?" "No, just us." "What about you?" "I'll see if I can coax Roger out, but you know he has quite the goody two-shoes, so it might be a bit tricky." "No worries. We trust you." Connor's schedule was brimming with activities. Sighing, he reflected on the challenges of being a student. Chapter 34. Connor's Diary. 7 o'clock a.m. Rise and shine. Freshen up and paint landscapes on the Tower's terrace. 8 o'clock a.m. Breakfast in the hall, engaging in light-hearted banter with the little wizards, and indulging in a game of monster cards. Reviewing the class schedule, I noted 2 morning classes, no afternoon lessons, and an evening astronomy class, perfectly arranged. 9 o'clock a.m. Attended herbology class in the castle greenhouse, enjoying a delightful hour with the twins. 10 o'clock a.m. Utilized the break to return to the castle for transfiguration class, where the Slytherin troll remained as repugnant as ever. I managed to enhance my shaping spell, gaining 5 points and elevating my Ravenclaw reputation. The admiring glances from the girls filled me with a sense of satisfaction. I suddenly recalled that it would be my turn to paint the adorable Alice in the afternoon. 12 o'clock p.m. Luncheon in the hall. Continuing my jovial exchanges with the little wizards, Fred and George boasted about discovering a new secret passage, allegedly allowing swift access from Gryffindor Tower to the vicinity of the Transfiguration classroom. Their expressions, hinting at a desire for me to inquire further, were perplexing, considering I wasn't one of their Gryffindor comrades. Fortunately, they soon realized this and clung to my arm, beseeching me to accompany them. Understanding their eagerness to share their joy, I reluctantly acquiesced to their invitation. However, I had no intention of meeting them the following day, as they had Transfiguration class in the afternoon. By then, they would surely appreciate my absence and wish to express their gratitude. As a loyal friend, I would not let them inconvenience me, so I resolved to avoid them until our castle exploration on Friday. I trusted that by then, their fervor of gratitude would have faded. After agreeing on a rendezvous point for Friday, I departed alone, having several other appointments to attend to. At 1 o'clock p.m., I arranged to meet Penelope on the rooftop of the astronomy tower, where I intended to paint her portrait against the backdrop of Hogwarts Castle. The weather was splendid, and the view from the rooftop was delightful. My model, too, was remarkable. It would have been even better if she could occasionally overcome her tendency to blush. By 2 o'clock p.m., Penelope had departed for her potions class in her second year at Ravenclaw. I ventured to the edge of the forest outside the castle, where Hagrid's hut was visible. I greeted him from a distance, uncertain if he would remember me. Upon arriving at our designated meeting spot, I found Alice already there. She requested that I create a painting with the forest as the backdrop. Alice is a classmate from Slytherin, full name Alice Windsor. I believe her family is involved in real estate, though I'm not entirely sure. I merely overheard her mention that they own several castles. Alice also makes for a splendid model, and it might be intriguing to paint a series inspired by Alice in Wonderland. My collection of fantastical creatures could be incorporated into this theme. Upon inquiring about her thoughts, the young girl gleefully leaped with excitement. Wonderful! I secured yet another regular model, delighting in the prospect of a free collaboration. At 3:00 p.m., after bidding farewell to Alice, I made my way to the Quidditch pitch, where Emily had arranged for me to paint a scene set there. After a brief wait, Emily finally arrived, flustered and apologetic, having gotten lost in the castle once again. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and I, of course, chose to smile and forgive her. Reflecting on how often young witches and wizards lose their way in the castle, I pondered the possibility of creating a guiding device. My musings were abruptly interrupted by Emily's obliviousness, prompting me to patiently explain my thoughts. Sensing my slight dissatisfaction, the poor girl turned crimson once more, yet I graciously chose to forgive her again. By 4:00 p.m., I had completed my painting exercises for the day and returned to my dormitory alone, where I discovered Roger diligently practicing transfiguration with his wand, a truly industrious child. Unlike the group of girls in the common room engrossed in their games of monster cards. However, I believe in balancing work and leisure. I, for one, indulge in painting several pieces daily to unwind. I suggested that Roger join the girls for a few rounds, but he expressed reluctance, preferring to play with me instead. I firmly declined, as I needed to prepare props for the event the following evening. I earnestly advised Roger to engage more with the girls, but he claimed their skills were too lacking, rendering the games devoid of challenge. He boasted of an undefeated streak against all the girls, with an impressive record of 8 consecutive victories. With a complex mix of emotions, I ceased my attempts at persuasion and settled down to craft my props, hoping that Roger would not regret his choices in a few years. I had done my utmost. At 5:00 p.m., to avoid the Weasley twins, I decided to have an early dinner. I swiftly set aside my work, dashed to the Great Hall for a quick meal, and then returned to my dormitory to continue my tasks, all within 20 minutes. Roger was quite curious about my activities, and I told him that if he accompanied me on a night exploration of the castle tomorrow, I would divulge my secret. He replied that he needed to contemplate this, as he had yet to complete his assignment on the history of magic. At 1900 hours, we were to attend astronomy class atop the astronomy tower. I brought a telescope and led Roger through a hidden passage I had discovered, which connected Ravenclaw Tower to the astronomy tower. Roger expressed his astonishment at this secret route and inquired how I had come across it. I explained that I had been frequently running to the astronomy tower in search of hidden pathways, and he seemed to understand. His interest peaked for the nocturnal castle adventure the following night. As I gazed down from the astronomy tower, I spotted the sneaky twins lurking below. I couldn't fathom their intentions. Perhaps they too were in search of a secret passage. During astronomy class, we were to observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of various stars and the orbits of planets. It felt no different from the astronomy classes in the mundane human world. Professor Aurora Sinistra, an ardent stargazer, incessantly chattered about rising superstars and extraordinary wonders, uttering a myriad of peculiar phrases. I, however, could discern no difference among the stars. I treated it merely as a form of entertainment. At 2000 hours, class concluded, and I returned to Ravenclaw Tower via the hidden passage. I engaged in light conversation with the girls in the common room, only to be invited by a few of them to paint. My painting schedule was already booked until Halloween, and I was confident that my artistic skills would see significant improvement this semester. By 2100 hours, I found the transfiguration assignment to be quite a hassle and felt disinclined to complete it. Why must I articulate with words what could be envisioned effortlessly? How does one transform a plate into a goblet? I pondered. What more was there to think? Was I expected to illustrate the transformation on my assignment sheet? Such a simple task should not be rendered so complex. I glanced at Roger, who had filled 2 pages of parchment with his work, lost in thought. At 2200 hours, I realized I had turned my assignment into a diary entry. Connor glanced at the diary, which was entirely filled with transfiguration homework, and again fell into contemplation. Why had the assignment morphed into a diary entry? What mysterious force had caused this phenomenon? Surely, I had not fallen victim to a soul-sucking curse. Connor stared at the parchment, contemplating how to dispose of it. Oh dear, I had squandered the time meant for my assignment. Perhaps I could trick the twins into assisting me once more, or simply copy Roger's work. Alas, writing was exhausting. If only I had a pen that could write by itself. Enough of this, I decided. I would go to sleep. Dreams held endless possibilities. And I was still young. Late nights were not for me. An early bedtime would foster growth. I recalled that there existed a pen that could write automatically. Perhaps I should acquire one to experiment with. At 22:30, the lights were extinguished. Good night. Tomorrow at Hogwarts would surely be beautiful as well. A smile graced Connor's lips as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 35. Connor's little props. Connor, you cannot escape. You scoundrel. How dare you deceive us? In a secluded grove outside the castle, a scene of schoolyard bullying unfolded quietly. 3 burly Gryffindors had encircled a frail Ravenclaw. Calm down, calm down. Hey, what is happening here? Can someone please explain? Connor huddled in the corner, pitiable, frail, and helpless. Let go of Connor. Fred, what are you doing? Roger, regaining his composure, shouted as he positioned himself protectively in front of Connor. It was Friday. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, and Connor and Roger had barely arrived at their rendezvous when they were cornered by the formidable twins. Humph, this guy tricked us into helping him with his homework. Fred exclaimed, clearly annoyed. Indeed, he taught us that transfiguration technique just yesterday. Connor elegantly adjusted his collar and inquired of the amused Lee Jordan beside him. I never deceived you, Lee. Would you kindly enlighten me about what transpired in transfiguration class yesterday? Lee Jordan chuckled. Oh, yesterday. Fred and George truly stole the spotlight. Professor McGonagall instructed us to transfigure stones, and only they succeeded on the first attempt. They even earned 5 points for Gryffindor, and they bragged about it all night in the common room. Hee hee. But that does not alter the fact that you deceived us. How did I deceive you? You claimed it was the essence of transfiguration. Did I misstate anything? Fred was momentarily at a loss for words, and George quickly chimed in. You said you wouldn't easily divulge this. I only taught you to, Connor replied with a shrug. The twins fell silent, momentarily taken aback, before they shouted. You tricked us into writing your charms homework. This was a mutual agreement you both requested from me. How can that be termed deception? Connor crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. I aim to assist you in learning magic. Look, you both are grasping it quite swiftly. But then why did you avoid us yesterday and today? Fred asked, feeling somewhat defeated. When did I avoid you? Connor shot a sidelong glance at the twins. We waited for you all night beneath the astronomy tower. George lamented with indignation. Oh, yesterday I used the secret passage to the astronomy tower with Roger. You can ask him. Roger, having understood the situation, nodded in affirmation. Yes, we took the secret passage last night. What a misunderstanding, thought the naive Roger. What? There's a secret passage to the astronomy tower. The twins were instantly diverted. Connor, tell us about it. They exclaimed eagerly, though divulging such information holds little consequence. Connor raised an eyebrow. I must decline. Why not? You startled me just now. We apologize. We apologize. I shall not accept such insincere apologies. What must we do for your forgiveness? Connor regarded the two with a scrutinizing gaze and slowly declared, my transfiguration homework remains unfinished. No, no. You shall not coax us into doing your homework again. George declared vehemently. Exactly. I, Fred, would rather perish outside. I would leap from the astronomy tower than assist you with your assignments again. The twins linked arms and took a few robust steps away, shouting defiantly. Connor merely scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips, and turned away from them. He retrieved several sticks from his fourth-dimensional pocket and handed them to Roger and Lee Jordan. Roger examined the iron rods in his hands, resembling relay batons from the Muggle world, and asked, Connor, what are these? Lee Chow Dan cast a puzzled glance at Connor. While the twins feigned indifference, their ears perked up in curiosity. This is the prop I've been working on for the past few days. Try channeling your magic into it. Roger complied, and to his astonishment, he began to ascend into the air. What on earth? In truth, Roger was being hoisted skyward by a metal rod. As he soared higher, Connor urgently called out, reduce your magic output. Roger hastily obeyed, gradually mastering the technique, and slowly descended, albeit still suspended by the rod. Connor, what is this? It's so much fun, Roger exclaimed, rising and falling with glee, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Nearby, Li Qiaodan mimicked him, resulting in a comical scene of two fools bobbing up and down at the castle's edge, both bursting into laughter. Connor watched the duo with a bemused expression and said, come down, I need to talk to you. Once the two excitedly landed, Connor explained, this is a little device I created, inscribed with a levitation charm. While it can't soar like a broomstick, it allows one to float up and down when infused with magic. A charm? Is that the one Professor Flitwick mentioned that we'll learn in third year? Roger asked, astonished. He recalled that during the afternoon charms class, the professor had indeed mentioned it, and Roger had been quite attentive. Precisely, Connor affirmed. But what use does it have? Fred interjected with a hint of skepticism. Isn't it just like the flying carpet you showed us before? Nothing particularly impressive, George added, equally dismissive. According to Hogwarts rules, students are not allowed to leave their dormitories during curfew, Fred remarked nonchalantly, alluding to Connor's previous foray into their common room, suggesting that he wasn't exactly innocent either, and they refrained from reporting him out of camaraderie. Connor shot Fred a sideways glance and continued, if caught by the caretaker during curfew, there will be consequences. He then turned to the twins and inquired, what would you do if you encountered the caretaker while wandering the castle at night? Hide. Of course, Fred replied matter-of-factly. Caregiver Filch has been at Hogwarts for decades. He knows the secret passages far better than you two. What makes you think you can evade him? Connor challenged. Fred was momentarily speechless. But I know a secret. Filch is a squib. A squib? He can't perform magic? George exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, while Fred also wore an excited expression, feeling as if they could do anything at Hogwarts. What are you two so thrilled about? Even if he is a squib, he is not someone you two can handle as first years, Connor cautioned. Well, that's a fair point, You haven't even learned many spells yet. Have you considered why we have curfews and yet a squib as our caretaker? The four boys shook their heads in confusion. Fools. It signifies that if we remain undetected by the caretaker, we haven't violated any rules, Connor asserted, his reasoning both logical and assertive. For children, deceived and rendered bewildered, nodded vacantly, particularly Roger, who felt an utter dissolution of any lingering conflict regarding school rules. They even came to perceive their nocturnal escapade as a most righteous endeavor. Thus, as long as they remained undetected, they could indulge their whims. Connor raised the stick in his hand and queried, "What do you think? If we take flight upon encountering the mute administrator, Filch, would he even notice us?" The others, struck by the brilliance of the idea, erupted in applause. "Connor, do one for us too." Fred eagerly extended his hand. "And my transfiguration homework? Rest assured, we shall handle it with utmost care. We adore doing homework. Indeed. A day without assignments leaves us utterly restless." They chuckled heartily. Chapter 36. Nocturnal Exploration of Hogwarts. I have long pondered a particular question. Within the darkened castle, several figures formed a line, stealthily advancing. Connor, leading the procession, inquired with a stoic visage, "Why must we explore the castle at night?" Roger replied, "You summoned me." Lee Jordan chimed in, "George called me out." George countered, "Did you not agree with Fred to venture out tonight?" Fred affirmed, "Indeed, we had a plan." Connor, exasperated, retorted, "What nonsense. I am asking why we must venture out at night. Cannot we explore on the weekend? Why must it be at night?" Fred hesitated, and Roger, Lee, and George looked on, perplexed. A moment of silence enveloped them. Indeed, why must they embark on this nocturnal escapade? Would it not be more prudent to explore during daylight? They halted, gazing back at the twin brothers at the rear. "I recall it was you two who proposed a night exploration of the castle," Connor remarked with a hint of ire. Well," Fred stammered, sweat trickling down his brow, then clapped his hands together, "Right. Do you not feel that a night outing imbues the adventure with a certain atmosphere?" Lee Jordan added, "True. That makes sense." Connor and Roger fixed their gaze upon the trio, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling light in the dim corridor. "I apologize." Connor smacked his forehead, realizing he had been led astray by the twins. It was not that they needed to explore the castle by night. Rather, they had yet to fully explore Hogwarts during the day. Now, venturing out at night seemed utterly pointless. With a resigned sigh, Connor said, "Well, we're here now. By the way, where have we reached?" George raised his hand, declaring, "We should be on the 4th floor of the castle. This is the corridor on the right." Fred added, Connor arched an eyebrow, recalling that, if memory served, the location of the Philosopher's Stone, concealed by Dumbledore, was nearby. "Let us disperse and search. Report back with any findings." With a flick of his wand, he cast the Lumos spell, illuminating their surroundings and the astonished faces of his companions. "This is the Lumos spell. It will be taught in our next charms class." "Oh," Fred said, suddenly subdued, not wishing to assist Connor with his homework any longer. The group produced their lanterns and began to explore. "Hey mates, there's a door over here," Lee Jordan's voice called out, prompting them to hasten towards him. This door isn't locked. Pushing the door open, Connor discovered a spacious room. He closed the door behind him and once again waved his wand. The light emanating from the tip of the wand intensified several-fold, illuminating the entirety of the chamber. The room appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. With a few stone lion sculptures adorning 3 of the walls, yet no other items could be seen. It seemed as though there was nothing of interest here. "Let us depart," George muttered. "Wait." As they were about to leave, Connor suddenly interjected, striding forward briskly, prompting the others to follow suit. "What is it, Connor?" "Look at this," Connor said, pointing to the floor. Before them lay a trapdoor. Connor had not anticipated truly finding this place. After all, it should have been part of the castle's original structure. Dumbledore would not have excavated a hole solely for Harry's training. A trapdoor. "We've stumbled upon something remarkable. This must be yet another secret passage," Fred exclaimed excitedly. "However, this trapdoor is locked. Do any of you know the unlocking charm?" Connor indicated the large lock on the trapdoor. The group looked at one another, and Connor rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I know the spell is Alohomora, but I've never used it, which means I cannot." The others sheepishly scratched their heads, nearly forgetting that Connor was also a student in their year. "All we need to do is remove this lock," Lee Jordan suggested. "Indeed," Connor replied. "Let me give it a try." Lee Jordan drew his wand and aimed at the lock, reciting, "Dislocate the lock." The lock shattered in response. "Impressive, Lee. Well done." Fred and Lee Jordan high-fived. "I have been practicing magic in secret as well," Lee Jordan said with a hint of pride. Connor remarked, "Your magic is commendable, but in the next moment, it will belong to me." He felt a spark of joy at having learned a new spell. However, Connor suspected that this lock might have a counterspell to Alohomora, necessitating a brute force approach to open it. The group pushed the trapdoor open, revealing a seemingly bottomless abyss below. They exchanged glances, and George stepped forward, tossing his lantern into the void, where it vanished without a trace. Fred swallowed nervously, It seems this is no ordinary secret passage. George attempted a jest. We can safely deduce that this is certainly not the third floor. That lantern disappeared without a trace. Who knows how deep this hole is? Roger grumbled irritably. But Hogwarts would not allow young wizards to come to harm, Lee Jordan asserted. Suddenly, the air fell silent as the others turned to look at him. What? Lee exclaimed. You didn't know? Why should we? All right, this is what my father told me. He said Hogwarts possesses a magic that protects young wizards, ensuring they are not easily harmed. I had no idea such magic existed. Well, how was I to know you were unaware? My father told me so. Just look at our spiral staircases. No one has ever fallen to their demise over the years. When a young wizard falls, the stairs catch them below. Is that not a protective magic? In my opinion, we could simply jump down, and nothing would happen to us. Perhaps there is a staircase waiting to catch us below. Enough, Lee, Connor quickly interjected, eager to silence the loquacious Lee Jordan, for if he continued, dawn would surely break before they could leave. Although the existence of protective magic at Hogwarts remains uncertain, the group knew they could not simply leap down. It was unclear just how audacious Harry was to dare such a reckless jump. Connor glanced at the others and inquired, Shall we descend? Of course. Roger hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, Connor said as he produced several levitation rods. You see, these will certainly come in handy. With a flick of his wand, the rods transformed into metal plates. Connor placed the plates beneath his feet, stood upon them, and with another incantation, they closed around his shoes. Cool. Impressive, isn't it? Connor exclaimed as he sprang into the air, floating effortlessly, limited to vertical movement, but nonetheless soaring. Fred and George's eyes lit up with excitement, eager to transform their rods as well, but Connor halted them. Do not tamper with them recklessly. I have only enchanted these specific levitation rods, and you are unaware of where the core incantation is inscribed. Mischief could ruin the enchantment. But why must it be this way? They lamented. Just hold on to your rods and float down. I will go first, follow closely behind me. Connor perched at the edge of the opening and, with a swift push, leaped down. The others grasped their rods and followed one by one. Connor floated on the suspended metal plates, maintaining a Lumos spell with his wand, leading the way as the others dangled from their rods. They drifted slowly for several minutes before finally reaching the bottom. At last, Connor exclaimed just as his feet touched the ground. Suddenly, the underground space illuminated brilliantly. The group landed, awestruck by the sight before them. It appeared that some magic had been triggered. Torches ignited around the room, casting light throughout the expansive chamber, which was the size of a classroom, but significantly taller. Connor looked up and realized they had descended through a chimney-like opening, perhaps nearly 100 meters down. He wasn't certain, but he was convinced they were deep underground. Surrounding them were regularly spaced burning torches, each adorned with an eagle-shaped stone sculpture above it. Below the torches, lion and badger sculptures stood in an alternating pattern. Upon closer inspection, Connor noted that the torch holders were fashioned as serpentine stone carvings. All 4 house emblems were present, suggesting this place was more than merely a hiding spot for the Philosopher's Stone. Directly ahead was an archway devoid of a door, through which several similar doorways extended into the distance, indicating the vastness of the area. Fred and George dashed about, shouting gleefully, until they stood in the center of the room, raising their arms triumphantly. From now on, this shall be our secret base. Chapter 37. The Safe House. How naive. Connor interjected, mercilessly shattering Fred's daydream. Did you forget the locking mechanism of the trapdoor? This is not some hidden chamber. The school is undoubtedly aware of this location and may replace the lock with one we cannot open by tomorrow. Fred and George exchanged glances, concerned. What should we do then? How can we ensure no one knows we have been here? Connor pondered. Tomorrow, I shall learn the restoration spell. I sincerely hope that no one discovers the lock has been broken before then. The others were speechless. Could it be that spells could be mastered so easily? Why not to show some respect for magic? With no alternative, they had no choice but to proceed. Let us see what lies within, Connor declared, leading the way. The interior was vastly different from the basement depicted in his memories of the film. He wondered if there were any hidden mechanisms. This chamber was smaller than the previous 4, with a large stone lion statue positioned in the center. This seems illogical, Connor observed, examining the fierce stone lion that appeared to be roaring, stroking its smooth chin. What seems illogical? Fred inquired as he leaped onto the lion's back, peering over its neck. This lion is rather striking, noted Lee Jordan, running his hand along the lion's leg. I too find it illogical, Roger chimed in, mimicking Connor as he stroked his own chin. This room is far too small, and yet it houses a lion. What is illogical about that? George asked, perplexed. Connor nodded thoughtfully. Aside from the first chamber, we have traversed 4 rooms. The first only contained a stone eagle, while the other 3 featured statues of a lion, a honey badger, and a snake. This room houses yet another lion statue. Jordan shrugged in response. But there is already 1 lion statue in another room. Roger emphasized. Perhaps Gryffindor is simply more formidable, allowing them to be showcased in 2 chambers? Lee Jordan and George exchanged amused glances. Connor and Roger exchanged a disdainful eye roll. George, come quickly. From here, we can see the stone statue from the first room we entered. Let me see, George exclaimed, scrambling to sit behind Fred as the two of them erupted into excited chatter. Connor, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and turned to Roger. I believe I have discerned the purpose of this place. This must be Hogwarts' safe house. A safe house? What is that? Roger asked, bewildered. It is merely a refuge from danger. Now I am confident that even if we were to leap down from the entrance, we would be safe, Connor shrugged. What kind of danger could there be at Hogwarts? Lee Jordan exaggerated. Hogwarts is one of the safest places in the world. Why? Roger and Lee Jordan hurried to keep up, while the twins, alerted by the mention of secret passages, tumbled down from the lion's back. A safe house would surely have provisions. I believe we may find a secret passage to the kitchen. Connor praised his own insight. You are correct. Guys, over here. Fred shouted. The group hurried over to discover a passageway behind a badger statue, wide enough for two to pass through. How did you find this? Connor mused. Recognizing Fred's knack for uncovering secret passages, he might have a future in tomb raiding. I merely touched the head of that stone statue, and the passage revealed itself. Fred declared proudly, puffing out his chest. I want to touch the head of the flat-headed fellow too. Let us proceed. There is nothing of interest left here, Connor said. Casting the Lumos spell and leading the way, the others following in pairs. I agree, came the chorus of voices behind him. George spoke weakly. Roger and Lee Jordan were too fatigued to utter a word, merely nodding in agreement. You all appear quite drained. Youngsters ought to engage in more training. Do plenty of squats and run whenever you have the chance. Connor was also breathing heavily, yet thanks to the marvelous sorcery of the Far East, his condition was significantly better than that of the other young wizards. They had been ascending the staircase for over 10 minutes without sight of an end, but fortunately, the secret passage indeed had a conclusion. We have arrived, Connor exclaimed excitedly. Before them stood a stone door, devoid of any visible mechanism. Perhaps we should use our wands. Akin to entering Diagon Alley, George suggested. Fred, you take the lead. Connor stepped aside, as he had never attempted the journey from the Leaky Cauldron to Diagon Alley. I'm not certain if this will work, Fred said, scratching his head as he approached. To his surprise, the moment his wand touched the stone door, it swung open. It seems this door is not overly complicated, Connor reassured himself. As they stepped through the door, they found themselves in a vast storeroom. I believe this is the kitchen's storage area, George remarked, glancing around. I think so too, Connor responded, eyeing the piles of food. The exit is over here. Fred, who had been darting about, quickly located the way out and called to Connor. Tonight's adventure is truly something. I assent it. Suddenly, Fred froze at the door. Connor approached, and before them stood a group of house elves, all blocking the entrance, their large eyes fixed intently on the group. Hello, Connor stammered, feeling somewhat intimidated by the gathering of house elves. The elves exchanged glances, and the one with the largest eyes was selected as their spokesperson. Trembling, the lead elf said, Esteemed wizards of Hogwarts, how may we serve you? Connor scratched his head. House elves typically did not meddle in their master's affairs, and it seemed that Hogwarts elves shared the same disposition. May I ask your name? He inquired. I am Lala, a house elf in service to Hogwarts. Well, greetings, Lala. Connor replied with a friendly smile. Could you prepare some food for us? We are rather hungry. Certainly, esteemed wizard, Lala bowed, and then the house elves slowly dispersed. It was indeed nearing 11 o'clock, quite late. Are you not concerned about directly asking for a midnight snack? What if they report us? Roger asked apprehensively. I doubt it will be an issue. House elves are quite amiable. Connor hesitated momentarily, but spoke with conviction. Moreover, have we done anything wrong? We merely wish to have a late-night bite. Oh, you make a valid point. Connor, the door we just exited has vanished. George rushed over in a flurry. The group hurried back inside, and indeed, the stone door had closed behind them. Despite their efforts to find a way to reopen it, they were unsuccessful. Gentlemen, your late-night snack is ready. Lala approached cautiously, announcing their meal. Taking advantage of the moment, Connor pointed to the wall and inquired, Lala, was there ever a door here? Lala shook her head and replied, No, sir, there has never been a case of a wizard suddenly appearing in the storeroom. Although Lala was quite intrigued by the unexpected presence of these individuals, house elves are not known for prying into their master's affairs. Connor and Fred exchanged glances, both comprehending the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Connor remarked, Excellent, we are safe. Let us finish our meal and depart swiftly. Fred responded, Marvelous. No one has ever come here, and we have secured a blood sample. Chapter 38, A Tactical Meeting. In the Hogwarts kitchen, for long tables, resembling those in the Great Hall, were set, with one laden with an array of delectable foods, where 5 young wizards indulged heartily. Lee Jordan exclaimed, Tonight's adventure was truly exhilarating. George agreed. Indeed, nocturnal explorations of the castle always bring good fortune. Connor, chewing on a hamburger, rolled his eyes and retorted, What nonsense. I certainly will not be joining you for any more nighttime escapades. Roger nodded while gnawing on a chicken leg. Fred then thumped the table and declared, lads, I believe we should discuss our strategy for dealing with the trolls tomorrow. Right. I almost forgot that tomorrow is the weekend, George mumbled enthusiastically. Roger raised his hand, asking what trolls. Connor then recounted their earlier plans regarding the trolls they intended to confront in Slytherin. Roger, brimming with excitement, insisted, take me along. Connor felt a twinge of guilt for leading the good boy astray, but reassured himself that he felt no remorse, even experiencing a hint of pleasure. Thank you for the delightful meal, Lala. The hamburger was exquisite. We appreciate your hospitality. The group stood before a painting depicting a silver bowl brimming with fruit. Lala waved her hands in modesty, saying, It is our honor to serve the wizards of Hogwarts. Curiously gazing at the painting, Connor asked, Will we be able to return to the kitchen in the future? Of course. We shall prepare everything for you. Gentlemen, Lala replied with a cheerful smile, pointing at the pear in the painting and adding, To enter the kitchen, simply scratch this pear. It has been enchanted, and with a smile, it will transform into a doorknob. Very well, we shall remember that. The group bid farewell to the house elves, confirming that the kitchen was indeed located in the basement of Hogwarts. I had no idea our school had so many house elves, Roger remarked. Now we need not worry about missing mealtime. Fred said, quite pleased. Look, that must be the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. I saw them disappear from in front of this painting earlier. George suddenly pointed to a still life painting nearby. The Slytherin common room should also be in this vicinity. Lee Jordan snapped his fingers, and the others quickly grasped the significance, their eyes lighting up, while Roger appeared a bit bewildered. What next? Roger asked. From now on, the kitchen will serve as our base for special operations against the Slytherin trolls, Connor declared, spontaneously naming their group, patting Roger on the shoulder with an expression that conveyed, The heavens have entrusted you with a great task. Roger then finally comprehended the situation. The following day, in the kitchens of Hogwarts, a clandestine meeting was underway. Let us commence the roll call, called out the presiding officer. Scout Lee, present. Secretary Roger, here. Fighter George, present. Fighter Fred. Fighter Fred? My apologies. I'm here now, Fred said, hurrying into the room. The meeting's chairman, Connor, stood at the long table with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a commanding smile. Please take your seats. All right, everyone is here. We shall now convene the inaugural operational meeting of the Special Task Force against the Slytherin trolls. Lee Jordan raised his hand high. Sir, may I speak? Go ahead. Is it just us? Weren't Angelina and the others supposed to join as well? George nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Connor. Indeed, several other Gryffindors had expressed interest, yet only this handful had arrived today. With us here, we have sufficient strength. They need only remain spectators, Connor asserted, feeling that 5 participants were already a considerable force, sparing him the need for additional manpower. I will serve as the overall commander for this operation, and I shall guide our efforts henceforth. The aim of our mission is to put an end to the Slytherin trolls' bullying of the Hufflepuff students. So what shall we do? As silence enveloped the room, Connor continued. We must instill fear in them. But what precisely should we do? What can we achieve? We are merely first-year wizards, Roger interjected. Excellent question, Connor exclaimed, slapping the table with enthusiasm. Having someone engage in dialogue is refreshing. The greatest fear often arises from the unknown. To compel them to cease their bullying, we must make them fear the act itself. In other words, we need to terrify them, instill suspicion, and ensure they remain oblivious to the fact that we are the ones frightening them. Connor turned to the twins. This must be an undiscoverable prank. You two excel at such endeavors. Any brilliant ideas you have should be shared, and we shall ultimately devise the most exquisite plan. We've got it. Leave it to us. We should do this and that. Very well. We shall execute this plan tonight. Connor gazed at the blank piece of paper that bore only the words action plan, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Then, he retrieved an old chocolate frog card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Now, we must proceed to the final step. What final step? Lee Jordan inquired, puzzled. This operation is a noble quest for justice, not a prank aimed at those we find disagreeable, Connor declared with righteous fervor. Thus, we must establish our legitimacy. Who is this? Gryffindor? What purpose does his card serve? Fred picked up the pentagonal portrait card from the table, depicting Godric Gryffindor. Much like the eccentric creature, Yorick, Godric is a figure unknown to the world for a millennium. His image is a product of imagination, distinct from the styles of portraits created by Dumbledore. However, we recognize this to be Gryffindor, as we are undertaking this battle under his guidance. Additionally, we are to perform a mystical prayer ritual from the Far East, hoping for the success of our endeavors. This ritual necessitates the image of a revered great man. Lacking any other option, we settled for the portrait as a makeshift substitute. It is common knowledge that before embarking on battles or constructing homes, one must pay homage to the divine, is it not? Subsequently, several of us followed Connor in placing our hands together in prayer before Gryffindor's portrait, bowing 3 times, and placing 3 loaves of bread before the image, thus completing the ritual. Is this Far Eastern magic effective? Roger inquired skeptically. I cannot say for certain, but how would we know without trying? Connor replied with a shrug. I believe you could employ this for future endeavors such as Quidditch, examinations, or even dates. Faith begets reality. Chapter 39. No longer fearful, never again fearful. I am Bucky Travers, a first-year student of Slytherin. My lineage, the Travers family, is renowned among wizards as one of the sacred 28 pureblood families. As a true Slytherin, I take immense pride in my heritage and bloodline. Pureblood wizards are the true wizards. Half-bloods and muggle-borns are the disgrace of our kind. This is a mantra my mother often recited, and I wholeheartedly agree. Although my uncle, who once followed the Dark Lord, remains imprisoned in Azkaban, he will forever be my idol, and I aspire to dedicate my life to the resurgence of pureblood wizards. Of course, if I were to express any dissatisfaction with my life, it would pertain to my appearance. In my youth, I often pondered why I bore no resemblance to my attractive parents, and this troubled me. However, my mother explained that it was due to divine jealousy of my gifts that I was rendered so ordinary. I was once skeptical of this reasoning and harbored resentment towards it, but upon arriving at Hogwarts, I finally accepted this truth. For my magical prowess far surpasses that of the foolish, filthy, incompetent Hufflepuffs by 100-fold. Furthermore, at Hogwarts, I have found companions who, like me, are envied by the heavens. Jack Rawle and Anthony Flint, as members of the illustrious 28 sacred families, endowed with gifts that evoke envy from the heavens. We quickly became acquainted. Through deepening our friendship, we transformed into confidants, discovering numerous shared attributes, exceptional magical prowess, a belief in pure blood, stunning appearances, and familial ties among our parents. We attended classes together, dined side by side, and shared the same quarters as roommates. We also befriended accomplished upperclassmen, joining forces to reprimand the foolish half-bloods and muggle-borns from Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. Everything was delightfully pleasant, a comfortable environment, relaxed courses, understanding friends, and wise mentors. It felt as if the very air within the castle was imbued with joy. To speak candidly, the week I spent at Hogwarts has been the happiest of my life, affirming my extraordinary magical abilities while allowing me to forge bonds with kindred spirits. The convergence of 2 sources of happiness promised even greater joy. I should have been savoring a dreamlike existence within the enchanting campus. Yet, why had things taken such a turn? Today, Hogwarts felt oddly amiss. With a shared glance and a knowing smile, we deftly drew our wands, pointing toward a group of individuals. Suddenly, the Hufflepuffs stumbled as if tripped by an unseen force. Collapsing to the ground, we erupted in joyous laughter at their bewildered expressions, only for them to soon react, faces flushed with anger as they glared at us. However, they dared not retaliate. Having previously attempted to confront us with fists raised, they quickly realized that, lacking any magical training, they stood no chance against us. The favored children of destiny. With merely a flicker of our magical essence, we subdued them without even needing to cast a spell, despite our limited repertoire of incantations. Oh, what mischief are you up to, Bucky? Anthony exclaimed, startled by my call, turning with a furrowed brow. What is the matter? Is that a badger statue? Isn't it always stationed here? Jack queried. Why is this happening? Am I seeing things? I responded uncertainly, No, it's nothing. Let us go eat. I hope this is merely a figment of my imagination. Yet, it soon became evident that this was no mere illusion. The bizarre scene lingered in my mind as I observed the myriad statues lining the corridors, scarcely paying attention to the conversation between my 2 friends. I noted the sheer abundance of statues within Hogwarts. Every few paces, there seemed to be another, of soldiers, lions, badgers, and an array of other peculiar figures. I had never paid them much heed before, but now their omnipresence was striking. Although I encountered no further strange occurrences, the sheer number of statues was unsettling. I found myself glancing around anxiously. My family has been developing a new broomstick, as the Nimbus series has recently gained immense popularity, resulting in a significant decline in our sales. I hope our family, Jack suddenly shouted in terror, trembling and pointing behind me. I turned to discover an ordinary badger statue. Hey, what with all the fuss today? It's merely a statue, isn't it? Anthony exclaimed in anger, his spittle spraying from his overbite mouth onto my face. But that stone sculpture, it had just smiled. Not an ordinary smile, but a most peculiar one. It tilted its head. Its eyes glowed red. Jack stammered. Did you see that too? I exclaimed in astonishment, for surely 2 individuals could not both be mistaken. There was something amiss with those statues. What are you talking about? Are you all attempting to play a prank on me? Anthony frowned, stepping in front of the stone honey badger, surveying it from side to side before turning back and stating, This is just a regular statue. I don't know what you're all making a fuss about. If this is some sort of joke, I suggest you cease immediately. Otherwise, I shall not believe your nonsense again. Anthony, behind you. I trembled as I pointed at the honey badger, for it was no longer merely tilting its head. It had fully come to life. It was crouched on all fours, baring its teeth, and shaking its body in a manner that suggested displeasure. I couldn't quite decipher how I sensed its irritation, but I felt certain I was correct. I could even hear the low growl emanating from its throat, as if it were ready to engage in battle. We dashed to Professor Snape's office, pounding on the door in a frenzy. Professor Snape, the head of our academy, was generally amiable towards us at this moment. He was the only one we could think of for assistance. Soon enough, Professor Snape opened the door with a disgruntled expression, scrutinizing us closely before speaking in his usual indifferent tone. Travers, Flint, and Mr. Rowell, can you explain why you are not enjoying your weekend and have rushed to my office? Professor Snape, we've discovered something extraordinary. We all clamored to relay our tale. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow and said, show me. No, Professor, it's the statue. It truly just moved. I have not sensed any magical trace from this statue. Are you questioning my judgment? But it bit my backside. Anthony pretended to unfasten his trousers. Be quiet. Professor Snape glared at us sternly. I expect you to maintain some dignity for Slytherin. Do not disturb me with such trivial matters again. With that, he swept his robes and turned away. We stood there, frozen and bewildered. What should we do? The professor claimed it was not magic, yet my backside still throbbed. I could hardly believe this was a fabrication. I pointed at the very statue Professor Snape had just examined, which had come to life once more. We watched as the statue shook itself, tilting its head mockingly at the three of us, advancing step by step. From that small body, we felt an overwhelming sense of dread, and this time we even heard the deep sound emanating from its mouth. No, you shall not move, Hufflepuff. Oh, we were terrified. We were terrified. We would never dare again. We initially huddled together, but soon realized the necessity to flee. However, no matter where we ran, the honey badger statues we encountered sprang to life and launched attacks against us. We were utterly bewildered by this turn of events and dared not inquire further. We continued our frantic escape until we finally recalled that our common room was the only sanctuary devoid of honey badger statues. I simply could not fathom why things had escalated this way, why the Hufflepuff statues came to life, and why our Slytherin serpent statues failed to offer us protection. Professor Snape asserted that this was not magic. Could it truly be that our reprimand of Hufflepuff provoked such a bizarre phenomenon? Yet, was this not a Slytherin tradition? I had never heard upperclassmen mention that such repercussions would ensue from teaching them a lesson. Regardless of the rationale, I resolved to refrain from tormenting them again. Dear Honey Badger, spare me. Chapter 40. The Emergence of a Campus Bully Group. Ha ha! I can't stop laughing. In the Hogwarts kitchen, the twins were rolling on the table with laughter. You two have gone too far, specifically instructing the statue to bite their behinds. They will likely be in pain for days. Ha ha ha. I apologize. I couldn't contain myself, Roger chuckled. I believe they will never dare to bully Hufflepuff again. Connor's idea was truly brilliant. Lee Jordan, nearby, laughed so heartily he clutched his stomach. Connor, however, had been professionally trained to maintain composure. Merely transforming a ceramic teacup with a charm and calmly stirring iced tea. Keep calm, it's merely a minor incident. Our operation was remarkably successful. Let us celebrate. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Lala, please bring 5 hamburgers. Lala happily dashed off to prepare. In truth, witnessing Connor and the others discipline the Slytherin students brought joy to the house elves, for the Hufflepuff students had always treated them kindly. Today's operation was a resounding success. Although it felt somewhat beneath dignity to bully younger students, Connor reflected that he was, after all, just a child. This hardly constituted bullying. Do children require a reason to fight? A mere dislike suffices, especially when confronting such unruly little brats prone to bullying others. This prank was executed simply through basic transfiguration. The glowing eyes were painted on by Connor, and controlling the Honey Badger's eye movements was no daunting task. As for Snape's inability to detect traces of magic, that stemmed from Connor's clever substitution of an identical, unenchanted stone statue. What? You wonder how children could possibly move a stone statue? Naturally, they employed magic to direct others to transport it. Why rely on sheer physical strength when magic is at hand? Although the goofy Fred initially pondered moving it by hand, he soon learned a valuable lesson about his own limitations. Connor felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. His thoughts were clear, and his spirit was uplifted. At that moment, Connor mused that indeed, unruly children must be educated through action. Initially, he only intended to frighten them, but upon witnessing them bully the young Hufflepuff wizard that morning, he could not hold back the Honey Badger's instincts. Connor felt it necessary to correct the worldviews of the young wizards, who were merely children. He believed that with proper guidance, no one would perpetually dwell on thoughts of violence and destruction. Connor expressed that while he previously lacked authority, from now on at Hogwarts, everyone must heed his words. Regardless of their past peculiarities, they would be molded into the shapes he desired. Each day, he resolved to set a small goal. After all, life should possess some aspirations, lest he, as a prodigy born at the finish line, succumb to boredom. Connor, will we have another battle? George inquired, pondering something. Upperclassmen, Roger exclaimed in surprise. But can we really do that? They are upperclassmen, and we have barely learned any magic. The twins, however, were brimming with excitement. Upperclassmen, what a splendid idea. Let us discuss how to prank them. No, no, no. Pranks are merely tricks that work on first years. They are ineffective against seasoned upperclassmen. Connor shook his head, acknowledging that his own mischief was merely for amusement. Then how shall we confront them? Report to the professor? The bewildered first years gazed at Connor. Connor leisurely sipped his tea, a sigh escaping his lips as if he were drinking hot tea despite the coolness. Ah, you are still naive. What of the upperclassmen? Does being upperclassmen mean they will always be superior to us? Can they reign over us without consequence? As aspiring wizards, are you truly content to be overshadowed by a bunch of upperclassmen giants? Of course not. They responded instantly, having never considered that the upperclassmen had never bullied them. Rising and placing his teacup down, Connor turned, hands clasped behind his back, leaving the group with a striking silhouette. When facing foes stronger than ourselves, we must not always resort to underhanded tactics. More often, we should contemplate how to triumph over them through honorable means. Just because they are stronger now does not guarantee they will remain so. Give me some time, and I shall stand before them with dignity and defeat them. They will learn who truly holds power at Hogwarts. The young lions gazed at Connor's back, invigorated and inspired. The twins felt a twinge of dissonance despite their excitement, while Lee Jordan felt a flush of determination, envisioning himself triumphing over the giants. Can I do it too? Lee Jordan asked, breathing heavily. Of course. If I can achieve it, then so can you. Do you believe in me, Jordan? Do you believe I can accomplish this? Do you believe you can? Connor turned to extend his hand toward Lee Jordan. With a satisfied smile, Connor added, then please consider me your coach from now on. I shall teach you how to defeat the Slytherin giants. Yes, coach, Lee Jordan shouted, then realized, wait, Connor, aren't you the one who is supposed to defeat the giants? Connor cast a sidelong glance at the whispering twins and the somewhat excited Roger, remarking, I am not boasting. In truth, if I so desired, my magical prowess could easily allow me to learn a few spells to defeat them. Yet, I find it rather uninteresting. Even if I were to conquer them, given my illustrious reputation, the giants would likely perceive a defeat at my hands as no disgrace, and thus, nothing would truly change. However, you are differently. You are merely an ordinary first-year student. Should they fall to you, they would be thoroughly convinced of your superiority, potentially realizing their errors, and they would defer to your commands. Connor continued to entice, while Jordan lost himself in fantasy. At that moment, he envisioned a scenario where, if he commanded them to go east, they would dare not venture west. Even when new giants or smaller giants emerge, they would heed your words. You would be their king. Ah, I see. Lee Jordan was now wholly immersed in his own fantasies. Though he did not fully grasp the conversation, he understood it was a positive notion. His ambition ignited. The heart of the slumbering lion within him began to awaken. I, Lee Jordan, shall henceforth be the king of the giants. Splendid. Truly, a promising pupil. You all ought to join me in learning. I shall teach you spells. Knowledge typically reserved for third-year students. Connor glanced again at the twins and Roger, realizing that these three had not been ensnared by his persuasion, a significant disappointment. Hey, Connor. I think we need not wait until later. We can prank the upperclassmen giants right now. These two were the chaotic jesters, disinterested in the noble pursuit of learning. Connor is going to teach me spells? Splendid. I wish to learn. This was the academic, neutral piece dove, singularly focused on studying, not engaging in mischief. Humph. Should you prank the upperclassmen and find yourselves on the receiving end of a beating, do not expect my assistance. Connor retorted, a hint of irritation creeping in as he reflected on the time wasted in failing to turn these two into devoted followers. Learning spells is no trivial matter. You must at least master the current curriculum first. After some contemplation, Connor suggested, we need to find a suitable location. We cannot simply convene in the kitchen for our studies. How about that secret base on the 4th floor? The twins raised their hands. That won't do. It's too cumbersome, and we might later wish to recruit new members, so that secret base should remain confidential. Recruit members? Connor adjusted his robe, revealing his intentions. Indeed. We aim to establish a special organization to eradicate bullying within the school. ISNT that the Special Task Force for the Slytherin Giants? We might even need to recruit Slytherin Giants in the future. That name's simply one T suffice. What? Recruit Slytherin Giants? Why the fuss? Bullying is not exclusive to Slytherin. My vision is to create an organization independent of the student council to address conflicts among students. And we shall recruit members from all houses. Furthermore, this organization will have its hierarchy, with giants serving as frontline combatants. Hey, what about us? The twins exclaimed, for they had not forgotten their titles as warriors. Wouldn't it be splendid to ascend as esteemed elders of the organization? In the future, Li Qiaodan shall be the supreme leader, while Roger shall serve as the secretary. You two could be the chief secretaries. Oh, and what about you? As for me, I have no desire for responsibilities. I would rather be a mascot, Connor replied with a carefree demeanor. Chapter 41. The Invitation from Professor Nate. Regardless of ambitions, they were but mere notions at this stage. Establishing a student organization could only be pursued in their second year, and they had yet to devise a name for it. For now, they simply reveled in lighthearted banter. In the Ravenclaw common room, Connor and Roger sat by the window, engrossed in a game of monster cards. In the distance, a group of girls whispered, "Prince Connor is so handsome. Even playing cards, he looks magnificent. Truly, he is our little prince of Ravenclaw," remarked a first-year girl. "Ha ha ha. Has little Connor already become your prince? You must act swiftly, lest the upperclassmen seize your prince from you," teased a fourth-year girl. Hey, 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 how can you say that? The prince belongs to everyone. Do not think of keeping him to yourselves," exclaimed a second-year girl who had received a kindness card from Connor. "My goodness, Connor is not even 11 yet. What are you all thinking? Perhaps wait a few months before saying such things," chimed in a seemingly principled upperclassman with hidden intentions. "Do not entertain such thoughts. I believe painting and playing cards hold far more significance in Connor's heart than you little girls," proclaimed a senior who had painted with Connor. "That is a valid point," they nodded in agreement. "How envious of Roger I am. Why can't boys and girls share dormitories? Connor, I can't shake the feeling that those girls over there are speaking ill of you," Roger signaled to Connor. "Our house girls are gentle. They are not the type to gossip behind others' backs." Connor quietly set down a trap card. Connor, are you well acquainted with them?" Roger asked, surprised. "Of course. There are fewer than 80 students in Ravenclaw. I know them all by now, and I've nearly painted for half of the girls. I am quite familiar with them." Connor, you are remarkable. I cannot bear a multitude of women chattering in my ear. It is a relief that you can draw their attention away," Roger expressed with gratitude. Connor gazed at Roger with a complex expression. Was this truly the normal demeanor of an 11-year-old? "Roger, I hope you won't come crying to me in 2 years' time. You have been defeated. Activate the trap card. Ensnaring cage. Timo strikes." Why is it Timo again?" Roger exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. "Consider it a lesson learned." Connor chuckled as he rose to his feet. "Are we not continuing? Where are you going?" What business do you have with Professor Nate? Have you been confined? What are you thinking?" "I merely intend to create a painting for the professor." Connor waved goodbye to Roger, bestowing a charming smile upon the girls in the common room before departing the tower. The classroom for defense against the dark arts was situated on the 3rd floor of the castle, its occupant changing annually, each year adorned with distinct decorations. As Connor traversed the road, he pondered the contents of a letter from his grandfather, Devon. The message held a certain significance for him, particularly due to his grandfather's remark. "Nate is indeed my friend, yet we have not been in contact for many years. He has not sought a painting from me. And although I am uncertain as to why that old curmudgeon has suddenly approached you, if it is merely to request a painting, do assist him if you wish. The decision rests with you, and you need not concern yourself with my sentiments." From the letter, Connor sensed an undercurrent of resentment, leading him to believe there must be an untold story between them. Furthermore, Professor Nate had evidently lied. Did he assume that Connor would not inquire about the situation with his grandfather? Or was it truly the case that Nate sought him solely for a painting? Unafraid of being discovered in his deception, the evident rift in relations with his grandfather might indeed elucidate why Nate did not approach him for assistance. Connor's curiosity was piqued. Since his grandfather believed that Professor Nate could be of help, he felt no trepidation regarding potential harm to himself. After all, Nate could not be an utterly madman, could he? Connor knocked on the door of the professor's office. The door opened swiftly, revealing Professor Nate's radiant smile. Connor, I am delighted to see you." "Good afternoon, Professor Nate." Connor greeted politely. "Please, come in. I have prepared some afternoon tea." Seated in the professor's immaculate office, which reflected a refined lifestyle, Connor noticed a large box tucked away in the corner, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. What if it contained a real Professor Nate? "Connor," the professor said, settling next to him on the sofa, with a selection of exquisite pastries adorning the table between them. "May I venture to inquire as to the extent of your studies in the art of magical painting?" Connor sensed a hint of nervousness in the professor's tone. With a glint in his eye, he replied, "I have become proficient in the application of magic runes of speech. Theoretically, I am capable of creating the highest level of magical paintings. However, I still require a smidgen of assistance for the final step of imprinting." The term highest level of magical painting referred to the sort that adorned the office of the school principal. To produce such a work, several runes were typically employed: the runes of action, connection, speech, and imprinting. These runes imbued the painting with form, space, language, and memory. The initial 3 could be accomplished independently by the artist. For instance, Connor's monster cards possessed abilities, language, and spatial dimensions that he himself had endowed them with. This already constituted a high-level artwork, yet these creations appeared inferior compared to those paintings that seemed to possess a soul, which explained the professor's inquiry. As for the final step, the rune of imprinting, Connor had yet to master it, although he had a general understanding of its function. This rune served to infuse the painting with memory, which could belong to either the artist or the subject of the painting. Once a painting acquired memory, it often bore a striking resemblance to its subject. Indeed, many wizards regarded these paintings as embodiments of the individuals they depicted. Nevertheless, a painting remained, at its essence, merely a painting. How to articulate this? Portraits resemble those from the magical realm when they are first conjured into existence. Their movements mirror the initial programming bestowed upon them by their creators. They possess the capacity to evolve towards greater humanity through learning. Yet this transformation does not alter the fundamental truth of their existence. Endowing them with memories is akin to forcibly inundating them with a plethora of data, which accelerates their development. By analyzing these memories, they adeptly assume their roles. However, this does not imply that wizards can achieve rebirth through portraits. For instance, if Connor were to create a portrait of Dumbledore, and Dumbledore were to infuse that portrait with his memories, when faced with a dilemma, whose perspective would the remarkably lifelike portrait employ in its decision-making? The answer lies not in Dumbledore's reasoning, nor in Connor's, but rather in Connor's interpretation of what Dumbledore would likely choose after reviewing his memories. After such a lengthy discourse, Professor Natte's impatience began to surface. Splendid, Connor. You are a genius. Even Devon could not accomplish this in his youth. Professor Natte, somewhat exhilarated, gripped his staff tightly, then composed himself to address Connor with a grave expression. Child, before we proceed, I must apologize, for I have deceived you. Connor feigned confusion, his mind racing with thoughts of who might have sent her, eager for her to confess. The truth is, I did not wish for you to create a portrait for me, but rather for someone else. This feels quite different from what I envisioned. Chapter 42, Mandy Miller. Professor, what do you mean? Connor raised an eyebrow, sensing the complexity of the situation. I wish for you to paint a portrait of a dear friend of mine who has passed away. Professor Natte hesitated slightly. She did not leave behind a portrait, and I hope you can assist me in preserving her memory in this world. Her? Connor pondered. But Professor, why not ask my grandfather to paint it? I am certain he would assist you. Professor Natte shook her head, stating, due to certain circumstances, I have severed ties with your grandfather. Connor, I apologize for my earlier deception. So you never approached my grandfather at all? Connor feigned shock. Indeed, and I hope this can remain a secret between us. Professor Natte implored. I ask that you keep this confidential and refrain from informing your grandfather, at least until the portrait is completed. Connor was bewildered. Why must a simple portrait be shrouded in secrecy? Surely, there was some grand revelation to uncover. Of course, I will offer compensation. I know you are not in need of galleons. Is there something specific you desire? My family has connections in the black market. If you wish to acquire a dragon, I could procure one for you. No, I require money. I am in dire need of funds. My meager allowance is entirely under my mother's control. Furthermore, Professor, are you seriously suggesting you would gift a dragon to a child not yet 11? That seems quite illegal. Have you forgotten that you were once an Auror? No need for that. In fact, I have already written to my grandfather, and he advised me to assist as much as I can. So there is no need to concern ourselves with remuneration. Connor, suppressing his heartache and forcing a smile, thought to himself, please, do offer me some money. A little gold galleon would bring me great joy. Connor furrowed his brow. Although agreeing was not a significant burden, the request struck him as somewhat peculiar, and he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. If it comes to that, please keep it a secret until the artwork is completed. I beg you. Upon seeing the earnest plea in the old professor's eyes, Connor ultimately nodded. After all, the elderly gentleman had gone to such lengths. Connor was not made of stone. It was no great matter to acquiesce, and he could indulge for the moment. Thank you immensely, dear child. I appreciate your tolerance of an old man's whims. Professor Natte sighed with relief, rising from his seat and moving towards the inner chamber. Now, let us prepare to begin. Professor Natte emerged from the back room with a metallic, disc-shaped object. Connor examined it closely, finding it somewhat familiar. This is a pensieve, borrowed from Professor Dumbledore. Through it, we can witness the memories of others, Professor Natte explained. So it is this contraption, a significant plot device indeed. Connor traced the incomprehensible engravings around the basin, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. We shall utilize this device to delve into my memories. The individual you are to portray resides within them. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, and a profound sense of weightlessness enveloped him. As the environment gradually came into focus, Connor and Professor Natte found themselves no longer in the office. The Hogwarts Express? Connor inquired, but the child showed no reaction. The pensieve merely served as a memory playback device, devoid of interactive capabilities. Indeed, the Hogwarts Express. This is the memory of my first year. Professor Natte replied, noting that those who entered the pensieve together could engage in conversation. At that moment, a knock sounded at the compartment door, and a lovely girl with brown hair pushed it open. Excuse me, may I sit here? As the girl entered, Connor noticed the elderly Professor Natte tremble slightly beside him. It seemed this was indeed the person Connor was meant to depict. Connor glanced at Professor Natte, who nodded affirmatively. At this point, the young girl had taken a seat opposite young Professor Nate and cheerfully introduced herself. Hello, my name is Mandy Miller, and I hail from Nottingham. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, hello, I am Sack Nate. It is a pleasure to meet you. The young Professor Nate appeared quite bashful. May I call you Sack? Hee, you are my first friend since coming to the magical world. Miss Mandy was quite familiar, her demeanor lively and cheerful. Of course, that would be perfectly fine. Young Nate's cheeks flushed slightly as he waved his hand. Splendid. You may also call me Mandy. Are your parents wizards? None of my family are wizards. We were quite startled when we received the owl's letter. I never imagined that this world truly harbored wizards. Can you use magic? I can hardly comprehend the things in the books. Miss Mandy is not your ordinary chatterbox. She spoke incessantly without a moment's pause. The two young wizards engaged in a lively exchange, with Connor noting that both Little Knot and Old Knot wore smiles on their faces. As the train came to a halt, the children continued their conversation, with Mandy's curiosity prompting her to ask numerous questions, to which Knot patiently responded. Shortly, we will partake in the sorting ceremony, where we will be allocated into one of 4 distinct houses: Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor. What? Are we going to be separated? How can that be? Zach, will we be sorted into the same house? Little Knot paused before replying. I might be placed in Slytherin, as my family is all Slytherins. I'm uncertain where you will end up, but I've heard that Slytherin rarely admits wizards of Muggle descent. Oh, I see, Mandy said, slightly disheartened, but swiftly regained her spirits. No matter what, even if we are sorted into different houses, we can still be good friends. Oh, you wish to be friends with Slytherin? Do you believe you are worthy? At that moment, a blonde child swaggered over, casting a condescending glance at Mandy. Connor regarded this arrogant little imp with a peculiar expression, then turned to Old Knot with a questioning look. Professor Knot chuckled wryly. Indeed, Connor, that is your grandfather. Connor's perception of his grandfather crumbled, leaving him unable to look him in the eye. Mandy puffed her cheeks and glared at her great-grandfather, saying, Who do you think you are? Your manners are atrocious. Humph. I am Devon Lake of the Lake family, an esteemed Slytherin. The audacity of the boy made Connor want to retaliate. It was a disgrace to the family. Slytherin wouldn't accept a rude brat like you, Mandy retorted, causing Connor to nearly burst into laughter. An argument ensued between the two, with Knot intervening to mediate. Soon, they arrived in front of the sorting hat. Mandy Miller. The next name called was Miss Mandy's. She stepped forward and donned the sorting hat. After a brief moment, the hat proclaimed loudly, Gryffindor. Mandy removed the hat and walked towards the Gryffindor table, just as Professor Knot's name was announced, coincidentally in the same sequence. Sack Knot. Slytherin. Let us pause here for today, Connor, Professor Knot said, laughing as he patted Connor on the shoulder. I hope you can visit me every weekend. Consider it story time. When you feel ready, put pen to paper. I eagerly await your creations. Connor scratched his head, finding the prospect of understanding his grandfather's past intriguing. All right, Professor. That sounds good. Of course, if you encounter any challenges in your studies, feel free to seek my assistance. If you wish to learn any spells, I will gladly teach you, considering I am your defense against the dark arts professor, am I not? Professor Knot winked. Connor returned the gesture, realizing this was a rather advantageous arrangement. Thank you, Professor. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 43, The Mind Cloaking Spell. Connor's collegiate life has become both structured and fulfilling, encompassing classes, painting, and card games. For various reasons, Connor has emerged as a prominent figure among the first-year students. Not merely due to his artistic endeavors with the charming girls from different houses, but because he is the top scorer of Ravenclaw's first year. In recent weeks, Connor's remarkable magical talent has gradually manifested in class, earning him the admiration of professors, even receiving commendation from Snape. Had Connor shown more enthusiasm for potions, his scores might have soared even higher, but that is not the most astonishing aspect. As the weeks passed, Connor's image as a youthful, wealthy, charming, and erudite individual who treats others with warmth has firmly taken root in the hearts of his peers. This has made Connor somewhat bashful, yet he accepts it with grace. One cannot hide the brilliance of gold, and Connor truly shines. No amount of modesty can obscure his radiance. For instance, at this moment, one might exclaim, "Oh, the prince appears to be glowing." Indeed, many share this sentiment. Connor is not only handsome and gentle, but also excels academically and possesses artistic talent, embodying the essence of true nobility. How can one resist such a lure? Dream on. Old hag, you're in your 3rd year. Prince Connor belongs to us. Connor's admirers are advancing into upper years, yet he maintains his boundaries, expressing a lack of interest in these younger students. Connor, I can't help but feel you've been shining brighter lately, Roger inquired, perplexed, while walking beside him in the corridor. Connor casually deactivated the variant luminescent charm he had been casting, replying, "Really? I don't perceive any difference. Now it's gone. Strange. I've been sensing you radiating light. It must be an illusion. How could a person glow? I am not a light bulb," Connor earnestly explained, while internally reflecting. I am merely practicing magic, certainly not akin to a light bulb. Though the magical radiance charm is intricate and seemingly impractical, its aesthetic appeal is undeniable. It serves as a means to hone his control over magical energy. Connor often maintains this charm while engaging in daily activities, and over a few days, he has noticed a significant improvement in his magical prowess, a delightful surprise, indeed. There is truly no such thing as useless magic, Connor muses, feeling his comprehension of magic deepen. During the day, the magical aura does not raise eyebrows. If anything, it renders Connor rather dazzling. Thus, he has successfully flouted the school's rule against using magic in the corridors without attracting any attention. However, he refrains from using it at night, as employing this magic would make him resemble a super scion, far more luminous than the luminescent charm. A discreet individual like Connor would never indulge in such flamboyance. Hey, I heard we're starting flying lessons next week. I've never ridden a broomstick before, Roger excitedly announced. Oh, I used to ride broomsticks with Fred and the others all the time. It's quite simple. You'll pick it up in no time. The flying lessons are rather mundane. Magic holds a far greater allure. Recently, I have nearly mastered a plethora of chaotic spells, and it is high time to delve into the intricacies of the mind-cloaking spell. Connor turned and made his way towards the professor's office. After several visits, he had become quite adept at this routine. He knocked on Professor Knott's door, and the professor, surprised, exclaimed, "Ah, Connor, what a pleasant surprise to see you here today. Do come in, do come in. Apologies for the interruption, Professor, but I wish to seek your counsel regarding some academic inquiries." Connor settled into his usual seat. Oh, really? Is there something puzzling even for our little genius in the first-year curriculum? Professor Knott waved his wand, and a teapot along with cups floated over, brewing tea autonomously. To be honest, Professor Knott held a great deal of admiration for his friend's grandson. This boy possessed an astonishing magical talent, learning spells at an incredible pace, and he was remarkably polite, with a pleasing manner of speech. The sight of that dark hair reminded Knott of his own youth. He had no grandchildren, and had come to regard Connor as a prodigy. I wish to study the mind-cloaking spell, but I have heard that the relevant texts reside in the restricted section. You know, those books cannot be accessed without a professor's authorization. So I would like to request you to provide me with a letter of permission. Connor articulated his purpose, believing that there was no shame in seeking knowledge about the mind-cloaking spell, and he trusted Professor Knott would not decline. The mind-cloaking spell? Connor, do you aspire to become an Auror? Professor Knott inquired, somewhat astonished, for few wizards today took the initiative to study such magic. Not exactly. It's just that the current curriculum feels rather simplistic, and I find myself somewhat bored. Thus, I seek something more challenging to engage with. Connor casually offered a nonchalant excuse. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the first-year courses may prove rather easy for you. No matter, I shall prepare your letter. Professor Knott readily accepted this casual justification. He approached his desk and swiftly handed over a letter of permission, saying, "Here you go. I have substantial insights into the mind-cloaking spell, so if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me. I will organize my notes from my own studies. You may come by tomorrow to collect them." "Thank you, Professor." Connor silently appreciated Professor Knott's assistance and resolved to be more diligent when sketching. After conversing with Professor Knott for a while, Connor soon took his leave and headed towards the library on the second floor. The restricted section awaits. With the authorization slip in hand, Connor approached Madame Pants, the librarian, and soon located the book titled How to Combat the Soul Stealer and the Memory Charm. Initially, Connor intended to borrow the book on the mind-cloaking spell, Cloak Your Mind. But upon receiving Professor Knott's note, he discovered the professor had recommended this particular volume. Knott asserted that this book provided a more comprehensive explanation and covered more than just the mind-cloaking spell, deeming Connor's abilities sufficient to tackle its advanced content. Thus, this was the advanced edition. Just as he settled down to peruse How to Combat the Soul Stealer and the Memory Charm, a raspy voice echoed, stating, Chapter 44, The Soul Stealer and the Memory Charm. Connor did not anticipate encountering the first unforgivable curse under such circumstances, nor did he expect to discover a book that could vocalize on its own. Now, having inadvertently learned one of the 3 dark curses, he found himself in a quandary. The book fell silent upon completion, suggesting it was a magical tome that only spoke when opened. Its underlying principles remained a mystery for future exploration. For now, however, it was paramount to delve into its contents. The tome was not particularly thin, and after more than 2 hours of diligent reading, Connor grasped the essence of its discourse. True to its title, the book meticulously detailed the arts of the soul, snatching and mind-reading spells, alongside methods for counteracting these formidable magics, one of which was the brain closure technique. This was Connor's first encounter with a treatise on magical theory, and he found it increasingly captivating. The narrative provided a perspective on the world through the lens of magic, revealing that wizards possess a coherent understanding of their mystical reality. The text elucidated that every individual, or indeed every sentient being, harbors 2 realms of consciousness, an inner consciousness where the soul and memories reside, and the outer consciousness, the focal point of the book. At any given moment, the directives issued by a living entity regarding its actions, perceptions of the surrounding environment, and thoughts swirling within its mind coalesce in this outer realm of consciousness. Typically, this information is highly dynamic and readily perceivable. Some exceptionally gifted wizards are born with the innate ability to read minds, becoming natural mind readers, rendering the thoughts of ordinary beings transparent before them. Similarly, under normal circumstances, a typical wizard can infiltrate this realm using the mind-reading spell, eavesdropping on the information reflected within. While the mind-reading spell is incantation-based, the author of this tome dismisses such spellcasting as the most rudimentary, thoughtless, and technically deficient application. Curiously, no incantation was provided, leading Connor to suspect that the author may have fallen victim to this very spell. The text asserts that mind reading is merely a flexible application of mental prowess. If some wizards are inherently capable of this ability, it stands to reason that powerful wizards could achieve it as well. Indeed, it is true that those with formidable mental strength can silently employ mind reading through mere eye contact. Should the subject be unable to resist this mental incursion, the caster can intensify their focus, thereby penetrating the inner consciousness and extracting memories. The brain closure technique serves to deactivate this active outer consciousness, rendering it impervious to external scrutiny. Advanced practitioners of brain closure can consciously delineate a pseudo-consciousness, into which they can embed false information, effectively deceiving intruders. In contrast to mind reading, soul snatching is decidedly more brutal. If mind reading is akin to a thief, then soul snatching is that of a robber. The mind reading technique can be likened to a magical hook deftly fishing for thoughts within the consciousness, a process marked by flexibility and high operational capacity. Beginners may find themselves ensnared due to the necessity of incantations, while seasoned thieves infiltrate your mind without your awareness. The soul-snatching technique resembles the act of transforming magical energy into a large, coarse stick, forcefully filling the consciousness space of another, displacing the owner's awareness and seizing control of the body in a manner that appears more brutal and savage. When confronted with the soul-snatching technique, the efficacy of the mind closure technique depends on whether your defenses are sturdier than the assailant's might. The text also elucidates that the false consciousness space fabricated by a powerful mind closure master can deceive the practitioner of the soul-snatching technique, provided that the disguise remains undetected. Although this book may seem to be an earnest yet nonsensical discourse, Connor finds the author's arguments persuasive and well-supported. However, his mood darkens upon discovering how to learn the mind closure technique, which astonishingly requires no incantations or magical symbols. It is entirely a matter of mental discipline. Indeed, the learning methodology presented appears devoid of any semblance of magic. Connor summarizes it as a process of emptying the mind and self-hypnosis, a purely idealistic form of sorcery. The author's assertion is essentially, as long as I believe I have closed my mind, you shall not perceive my thoughts. Yet, how can I ascertain whether my mind is indeed closed? With a complex disposition, Connor contemplates the text, feeling lost. Each encounter with such idealistic magic induces a desire to lash out, muttering to himself, truly, this is hardly magical. Had it been a spell with symbols, I would have mastered it at a glance. Magic, with symbols. Connor's excitement surges. The Heartlock spell, in contrast to the mind closure technique, features a planar magical symbol directly illustrated in the tome. Although it appears somewhat intricate, such magic aligns perfectly with his inclinations. Connor eagerly attempts to sketch it, only to fail repeatedly. After several unsuccessful attempts, he feels a flush of embarrassment, relieved that no one is privy to his overzealous claims. Otherwise, he would have to devise means to silence them. The Heartlock spell seems to possess potential. The Heartlock spell functions by constructing a shield of magical energy in the consciousness space to thwart prying eyes. The text asserts its efficacy surpasses that of the mind closure technique. However, the shortcomings of the Heartlock spell are evident. First, the presence of such a vast magical shield inevitably signals to others that one harbors secrets. Second, the magical symbol appears to present certain issues, marking Connor's first encounter with a symbol he could not utilize despite having drawn it. After several readings, he comes to understand that the planar symbol contains several intersection points, and he struggles to comprehend how magical energy flows through those junctures. One would expect such intersecting symbols to be obsolete, yet he finds himself confronting one. In light of this, it becomes apparent that, when comparing the Heartlock spell to the mind closure technique, the latter offers a more favorable cost-benefit ratio for learning. Having finished the book, Connor found himself rather disheartened after learning a soul-snatching technique that proved to be of no use. He felt a sense of futility in his efforts. Yet he was comforted by the thought of seeking guidance from Professor Not the following day. Tossing the book aside, he decided to indulge in a game of cards instead. Chapter 45. Flying Lessons and Meditation Techniques. Ravenclaw's flying lessons were scheduled for Friday afternoon, to be conducted alongside Hufflepuff. Connor stepped outside the castle after a prolonged absence. He had been so engrossed in his magical studies that he hadn't ventured out in days, neglecting even his artistic pursuits with the girls. Relishing the rare opportunity to bask in the sunlight, Connor snapped his fingers, invoking a radiant aura. Under the sun, I shall surely be the brightest among the crowd. Hey, Connor, greeted Cedric. Hello, Cedric, Connor responded with a smile. Since Fred had inadvertently revealed their group's escapade involving a troll during a conversation with Cedric, the bond between Cedric and Connor had grown considerably closer. The first-year trolls had long ceased to bully Hufflepuff students. Had it not been for Connor's overshadowing presence, Cedric would undoubtedly have been the most illustrious student of their year, handsome, amiable, and academically gifted. These attributes could easily be attributed to Cedric, who was genuinely a good-hearted individual. Unlike Connor, who appeared charming yet harbored a mischievous streak, Connor recognized Cedric as a quintessential nice guy, which made him all the more willing to cultivate this friendship. Connor, I haven't seen Fred and George around lately. They seem to vanish after class. It's quite a challenge to find you two for some fun, Cedric remarked. I'm not sure what they've been up to. Ever since they were caught by Filch using magic in the hallway and confined, they've been rather elusive. Connor shrugged. I know. Roger interjected, raising his hand. Lee mentioned that they might have discovered a new secret passage. They seem to find new passages every day. What kind of excuse is that? And why haven't they shared this discovery with me? I suspect they are up to no good behind my back. Connor feigned indifference, feeling that the twins had become increasingly disobedient, though they had never been particularly compliant. Before Roger could continue, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, briskly emerged. She exclusively taught first-year students and also organized Quidditch matches, making her one of Hogwarts' most unburdened teachers. Students, I am Rolanda Hooch, and I will be teaching you flying lessons this year. Now, each of you should find a broomstick and stand by it, she announced. The young witches and wizards soon realized that 2 rows of worn-out broomsticks had been neatly arranged on the ground, prompting them to hurriedly take their positions. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick, Madame Hooch commanded from between the 2 rows of students, then instructed, on the count of 3. Connor, however, did not call out foolishly. The broomstick obediently soared into his grasp. It was merely a basic application of magic, one he had mastered effortlessly since the age of 8. Yet, many young wizards found their brooms rather uncooperative, rolling about instead of soaring into the air, much like Roger. Desperation etched on his brow. He sought assistance from Connor. Calm yourself and envision the broom flying into your grasp. Unleash your magic, Connor advised from the sidelines. In truth, it was a rather simple endeavor. The broom was inscribed with various magical runes, which would activate and enable it to fly, provided there was sufficient magical energy. However, as first-year wizards generally lacked the knowledge to control their magic, the ability to command the broom to ascend to their hands served as a valuable test of their compatibility with it. It would have been easier to simply lift the broom with magic, yet Roger seemed unaware of this alternative. After some time of struggle, the young wizards managed to summon their brooms to their hands. Subsequently, Madame Horklump demonstrated how to mount a broom without slipping off. She moved among the students, correcting their postures. The flying lesson passed quietly, with the only notable incident being Madame Horklump awarding Connor an additional 2 points for his outstanding performance. The admiration from the girls towards Connor intensified, as many of them favored athletic young men, although Connor himself did not consider broom riding a sport. Later that day, Connor intended to consult Professor Knott regarding the intricacies of the mind-shielding charm. I am not surprised that you have come to seek my assistance, Professor Knott remarked, sipping his tea in his office. Have you completed the reading? I have, but I am uncertain of how to proceed, Connor replied candidly. Mastering the mind-shielding charm is indeed challenging, yet there are clever methods to facilitate the learning process. Over the years, the Aura training program has developed several effective techniques. Though these remain confidential, Professor Knott said with a wink. However, I can share a secret with you, which no one else must know. Can you keep it to yourself? Rest assured, I will not divulge it. Connor responded without hesitation. Excellent, Professor Knott began, organizing his thoughts before continuing. The mind-shielding charm pertains to the realm of consciousness. You are already acquainted with the concept of the conscious space through your reading. Directly practicing the mind-shielding charm can indeed be disorienting. The traditional method involves having someone continuously use the legilimency spell on you, allowing you to learn the charm gradually through resistance. This method is straightforward and yields quick results. However, I sense you are not in a rush to master the charm, so I propose a second method. I believe this approach is more suitable for you, as the mind-shielding charm operates within the conscious space. However, our lack of concrete understanding of this space often leaves us at a loss. If we could transform the abstract notion of the conscious space into a tangible, perceivable realm, mastering the mind-shielding charm would become a much simpler task. Are you suggesting that this conscious space is something we can actually perceive? Connor pondered, assuming the superficial conscious space was merely the cerebral cortex. Could it truly be felt? Indeed, it can, Professor Knott affirmed. This is an ability historically referred to as meditation. It allows us to delve into our conscious space from a third-person perspective. This is a skill that every mage of the past had to master, Professor Norton remarked. However, in modern times, the art of meditation has fallen out of favor. Fewer and fewer wizards are willing to devote their time to studying magic in peace. Meditation. Connor's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally encountered this term within the realm of magic. Previously, he believed that the world of sorcery, dominated by sorcerers, lacked such an ability. Professor, what is the specific purpose of meditation? Well, it allows one to delve into the space of consciousness. When we meditate, our thoughts become clearer, and it is said to enhance mental fortitude. Beyond that, it serves little other purpose. It is precisely because it is deemed rather trivial that meditation is not given much importance, Professor Norton sighed. I want to learn, please teach me. Of course, that is precisely my intention, Norton replied with a smile, feeling a renewed sense of clarity about Connor's innate talent for magic. He was thrilled to have the opportunity to mentor such a promising future archmage. Chapter 46, The Space of Consciousness. During the subsequent weekend, Connor secluded himself in his dormitory, postponing all other activities. The resentful glances from Roger and the girls did little to sway his determination to immerse himself in study. In his dorm room, Connor sat cross-legged on his bed, with Mira curled up asleep on his legs. He was attempting to enter a meditative state. Although no specific posture was required for meditation, Connor instinctively assumed a cross-legged position, believing it would yield superior results. The method for training in meditation, as taught by Professor Norton, was straightforward. Focus magical energy to the center of the forehead, which would increase the likelihood of perceiving the existence of the consciousness space. This control of magical energy relied on one's awareness, with the surface level of consciousness located at the forehead. By directing magical energy toward this point, it was akin to issuing a command to enter the consciousness space. Once successful, subsequent entries would become significantly easier. Thus, for the past few days, aside from studying, Connor had been repetitively attempting to channel magical energy toward his forehead, yet the results were minimal. Magical energy, being formless and intangible, could only be sensed through innate talent. Controlling it to converge at the forehead was relatively simple, yet the energy would pass straight through the forehead without any discernible entry point, leaving Connor at an impasse. What am I to do? Connor exclaimed in frustration, lying back on his bed, inadvertently waking Mira, who groaned and rolled away. To master the art of mental closure, one must first comprehend how to seal off the consciousness space, but Connor could not find the entrance to this elusive realm. An epiphany struck him. Finding an entrance? I cannot locate my own, but perhaps I can search for someone else's. The incantation for the mind extraction spell was not particularly difficult. How could I have overlooked this? But who would be suitable for this experiment? Just as he contemplated this, Mira, who was curled up at the bed's edge and preparing to drift back to sleep, suddenly sensed a malevolent gaze upon her and jerked her head up, locking eyes with her mischievous master. Mira? Connor drew forth his wand and cast a spell upon Mira, feeling his magical energy autonomously weave a complex sigil that surged towards her forehead, vanishing at the center. Suddenly, he sensed Mira's thoughts, comprehending her confusion. What is happening? What does my master intend to do? A wave of fear and helplessness washed over her, accompanied by a longing for comfort. The moment Connor severed his magical connection, the voices faded away, yet he had grasped the essence of entering the realm of consciousness. Ignoring Mira, he settled cross-legged upon the bed, directing his magic back to his brow. In the next instant, Connor experienced a profound explosion of sensation, finding himself in a vast, white expanse. His perception was extraordinary. He could feel his physical form seated outside, while simultaneously being acutely aware of his presence in this ethereal realm. With a mere thought, his wizardly attire materialized in the blank space, and he soon found himself standing upon grass, gazing at a woodland cabin, the haunting melody of a song echoing through the boundless horizon. He quickly reined in his thoughts. Connor discovered that whatever he envisioned manifested in this space, rendering him seemingly omnipotent within this white void. Consequently, achieving a state of mental emptiness appeared within reach. He merely had to maintain the purity of this vast whiteness. He mused that in a matter of days, he would master the art of mental seclusion. How simple this was. There was no difficulty whatsoever. He burst into laughter, feeling invigorated. In truth, the path to mastering meditation is not without its challenges. It requires proficient control over one's magical energy and formidable mental fortitude. Connor's ease in grasping this technique stemmed entirely from his extraordinary mental strength. Unlike magical energy, mental prowess does not manifest distinctly with age, making it difficult to assess an individual's mental capacity. The magical community's understanding of mental strength remains superficial, equating enhanced memory with greater mental power. This is a rather narrow perspective, for mental strength delves into the realm of the soul, a domain that remains woefully unexplored in contemporary magical studies. Even consulting Professor Knott would yield no clearer explanation for Connor's swift learning, only leading to the conclusion that he was exceptionally gifted. Having mastered meditation, Connor emerged from his introspective retreat just in time for dinner, eager to escape the monotony of Roger's takeout that had plagued him over the past few days. At the entrance to the hall, he encountered Charlie and Percy, who appeared to be engrossed in a discussion regarding the twins. Charlie, now in his 6th year and the captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team, and Percy, a diligent 3rd-year student, were not individuals Connor interacted with frequently. Charlie, you must keep an eye on Fred and George. They were caught by Filch again the other day. Can you believe it? They set off a dung bomb in the corridor. It hasn't even been a month since the school year began, and they've already cost Gryffindor nearly 40 points. You've known them long enough. I assumed you were prepared for their antics since their enrollment. Charlie shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I was considering recruiting both of them as our team's batsmen next year. I can hardly be bothered to discuss them. Clearly, Charlie did not share Parky's fervor for the honor of the House Cup. His sole focus lay on Quidditch. Goodness. You are our elder brother. Bill has graduated, and I believe you ought to shoulder the responsibility of educating them. Otherwise, Mother will surely scold us. Parky expressed with dissatisfaction. Hey, Connor. Long time no see. Charlie quickly changed the subject upon noticing Connor approaching. Hi, Parky. Charlie, if memory serves me right, we had lunch together this past Friday. Connor greeted with a smile. It's already Sunday. Brother, I never knew you were so fond of hiding indoors. You should spend more time at the Quidditch pitch. I reckon you'll be the captain of the Ravenclaw team next year. Charlie jested, patting Connor on the shoulder. Connor, you're just in time. Could you have a word with Fred and George about adhering to the school regulations? I recall that they tend to listen to you, Parky suggested. Of course, no problem. But I doubt they would heed my words. I haven't seen them for several days. They have been rather secretive about their recent activities, Connor shrugged. Even you are unaware of what they are up to. Parky appeared astonished, having always assumed that Connor was inseparable from the twins. But fret not. They can never keep secrets from me. I shall speak to them and remind them to mind the school rules, Connor assured. Chapter 47. The secrets of Fred and George. The twins were engaged in mischief behind their backs, and Connor had become aware of this intolerable betrayal. He intended to catch them in the act. Hey, hurry up, George. This is the last secret passage. We are on the verge of discovering all the routes on the map. I know. I believe it's around here, not far off, George replied. It was Wednesday evening, past curfew, and the twins were evidently breaking school rules once again, stealthily huddled together, their wands glowing with lumos. As George held a piece of parchment resembling a map. Here, Fred, I believe I have found it. Split up. Well done. Hidden behind that hunchbacked statue. Indeed. The map indicates this location. Stop pondering and let us go. You jump. I'll follow, George excitedly suggested, just as both felt a prickle down their spines. A hoarse, low voice, akin to a demonic whisper, echoed behind them. Going? Where do you think you're going? Did you consult me? The twins whirled around. Then exclaimed, my eyes are blinded. Connor, turn off the lights. Fred shouted, covering his eyes. They had not anticipated that turning around would reveal a luminous figure hovering in midair, radiating brightly like a small sun. Their eyes nearly succumbed to the brightness. Without needing to ponder, it was clear that the only one in Hogwarts capable of such mischief was none other than Connor. Connor dismissed the enchantment surrounding him and descended to the ground. Seizing the moment while the two were still wiping their tears, he boldly snatched the parchment from George's hands. The cover of the parchment prominently displayed the words the Marauders map. So, this is the infamous Live Point map? Quite a treasure, Connor remarked with a playful tone. The disillusionment charm, a sophisticated spell I mastered just recently. The disillusionment charm? I heard from Charlie that S taught in the 5th year. How did you manage to learn it? George exclaimed in astonishment. I consulted Professor Knott, and he casually imparted it to me, Connor replied nonchalantly. What about that dazzling light? No spell could be that bright, not even the Lumos Maxima. Fred interjected excitedly, clearly cooking up a mischievous idea. That's a spell of my own invention. Interested in learning it? You'll have to beg me, Connor said, lifting his chin in a haughty manner. Please, oh great Connor. They chorused. We intended to include you, but you seemed to hide away in your dormitory all day. When we finally found you, you complained about us interrupting your artistic pursuits. Can you blame us? Fred and George argued in unison, presenting a compelling case that made Connor question if he had indeed erred. All right, I'll set that aside for now. You must explain what you're doing here, he finally said. We're searching for secret passages, they replied. How can you be so brazen about it? Connor exclaimed, rubbing his forehead and shaking the parchment in his hand. When did you acquire this Live Point map? It seems you're familiar with it. Connor, the all-knowing, Fred shrugged, saying, we pilfered it from Filch's office last time. This map reveals numerous secret passages we hadn't discovered, and it even marks everyone's names and locations. After that, we feared Filch no longer. But why didn't we notice you right behind us? How should I know? Perhaps it's because I used the disillusionment charm? Connor mused, contemplating the parchment, which was no ordinary object. Well, It seems this map has its limitations. Fred snatched the parchment and waved it triumphantly. But it's indeed a treasure. Wouldn't you agree? We've deciphered complex magical runes on it, even though we can't fully comprehend them. Fear not. I shall assist in the research. We are friends. Are we not? Connor attempted to reclaim the map, but Fred resisted, leading to a playful scuffle between them. Hey chaps, shouldn't we first explore the secret passage? George suggested, observing from the sidelines while enjoying a candy. Fred held the map aloft, boasting, "Want it? Beg me." Connor responded with a cheeky gesture, disillusionment charm. Deal. All right then, where does this passage lead? After their innocent barter, Connor finally focused on the hidden passage. Not certain yet, but I suspect it leads to Hogsmeade. It's discernible from the map, George surmised. Then what are we waiting for? Who jumps first? You jump, I jump. Ready, set, push on 3. 1, 2, 3. Cough. Cough, where's this place? The fluorescent lights flicker. 3 individuals traversed a concealed passage for several minutes before pushing aside a floorboard and emerging. It appeared to be a cellar. I believe we are all familiar with the appearance of a cellar, Fred remarked. Connor also drew his wand and cast the Lumos charm. Hey look, it's a whole box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Oh, and Honeyduke's fudge. And here are cockroach clusters. Goodness, these are all snacks. George exclaimed with delight. I think I know where we are. There is only one candy shop in Hogsmeade, and this is the cellar of Honeyduke's, Connor remarked, swatting George's hand away as he attempted to sneak some sweets. Indeed, we have discovered the 7th secret passage leading to Hogsmeade, Fred declared, raising his fist triumphantly. You found 7? Connor raised an eyebrow in surprise. Surprising, isn't it? There is a passage beneath the Whomping Willow at school, and another behind the mirror on the 5th floor corridor. Both are marked on the Marauder's map. Unfortunately, for more are known to Filch, and we've eliminated those. Fred and George said proudly, with their arms around each other. Oh, these two are indeed like pangolins, Connor mused. It must be done. Back at Hogwarts, Connor naturally extended his hand. May I borrow the Marauder's map for a few days to study? When will we be taught the disillusionment charm? Fred handed over the map, assured by Connor's promise. To master the disillusionment charm, one must first learn the shield charm. How is your study of charms coming along? Hey, don't underestimate us. We can already cast the shield charm silently, thanks to your teaching. Though it does require a bit of incantation time, they replied. And how long do you take to incant? 3 minutes. The twins beamed with pride. By the time you manage it, you might as well be turned into a sieve. Connor retorted, rolling his eyes. When you can cast the Lumos charm silently, I shall teach you the disillusionment charm. Is the Lumos charm capable of silent casting? That incantation is quite intricate. Connor, are you not trying to make things difficult for us? Of course it is possible. Do you not believe me? Connor snapped his fingers, emitting a blinding light. We're blinded. We believe you. Chapter 48, The Marauder's Map. Look what I've discovered. 2 Gryffindor mischief makers, violating school rules, roaming the castle at midnight. Oh no, it's Peeves. Connor, run. Huh, Connor? Hearing Peeves' voice, Fred and George opened their eyes to see the mischievous poltergeist, short and stout, with a wide mouth and a grotesque yet comical face, floating menacingly in midair, staring at them with his round eyes. The twins scanned their surroundings, but Connor was nowhere to be seen. It seems Peeves cannot see me, came Connor's voice from the empty corridor. You two run ahead. I shall prepare the disillusionment charm for you. It turned out that upon hearing Peeves, Connor had immediately made himself invisible. Upon hearing Connor's words, the twins wasted no time and dashed away. It is the Weasley troublemakers. Mischief makers violating school rules. Nighttime castle wandering. The mischievous spirit, Pai Gouet, incessantly shouted behind the 2 individuals, hurling whatever he could find at the twins, deliberately creating a cacophony. However, as they turned a corner, Pai Gouet's clamoring abruptly ceased. For the twins he had been pursuing had mysteriously vanished. It's you again. Pai Gouet. What are you screaming about in the dead of night? Came the irate voice of Felch from a distance. Pai Gouet retaliated by throwing a plaster statue at Felch, exclaiming, I just saw students wandering at night. What? Quickly tell me who they are. Where are they? Felch demanded. With a shrill laugh, Pai Gouet soared away, leaving the frustrated Felch behind. Then, in the seemingly deserted corridor, voices began to resonate. Haha, Connor, your magic is truly remarkable. I can hardly wait to master it. Well, you all better study hard, for I shall teach you the silencing charm the moment you've learned it. All right then, it appears our exploration of the Forbidden Forest will be delayed. Fred shrugged, forgetting that no one could see him do so. You all still plan to venture into the Forbidden Forest? Connor raised his voice, incredulous that he had not been included. We did inform you that we intended to explore the secret passage on the map before heading to the Forbidden Forest. The trio seemed oblivious to the headmaster's words at the start of the term. But venturing into the Forbidden Forest is somewhat perilous. We ought to seek out the keeper of the grounds for information first. Connor was never one to engage in an unprepared endeavor. Are you referring to the giant Hagrid? Indeed, we should strategize carefully. It was already past 10 at night, and Roger was still laboring over his assignments. It was a mystery how Roger managed to produce several sheets of parchment for each task, while Connor considered it a remarkable feat to churn out half a page. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. As Connor uttered these words, ink began to appear on the map, revealing names such as Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and Pitchfork. Connor marveled at the ingenuity of the old bullies who had created this map, recognizing that he, at present, could not replicate it. Oh right, it seems I forgot to lift the disillusionment charm on them. How embarrassing. Furrowing his brow, Connor produced his wand and floated upward, making the names vanish. So that is how it works. It appeared that the map's capabilities were not overly complex. Connor continued to scrutinize the map with his magical prowess, growing increasingly fascinated by its intricacies. He realized that the mechanism requiring a password to unveil the map was a rather simple, yet uniquely brilliant concept. They had effectively locked the map, and this was Connor's first encounter with such a magical patent protection mechanism. Only by uttering the correct incantation could one reveal the true nature of the map. Otherwise, it remained an ordinary piece of parchment. Attempting to forcefully probe it with magic would yield no results unless one possessed the magical strength of 4. To Connor's astonishment, the core magical rune of the map was a prophetic one, a type he had never before encountered. He became entranced as he studied it. This rune was the key to the map revealing others' names, functioning through the castle's floors to relay information. A truly genius concept. Connor discovered that by infusing magic into the map, he could see a greater number of names. This map was truly remarkable. The application of magical runes within it surpassed Connor's current abilities. The various uses and combinations of runes were far beyond what he could achieve at present. Just a month prior, his pride in having learned dozens of spells was swiftly shattered. He realized that he was not the only intelligent person in the world. The prowess of magical experts was indeed formidable. Connor was unaware of the grade in which Harry's father had created this map, yet from what he gathered, even the twins in the original story were capable of crafting various magical items by their 4th or 5th year. In contrast to their current novvet, Connor felt the need to respect the talents of heroes around the globe. Compared to those wizards who had created a plethora of wondrous magical artifacts, Harry and his friends seemed to possess only the ability to shoot lasers. What good is a wizard who can merely shoot lasers? It was truly embarrassing. In that moment, Connor resolutely committed himself to the pursuit of developing more intriguing magical devices. He then immersed himself in the study of the map. Before the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, the fat lady, having been awakened, spoke sternly to the empty space. No, I cannot see anyone. I cannot open the door. My goodness, George, I believe Connor is absolutely doing this on purpose. Must we spend the night like those unable to answer questions in Ravenclaw? Sleeping at the entrance of the common room? I fear that is the case. Tomorrow we shall become the laughingstock of Gryffindor. George, curled up in a corner, hugged his knees, on the verge of tears, pitiful, small, and even smiling through his misery. Oh dear, can someone tell me how long this disillusionment charm will last? Connor, we hate you. Chapter 49, The Eve of Halloween. Time flew swiftly. Amidst a fulfilling academic life, Connor spent a tranquil second month at Hogwarts. Although this month was calm, it was not without its share of amusing events. Here is the monthly summary report. 1. Connor and his companions discovered the Room of Requirement, moving their meeting place from the kitchen to this new location, thus officially establishing the Hogwarts Four. 2. The Hogwarts Four, for the sake of convenience, we shall consider the twins as one entity, hosted the inaugural Pokémon card tournament for 1st and 2nd years, with the top 3 contestants receiving rare silver cards signed by the card creators. Many young wizards eagerly registered, particularly the female participants, whose enthusiasm was especially high. The competition took place over 3 weekends, culminating in Fred, George, and Roger claiming the top 3 spots, an admirable achievement indeed. This event also solidified Lee Jordan's reputation as the king of commentary, as the former Quidditch commentator expressed great confidence in him. 3. The Hogwarts Four established a strategy analysis group concerning Hagrid, discussing how to extract information about the Forbidden Forest from him. However, the group leader Connor announced the dissolution of this group the very next day, as they discovered that interacting with Hagrid did not require any cunning. Casual conversation yielded more information than they had anticipated. The Hogwarts Four have initiated a new campaign against the Slytherin Giants. The group leader, Connor, has meticulously devised a strategic plan, enabling the Five to forge alliances and sow discord within Slytherin's ranks, leaving the upper-year Slytherin Giants in a precarious position. Marginalized from various factions, the Hogwarts Four have established a combat skills training group to enhance the members' dueling capabilities. Chief Trainer Connor is soon to visit Professor Knott for dueling instruction, and upon his return, he will promptly launch the training program. With all members expressing eager anticipation for the forthcoming sessions, a meeting was convened by the Hogwarts Four to deliberate on the recruitment of peripheral members for their organization. Significant disagreements arose during the discussions, culminating in a heated debate regarding the potential inclusion of female peripheral members. Chairman Connor found himself at a disadvantage, outnumbered 4-1, and ultimately exercised his veto power to dismiss the voting outcome, postponing the matter until the following academic year. Moreover, the Hogwarts Four have established a magical artifacts research department, with Minister Connor expressing hope to recruit the first research group member promptly. Additionally, a Mischief Night Operations Group has been formed, aimed at devising pranks for Halloween Eve. With the clock striking 6 in the evening and the banquet set to commence in half an hour, a sense of boredom permeated the air. "We must inject some excitement into this banquet," one member exclaimed. "Indeed," another echoed. Connor, resting his chin in his hand, languidly remarked, "Why must you raise your voices? Pretending to be Lee and Roger? You don't even come close." A figure adorned in a pumpkin head chimed in. "Our voices aren't that unpleasant, are they?" Another pumpkin-headed member followed suit. "And you all, why wear pumpkin heads? Tonight is a masquerade, not a Plants vs. Zombies event," Connor retorted, casting a disinterested gaze at Pumpkin J and Pumpkin Dan. "This is a gift from Hagrid. Besides, the most flamboyant among us is undoubtedly you." Today, Connor was attired in a dapper, tailored suit, an ensemble featuring a deep blue jacket, a white shirt, and a red bow tie, complemented by black-framed glasses and faux vampire fangs. It appeared he had cast a spell on his pupils, causing them to emit a dark crimson glow. If one were to encapsulate this attire in a single word, it would be flamboyant. "What do you know? I am embodying the Grim Reaper," Connor declared. "The Grim Reaper? Are you sure you're not masquerading as a vampire?" Another retorted. "How could you mere mortals comprehend the daily wardrobe of the Grim Reaper?" Connor scoffed, adjusting his glasses with a dismissive flick. "Wearing pumpkin heads is hardly peculiar. They are certainly preferable to the ghastly twins masquerading as ghouls. Hey, fellows, shouldn't we discuss tonight's grand entrance?" One ghoul, spewing a strange black liquid, suggested. "With the two of you here, it's already quite shocking," another replied. "Please sit a bit farther away. I'd rather not get your suspicious liquid on my food." Another added, expressing concern. The pumpkin-headed figure remarked, "Oh, that must be Lee. How can you eat with a pumpkin head on? This isn't some bizarre liquid. It's merely color-changing lemonade. Quite refreshing, actually." After a brief moment of contemplation, the pumpkin-headed individual decided against sampling the lemonade. "So, do you gentlemen have any plans?" "Ghouls?" Connor inquired. "None whatsoever," came the confident reply. "I suspected as much," Connor sighed, tapping his dimensional pocket with his wand, from which several small objects emerged. "Courtesy of a summoning charm. I do have a few items to lend you." As the banquet neared its commencement, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Suddenly, the hall fell silent, as everyone gaped in astonishment at two uproariously laughing ghouls who flew through the entrance. Yes, two ghouls had taken to the air, astonishing everyone not merely because of the audacity to fly into the venue. After all, it had been years since anyone dared to do so. But, more importantly, these ghouls had wings. Angelic wings, no less. The grotesque ghouls flitted about the hall, their pristine feathers glinting as they cackled and tossed sweets towards the Gryffindor table. Spotting waving hands from Hufflepuff, they generously threw a few more confections in that direction before landing beside Gryffindor's long table. It was immediately apparent to everyone that these mischievous figures were none other than the notorious Weasley twins. One could not help but admire their creativity. The flying ghoul concept was rather impressive. As the Gryffindor lions approached to inquire about the origins of their wings, the lights dimmed unexpectedly, and black feathers began to cascade from the air, startling the crowd. After all, were they not adorned with pumpkin lanterns? Everyone looked up, only to be met with a chilling sight. A flurry of black feathers swirled about, the source of which was two pumpkin heads hurling feathers from a basket. Even more terrifying was the sight of a vampire nestled between the two pumpkin heads, sporting 4 pairs of black wings. This vampire emanated a radiant glow. "How striking!" Someone exclaimed. "Wait, isn't that Connor from Ravenclaw? We're all just trying to enjoy a meal. Must you be so ostentatious? And what is this? Is that the familiar duet?" "Shut up, Weasley." This was the inner monologue of the audience as imagined by Connor, who gracefully descended to the ground amidst the twins' cacophony. A charming smile graced Connor's lips as he casually turned off the luminous halo surrounding him, offered a slight bow, and then snapped his fingers. All the floating black feathers transformed into an array of delectable candies. It was only at this moment that the young witches and wizards fully grasped what had transpired, erupting into fervent applause. "Incredible! What a marvelous performance! Those wings are magnificent. I want a pair. Connor, I want to have your babies. Such a spectacular display of transfiguration. Mr. Lake, I believe I can bestow upon you 10 points, along with several others for their splendid performances that have graced our banquet with a most delightful opening. I shall award each of you an additional 5 points. At that moment, Dumbledore rose, clapping his hands with a twinkling smile, and remarked, "Ah, the vigor of youth. Young people are always brimming with boundless imagination. I hope you will continue to surprise us all in the future. Fresh and intriguing experiences invariably bring more joy to the world. Now, I officially declare tonight's banquet commenced." Chapter 50, Everything is Calculated. Connor. Is that wing an application of transfiguration? It looks magnificent. Could you craft one for me? Connor, how did you manage to soar into the air just now? Was it with that wing? Truly impressive. Connor, your outfit is splendid. May I touch it? Just a brief moment. Connor struggled to maintain an awkward yet polite smile, on the verge of freezing in his amusement, realizing he may have overdone it. This crowd of girls had encircled him, peppering him with questions for nearly half an hour. The piercing gaze of the pumpkin-headed one felt like a thorn in his back, and sweat trickled down Connor's brow. Connor was indeed harboring his own intentions. His actions were designed to draw attention, but not to the childish prattle of his peers. His goal was to capture the attention of a certain older gentleman. Indeed, Connor was performing for old Dumbledore's benefit. He had not forgotten that his grandfather had essentially sold him to Dumbledore as a student, yet for 2 months, Dumbledore had not once reached out to him. While Connor felt a mixture of relief and dissatisfaction, he knew it was time to engage with Dumbledore, especially since he had become proficient in the art of mental occlusion and had acquired a solid grasp of fundamental magical knowledge. The sooner he cultivated goodwill, the better. However, Dumbledore seemed disinclined to meet with him, evidently not placing much importance on his role as a student. Though Dumbledore had mentioned at the start of the term that Connor could approach him freely, Connor was reluctant to impose himself, knowing that those who grovel often meet unfortunate ends. Moreover, hastening Voldemort's demise required a certain diligence. Connor was a man of his word, committed to action. Thus, emboldened by a sense of invincibility among his peers, Connor approached the task with a blend of anticipation, composure, pride, and a hint of ostentation, all in hopes of capturing Dumbledore's interest. To ensure he drew Dumbledore's attention effectively, Connor even revealed a considerable portion of his capabilities. His entrance was marked by the invisibility charm, a spell typically reserved for upperclassmen, which he adeptly applied to 2 pumpkin-headed individuals. He had also conducted a preliminary study of the flying broomstick, inscribing a series of magical runes centered around the levitation charm, allowing for rudimentary control of flight trajectories. While integrating growth and shrinkage runes to manipulate size, the trade-off was a rather slow flight, ultimately resulting in a spectacle that appeared impressive yet lacked practical utility. Halo of Shadows 2, a self-created magical glyph that emits a dark light in bright places, seemingly of little utility. The Glint of Red, a subtle application of the heart-locking spell, allowing one's pupils to emit an eerie glow, truly lacking in practical use. The Grim Reaper's Attire, a robe solidified by the Iron Armor spell, which can be triggered by inputting magical power. Albeit the solidified Iron Armor spell also stabilizes the shield's direction. It possesses some utility but is rather ostentatious. Ancient Dragon Perfume, a self-improved potion, devoid of any scent. Different individuals perceive varying aromas, each experiencing a fragrance they adore. The scent of roasted meat is also a possibility, somewhat useful yet excessively showy. Moreover, there are silent incantations and wandless magic, all exhibited by Connor in just a few fleeting minutes. The transformation spell, glyphs, and potions showcased Connor's diverse abilities, which I believe Dumbledore and several professors would readily recognize. For instance, Connor noticed Professor McGonagall's slight smile and nod, while Professor Flitwick displayed a satisfied grin and offered applause. Alongside the impassive Severus Snape, though it may appear somewhat juvenile, Connor indeed demonstrated a level of magical prowess and aptitude that surpassed that of his contemporaries. It is reasonable to assume that Dumbledore took note of this. In his eyes, Connor would evolve from merely a promising young wizard needing guidance to an exceptionally talented, capable, and inventive individual. Thus, Connor's plan to capture Dumbledore's attention would be deemed successful. In this world, opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Much like romantic encounters do not occur spontaneously, most destined meetings are premeditated. If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. Since Dumbledore had not yet noticed him, Connor resolved to make himself known. Otherwise, it is believed that Dumbledore's gaze would remain averted from Connor for years to come, which was unacceptable. Connor had already become an asset to Dumbledore. Failing to seize this opportunity would result in being relegated to a somewhat useful pawn under his command. In summary, Connor wished to avoid being clearly directed by Dumbledore in the future. At all times, seizing the initiative must be prioritized. Having entered the fray, one cannot be complacent. I, Connor Judd Yerrick, shall take decisive steps forward today. As the banquet drew to a close, Connor heard a familiar voice. Connor, please come to my office after the banquet. Turning to the smiling Dumbledore among the professors, Connor reciprocated with an earnest smile and a nod. Clearly, everything was proceeding according to my calculations. I have no desire to put on airs. That is simply not my nature. All of this is for a greater purpose. An elderly man and a young boy, 2 cunning foxes, exchanged knowing glances, both feeling that the other had already fallen into their trap. After the meeting, Connor and Roger parted ways, each making their way to the 8th floor of the castle, where the headmaster's office is also located. The reason for the also is that both the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw common rooms have their entrances on this floor, along with the Room of Requirement, Professor Flitwick's office, and the Divination classroom. This floor was well known to Connor, who was quite familiar with its layout. Upon arriving at the statue in front of the headmaster's office, Connor recalled the password, Honeydukes. The statue slowly turned and opened, granting him access for the first time to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Chapter 51. Tea in the headmaster's office. Through the Gryffindor Eagle Knocker, Connor stepped into the spacious, beautifully circular room that is the headmaster's office. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, and as Connor entered, the figures turned to regard him, either feigning sleep or engaging in hushed discussions. Yet none spoke to him. In the center of the room stood a grand table with clawed feet, and on a shelf behind it rested the tattered sorting hat. With a moment of idleness, Connor decided to strike up a conversation with the hat. "Hello, sorting hat, we meet again." The grimy hat stirred, seemingly roused from contemplation, and peered at Connor with its eyes, as if recognizing him, and cheerfully remarked, "Ah, Connor." Connor thought he heard some peculiar adjective. "Excuse me, did you just say something about suitable candidates?" "Oh, you heard correctly. It's nothing to be concerned about, as a hat endowed with wisdom by the four founders. My role extends beyond merely sorting new students. I am also tasked with identifying those who are worthy." Connor felt he had inadvertently stumbled upon something significant. "What do you mean by worthy?" he cautiously inquired. "Worthy candidates are those students who meet the criteria set by the four founders and are qualified to inherit the treasures of Hogwarts," the sorting hat explained candidly. Connor was taken aback for a moment. Had he triggered a storyline? He had never heard of the sorting hat possessing such functionality. Moreover, why was it so casually disclosing what sounded like a monumental secret? Swallowing hard, he asked, "So, what are the criteria you speak of?" "Quite simple. Pure bloodline, exceptional courage, extraordinary wisdom, a kind disposition, and formidable strength. Your conditions seem rather straightforward, then. So, do you think I lack formidable strength?" Connor asked, his face betraying no embarrassment. "More or less. However, they did not specify what constitutes formidable strength, so I find it difficult to assess," the sorting hat replied nonchalantly. "Is that so? It sounds rather frivolous, doesn't it?" Connor thought, perplexed. What about Headmaster Dumbledore? Surely he must be worthy as well. Is old Dumbledore actually a dark wizard who enjoys stealing candy from girls? Devoid of kindness? Connor mused maliciously. Dumbledore is indeed a worthy candidate. He is certainly qualified to inherit the treasures of Hogwarts, the sorting hat stated matter-of-factly. Really? So, has Professor Dumbledore acquired the treasures of Hogwarts? Not quite. Dumbledore has not located the treasures, and it seems he is rather indifferent to my words. The sorting hat's tone appears somewhat disheartened. Ah, so the worthy candidates merely possess eligibility. They must seek the treasures themselves? Alas, what a disappointment. I had expected to uncover some grand secret. Indeed, students like you, who are suited for all four houses, appear every few years, yet regrettably, they depart before harnessing their formidable strengths. Numerous past headmasters were also worthy candidates, but they, like Dumbledore, were rather skeptical of my words. And the sorting hat's resentment seemed to deepen. Ha ha ha, Connor chuckled dryly. Truth be told, I am not entirely convinced by your claims either. Were it not for my boredom, I would not engage in this conversation with you. Do you know where these treasures are located? I do not, alas. The sorting hat, seemingly embarrassed by such a statement, hastily added. Yet, I do believe I have an inkling of one location. The four founders left me hints. I will only divulge this information to worthy candidates once they have acquired significant power. Under Connor's skeptical gaze, the sorting hat began to sing loudly. Gryffindor favors the bold. Cowardice is not for Gryffindor. Slytherin thrives within the chamber. Foresight defines Slytherin. Ascend, and so forth. Connor quickly interrupted the sorting hat's verbose performance, saying, Did you not sing this at the beginning of the school year? The interrupted sorting hat responded with mild annoyance. Indeed. So, you consider this a hint? Yes, it is quite evident. I would stake my head on it. Slytherin's treasure resides within his chamber. Not so. Did you not initially sing this? Was it not promised that worthy candidates would only know after becoming powerful? Dumbledore was present at that time. I sang it for him. The sorting hat, akin to a child caught slacking off, spoke with a blend of embarrassment and irritation. Besides, it has been over 1,000 years, and no one has discovered their treasures. I see no harm in revealing it. Very well, you are ancient and wise, thus you must be correct. However, speaking of the chamber, Connor's interest was piqued again. This is indeed a real place. So, are there 4 portions of the Hogwarts treasure? Not quite. There is but one treasure of Hogwarts, yet you must earn the acknowledgement of the 4 founders to claim it. Perhaps you might consider it as 5 treasures. From my understanding of them, once you gain their approval, numerous benefits will ensue. Oh, this sounds rather intriguing. Indeed. Do you wish to obtain these treasures? Heed my words. Go forth and seek, young one. The founders have placed the treasures there. The sorting hat exclaimed excitedly. Connor was sweating profusely. Are you truly the legendary sorting hat? Just as Connor was about to say more, the door behind him swung open. Turning around, he saw none other than Dumbledore entering. Smiling as he spoke, "I hope I have not kept you waiting too long, Connor. Has the Sorting Hat entertained our guest? It appears you have been enjoying a delightful conversation. Yet you have never sought the treasure." The Sorting Hat exclaimed loudly, "I speak the truth. Yet you refuse to believe me." Dumbledore sighed and shrugged at Connor, saying, "I believe that this school itself is the greatest treasure left by the four founders. Is it not?" Connor slowly sat down, non-committal. He was indeed quite concerned about the Sorting Hat's words, especially since it mentioned the Chamber of Secrets. If it had been anything else, Connor might have dismissed the Sorting Hat as mere boasting, but the chamber was a genuine location. Perhaps Harry had not thoroughly investigated it. There could be significant revelations awaiting discovery. Unfortunately, Connor did not speak Parseltongue. Otherwise, he would be tempted to sneak off and explore. Should he perhaps deceive Harry with a lollipop to gain entry? Luring little friends into the girls' restroom sounded rather audacious. Cough, cough. In any case, he could investigate later. At that moment, Dumbledore rummaged under his desk and produced a mound of cockroach-shaped candies that scuttled across the table. "Care for a taste? These cockroach clusters are quite sweet," he offered. Connor maintained an awkward yet polite smile, quietly picked one up, and took a bite, discovering it was surprisingly crunchy. "Thank you, Professor. It tastes delightful." Dumbledore chuckled with glee. "Indeed. It has been ages since anyone shared the pleasure of cockroach clusters with me. It seems people today have little taste for sweets." Connor observed the world's most eminent white wizard, attempting to glean some insight, but all he saw was an ordinary old man, a kind-hearted, mischievous elder. After consuming a few clusters, Dumbledore seemed to remember the matter at hand. "Ah, Connor, I trust you have not forgotten your commission to paint my portrait?" "Of course not. Professor, I've just been rather busy lately and did not wish to intrude upon you." The audacious old man. "Had I not made a grand entrance today, you would have surely forgotten me." "Ah, it is evident that you have made significant progress these past 2 months." Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes peering over his crescent-shaped spectacles into Connor's gaze. This old man was attempting to use legilimency again. Truly a voyeuristic obsession. Connor activated his mental occlusion, stuffing a mix of anxious feelings and the memories of his dinner into his subconscious, hoping to evade detection. In truth, his mental occlusion proved effective. Simple legilimency could not reveal Connor's true thoughts. Dumbledore paused momentarily, shifting the topic. "Do not be too apprehensive. I summoned you merely for a light conversation. We need to understand each other better, do we not?" "Indeed, Professor. In fact, I am not overly anxious. I was contemplating the treasure mentioned by the Sorting Hat." Connor feigned relief, scratching his head. "Ah, that is indeed an intriguing tale." "Hey, Dumbledore, that is not a tale. I am speaking the truth." The Sorting Hat insisted. "No, you are a liar." A foul voice interjected. Connor turned to see a portrait, and beneath the frame, he glimpsed the name of the portrait's owner, Phineas Nigellus Black, 1847 to 1926. "The ancestor of Sirius? You are not the chosen one." The Sorting Hat seemed to echo with a hint of weakness. "Your inability to find it does not imply its non-existence." "Enough, Phineas," Dumbledore interjected, halting the argument of the elderly headmaster, and turned to Connor, saying, "While I certainly wish for my students to possess a spirit of adventure, I do not wish for them to recklessly place themselves in peril, regardless of whether the legends of the chamber are true or false. I implore you not to seek its secrets without adequate strength." Of course, I adhere to the school rules," Connor replied, scratching his head and playfully sticking out his tongue, attempting to evade the matter. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore, without the use of legilimency, had discerned his restless thoughts. Truly, the old fox was keen. One could not let their guard down when dealing with the old headmaster. Following their conversation, Connor and Dumbledore exchanged pleasantries for half an hour, engaged in mutual flattery. Ultimately, they settled on a bi-weekly tea appointment at Dumbledore's office before the old headmaster allowed Connor to depart. Chapter 52. Professor Knott's special training. At this moment, a small clearing had been made within the defense against the dark arts classroom, where two individuals stood facing each other, wands drawn, Connor and Professor Knott, who had taken a particular interest in Connor's development. Connor had just exited the professor's office after a cinematic viewing. Perhaps due to the embellishment of perspective, he observed Miss Mandy, who had risen to become the beloved queen among her cohort of young wizards, a prominent figure at Hogwarts. There were no inappropriate scenes. In truth, Professor Knott had merely become friends with the young lady, a rather surprising companionship between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin. However, Connor perceived that it was Miss Mandy who regarded Professor Knott as a true friend, while the professor's intentions seemed somewhat less than pure. Childhood friends, innocent and untainted. Remaining a silent observer, Connor embraced his role as a faithful chronicler. After watching films for 2 to 3 weeks, Miss Mandy's persona had become quite vivid in Connor's mind. He was determined to perform his duties well, especially considering the considerable assistance Professor Knott had provided him. "Connor, What do you believe is the most crucial aspect of combat among wizards? Professor Knott inquired, holding his wand in his right hand while rubbing the tip with his left. His gaze fixed on Connor. I believe it is the speed of spellcasting, Connor answered without hesitation, recalling the adage that speed is the essence of martial prowess. Yet, Professor Knott shook his head, asserting, correct, yet not entirely. In wizard duels, the paramount concern is not merely striking your opponent, but rather avoiding being struck by them. Thus, the focus must be on a wizard's reflexes. A wizard's physical constitution does not rival that of a dragon. Once hit by a spell, it often signifies defeat. If struck by a particularly potent killing curse, it equates to death. Therefore, evading your opponent's spells is the key determinant of victory in wizarding combat. To aspire to become an Auror, one must master apparition with proficiency, as it is the most vital of spells in wizard dueling, Professor Knott reiterated earnestly. Mastering the art of disillusionment can effectively evade most magical attacks. However, you are still quite young. Although your control over magical energy is indeed impressive, I would advise against learning disillusionment at this stage. Therefore, I shall teach you how to engage in combat without resorting to it. Connor listened intently. Despite his lack of interest in exchanging spells like laser beams, he recognized that this world is not devoid of danger, and enhancing his combat skills is of utmost importance. With an Auror before him, it is only prudent to utilize every available resource. Thus, Connor requested Professor Knott to provide him with combat training. In the absence of disillusionment, it is imperative to protect oneself through proficient use of defensive spells, particularly the Shield Charm. The Shield Charm is the most practical defensive spell in combat. While its initial mastery may pose some difficulty, it can be cast silently with ease once learned, effectively warding off a majority of magical attacks. Regrettably, many wizards today struggle to execute even a decent Shield Charm. However, it seems you are not burdened by such troubles, as you have even managed to inscribe the spell's runes onto your garments, have you not? Professor Knott regarded Connor with a kind expression, smiling as he remarked, what a brilliant idea. It may yield unexpected results. Professor Knott, why do you say that the Shield Charm is somewhat challenging? I recall it being one of the first spells I mastered. It seems quite simple, does it not? The runes are all flat, Connor interjected, embodying his habit of inquiring when in doubt. The Shield Charm may indeed appear relatively straightforward for those of you who study magical runes, as you excel in depicting them. However, it is not so simple for the average wizard, Professor Knott replied, stroking his beard and shaking his head in contemplation. You must understand that the Shield Charm is among the most frequently modified spells known to us. To simplify its casting, generations of wizards have continuously refined this incantation. The current iteration of the Shield Charm is regarded as the most concise, effective, and rewarding version. With a flick of his wand, an invisible barrier manifested before Professor Knott. You see, the Shield Charm, due to its simple runes, allows for rapid silent casting, and this shield can withstand a significant portion of attacks. In the past, the runes for the Shield Charm were quite complex, resulting in a spherical barrier that enveloped the caster, requiring lengthy casting time and considerable energy, making it impractical for combat. The improved version we have now is widely acknowledged as the most perfect Shield Charm. However, due to the numerous modifications, the precision required in the pronunciation of the incantation has increased. Even a slight error in articulation may lead to failure in casting, rendering its initial learning somewhat challenging. Connor suddenly grasped the complexity of magic. It is indeed a profound discipline, exhibiting an unexpected rigor in certain aspects. This illuminated for him that magic is not static. Those who can innovate and improve spells are the true wizards in Connor's eyes. Wizards who merely exchange spell fire are, in his view, rather foolish. Very well. You need not undergo intensive training for the Shield Charm. Besides defensive spells, one must also practice concealed and silent casting, which are fundamental skills in magical duels. However, you cannot rely solely on silent casting. You must also master the art of casting spells with a dissonance between intent and utterance. Reciting one incantation while unleashing another is a highly practical advanced technique in the realm of magical combat. The Aurors of this world do not engage in battles as depicted in films, exchanging spells in a tit-for-tat manner. Rather, magical dueling is a profound discipline. According to Professor Knott, the magical interplay between two formidable Aurors requires a comprehensive consideration of various factors, such as adeptly utilizing the environment, accurately assessing the states of both adversary and ally, and analyzing psychological dynamics. The art of wizardly combat demands a multitude of skills, making it evident that the average individual is unlikely to become an Auror. Connor finds this to be quite reasonable. Although wizards in this realm do not practice martial arts, they also do not serve merely as stationary artillery. The techniques of magical dueling are far more sophisticated than previously imagined. Particularly, the notion of casting with a dissonance between intention and expression exudes a certain ethereal quality. Connor feels compelled to fully master this skill and even aims for specialization. After attending a round of lessons, Connor feels immensely enriched and has gained a considerable understanding of the advanced wizards in this world. As a small society comprised of thousands, the wizarding community can be described as diminutive yet complete. Whether it be governmental bodies, the Ministry of Magic, educational institutions, Hogwarts, medical facilities, St. Mungo's Hospital, or enforcement agencies, Aurors, each plays an indispensable role within this compact society. In truth, an ordinary student at Hogwarts does not acquire a vast amount of magical knowledge. Much of the crucial learning occurs after they select their specific career paths. Thus, much of the knowledge imparted by Professor Nod is not something one could learn at Hogwarts. And Connor values this opportunity immensely. Although it is uncertain whether Connor will eventually become an Auror, indeed, he is quite disinterested in such a path. This does not deter him from absorbing the knowledge of the Aurors. I will also teach you some practical offensive spells. And you have many more lessons ahead, such as how to seize the moment for casting, how to discern an opponent's spell casting, what constitutes a feigned casting, and how to effectively defend against the killing curse. Professor Nod elaborately expounds to Connor. Thus, Connor embarked on his preparatory training for aspiring Aurors. Being inundated with a wealth of knowledge by Professor Nod, Connor feels both fulfilled and joyous. However, the days to come are set to become busier, as Connor's weekends are now entirely consumed. Chapter 53, Connor's Dark History. There is an overwhelming amount of knowledge to absorb, and even Connor's formidable memory feels somewhat overwhelmed. The magic of this world is profoundly idealistic. It signifies that the more vibrant a wizard's emotions, the greater the potency of their spells. Yet, this approach does not quite suit Connor, who perceives himself as an emotionless wizard. His spellcasting efficacy is minimally influenced by emotional fluctuations. For instance, he has yet to master the Patronus charm. The casting of such a charm necessitates the recollection of joyous memories, yet Connor believes he experiences joy daily. So why can he not conjure this spell? This supremacy of idealistic magic has left Connor in a state of perplexity. In such circumstances, the only way to grow stronger lies in the age-old method of accumulating knowledge. The adage knowledge is power resonates universally across myriad realms. In addition to dedicating time to reading and study, he also allocates over half an hour each day to practice drawing, for the art of drawing, once neglected for an extended period, becomes rusty. Connor makes it a point to engage in some practice daily. Furthermore, on weekends, he accompanies Professor Nod to watch films and hone his combat techniques. At times, he finds himself conversing with a lonely, elderly individual to alleviate their solitude, assisting a few young children in practicing magic, and managing a group of wayward young girls. Connor feels an unprecedented sense of fulfillment throughout both his lives. However, with effort comes reward. His industrious study proves immensely beneficial. Connor resembles a sponge cast into water, fervently absorbing knowledge. Once a certain threshold of knowledge is amassed, it invariably brings forth surprises, akin to a sponge that, once saturated, transforms into SpongeBob. Upon reaching this saturation point, Connor experiences a moment of enlightenment. This inspiration stemmed from his prior studies on the ancient magical runes of the Iron Armor spell, which he had dubbed the Turtle Shell spell, a spell characterized by its intricate runes, comparable to the art of action painting. Unlike the formidable Iron Armor spell that merely thickens the shield, the Turtle Shell spell envelopes the entire being within an energy shield, providing a significantly superior defense. The drawback, however, is the inability to cast it instantaneously. Connor requires half a minute of incantation to unleash this magic, rendering it somewhat impractical, which explains its obsolescence. Nevertheless, it serves as an excellent subject for research. By comparing the runes of the Turtle Shell spell with those of the Iron Armor spell, Connor endeavors to uncover the thought processes of his predecessors, striving to understand how the Turtle Shell spell gradually evolved into the form of the Iron Armor spell. Remarkably, he discerns certain patterns, recognizing the Iron Armor spell as a simplified version of the Turtle Shell spell, with its runes also being a streamlined variant. Many trajectories identifiable within the Turtle Shell spell's intricate runes. Connor boldly hypothesizes and cautiously verifies, controlling variables during experiments, summarizing, and synthesizing to discern patterns. Eventually, he derives a highly feasible plan, and the experiment succeeds. This experiment represents the crowning achievement of Connor's ongoing endeavor to simplify the elusive techniques of Eastern mystical arts. At this moment, Connor is profoundly exhilarated. Since obtaining that jade tube, he has devoted time daily to mastering the depiction of the astonishingly complex runes. Alas, progress has been slow, as the runes are exceedingly intricate. If one were to rate the difficulty of action painting runes as a 1 and verbal painting runes as a 5, then this particular technique, the point of focus, would be a staggering 69. Often, Connor finds himself perusing the tube, setting it aside, and attempting to control the runes with his wand, only to face repeated failures. It is noteworthy that Connor can effortlessly cast verbal runes without a wand. However, when it comes to this daunting technique, even with his wand, he often manages only halfway before being unable to continue. let alone casting it without a wand. At the outset, Connor harbored doubts about whether his frugal father deemed the jade tube of little worth, questioning if it was indeed crafted by human hands. However, through relentless practice of the Longevity Sutra, Connor discovered an increasing mastery over his body and an ever-growing control over his magical abilities. What began as a struggle to draw even a few strokes had now progressed to a commendable half, marking a notable advancement. He soon realized that this technique was meant to be used in conjunction with others, and with diligent practice, he would eventually be able to render the complete magical pattern. Initially, Connor had resigned himself to waiting for a decade or more, honing his skills until he attained mastery, before attempting to learn this intricate technique. Yet, serendipitously, he found himself able to create a simplified version for immediate gratification. Gazing upon the modified magical pattern, now elevated to a difficulty level of 11, Connor wore a satisfied smile. While still challenging, he was now capable of casting spells without a wand. To this day, Connor remained unaware of the specific applications of this magical pattern, but surmised that, as it was intended for drawing, its function was likely akin to that of the inherited artistic patterns from his ancestors. Without hesitation, he retrieved his drawing tools from his pocket, laying them out upon the table, pondering what to create. In a moment of inspiration, he declared, "You shall be the one. Come forth, Pikachu." With a flourish of his brush, strokes danced across the paper, and a vibrant yellow mouse sprang to life on the canvas. Finally, with a flourish, he applied the finishing touch. As Connor inscribed the last stroke of the magical pattern, the Pikachu on the paper blinked and came to life, its eyes fluttering in animated wonder. Connor, wide-eyed and incredulous, rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he was witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. Was it possible that this Pikachu had transcended the dimensional barrier? In disbelief, Connor stared at the vividly animated Pikachu that now floated above the paper, his jaw dropping in astonishment. By the heavens, my drawing has truly escaped the confines of the frame. Trembling with excitement, he reached out to gently touch Pikachu. It has fur. I can feel it. Pikachu. In that moment of revelation, he realized the truth. This was indeed the essence of the finishing touch, the magical embodiment of drawing the dragon and dotting the I's. Connor was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in his eyes as he experienced an unparalleled happiness. He felt immensely grateful to have acquired this Far Eastern magic. No, it was not merely magic. It was a remarkable feat. The pioneers of this craft were akin to saints. In rapt fascination, Connor gazed at the motionless, blinking Pikachu before him. Yet, within his tear-glazed eyes, it was not the Pikachu he beheld, but rather a vision of the future. My beloved, I must create her myself, Connor declared, his fist clenched in fervor. Indeed, as an artist, what could be more exhilarating than witnessing the characters born from his imagination step into reality? The answer was unequivocally nothing. This once distant dream was now poised to manifest in this world of magic. How enchanting is magic! How splendid is life! Dreams, after all, do come true. Connor was overwhelmed with joy as he cradled Pikachu in his arms. The delightful softness, the exquisite texture, the tail, the ears, the eyes. It was exactly as he had envisioned. Oh my goodness, I am truly elated. But wait, what is this piece of paper? It's rather bothersome. I shall discard it. Tear it away. As Connor felt a piece of paper beneath Pikachu, he attempted to toss it aside, only to discover it was affixed to something. With a strong tug, the paper tore. In that moment, Connor froze, for along with the paper, he had inadvertently torn Pikachu from his grasp. No, Pikachu. Connor knelt on the ground, hands clutching his head, emitting a cry of despair. The interdimensional Pikachu, scarcely 3 minutes old, met its demise at the hands of its creator. Since Connor's birth, he had never experienced such a dramatic rise and fall, nor had he ever displayed such a loss of composure as he did today. Fortunately, he had come alone to the wish fulfillment house. Otherwise, the image he had painstakingly crafted in front of others would have shattered entirely. Connor's adoring fans would never know that on that fateful day, he collapsed to the ground, weeping like a child weighing 200 pounds. Chapter 54, Connor's Ambitions. Once calm, Connor sat in a corner, clutching the torn drawing paper, feeling somewhat withdrawn. After a few sniffles, he collected himself and realized that he had merely used a simplified version of the Eye of the Needle spell, which possessed inherent flaws. This spell had the ability to bring drawings into reality, and while he was uncertain of the effects of the complete version, certain aspects of the simplified version were already evident. Firstly, like the other two painting spells, the artwork reflects the artist's innermost thoughts. The manifestation in reality is precisely as the artist envisions it. The Pikachu he had just drawn was identical to his imagination in every respect. Secondly, the form of the image is sustained by magical energy, somewhat akin to a guardian summoned by a protective incantation. Pikachu felt tangible, though its entire being was composed of magical essence. This signified that the duration for which the image could maintain its form depended on the amount of magical energy infused. Moreover, this spell seemed to endow the image with shape, but lacked mobility and speech. The Pikachu had remained utterly still. Connor was uncertain whether this limitation was a flaw of the simplified version or if it applied to the complete version as well. This dilemma required careful contemplation for resolution. Lastly, there was the inherent flaw of the simplified version. The drawing could not detach from its paper. The paper served as the foundation for the artwork. Although this simplified version allowed the image to take form and leave the frame, it could not depart from the paper, as a part of the image remained tethered to it. The Pikachu had been lifted along with the paper, and when Connor inadvertently tore the paper, Pikachu was lost. This was truly heartbreaking. Connor solemnly pocketed the remains of Pikachu number 1, observed a moment of silence, dusted himself off, and stood up. Connor composed himself and quickly regained his spirits, settling down at his desk. Though he had lost a Pikachu, he found solace in the thought that he could create countless more. Pikachu number 1, you may rest easy. This newfound magic bestowed upon Connor a plethora of ideas. With fervor, he began jotting down sketches in his notebook, envisioning a grand update for his pocket monsters. The tangible cards he envisioned evoked a sense reminiscent of a certain card game. Yet these were not mere projections. They were to be felt and touched. However, he had previously promised Alice from Slytherin to craft a version inspired by Alice in Wonderland, which could also involve being captured by the Blue Eyes White Dragon, a notion that intrigued him. The imagery forms in my mind. I truly am a little genius, he mused, hurriedly recording his thoughts. Yet, before embarking on that creative journey, he needed to explore how to merge the action and speech runes, crafting cards that could move and speak. If he mastered the complete essence of the pointing pen, he imagined that his creations might one day transcend the confines of their canvas. At the thought of such possibilities, he wiped away a droplet of saliva, swiftly curtailing his fanciful daydreams. Focus on your image, maintain your composure. The path to mastering these runes was still long and arduous. Overthinking would only lead to unnecessary worry. Therefore, he resolved to dedicate his time to learning the crucial elements. With his notebook spread before him, he began to analyze the potential for merging several runes. Previously, Connor had been able to simultaneously release the action and speech runes while drawing. This combination was a method discovered by his ancestors. However, introducing the complexity of an 11-level pointing rune would elevate the challenge significantly. Connor understood he must discover a suitable method to amalgamate these 3 runes, a task that would require considerable time and effort. Yet, if he succeeded, he would wield the power to create animated and sentient artwork capable of leaving its frame. Furthermore, once he mastered the complete pointing pen, he could elevate his artistic magic to new heights. As he envisioned the potential of his creations impacting reality, excitement bubbled within him. The possibilities are endless, he thought, before shaking his head to dispel the overwhelming thoughts. Calm down, calm down. He felt it might be the onset of adolescence, with his 11th birthday just days away, rendering his restlessness somewhat understandable. In summary, once his artwork could influence reality, the scope of this magic would expand considerably. Connor grabbed his notebook and began to write fervently. He envisioned crafting a series of art escape spells, a self-portrait morphing into a technique for creating duplicates, a drawing of Voldemort leading to a deception spell, a battalion of warriors manifesting as an army from mere sketches, a landscape conjuring mirages, weaponry embodying infinite crafting, and even King Arthur summoning the Holy Grail. No. Stop. Calm down, he exclaimed, tossing his pen aside and cradling his head in despair. His mind was racing uncontrollably. This magic was far too exhilarating. Connor felt an urgent need to calm himself, deciding to step outside and perhaps find a man to draw. As he had long promised to create a portrait for Lee Jordan, the stark reality surrounding him dulled his yearning for the vibrant world of painting. I cannot study any longer today, he mused, closing his eyes only to be plagued by unwholesome thoughts. This is utterly inappropriate. I am still but a child, he reflected. Packing up his belongings, Connor exited the room of requirement, watching as the door slowly vanished behind him. A glance around revealed he was quite close to Gryffindor Tower. Looking back at the disappearing door, Connor realized that this room was the true treasure of Hogwarts, a mystery he could not fully comprehend. The room of requirement, also known as the come and go room, appears when one is in need, arranging itself to suit those needs. It is the most enigmatic and magical chamber within Hogwarts. Desiring a tranquil space to paint, Connor found himself on a grand, open-air balcony that offered a breathtaking view of Hogwarts. He distinctly remembered entering from the central corridor on the 7th floor, yet this balcony seemed to extend from the astronomy tower, unseen by others. Upon stepping out, the door reappeared near Gryffindor Tower. The internal layout of the room of requirement remained a riddle, although he could identify a consistent entrance. It could manifest an exit on any floor, making the room feel truly alive. The magical intricacies of the room of requirement were profound, involving advanced spatial enchantments far beyond Connor's current grasp. Yet, he held on to the belief that one day he would unveil the secrets of this mysterious room. Now, Where could he find Lee Jordan? Perhaps he was in the common room playing cards. Must I venture to the Gryffindor common room again? Is the room of requirement anticipating my journey there? He pondered. While he was aware of the password, it seemed inconvenient to deliver his artwork personally. How complicated it is without a magical phone. When might we see such an invention? I recall an ancestor with a rather lengthy name mentioning a painting spell. Perhaps I shall visit my grandfather this Christmas holiday. I might finally learn it, he mused, attempting to distract his mind from its chaotic thoughts as he made his way toward Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 55. The Christmas holidays begin anticipating a joyful reunion with his grandfather. Flora and Ivan. Connor felt a spark of happiness. Connor, do you have any plans for the Christmas holiday? Fred inquired. Let me think. I want to study the foundational spells from third year, sort out several magical runes, review the potion lessons, and catch a mouse for transfiguration studies, Connor replied, glancing at Percy's pocket, where a creature that was not quite a mouse resided. Hey, mate, it's the holiday. Why are you still buried in studies? Shouldn't you relax? George exclaimed dramatically, gesturing with his hands. Learning brings me joy, Connor shrugged. You truly resemble a Ravenclaw. Connor, Charlie laughed heartily, patting Connor on the shoulder. An unsettled Ravenclaw, indeed. The group exchanged jovial banter as they made their way to the fireplace in Hogsmeade, which, much like the one in Diagon Alley, served as a conduit for wizards utilizing the Flu network. Farewell, remember to come to my house for the birthday party tonight. Connor waved goodbye to the Weasley brothers. As he watched the four Weasleys disappear into the fireplace one by one, Connor turned to head in another direction. His thoughts drifted to Percy's pet rat, Scabbers. Connor had yet to decide what to do with the creature. During his time at school, he had attempted to locate Wormtail using the Marauder's map, but had failed to find his name on it. In truth, Connor held little hope, considering that the map could not even identify his disillusionment charm. As one of the creators of the map, Wormtail would not be easily found. Connor mused that Harry's ability to effortlessly locate Wormtail on the map might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Unable to identify Wormtail using the map, Connor found himself at a loss regarding the fate of the rat. For the time being, he decided to leave Scabbers with Percy, as he couldn't very well lose him. Exiting Hogsmeade, Connor made his way to Lake Manor, situated just outside the village and not far from it. As he approached the grand entrance of the manor, Connor spotted his grandfather, Divin, waiting at the door. Upon seeing Connor, his grandfather waved with a warm smile, prompting Connor to jog over. Grandfather, the weather is splendid today, isn't it? Indeed, indeed. It has been far too long since we last saw our dear Connor, his grandfather exclaimed, enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace and guiding him into the manor. Why not come over here more often? It's south quite close to Hogwarts, is it not? If it's a matter of school rules, Dumbledore would surely grant me a favor. You know, I have so much to learn. There is an abundance of fascinating knowledge to explore. I can hardly bring myself to pause. Oh, do you practice your drawing every day? Absolutely. I persist in my practice daily. As they entered the hallway, Connor paused, glancing around at the walls adorned with portraits. Searching for the ancestor with the exceedingly long name, what was it again? Benedict Cumberbatch? Yes, that's the one. Grandpa Benny? Connor inquired with a playful grin. The portrait of Benedict, feigning sleep, slowly opened his eyes. Oh, it's little Connor. What brings you to seek your Grandpa Benny? Grandpa Benny, when will you teach me the magic to enter portraits? I believe I am ready to learn now. Connor blinked innocently, attempting to charm him. There's no rush. You haven't yet created a true masterpiece, have you? Come back to me once you have completed a painting. What Benedict referred to as true artwork pertains to creations akin to those paintings in the room, which Connor has yet to successfully replicate. The pieces he typically crafts for others are silent portrayals, yet he possesses the potential to create them. However, observe the monster cards I have drawn. I am indeed capable of such artistry. Connor brandished several cards, shaking them enthusiastically, causing the Pikachu depicted within to tumble about, emitting indignant cries of Pika. Pika. Upon hearing this, Connor puffed his cheeks in annoyance, furrowing his brow with his cerulean eyes fixed intently on old Benny. Connor was adept at this playful manipulation, a skill honed over his 10 years of existence, and he sensed that his youthful charm was nearing its expiration if he did not utilize it promptly. It would soon be of no use. Flora and old Divan were no match for Connor's antics, yet as a painting, Benedict remained unfazed, turning his head away to ignore the child. Ultimately, it was Grandfather Divan who emerged with a smile, saying, Connor, weren't you supposed to paint a picture for Professor Knott? Once you complete it, you can learn from it. Hearing this, Connor jolted, recalling that he had indeed promised Professor not to deceive his grandfather, and he sheepishly replied, all right, I'll come back to learn then. By the way, Grandfather, I recently discovered a new painting magic, though I am not yet proficient. It allows the artwork to step into reality. However, Grandfather did not seem particularly astonished. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, is it magic left behind by your father? Yes. How did you know? Oh, as long as you've mastered it. It's best not to share it with others easily. The Far East is quite conservative, and they place great importance on confidentiality, Grandfather hinted. Well then, see you tonight. As Connor vanished into the fireplace, Grandfather Divan turned to Monsieur Monet and asked, why not teach Connor that magic? He is the most gifted painter in our family for centuries. Humph, as if I'm unaware of his talent. He is indeed exceedingly gifted. Just look at him. After merely 3 months at Hogwarts, his magical aura is already undeniable. This signifies a highly active wizarding lineage. It's unimaginable how much he has learned and how many times he has activated his bloodline in such a short span. Do you not find him sufficiently remarkable? Has the overly peaceful existence caused you to forget the harsh realities of the wizarding world? Many of the ancient ones do not wish to witness the emergence of a second Dumbledore, the man known as Monsieur Monet remarked, his expression somewhat foreboding. Connor is no longer suited to engage with high-level magic. Thankfully, I had you cast a concealment charm on him, otherwise, his magical aura would have attracted the attention of certain individuals. Although Dumbledore is present at Hogwarts, those filthy old rats lurking in the shadows will not miss any opportunity. Connor's magical aura had recently surged, likely due to his mastery of the Eastern magic left by his father. Old Divan fell silent, grappling with his ancestors' orders and even questioning whether he was contending with mere air. Are there still hidden forces within the magical realm? Our family is already quite clandestine. Are there even more secretive old-timers behind us? Why am I not sensing anything? Have I lived all these years in vain? I sense your skepticism. Perhaps you doubt my words. Alas, it is not that you failed to perceive them, but rather that you lack the privilege to enter their realm. How it pierces the heart, dear ancestor. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing the truth, I too would remain unconvinced. Yet, do not dwell on this. Your sole duty is to safeguard Connor, ensuring he grows up in peace. His path ahead must be forged by his own efforts. And how did you manage to persuade that not fellow to seek Connor for drawing? I had intended to teach him magic in a few years. I assure you. It was not my call. I had no inkling he would suddenly become a professor at Hogwarts. Old Dumbledore seems increasingly vexed with his role as clan leader. Perhaps it is time for Connor to take the reins, for these ancestors are not to be trifled with. Chapter 56, Connor's Birthday Party. I have missed you all. Connor was elated and even turned to hug Coco, who nearly swooned from excitement. We are preparing a birthday party for you. What do you think? Flora remarked, affectionately stroking Connor's head. This is your first party since starting school. Connor, have you invited your classmates? Indeed, I have invited everyone I have ever drawn. Might that not be too few? A birthday party ought to be lively. Connor scratched his head, contemplating that he had likely drawn for hundreds of girls at school. The older students may not attend, and those without parental accompaniment will not come. However, with a dozen or so from the first and second grades, along with a few close male friends, the turnout should be satisfactory, albeit with more girls than boys. I hope this will not unsettle Flora. What about Ewan? I haven't seen him. Oh, I see. Wait, Ewan with whom? Connor was taken aback. With Ginny and Ron. They share a wonderful bond. Normally, when I am occupied, I entrust Ewan to Mrs. Weasley, and over time, the children have grown familiar with one another. Connor felt a pang. Did his younger brother no longer need his beloved elder brother? Yet, Ewan will grow up, as he too must carve his own path in life, make friends, and eventually marry. Hold on. Wait. Ginny? Ron? Connor froze, an ominous feeling swelling within him. Mother, I am off to find Ewan. Connor dashed out of the room like the wind, while Flora extended her hand in vain, momentarily stunned before letting it drop, sighing. These two children share a remarkable bond. Meanwhile, in the secret cottage at the foot of White Weasel Mountain, Ewan, Ron, and Ginny huddled together, engaged in a clandestine endeavor. Ewan sat at the table, scribbling and drawing, Ginny observing from behind, while Ron chattered beside them. Ewan, why do you always play with magical girl Little E? Ron grumbled. I no longer wish to play with Garuru. Because I can only play with Little E, Ewan replied with conviction, pausing to emphasize, and that was a gift from Connor. I know. Your wonderful big brother, right? Having such an exceptional sibling is a mixed blessing, Ron said, his expression torn. It is undoubtedly a good thing. Bill achieved 12 golden accolades in his examinations, and Ginny gazed at him with admiration. In her eyes, her older brother was truly remarkable. Bill was also the top student in his year, a title he held consistently. Ginny glared at Ewan, who sat before her. Connor had invented wizard cards. It's quite perplexing how someone could become the top student in merely 3 months of school. Bill was the head of Gryffindor. Connor had indeed invented wizard cards. Bill was a cursebreaker from Gringotts. Connor had invented wizard cards. Charlie was the captain of the Quidditch team. Connor had invented wizard cards. The two youngsters bickered animatedly, seemingly oblivious to a pair of eyes peering at them through the wall, wearing an expression of exasperation. Little Ginny, with eyes wide open, realizing she could not out-argue Ewan, decided to take action. With her tiny hands, she began to pat Ewan's shoulder insistently, emphasizing each word. My brother is more impressive. She spoke with an air of determination, as if to say, if you do not concede, I shall persuade you otherwise. Ultimately, Ewan raised his hands in surrender, lamenting, I yield. Please, no more. I shall be left with nothing. Retaliation was out of the question. Ewan had been raised under Connor's chivalrous tutelage, who endeavored to mold him into a gentleman. In Ewan's lexicon, the phrase hitting a girl did not exist. Humph. Ginny, with a haughty turn of her head, softened her tone and remarked, haven't you accomplished that yet? It's all right. I believe in your success. Keep it up. Little Ginny's tone turned gentle, offering Ewan encouragement. Yes, Ewan responded, filled with determination. Meanwhile, Connor stood outside the small cottage, observing the harmonious scene within, his features contorted in dismay, unable to bear the sight. Oh no, Harry, your future wife is slipping away. But that is none of my concern. I did nothing wrong, he thought. Oh, and that must be Ron by your side. Oh dear. Your future best friend is also in jeopardy. How did this happen? I was only gone for 3 months. Look at those two children, exchanging glances. So adept at their affections. My dear brother, I only taught you how to be a gentleman, not how to woo a lady. I haven't even drawn your future sister-in-law yet. How did you find her so quickly? My brother cannot possibly be that fortunate. Resigned, Connor decided to refrain from intervening in their affairs, reflecting, I'll just take it one step at a time. With that, he vacantly wandered away. I did it, Ewan exclaimed, triumphantly raising the artwork he had created. Splendid. I knew you would succeed, Ginny exclaimed, jumping with joy. Oh dear, is it already so late? Ron, who had been sleeping nearby, awoke with a start, glancing at the sky in surprise. Wait for me, wait for me. Are you really the younger brother of His Highness Connor? How adorable. What is your name, little brother? Tell your sister, and I shall treat you to sweets. So precious. You resemble a miniature Connor. Let me hold you. Chapter 57. Connor's birthday party. Connor had never anticipated that his casual invitation would lead to such an overwhelming turnout. He had merely hoped for a modest gathering of a dozen classmates, yet the unfolding situation was quite extraordinary. Flora, initially taken aback, soon expressed her excitement by planting a kiss on Connor's cheek and enthusiastically began to rearrange the venue. It appeared Flora possessed considerable experience, as she promptly retrieved a long-stored party tent from the storage room and set it up outside the house. The parents of the young wizards, upon witnessing this, not only showed no disinterest, but were also eager to lend a hand. Connor felt a twinge of embarrassment at first, but upon closer observation, he realized that these parents seemed far more exhilarated than their children. Coupled with Flora's exuberance, Connor furrowed his brow, sensing that things had spiraled out of control. As the clock ticked past 3 in the afternoon, dozens had already arrived, not just the classmates Connor had invited, but also those he had not, including some whose names he could scarcely recall. Connor's brow twitched, and he wore a smile that was both awkward and polite, managing the influx of upperclassmen who appeared from seemingly nowhere. As more and more individuals emerged from the fireplace, Connor maintained his composure, though inwardly he was lamenting. Are you all truly so idle? The answer, it seemed, was indeed affirmative. The British autumn and winter evenings descended swiftly, and here it was merely past 3 o'clock, with the sun already beginning its descent. How else would they spend the long, lingering night? Naturally, by throwing a party. In truth, both wizards and muggles shared an affinity for festivities. When the nights stretched long and the adults had no academic responsibilities, many wizards formed small circles for regular gatherings. Flora frequently attended tea parties, and Connor had accompanied her on a few occasions, only to find the gatherings tedious, just a few ladies sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter, leading him to cease his visits. At Hogwarts, students often held parties in the common room as well. Following the conclusion of a Quidditch match, Ravenclaw had hosted a small celebration, albeit not as lively as those of Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. Connor had once attended a particularly boisterous party thrown by Gryffindor, purportedly for an upperclassman's birthday, which left him baffled as he watched his peers bounce around like exuberant children. He had hoped his own birthday celebration would remain modest, but it appeared that what began as a small gathering was morphing into a grand ball. According to Flora, all Slytherin parties were referred to as balls. After all, how else could one justify the term ball tent? While the exterior of the tent appeared unremarkable, the interior was spacious and lavish, complete with a dance floor at its center and dining tables lining the sides. Connor found it perplexing that a tent would resemble a grand hall, complete with walls, columns, and a tiled floor, evidently a costly endeavor, and one he had never seen Flora utilize before. Clearly, their family was indeed quite wealthy. As it happens, what began as a modest gathering has transformed into a grand familial soiree, albeit not a formal ball, for British parties are often characterized by their casual nature. Friends converge in small clusters to engage in conversation, finding any excuse to celebrate, and quite frequently, they fabricate reasons to host a gathering. The culture of festivities has taken root in this land since the Victorian era, with people fervently participating in various celebrations with unbridled enthusiasm. Thus, upon hearing of a party, many flock to attend, not solely due to Connor's charm, although that certainly attracts a fair share of guests. After laughing for an extended period, Connor ventured outside the tent for some fresh air. Flora had cast a temperature-regulating spell within the confines of the cottage, ensuring it remained pleasantly warm outside as well. It was then that Connor encountered Alice, who had just arrived. "Hi, Connor. Happy birthday," Alice exclaimed, emerging from the woodland cottage in a white gown, reminiscent of a princess escaping from a castle. Unfortunately, she was still just a child, appearing rather ordinary in Connor's eyes. "Alice, I'm delighted you could make it." "You look lovely tonight," Connor replied. He intended to offer a gentle embrace, but Alice clung to him with surprising force, making him feel as though he had collided with a steel plate. "Uh-huh. Is that so? Thank you." Alice held on for nearly a minute. Her cheeks flushed with satisfaction before she released him, feigning shyness. Connor rubbed his chest, maintaining a calm smile as he inquired, "You didn't come here alone, did you? Where are your parents?" "Of course not. Mom is chatting with Lady Lake in the treehouse," Alice whispered. "It turns out our mothers were classmates. They seem to be having such a delightful conversation." "What do you mean our mothers?" "I'm referring to my mother and your mother." These young girls appeared innocent and adorable, yet each harbored clever intentions, constantly scheming to gain an advantage over him. "Really? I had never heard my mother mention that before." Connor lifted the tent flap and extended his hand, inviting, "Alice, please come inside. Many classmates have already arrived." "All right." Alice, inexplicably flattered by Connor's casual demeanor, found herself naturally obeying his invitation and stepped into the tent, marveling at its opulence. "Connor, this place is beautiful, quite akin to my home." "Connor?" Alice turned around, only to find the entrance draped closed, with Connor not following her inside. She reached out, contemplating pursuing him, but hesitated, considering it might be impolite, especially if he were busy attending to guests. After a moment's thought, she decided to let him be for now, stamping her foot in frustration before seeking out others to converse with. Meanwhile, Connor felt as though he had narrowly escaped danger only to plunge into another predicament. Just as he rounded a corner, he found himself amidst a throng of upper-class women surrounding his younger brother, Ewan. Ewan was being playfully tugged and prodded by a group of older girls, their hands exploring every inch of him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Nearby, a red-haired girl, pushed to the side and at a loss, puffed her cheeks in exasperation, while Ron stood by, dazedly sniffling. Before long, someone noticed Connor. "Ah, Connor. Happy birthday." As the conversation unfolded, several senior girls spotted Connor and eagerly approached him, releasing Ivan to greet Connor. They exclaimed how adorable his younger brother was, playfully suggesting, "Your brother is so cute. I really like him. Will you give him to me? Is he for sale?" Connor frantically waved his hands in surrender, while Ivan stood by, bewildered. "Did these seniors come together?" Ivan inquired. "Indeed, we initially planned to stay at school for Christmas. However, upon hearing that you were hosting a birthday party, we decided to come together from Hogsmeade." The seniors chimed in, each contributing to the conversation. Connor, bemused, couldn't help but chuckle. He had thought these upperclassmen would be too busy to venture out, but the party might extend late into the night, he cautioned. All right, this is my brother Eden, whom you already know. These two are Ron and Ginny from the Weasley family." Ivan gazed in astonishment at Connor, who effortlessly engaged with the group of girls, his charm radiating, until Connor led the crowd into the tent, leaving Ivan momentarily speechless. "Hey, what are you dawdling for?" Ginny exclaimed, snapping Ivan out of his reverie. "Are those girls making you comfortable?" "Humph, it's nothing. What are you staring at?" Ivan retorted. "Nothing. I just think Connor is impressive." "Impressive? In what way?" Ginny pressed. I don't know. I just inexplicably feel he is strong." "Yeah, I feel that way too." Ron nodded in agreement. "Anyway, I heard Connor say my brother and the others haven't arrived yet. What should we do now?" "I have no idea," Ivan replied. "Let us find a place to play monster cards," Ron finally suggested loudly. "Well, it looks like that's our only option," Ivan conceded. Chapter 58. Suddenly, it was Christmas Day. As Connor lazily awoke, he discovered himself lying bare on the bed. Shaking his head, he rubbed his temples as the memories of the previous night flooded back to him. At the outset of the celebration, everything had gone smoothly. Connor had believed the birthday party would continue in such a manner, friendly exchanges, plentiful food and drink, and guests enjoying themselves until the event concluded perfectly. However, that was not the case. The party Connor envisioned came to an abrupt halt with the arrival of Fred and George, the mischievous twins. It was nearly impossible to expect the twins to refrain from causing chaos, and Connor was mentally prepared for their antics. After all, they were not completely reckless, so he didn't worry too much about them. Yet, Connor had miscalculated the extent of Fred and George's creativity. As Connor's closest companions, the twins undoubtedly knew him well. He had always been perceived as the good kid in Flora's eyes. To wreak havoc at Connor's birthday party, they devised a clever scheme. What was Connor's Achilles heel? The twins, who had perpetually found themselves at a disadvantage in their playful battles with Connor, had never ceased their quest to uncover this answer. Indeed, Connor was handsome, talented, academically proficient, and a master of magic. He appeared to be a paragon of virtue, while secretly possessing a cunningly dark side. Identifying his weakness was no easy task. However, After 3 months of discreet observation, the twins discovered his one flaw. Connor could never refuse a girl's request. While this wasn't a glaring weakness, it was certainly a potent tool for their mischief. Thus, they set their plan into motion. Today, Connor would not decline the invitations of the fairer sex. This sentiment, buoyed by the exuberance of the twins, spread among the young ladies attending the soiree in various forms. Go ask Connor for a dance. I wager a nat that you will succeed. Hey, did you know? Connor wishes to dance with you, but he is too bashful. WeVE decided to lend him a hand. What? You wish to join? Then go ahead. You will surely succeed. Worried about being rejected when asking Connor to dance? Fear not. Leave it to us, for we are his steadfast allies. With our assistance, you shall prevail. Thus, each time Connor concluded a dance, the next contenders seamlessly took their turn, orchestrated by the twins. Initially, Connor remained oblivious to the unfolding scheme, but after several dances, he began to sense something amiss. Why were these girls lining up one after another to invite him to dance? Had his charm grown so potent? Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the twins were covertly arranging dance partners for him. At that moment, Connor pondered, when did these two become so considerate? Could it be that my plan to recruit my twin brothers had been successful? A younger sibling who understands the importance of presenting ladies to the elder brother has a promising future. Yet, it soon became apparent that Connor had overthought the situation. Sometimes, being inundated with invitations from numerous ladies is not necessarily a boon. After an hour of continuous dancing, Connor grasped the twins' brilliance. I've truly met my match this time. I implore you to cease this magical endeavor. If I dance any longer, my legs may give way. He conveyed his surrender through a glance, while Fred and George raised their thumbs in approval, flashing their gleaming smiles, before continuing their search for the next dance partner. With an overwhelming influx of guests, few noticed that Connor had not left the dance floor from start to finish. Although he contemplated slipping away, he found it difficult to decline the invitations of the bashful maidens. After all, they had traveled from afar, bearing precious gifts, mostly chocolates and cards, to celebrate his birthday. Aspiring to be a gentleman and a great wizard, Connor could not possibly refuse such modest requests to dance from the ladies. Consequently, Connor danced from the commencement of the ball until its conclusion, exhausted yet blissful, or so he thought. Later, during the cake cutting, Connor, with trembling legs, playfully smashed a hefty piece of cake onto Fred's face, who in turn retaliated by smearing cake onto the laughing George's visage, igniting a jovial cake battle among the group. Had it not been for Connor's robust constitution, he might not have managed to ascend the stairs to the second floor. After bidding farewell to the guests, Connor, having taken a shower, collapsed onto his bed still clad in his towel, instantly succumbing to slumber. Thus, this explains why he awoke in the nude. What? Is that all? Connor sat at the edge of his bed, gazing at the mountain of gifts beside him, feeling a twinge of headache. If only I had a secretary, he thought inexplicably. These were birthday and Christmas gifts delivered by owls the previous night, totaling nearly 100, predominantly from the young ladies who had previously requested his artistic creations. Connor primarily focused on the gifts from some familiar acquaintances. Roger had gifted him a book, Vacationing with the Banshee by Lockhart, which was quite splendid, saving him the cost of a future textbook. Penelope presented several stylish British coats that looked quite dashing. Professor Knott had given him a rather unusual gift, a double-sided mirror. Wait a moment, a double-sided mirror? The Knott family's double-sided mirror? Why did that ring a bell? Oh. Connor recalled from a previous visit to Diagon Alley when the owner of the junk shop mentioned the Knott family's double-sided mirror. This must be a depiction of Cupid by Ewan, quite amusing with its whimsical design. Nevertheless, it can be deemed a successful enchanted painting. It seems Ewan has been diligent at home, which is commendable. Following this, there was a plethora of miscellaneous gifts, chocolates, greeting cards, snacks, and a lovely sky blue sweater from Mrs. Weasley, which was nice, although he preferred pink. Then what was this? Connor spotted a small gift box. To his astonishment, this gift was from Dumbledore. Dumbledore had actually sent him a present. Connor felt a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't anticipated the old headmaster would bestow a gift upon him, especially since he hadn't prepared a Christmas gift for Dumbledore. Surely he wouldn't keep a record of such things. Upon unwrapping the box, he discovered a square, metallic-looking little cube, something he had seen for sale in Diagon Alley, a magical device for recording sounds. Inside the pink wrapping, there was a note written in an elaborate, swirling script, nearly unrecognizable. The Sorting Hat hopes I deliver this to you. Wishing you a joyous birthday and a Merry Christmas. Albus Dumbledore. Connor scratched his head, gazing at the small recording device in his hands. It was indeed a rather intriguing magical artifact. However, something felt amiss, and he furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. When a clue in a narrative appears thrice, it undoubtedly carries significance. Why would Dumbledore suddenly present him with such an item? Although the inconsistency in Dumbledore's behavior puzzled him, Connor did not perceive him as one to casually give gifts. This recording device must possess deeper meaning. Perhaps there truly is a treasure hidden within Hogwarts? Is Dumbledore encouraging him to seek out this treasure? But why was there no hint during their meeting in the headmaster's office? Why wait until his birthday to deliver such a gift? The notion of a Hogwarts treasure seemed rather intriguing. Connor, get up and come play cards. Ewan barged in unceremoniously, only to be taken aback by the mountain of gifts stacked before Connor. Upon recalling his own meager offerings, Ewan felt a twinge of envy. Jealous, are we? Your brother is quite the charmer at school. When you start attending, it would be a blessing if you receive even half of these gifts. Seeing Ewan rush in, Connor set down the recording device and playfully ruffled his hair, cheerfully responding, "And thank you for your gift. The drawing is splendid. Keep up the great work." "Yay." Brother praised me. The sour emotions vanished in an instant. My brother is truly remarkable. A radiant smile graced Ewan's face. Chapter 59. The concept of the fourth generation of pocket monsters. The fortnight of the Christmas holiday flew by in the blink of an eye. As time immersed in study always seems to pass swiftly. During these 2 weeks, Connor remained sequestered in his room, engrossed in the intricate task of combining various painting sigils. The artwork created using these sigils resembled a shadow emerging from the canvas. Connor was now prepared to utilize his self-invented sigil to create his inaugural masterpiece. He decided to depict Pikachu on a blank canvas card. As the final stroke was made, the Pikachu in the painting sprang to life, and in the next moment, a palm-sized Pikachu gently materialized on the card. "Pika Pika," it exclaimed. Connor extended his hand, gently stroking Pikachu's head. "Pika, Pika Pika Pika." It emitted a joyful sound. It was quite amusing, albeit a bit small. Connor pinched Pikachu by the nape with his thumb and index finger, lifting it up. "Pika, Pika." Pikachu waved its tiny arms as Connor lifted it along with the card. He felt no weight, indicating that Pikachu was entirely composed of magical energy. Yet, it possessed a semblance of tactile sensation. Was this an autonomous simulation of magic? How intriguing. "Pika, Pikachu." Perhaps displeased with being lifted, Pikachu suddenly emitted a flash of electricity. Unleashing a skill, Connor felt a tingling in his fingers, causing him to loosen his grip, and Pikachu promptly fell onto the table, then lay still. Wait, upon closer inspection, Connor realized Pikachu was sinking into the card. His acute magical perception quickly responded. The card had depleted its energy. After a meticulous examination, Connor finally grasped the essence of this magic. Unlike other magical paintings, this shadow painting allowed the depicted image to manifest in reality. Yet it consumed a substantial amount of magical energy. The larger the manifested entity, the greater the energy expenditure. The magic consumed to bring forth this Pikachu was sufficient for its physical presence for 10 minutes, but using a skill rendered it entirely drained. Indeed, Pikachu had just executed a skill, although its effect on humans was negligible, merely a sensation slightly stronger than winter static. It had genuinely used a skill. This was astonishing. Pikachu was oblivious to the intricacies of magic, and the recent spark was merely a simulation of magical energy. Magic is truly a wondrous phenomenon, capable of manifesting all miracles. It was evident that the shadow painting magic flawlessly presented Connor's envisioned Pikachu, mirroring its behavior and abilities precisely. Next, Connor drew a Charmander, a Squirtle, and a black cat named Lolo. Charmander could unleash small fireballs, while Squirtle could shoot water projectiles, but both would dissipate after a single use, collapsing onto the card and sinking back into the painting. However, Lolo could not teleport from the card. Subsequently, Connor took out a blank game board and painted a map using the shadow painting technique, dedicating the entire afternoon to the task. As Connor completed his artwork, the entire chessboard transformed into a three-dimensional map, with forests and rivers vividly leaping to life upon the canvas. He placed the card of the black cat, Roro, onto the board, and indeed, Roro could teleport across the map. Pondering deeply, Connor rested his chin on his hand. Yet, this would not suffice. It lacked intrigue. The current projection of reality through his art, solely powered by sunlight, was evidently inadequate. Connor needed to incorporate a feature that could store a substantial amount of magical energy or directly harness the power of sorcery. Fortunately, such magical runes were not rare. With some study and refinement, Connor could enhance the projection runes without much difficulty. He decided to experiment further. Thus, he created a character card for a mysterious little wizard. This time, the process took longer. Upon completion, a hooded figure, obscured in shadow, materialized on the card. "Who are you?" Connor inquired of the small wizard. "I am the Demon King, Henry," came the voice from beneath the hood. Indeed, this was the very identity Connor had crafted. The arch-nemesis the hero must ultimately confront was none other than his trusted ally. How fitting. "Remove your hood," Connor commanded. The little wizard complied, unveiling a grotesque visage, as if marred by some toxic affliction, precisely as Connor had envisioned. "Do you know who I am?" Connor asked. "You are my creator, my lord." The little wizard bowed in reverence. "What has caused your face to become like this?" "It is a curse. Only the blood of the remorseful can lift it." "And what is your task?" "To approach the hero, gain his trust, and ultimately slay him at the story's climax." I shall bathe in his blood to be reborn." The little wizard clenched his fist, exuding fervor. "Ah, such fervor is misplaced here," Connor remarked, then asked, "How will you earn the hero's trust?" This question had not been predetermined, and the little wizard faltered, unable to respond. Connor stroked his chin, marveling at the magic's true wonder. It could express elements he had not explicitly illustrated, yet it remained oblivious to aspects he wished to keep hidden. It was indeed a testament to the idealistic nature of magic. Why create a little wizard? Because humanoid illustrations are inherently more complex to operate than those of monstrous forms. When crafting character cards, Connor imposed certain limitations and frameworks. For instance, when drawing Pikachu, alongside defining its appearance and abilities, he established additional stipulations, such as, "You are merely a card. You must obey your holder's commands, and while on the board, you must act within the confines of game rules." Moreover, the intelligence endowed to these cards was rather limited. Compared to images that closely resembled their real-life counterparts, these cards were fundamentally flawed. If one were to compare magical illustrations to programming, the advanced illustrations would represent a mature artificial intelligence, while Connor's cards resembled mere game sprites. The distinction between character cards and visual representations lies in the fact that the former are entirely products of Connor's imagination, whereas the latter have tangible templates in reality, enhanced by the imprint of experience. In Connor's character card, the humanoid form exhibits greater wisdom and facilitates communication more effectively than the monster form. Thus, Connor now contemplates whether he can conjure a character from thin air, endowing it with cognitive abilities akin to those of a highly advanced portrait. And the young wizard serves as Connor's experimental subject. While crafting the young wizard, Connor meticulously devised an intricate backstory, striving to create a convincingly authentic virtual persona. Subsequently observing whether this character's traits and behaviors align with his established character profile and narrative background. Should he succeed, Connor's whimsical foray into the realm of pocket monsters would transcend mere gaming. In a certain sense, he would have birthed an entire world. This sensation of divine creation left Connor trembling with exhilaration. However, the thought of returning to school the following day soon grounded him, as he reminded himself that he was still a middle school student. Perhaps creating a truly advanced magical portrait would prove immensely beneficial for Connor. It was time to prioritize Professor Nante's request. Chapter 60, Back to School. Hey Connor. Hi Roger. How was your holiday? Quite enjoyable. Thank you for the rare monster card. It was the finest Christmas gift I've received. Roger lamented that, due to the Ministry of Magic's prohibition against underage wizards casting spells outside school, he was unable to practice magic during the holiday, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Connor then pointed out to Roger that practicing magic at home posed no risk, as Roger's mother was a witch, and the ministry personnel would not apprehend him for using magic in the comfort of his own home. Connor had some knowledge about the ministry's ability to detect underage wizards casting spells, thanks to Flora's previous employment there. Ancient wizards had ingeniously developed a spell capable of tracing magical signatures to locate children with magical potential. This spell could detect the presence of underage wizards within a certain vicinity, with heightened sensitivity when magic was being wielded. In modern times, this spell was repurposed to prevent underage wizards from casting spells outside of school, hence it became known as the underage magic detection charm. However, this enchantment was not always effective, as no one possessed the ability to cast a spell that could detect magical signatures across the entirety of the United Kingdom. Yet, necessity breeds innovation. The ministry devised its own methods. Since no one could detect magic across such an expansive area, they simply reduced the scope of detection. Moreover, it was often the case that wizards could cause supernatural phenomena without actively using magic, and minor fluctuations in magical energy would yield inconspicuous reactions from the trace detection charm. Consequently, the ministry later incorporated magical energy detection into the trace detection framework. Within the ministry's Department of Misuse of Magical Artifacts, there exists a map imbued with both the magical energy detection charm and the underage magic detection charm. This map marks the residences of all underage wizards, particularly highlighting those from Muggle families. When locations marked on the map exhibit strong magical energy reactions, or unmarked areas display intense trace magical energy responses, the ministry dispatches personnel to verify the situation. This approach significantly mitigates the potential for underage wizards to misuse magic, while simultaneously detecting whether adult wizards are abusing their powers in the presence of Muggles, achieving a dual purpose. However, this method is not without its drawbacks. Should an adult wizard cast magic at the location marked for underage wizards, the map will likewise exhibit a pronounced response. Yet, the Ministry of Magic often struggles to discern whether the magic was wielded by an underage wizard. Consequently, if a magical response emanates from a wizarding family with wizard parents, as long as the response is not particularly strong, the ministry typically remains indifferent. Aware of this fact, Connor felt at liberty to use magic freely at home. As long as one refrains from casting the Avada Kedavra curse, Generally, no one would come to trouble you. Is that so? Then practicing magic at home is permissible? Roger exclaimed, his spirits soaring upon Connor's clarification. After all, children relish play. Being unable to use magic during the holidays had left Roger feeling quite stifled. Indeed, the ministry will not bother you over such trivial matters. I see, Roger nodded, then rummaged through his backpack, producing a rather dark object. Connor, let us play wizardess chess. Connor, poised to retrieve a book from his pocket for leisure, froze momentarily, incredulity etched on his face. Is it truly 1990? Does anyone still play wizardess chess? Has my Pokemon lost its charm? Or have you, Roger, grown weary of card games and decided to forsake them? Huh, Roger replied, somewhat bewildered, but wizardess chess is quite entertaining. Oh, I understand now. You've never encountered wizardess chess before, have you? Connor recalled that Roger came from a wizarding family. Indeed, it was a Christmas gift from my mother. I had no idea that wizardess chess existed. Upon reflection, it seemed rather unfortunate for wizardess chess, nearly eclipsed by the rise of Pokemon cards. Come on, let us play. I assure you, the pieces are incredibly amusing. If they knew you were the creator of Pokemon cards, they would surely be incensed. With a grin, Roger picked up a white knight, cradling it in his palm, and addressed it. Knight, this is the very individual who conceived the Pokemon cards, as I previously mentioned. Upon hearing this, the knight abruptly brandished its lance towards Connor, indignantly exclaiming, so it was you who seized our lands during our confrontation with the Dark Kingdom. You despicable scoundrel. Connor, scratching his head in confusion, responded, huh? Deny it all you like. Our creator informed us that during our final battle, our territory was claimed by a kingdom of beasts. We are condemned to eternally battle upon this chessboard, all thanks to you. The knight declared, brimming with righteous fury. Your creator certainly harbors a grudge. Yet these pieces are indeed entertaining. This intellectual challenge might just rival the level of my Pokemon at 40. How splendid. I have discovered a new avenue for exploration. I had previously overlooked the merits of these wizard-esque chess pieces. One must never underestimate the ingenuity of the world. To the distant creators of wizard-esque chess, your pieces are commendable, but within a mere heartbeat, your techniques shall become mine. Seems quite intriguing. Shall we engage in another round? Connor suggested. Connor chose the white pieces, while Roger opted for the black. The rules of wizard chess mirror those of traditional chess, with the distinction that these enchanted pieces are capable of speech. Presumably, the wizards found Muggle chess rather entertaining and decided to replicate it without altering the gameplay. How unimaginative. I still possess the skills to play chess. Just watch me outmaneuver you, you little rascal. Unfortunately, Connor faced defeat, as the White Knight revealed the identity of Connor's Monster King upon entering the board, prompting the pieces to protest vehemently. Connor commanded his soldiers to advance, but one soldier simply discarded his shield and lay down, refusing to move. The other pieces soon emulated this behavior. The White Knight severed its own horse leg, the Rook dismantled its wheels, and the King, in a fit of defiance, stripped off his garments and hurled his crown across the board, leading to the white pieces' surrender without a fight. Meanwhile, the black pieces disregarded the white's plight and united against Connor, launching a barrage of venomous verbal spells. These wizard pieces displayed no awareness of their roles. Ha ha ha, my apologies. Connor, I truly had no idea they would behave this way. Ha ha, Roger chuckled, clutching his belly in laughter as he swept the remnants of the pieces into a box, knowing they would soon restore themselves. No worries, I'm not at all upset. In fact, I'm quite pleased to have found some research material. Connor replied with a smile. Shall we play with monster cards then? Roger asked, his face still beaming with delight as he tidied up the pieces. Never mind. I've lost interest. I've been contemplating an upgrade for the monster cards. It's likely to be a major version update. Wait, really? Are gold cards on the way? Not just gold cards. You'll see when the time comes. I assure you, once the new version is released, no one will bother with this tedious wizard chess again, Connor said, tilting his head with a grin, his tone gentle. Is that so? Well, good luck with that. I'm off to find Fred and the others, Roger remarked, feeling an inexplicable chill at Connor's smile and sensing something was amiss. Oh, are you going to find them? If so, please convey a message for me. Let us meet at the base tonight at 9 for a meeting. I need everyone's assistance. They were, of course, referring to the quartet, and the base was the house of requests. Understood. See you tonight. See you tonight. Chapter 61, an overly lengthy chapter. Treasure? In the castle. Is it true? Of course, this is a secret that Dumbledore confided in me. Within the house of requests, Connor discreetly shared the secret with his companions, and the Gryffindors, brimming with youthful enthusiasm, displayed immense interest in the treasure hunt. However, I feel we've thoroughly explored the secret passages in the school, George remarked. I'm not certain about other areas, but I can assure you that the Chamber of Secrets exists. Yet, we have yet to uncover it, have we not? Connor asserted, leaning against the round table with his hands planted firmly. Thus, there must be secrets within the school that we have yet to discover. Connor is right. Neither we nor our predecessors, who crafted the active point map, have uncovered all the hidden pathways of the school. Li Qiaodan extended his right hand, slowly forming a fist. Yet I firmly believe that ultimately, it will be our quartet who will unveil all the secrets of this institution. After receiving elite education from Connor, Li Qiaodan began to embody more and more leadership qualities, evolving towards the archetype of a passionate male protagonist, resembling the English Black Panther in his nascent form. Clap, clap, clap. Connor led the applause, affirming, "Indeed, we require this fervor from Li. In whatever endeavor we undertake, we must strive for excellence." Acknowledging this newfound secret, I propose we momentarily abandon our exploration of the Forbidden Forest and focus on uncovering the treasures of the school. In truth, Connor felt it was too perilous for first years to venture into the dense woods. Although he was confident in his ability to navigate safely, he could not oversee 4 individuals alone. The twins exchanged glances, and Fred remarked, "Are we really postponing the Forbidden Forest plan? We've prepared for so long." "I have no objections. I'd rather remain at school than embark on a perilous adventure," Roger concurred. "I also think it's acceptable, but Connor, didn't Professor Dumbledore provide you with any clues?" "We can't just wander aimlessly," George interjected, raising his hands in exasperation. "Of course there were hints," Connor replied, producing a tape recorder and pressing play, allowing the Sorting Hat song to resonate through the air. Upon hearing it, Fred scratched his head. "Hey, this song sounds rather familiar." "This is the song sung by the Sorting Hat before the sorting ceremony," Roger was the first to realize. "It does indeed seem so." They all turned their gaze toward Connor. "Is this really a hint?" "Don't look at me. I didn't comprehend it either, or I wouldn't have asked you." Connor shrugged. Well, it's better than having no hints at all," Fred muttered. "So, are we going to search for secret passages again? What a hassle." "Yes, precisely. I would greatly appreciate your assistance," Connor nodded repeatedly. The group initially nodded in agreement, but suddenly Fred exclaimed, "Wait a moment, Connor. You're not trying to shirk the search and push this task onto us, are you?" "How could I? Am I that type of person?" Connor waved his hands dismissively. "I'm merely pressed for time as I'm designing new monster cards. I will assist in the search." Monster cards? Well, that changes things." They all reached a consensus instantly. "I heard from Roger that you were preparing for a major update of the monster cards?" "Indeed, but before the update, I want to disclose any information." Connor interrupted Fred before he could say more. "So, accept that and move on." "Fine, we want to ask." The twins shrugged in unison, then eagerly added, "Is there anything else? If not, we shall commence our exploration of the secret passages." Seeing their eagerness, it was evident that they were far more excited than they let on. The title of being the first to discover the treasures of Hogwarts was immensely tempting to them. Fred, while feigning annoyance, was secretly thrilled beyond measure. As the end of the term approaches, let us not impede one another's revision. There is little else to discuss. So let us disperse. The prospect of studying seems rather implausible. I find the material from the first year to be exceedingly simplistic, devoid of any challenge. When the time comes, we need only to memorize a bit of magical history and potion brewing." The twins departed amidst laughter and jovial banter. Connor intended to linger a while longer before taking his leave, bidding farewell to the 4 at the entrance, as he sought to refresh the room of requirement. It is noteworthy that the quartet now harbors no sense of guilt regarding their nocturnal escapades within the castle. In fact, it has become quite routine, as they have never been caught. The reality is that only first and second year students have records of being apprehended for wandering the castle at night. As long as one has honed their magical skills, they are not easily caught. During their nighttime explorations, Connor and his friends often encountered senior students in various corners of the castle. It has become evident that inter-house friendships are commonplace at Hogwarts. Everyone is simply out for a good time, as long as they do not disturb one another. Moreover, Connor and his companions have already mastered the art of soaring freely through the castle under the cover of night. After numerous enhancements, Connor's wings can now be deftly controlled. Although they may not be particularly swift, they are indeed visually striking. Picture this: the midnight castle, a full moon hanging high, and a few pairs of dark wings gliding past the ancient stone walls, with shadowy figures trailing behind. How enchanting. In truth, however, Connor's wings do not flap. Their operation is akin to that of a broomstick, serving as an elaborate version of the latter. This means they ascend soundlessly. While this feature may seem trivial and, in fact, serves little practical purpose, they are undeniably beautiful. In essence, the flying wings invented by Connor are aesthetically pleasing yet lack utility. However, as an artist, Connor believes that functionality pales in comparison to beauty. After sending his underlings to toil on his behalf, Connor stood before the room of requirement and murmured, "I require a room for studying magic." Upon pushing open the door once more, he found himself in another library within the school. This was the Library of Requirement, as named by Connor, a serendipitous discovery that revealed a collection of books even more abundant than those in the main library below. Nevertheless, the arrangement of these books was quite chaotic, and notably, there were no forbidden tomes within. Yes, those kinds of restricted texts. The dangerous volumes on dark magic were absent, replaced instead by books on relatively harmless spells and general magical knowledge. Yet, even these texts provided Connor with ample material to explore for quite some time, allowing him to uncover intriguing magical knowledge and learn about runes not currently documented. Connor regarded this place as a treasure trove. Connor, delight in learning. In the days that followed, Connor resumed a fulfilling academic life, characterized by a routine of studying, painting, and traversing the campus, rising each day with a keen interest in the quality of meals and vegetables. Beyond the mountains lay a magical castle, where winter fades into spring and blossoms bloom. In the blink of an eye, March arrived. Chapter 62, The Magical Painting. By the edge of the Black Lake at Hogwarts, beside a camellia tree, a handsome young lad is immersed in his painting. Seated on a small stool, a canvas and an array of pigments hover effortlessly before him, as his brush dances gracefully at his fingertips. His expression is one of deep concentration, exuding tranquility, while the morning sun bathes him in its golden light. Beneath the blooming camellia flowers, the young artist himself seems to merge into the picturesque scene. Regrettably, this enchanting moment goes unappreciated. Connor has not summoned a model today, for he intends to create a landscape that captures the beauty of the lakeside. Hey, Mira, don't jump up here, go play somewhere else. The little fox, eager to leap into Connor's embrace, is unceremoniously cast aside by him. It is the weekend, and in an effort to stave off solitude while painting, Connor has brought Mira along. The reason for not inviting a model is twofold. Firstly, Connor does not require one for his current work, and secondly, the young witches are preoccupied with their studies. Indeed, the clever young witches have entered a period of revision. However, Connor is not a clever young wizard. He is a prodigious magical talent who does not need to review, allowing him to paint with great contentment. The springtime at Hogwarts is exceptionally beautiful, and Connor wishes to immortalize the splendor he observes with his brush. Although magical painters do not necessarily seek extraordinary technical skills, Connor possesses an unexpected talent for artistry. His control over color and space surpasses even that of old Dumbledore, and his passion for painting has led him to refine his craft with each stroke. Perhaps one day, Connor will earn the illustrious title of a renowned painter in the Muggle world. Connor has always believed that the lives of British wizards are remarkably splendid. A relatively small population enjoys boundless resources, and the living standards of wizards far exceed those of ordinary folk. He cannot fathom why some individuals are perpetually inclined towards destruction. Are they simply bored? Would it not be more beneficial to devote time to reading and learning? Connor surmises that wizards must have too few recreational activities. When a group of chaotic wizards finds themselves idle, anything could transpire. With the aim of fostering peace within the magical community, Connor is determined to develop more magical games to enrich the spiritual needs of wizards while simultaneously replenishing his own coffers, merely a side consideration. In these past 2 months, Connor's treasure-seeking endeavors at Hogwarts have yielded no progress. The twins have scoured the castle thoroughly, yet uncovered no useful clues. Ironically, this has only intensified their competitive spirit. The harder they seek, the more driven they become. Now, they traverse the castle daily with unwavering dedication, much to Connor's delight, as he intervenes to prevent Roger from dragging them into a study session. Each individual is preoccupied with their own pursuits, and Connor too has his own matters to attend to. Recently, he has been preparing to paint for Professor Knott, or rather, Miss Mandy Miller. It is well acknowledged that those who adore Gryffindor most fervently are often Slytherins. Indeed, there is truth in this observation. Brooding bad boys are invariably drawn to sunny girls. As seen in the tales of Snape and Lily, Grindelwald and Dumbledore, Malfoy and Harry, and the ongoing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Yet, these concerns are of no consequence to Connor. He harbors no belief in love. Connor perceives himself as an emotionless painting machine, finding solace solely in his paper figures. Regardless of gender, relationships exist merely to fulfill physiological desires, while only paper figures embody true love. At this moment, Connor was preparing to depict Professor Knotte's paper doll. The final image would capture the radiant smile on Miss Mandy's face as she exited the examination hall. Upon viewing the artwork, Professor Knotte expressed his desire for Connor to portray the most exquisite version of Miss Mandy, eternally youthful at 18, a sentiment Connor fully understood. While he was curious about how Miss Mandy would evolve in the future and how she would depart, he respected Professor Knotte's reluctance to divulge further details and refrained from prying. One must acknowledge that Miss Mandy's smile was truly captivating, leaving a lasting impression. Connor found her smile to be warm and inviting, and he felt compelled to encapsulate this warmth in his rendition of her. The background he chose was the scenic landscape by the shores of Black Lake, presenting a significant challenge, as it included the distant silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. The intricacy of the background created by a magical artist correlates directly with the artist's imaginative prowess. Connor aspired to depict an authentic representation of Hogwarts Castle, meaning that if he succeeded in portraying Miss Mandy, She would possess a lifelike, one-to-one rendition of the castle within the artwork. Furthermore, with the connection to the magical runes, it was likely that many would visit this painting featuring Hogwarts Castle. In such a scenario, even as a mere image, Miss Mandy would not feel lonely. For Gryffindor despises solitude. Nevertheless, crafting a complete depiction of Hogwarts was no simple task. The castle might only occupy a small corner of the artwork. Yet Connor dedicated the most time to this tiny segment. While illustrating the castle's background, he had to mentally construct a comprehensive image of Hogwarts within his consciousness. As a bit of a perfectionist, Connor even envisioned the secret passageways of Hogwarts, a feat unattainable by most magical artists. For the depiction of backgrounds often proves to be the most arduous and frustrating aspect of their work, demanding exceptional spatial imagination. This explains why many magical backgrounds tend to be exceedingly simplistic. Connor devoted nearly a week to this background, each morning of that week, ensuring that both the castle and the surrounding landscape were meticulously detailed. This piece represented the culmination of his efforts since the beginning of the term. He was determined to make his inaugural magical painting a masterpiece. Finally, he completed the background, and it was time to bring the figures to life. Tossing aside his brush, he stretched exuberantly, having risen early each day to capture the essence of Hogwarts in the morning light. Holding up his creation, he nodded in satisfaction. It featured mountains, water, and the castle, but now it was merely missing a beauty. Without further delay, he resolved to seek out Professor Nate to finalize the figure before commencing his work. However, on his way, he encountered the twins, who were notorious for their unpredictable appearances throughout the castle every weekend. Connor, I believe we must devise a plan to infiltrate the Slytherin common room, Fred whispered conspiratorially. What do we need to go there for? Consider this. We have thoroughly searched the castle, yet we have uncovered no clues. I suspect the entrance to the hidden chamber may reside within the Slytherin common room. Connor rolled his eyes, clearly bemused by the fact that they had been seeking a hidden chamber recently. Isn't this all a futile endeavor? I am aware of the location of the entrance, but it is not something I can divulge to them. With that logic, have you discovered Gryffindor's treasure in the Gryffindor common room? The twins were momentarily speechless, and George retorted defiantly, We Gryffindors are not like the selfish Slytherins. Good luck to you. If you wish to infiltrate the Slytherin common room, I could provide you with Polyjuice Potion, but I will not accompany you. Connor shrugged. He had no desire to consume Polyjuice Potion, as it was said that its flavor varied according to the provider's personality and appearance, and generally, it was quite unpalatable. Furthermore, Connor neither wished to drink from another man's potion nor transform into a woman. Thus, he vowed never to partake in Polyjuice Potion, for doing so would make him feel like a pup. All right, then prepare us a few doses. Wait, is that going to take so long? The preparation of this potion is quite intricate and will take about a month. There is no way around it. Very well. We shall ponder the other 3 treasures for now. Chapter 63, Connor's first work. Connor, you have arrived. Yes, I am here. Are you ready? Indeed. Then let us begin. In the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Connor unveiled his unfinished background painting. Professor Nate nodded with a complex expression, acknowledging the effort. You've put in thought. Thank you, Connor. Clearly, Professor Nate understood that creating this background was no simple task. It's nothing. It is my duty, Connor replied, shaking his head. Without further ado, Professor Nate produced a pensive and inquired, which scene do you require? The one right there, where Miss Mandy exits the Auror interview. Professor Nate nodded, waved his wand, and a plume of ink emerged from the pensive, swirling and transforming in the air until it took the form of Miss Mandy, the scattered ink morphing into the background. Memories that could only be seen within the pensive were now vividly presented through Professor Nate's exceptional magical prowess. A little technique. I hope it assists you, Professor Nate humbly smiled. Connor silently noted this clever trick, then set up his painting supplies, smiling as he said, No. You have been of immense help. This will make the painting much easier. I shall not disturb you further. Please proceed. Professor Nate quietly stepped aside, finding a spot where he could observe Connor at work, his expression a mixture of anticipation and excitement. Taking a deep breath, Connor commenced the creation of his artwork. Crafting magical paintings was not unfamiliar to Connor, yet this was his first experience with high-level magical paintings. The distinction between a high-level magical painting and an ordinary one lies in the necessity to leave a trace of magical runes while simultaneously casting spells and verbalizing incantations during the creation process. The technique of magical painting diverges significantly from that of traditional oil painting. In the latter, one typically completes a comprehensive background before depicting figures upon a fully painted surface, which can lead to the cumbersome blending of various colors. However, the realm of magical painting offers a different paradigm. Here, the background and figures can exist as distinct entities. When infused with enchanting pigments, the canvas transcends its two-dimensional confines, creating a tangible, layered spatial experience akin to multiple strata. Thus, Connor can paint figures atop a pre-established background. while advanced magical paintings incorporate a third layer of memory, intricately woven within the figure's layer. When Connor engages in his craft, he must consciously reserve space for this memory layer, just as he does for the figures above the background. This represents a sophisticated mastery of magical sigil control. At the beginning of the term, Connor found this process somewhat challenging, yet he has since become adept, though it remains a demanding endeavor. He quickly immersed himself in the world of painting, the room resonating with the soft swish of brushes against paper, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Behind him, Professor Nate observed intently, his face a canvas of conflicting emotions as the longed-for silhouette began to materialize on the page. As time flowed into lunchtime, the tranquility of the room was finally disrupted. "It's done." Connor exhaled deeply, setting down his brush. Professor Nate hurried forward, his body trembling with excitement as he beheld the familiar figure in the painting. "Excellent. Splendid," he exclaimed. The painted Miss Mandy blinked, her radiant smile illuminating the room as she greeted, "Hello there," although a hint of confusion lingered in her gaze. Her joy was resplendent, reminiscent of a sunbeam breaking through clouds. Connor promptly produced his wand, declaring, "Professor Nate, we have one final step to accomplish. Let us extract your memory fragments." "Very well," Professor Nate replied, retrieving a small vial from his pocket. Within it swirled a vibrant blue filament, a manifestation of memory that could be extracted from the consciousness space through specialized magic. With a wave of his wand, the painted Miss Mandy suddenly froze, as Connor deftly controlled the sigils to connect with her essence, a spell he had yet to master at the start of the term, but which now flowed effortlessly from him. Taking the vial from Professor Nate's hands, Connor poured its contents, the blue strands gracefully drifting into the painting and merging with Miss Mandy's form. She closed her eyes gently. With another flick of his wand, Connor sealed the magical sigils, marking the completion of his inaugural masterpiece. "Ah, I have succeeded," Connor breathed. "Miss Mandy is currently assimilating your memories and will awaken shortly. Thus, my task is fulfilled." "Wonderful. Truly marvelous. I cannot express how grateful I am, Connor. You have no idea how elated I am." Thank you," Professor Nate stammered, trembling as he reached for the portrait, hesitating before setting it down, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. Connor noticed the glistening in the corners of Professor Nate's eyes. "It is nothing. This was my promise. I merely fulfilled my duty." Connor smiled, delighted to see Professor Nate so joyful. At that moment, Miss Mandy in the painting opened her eyes. She first furrowed her brow, then glanced at Connor and Professor Nate, before addressing the professor. "Are you Sack?" "Yes, indeed, Mandy. It has been such a long time," Professor Nate replied, his voice trembling. "So, have I become a mere painting? Is this the magic of the Lake family? How marvelous." "Indeed it is," Mandy continued. "So, I am dead then? How fascinating." "Yes, it appears so." "Ha, what's the fuss about? It's merely death. Who hasn't faced it?" Mandy waved her hand, laughing brightly, yet as the laughter faded, her gaze grew vacant. "But Sack, I feel so strange, becoming a painting." Observing Mandy's erratic behavior, Connor furrowed his brow and asked, "May I inquire how much memory you retain from the residual memory spell?" Professor Nate opened his mouth, then closed it, remaining silent for a while before responding. "I'm sorry, Connor, I only retain memories of her from those 8 years." Upon hearing this, Connor turned to leave. But just as he opened the door, Professor Nate's voice called out, "Wait, Connor." The professor approached and said, "I apologize, Connor. This was indeed my selfish request, and I concealed this matter from you." "It's nothing, Professor. After all, I hadn't inquired in detail before. But you must understand. Merely fragmented memories from 8 years are insufficient to reconstruct a person. This is no longer the Mandy from your memories." I know, but it is enough. "Sufficient for me," Professor Nate said in a low voice. "I understand you have invested much into this painting. Its incompleteness is my fault, and I sincerely ask for your forgiveness for this selfish request of an old man." Faced with the professor's bowed head, Connor felt at a loss. Indeed, as Professor Nate had stated, Connor was somewhat disheartened. After all, this was his first work into which he had poured considerable effort. Naturally, he desired it to be perfect. To recreate a person through magical painting, even utilizing 8 years of their own memories, is far from sufficient, let alone memories extracted from an observer's perspective. Connor had assumed that Professor Nate would infuse all of Miss Mandy's memories into the painting. The professor had mentioned that Miss Mandy passed away in 1969. At the age of 36, Connor thought that 2 decades of memories might barely suffice to recreate a character. However, he was taken aback that the professor had employed this little trick, only incorporating memories from when Miss Mandy enrolled until her employment as an Auror. Thus, the Miss Mandy in the painting was merely a flawed semblance, possessing the thought processes Connor had imbued her with from Professor Nate's memories and a pitifully scant recollection. This magical painting was undoubtedly inadequate, even though it might become more humanized with the accumulation of new memories by that time. The Miss Mandy portrayed might be vastly different from the true Miss Mandy. Therefore, from any perspective, Connor's inaugural magical painting was a failure. Connor sighed and remarked, "At this point, I have little left to say. Once this enchanted painting is completed, it will no longer concern me. Please treat it kindly." With that, Connor ceased to elaborate and turned to leave. Behind him, Professor Knott raised and then lowered his hand, ultimately closing the office door. Chapter 64. Coo. In truth, old Devon had once cautioned him against hastily painting portraits for the departed, yet Connor had paid little heed to this advice. If one were to paint a living person, infusing the artwork with their memories accumulated over a lifetime, that individual would come remarkably close to being replicated. This was the authentic approach to creating a magical portrait. The formation of a person's character is inextricably linked to their memories. Should a portraitist's depiction of a subject's personality clash with the memories infused into the portrait, the resulting image would transform in unforeseen ways. Connor was uncertain how Miss Mandy would manifest in his artwork, but it would undoubtedly diverge significantly from the true Miss Mandy. He pondered Professor Knott's intentions. Was this truly the outcome he desired? Perhaps this was what they referred to as love? Connor shook his head, regardless. It was no longer his concern. After all, it was merely a painting, something he engaged in daily. Why ponder it so deeply? Fortunately, he had promised Professor Knott to keep it a secret. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently revealed it to his grandfather, who would undoubtedly scold him for it. No, I'm far too charming. Grandfather would never chastise me, Connor thought, his cheeks unflushed and breath steady. The next morning at breakfast, the twins approached the Ravenclaw long table, adeptly dispersing the girls surrounding Connor, taking their seats beside him, one on each side, arms draped over his shoulders. "What are you doing?" Connor asked calmly as he continued his meal. "Connor, we are in trouble. Indeed, you must rescue us. This is a lifelong request." Connor elegantly cut a piece of bread and tossed it into his mouth. "Of course, I shall assist. After all, we are good brothers." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Connor. I knew you would be loyal." "It's nothing. It's merely some revision notes. I've already prepared them for you, sufficient for your exams." Connor delicately dabbed his mouth with a napkin, concealing his amusement as he braced himself for the twins' gratitude and admiration. "See, are you moved? The ever-insightful me has anticipated all your needs. Serving Lord Connor will never leave you wanting," he remarked. "Huh, what notes?" the twins inquired, somewhat bewildered. Connor paused in his gesture, then feigned indifference. "Oh, it's nothing. What were you about to say?" "Connor, did you prepare revision notes for us?" "We don't need those. We are diligently reviewing in the evenings. You don't actually think we spend our days wandering the castle, do you?" Now embarrassed, Connor felt a hint of heat rise to his ears, but he maintained his composure and replied in a nonchalant tone, "Ah, is that so? Then I suppose I was overly concerned. So, what is it you wish to ask of me?" Fortunately, the twins did not linger on the matter, perhaps oblivious to Connor's discomfort. Fred leaned in with an air of mystery and said, "Connor, we wish to create some magical contraptions to aid in skipping class. Indeed, we find certain subjects excessively tedious. It would be far more exhilarating to explore hidden passages within the castle." George added, his enthusiasm palpable. "We envision concocting items that would facilitate our escape from the classroom, such as candies that induce nosebleeds, perfumes that provoke vomiting, or patterns that cause fainting." "Absolutely. Aren't these splendid ideas? This way, we could legitimately evade our lessons," Fred exclaimed, raising his fist in exhilaration, convinced of their brilliance. Connor, slightly taken aback, realized that these were indeed the hallmark creations of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Had the twins been harboring such notions since their first year? It was no surprise, given their penchant for mischief. "So what now?" Connor set his napkin aside. "But we cannot actually create these items." The twins turned their hopeful gazes toward him. "However, I am equally incapable of such feats." "Eh?" Fred's expression was one of wounded disbelief. "Connor, you've changed. You weren't like this before." "How have I changed?" "It is perfectly normal not to possess such skills." George wore a look of betrayal. "Aren't you supposed to be the all-powerful Connor? How can you not know how to do something? This is quite the embarrassment for you. Do you think I am some sort of magical genie, able to conjure whatever you desire? Moreover, what have I done to deserve this?" "Apologize to the name Connor." With a resigned sigh, Connor replied, "I comprehend your intentions. Are you suggesting that you wish to create items that pose no threat to health yet induce symptoms akin to illness?" "Precisely. As expected of you, Connor. You have encapsulated our thoughts perfectly. Shall I inform you that this is precisely what you will eventually create?" Connor continued, observing the twins' eager expressions. "Your ideas are indeed viable, such as crafting 2 types of candies, one that causes nosebleeds and another that restores the user to normal." Noticing the twins' eyes gleaming with excitement, Connor discreetly nodded and further elaborated on their concepts. These could be fashioned into candies, perhaps called vomit drops, fainting sweets, or nosebleed nibbles. "Exactly. Brilliant. Connor, you truly are remarkable." Fred and George applauded, their thoughts aligning with Connor's. affirming their bond as both dear friends and lifelong rivals. However, Connor interjected, this endeavor clearly requires extensive knowledge of potions and considerable experimentation. But my potion-making skills are not significantly superior to yours. If you are unable to create them, neither am I, he continued, interrupting the twins' enthusiasm. Why must it be this way? You could take your potion classes more seriously. With greater knowledge, you might achieve your goals sooner. No. You have no idea how much Snape despises us. He wouldn't be satisfied unless he deducted points from us during class. Fred lamented, recalling the terror he experienced under Snape's scrutiny. You are blissfully unaware of your own fortune. What? Professor Snape clearly values your talents, which is why he is so demanding of you. I have not seen him impose such requirements on others. Consider this seriously. The only subject where you can surpass me is potions. What? How is that possible? Snape must be targeting us Gryffindors. The twins were expressions of disbelief, seemingly startled by Connor's words. Trust me, Professor Snape is indeed a good teacher, albeit with a rather unpleasant demeanor. Connor shrugged. He was speaking the truth this time, without attempting to deceive the twins. Their aptitude for charms and potions was remarkably impressive. Otherwise, they would not have been able to create such an array of peculiar magical items, a fact Connor genuinely admired. He always believed that those who invented various spells and magical objects in the Harry Potter films were the true wizards, like the twins, James and his friends, Snape, and Dumbledore, while those who merely wielded wands to shoot lasers were nothing more than inferior brutes. Just as Connor was about to continue his persuasion, a cacophony of cooing erupted overhead. A flock of owls had flown into the hall, signaling the arrival of the Daily Mail. Ugh, that was one downside of mornings at Hogwarts. These wretched, round-faced, plump birds relished in interrupting breakfast. Aren't owls birds too? Don't birds have short intestines? The thought of being bombarded by some unidentified excrement while eating was too grotesque for Connor to even contemplate. Although such tragedies had never occurred, he always took great care to observe the flurry of feathered tails flying overhead, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. However, to his astonishment, as an owl flew directly above him, it dropped a package. Surprised, Connor picked it up. Surely his family wouldn't be sending him anything at this time. Who could it be from? The package bore a family crest, and to his shock, it was sent by Professor Knott. Connor was taken aback. Professor Knott had actually dispatched something via owl. Perhaps he felt too shy to meet Connor in person and chose to send a gift instead? Well, in truth, Connor had almost forgotten about the incident from the previous day. What is this? He mused. I have no idea. Let us open it and see. I'm quite curious. As he unwrapped the package, he discovered a metal object, square and palm-sized, resembling two cookies fused together. Yet, the familiar metallic sheen revealed it to be a magic rune ball. Connor still had the one he practiced drawing magic with tucked away in his pocket. This was undoubtedly a rune ball crafted from mithril. He never expected Professor Knott would gift him something so valuable. Just as he was about to examine the rune ball more closely, a note slipped out from the package. Chapter 65, The Two-Sided Mirror Spell. To Connor, I heard you express interest in the two-sided mirror spell, so I had someone retrieve this long dusty rune model from my home. I hope you will accept this small gift. S. Knott. So that was it. Connor picked up the square magical rune orb, though it was not a true orb. Is this the core rune of the double-sided mirror? Indeed, Connor had previously inquired about the double-sided mirror from Professor Knott, and as he had surmised, it was indeed one of the creations of the Knott family. Why one of them, you might wonder. The Knott family is renowned for their expertise in mirrors and mirror-related magic, having crafted numerous magical mirrors. The double-sided mirror was merely a byproduct of their research into mirror magic, initially intended for sale, but alas, the profits were disappointing, leading to its discontinuation. The double-sided mirror allows wizards to communicate over long distances, which sounds incredibly useful. However, its production costs were prohibitively high, as it was entirely handmade at the time, and it only allowed for a visual of the face, with the parties unable to speak and reliant on lip reading. Among adult wizards, there existed many other methods of communication, rendering the double-sided mirror somewhat impractical. Yet, Connor believed that the potential of the double-sided mirror had not been fully realized. At least now, it could be mass-produced in factories, alleviating the issue of cost. He had not yet devised a concrete plan for its operation, but an unrefined idea was already forming in his mind. What is that, Connor? Fred inquired with curiosity. A little trinket, a most intriguing bit of magic, Connor replied, observing the complex magical patterns on the orb, which would take him some time to master. What magic? Is it fun? George chimed in, equally intrigued. Here, take a look. Connor retrieved the pair of double-sided mirrors he had purchased from the shop and tossed one to each of the twins. The twins each held a mirror, gazing into it, then looking up simultaneously. Isn't this just an ordinary mirror? So, you can't even tell who is who? Connor teased. Pay attention. What you see is not merely yourselves. Ah, I see you, George. George exclaimed. And I see you too, Fred. This mirror is truly fascinating. The twins excitedly made faces at the mirror, leaving Connor somewhat speechless. All right, All right, you can keep them. They're yours now. Really? Fred's eyes widened in disbelief. I have another pair, Connor said, producing the set of double-sided mirrors gifted to him by Professor Not during Christmas. Oh, thank you, generous Lord Connor. Yes, yes. Connor replied dismissively, then spread his hands and said, I've been rather busy of late, so I might not be able to assist you with your ideas for skipping class. Perhaps you should explore potion making on your own. You might manage it without my help. Understood, Captain Connor. Observing the chaotic state of the dining table, Connor lost his appetite and decided to gather his things and leave the hall. Connor, what have you been busy with lately? In the headmaster's office, Connor was chatting with Dumbledore. Having visited many times, Connor was quite at ease. Lounging in the chair while enjoying Dumbledore's snacks, Connor believed he had not engaged in any particularly outrageous deeds, aside from generously providing numerous prank items for his twin brothers. Subtly instructing the gang to torment the Slytherin giant, and soaring through the castle under the cover of night with his large wings. Indeed, he felt he had done little of consequence, yet Dumbledore's increasingly warm demeanor made him feel uneasy, as though he were being scrutinized with a smile that promised clarity of purpose. He had not been particularly busy, merely delving into some rare magical runes, practicing transfiguration, reviewing his third-year potions textbook, and designing a new monster card. Perhaps that was the extent of his recent activities. Under Dumbledore's beaming gaze, Connor popped the last honey toffee into his mouth. Dumbledore's brow twitched slightly as he organized the documents on his desk and casually remarked, Is that so? It sounds as though you have been quite occupied. Indeed, just yesterday I completed a task, and today I acquired a new rune. It seems I cannot remain idle. Oh, a new rune? Would you mind sharing it with an old man like me? Dumbledore paused his work to inquire. It was a gift from Professor Knott. Concerning the runes of the two-faced mirror, Connor said, retrieving the rune ball to showcase it to Dumbledore. However, I recall this item is of little utility. Far less esteemed than the Knott family's all-knowing mirror. The all-knowing mirror? Ah, yes, that is indeed a unique creation of the Knott family. It is quite loquacious and incorporates elements of prophecy, having once been immensely popular among the ladies. Alas, most have been destroyed by their own hands. And now few of such mirrors remain. Is it akin to the enchanted mirror in Snow White, or does it possess beauty-enhancing qualities? You may not be aware, but the mirrors crafted by the Knott family were renowned throughout the European magical community before the signing of magical confidentiality agreements. You will likely encounter tales of Dumbledore's ramblings in your fourth-year history of magic class, much like an elderly gentleman proudly sharing his extensive knowledge. Speaking of which, Dumbledore is 109 years old this year. He is indeed quite aged. Perhaps, in his solitude, he merely wishes to engage me in conversation, Connor mused, drawing upon his experience in conversing with the elderly. Mirrors are truly wondrous objects. Mortals can see their true selves within them. Yet wizards often yearn to glimpse more through their reflective surfaces. Dumbledore tilted his head thoughtfully, before again focusing on Connor, who was seated with his legs crossed. He posed a question. Connor, what do you wish to see within a mirror? Connor scratched his head, pondering the peculiarity of the question. I suppose I would like to see whatever I need to see in the moment. Oh, you wish to behold your desires? No, that is not my meaning. Connor gestured with his hands. For instance, when I look into the mirror, I wish to see myself clearly. When I desire to behold distant landscapes, I wish to be able to gaze 1,000 miles. If I wish to glimpse what that landscape looked like yesterday, I hope to peer into time, to see all that I wish to see. That, I believe, is the essence of a true magic mirror. Connor concluded, Your imaginative notions never cease to astonish me. A smile graced Dumbledore's face as he picked up a mound of cockroaches and took a bite. The old man had quite good teeth. He remarked, Do you know, Connor, that many wizards yearn to truly see themselves in the mirror? The greatness of a wizard lies within. The clearer their self-awareness, the stronger their magical prowess becomes. Is there really such a concept in the world? Connor responded, his expression one of wonder. I am not deceiving you. This is merely a lesser-known piece of knowledge, whispered among certain magical families. I trust that when you grow older, your grandfather will share it with you as well. The Knott family's fascination with mirror magic is not without reason. I possess a magic mirror that reveals one's innermost desires. Would you care to take a look? Connor? Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye, his smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. The mirror of Erist? What could possibly be worth seeing in that? Connor exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. I refuse. You sly old man. Your joyful demeanor surely conceals mischief. Oh, why not? Do you not wish to become more powerful? Dumbledore inquired, appearing somewhat taken aback. No, I do not wish to. Connor adamantly shook his little head, asserting, I am already quite strong. Well, youthful confidence is indeed a virtue. Dumbledore conceded, choosing to shift the conversation to other topics. Did I not mention that the Sorting Hat gifted you that? Dumbledore slightly turned, raising his teacup and responding to Connor with the same evasive answer as before. Indeed, it is true. You must believe me. The Sorting Hat suddenly interjected, breaking its silence with a loud outcry. Well then, farewell. Do visit often. Dumbledore lifted his teacup with the demeanor of a cheerful innkeeper, even playfully winking. Connor often found Dumbledore perplexing. As he reached the door, he heard Dumbledore's serious voice behind him. By the way, Connor, at your age, you should not indulge in too many sweets. They are detrimental to your teeth. Oh, Chapter 67, Connor's Fan Club. As a renowned institution, Hogwarts naturally boasts various clubs, including the Student Council, the Quidditch Team, the Toad Choir, the Dueling Club, and the House Elf Rights Advocacy Group. Only second-year students may join these officially recognized clubs. However, unregistered groups, such as Harry S. Dumbledore's Army, impose their own restrictions, independent of school regulations. If even the venerable Dumbledore has a fan club, surely the beloved Connor must have one as well. Indeed, there exists a clandestine group within Hogwarts known as Connor's Treasure Legion. This legion comprises a cohort of aesthetically inclined young girls, forming a fervent fan club with stringent recruitment standards and rigid rules. It must be stated in advance that Connor was unaware of the existence of a mysterious organization lurking in the shadows. An organization whose purpose was ostensibly to serve him, though not in any peculiar sense. Due to Connor's inability to refuse, those who approached him for artwork rarely faced rejection. While most young witches ceased to disturb Connor after receiving a piece of art, there remained a few beauty-obsessed young witches who, emboldened by their youth, persistently solicited new creations from him. Although Connor was indifferent to this, and even welcomed it, his free time was limited, and how to allocate this precious leisure became a matter for these beauty-loving young witches to negotiate among themselves. Thus, Connor's peculiar fan club came into existence. Penelope Clearwater, a second-year student from Ravenclaw, was one of the leaders of this enigmatic faction. Today, Penelope was engaged in a struggle with her fellow members, hailing from a Muggle family. Her father was a renowned barrister in London. Before receiving her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, Penelope was preparing to attend rugby school. Upon discovering her identity as a witch, she abandoned her previous life plans and embarked on a distinctly different journey, an experience akin to that of many young witches from Muggle backgrounds. There was no doubt about Penelope's intelligence. Upon being sorted into Ravenclaw, she seamlessly integrated into this community that revered wisdom, enjoying a tranquil yet fulfilling first year. Having familiarized herself with the wizarding lifestyle, Penelope recalibrated her path as a witch. She excelled academically, cultivated relationships with professors to lay a solid foundation for her upper year examinations, fostered camaraderie among classmates to prepare for future competitions for the position of prefect, and refined herself to become an even more outstanding individual. The principle that only the most exceptional individuals possess greater choices was a universal truth that Penelope grasped from a young age, the fruit of her parents' guidance as societal elites. Thus, during the sorting ceremony of her second year, Penelope naturally positioned herself closest to the newcomers, keen on leaving a favorable impression that would aid her future aspirations for the prefect role. This may well be the wisest decision I've ever made, Penelope often mused. For it was during this very sorting ceremony that she met Connor Lake. Familiar with the craze surrounding the monster cards that had swept the wizarding world in recent years, Penelope had little interest in them and found it puzzling why so many young witches were enamored with them. To her, they were merely a whimsical novelty of the magical realm. Toys were toys, and the mature Penelope would not waste her thoughts on such frivolities. She was no child. Initially, she regarded the creator of the monster cards, Connor Lake, with mild curiosity, wondering if such an intelligent boy would indeed be sorted into Ravenclaw. However, when Connor's name was called and he stepped forward, her thoughts shifted dramatically, leading her to wonder, how could there be such a strikingly handsome young man? Then she pondered, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. In truth, many share this sentiment within Ravenclaw, as it is a house predominantly composed of those enamored with beauty. Thus, when the sorting hat resounded with the name Ravenclaw, Penelope nearly burst into cheers, for Ravenclaw had welcomed a handsome young lad. Elated, she engaged in conversation with the new freshman, and through some mysterious aura, she perceived Connor's demeanor and discourse as imbued with an aristocratic grace and composure, akin to a figure stepped forth from a painting, instilling joy in her heart. This freshman was indeed charming, an impression Penelope harbored of Connor, who would not relish the prospect of befriending an attractive individual of the opposite sex. Penelope felt justified in her somewhat excessive enthusiasm. She felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although stumbling over the eagle ring question was not a novel experience, yet she felt utterly mortified under the gaze of the two younger students. This freshman was remarkably clever. Penelope mused, no wonder he had created a wildly popular monster card at such a tender age, truly living up to his reputation. Subsequently, Penelope found herself habitually observing her freshman, noting Connor's preferences. He delighted in playing with his invented monster cards, adored reading, daydreamed when not reading, savored vegetables during meals, and cherished rising early to paint. Speaking of painting, thoughts of Connor inevitably led her to that very subject. Penelope would forever cherish that weekend when Connor created his first drawing for her. She treasured it dearly, for it was the inaugural artwork crafted by her prince. Yes, Prince. Connor's moniker as such had originated from Penelope herself. It must have commenced at that moment. At the age of 12, Penelope was oblivious to the nature of love, but was acutely aware of her own preferences, and she was resolute in her affection for this clean, handsome, and exceptionally talented freshman. To fall for someone might perhaps stem from an admiration for the very essence of that person, embodying the qualities one aspires to possess. Penelope perceived in Connor a reflection of her own dreams, beauty, elegance, intelligence, and gentleness. If she were a boy, she would surely resemble him. Often, while engrossed in her reading, she would suddenly break into a silly grin, likely recalling some joyful thought. Everyone adored Connor Lake. Regrettably, Connor did not seem to reciprocate her feelings. Penelope mused with a hint of melancholy. No, Connor was merely yet to awaken to such sentiments. Though she once believed this freshman harbored affections for her, after all, she was the first girl to receive a drawing from Connor, a fact he had admitted. Such exquisite works. However, Penelope soon discovered that Connor treated everyone similarly. She was not the singular special one, and eventually, Connor's artwork became ubiquitous among his peers. Yet, Penelope did not lose her fervor. I, Penelope, am resilient. As long as Connor's creations adorn my collection more than any others, I am indeed special. Penelope would not relent. At that moment, within the confines of a vacant classroom at Hogwarts, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Connor's cherished brigade was convening in that room to deliberate the forthcoming week's agenda. Penelope, since you painted last week, perhaps you should refrain from competing this time, a voice laced with both restraint and a hint of arrogance declared. Alice Windsor, the cunning first-year Slytherin, had often leveraged her family's wealth to dissuade numerous competitors. Although she had performed a commendable deed, it was evident that she was no ally. This woman was exceptionally skilled at feigning innocence and charm, even managing to deceive the Navi, Connor, into promising her a themed set of cards. She paraded this achievement before others daily. What a wretched creature. How shameless. Has Sister Penelope already painted last week? Splendid. It must be my turn now. A soft, endearing voice, reminiscent of something one would wish to embrace and cuddle, chimed in. Emily Montmorency, a first-year Ravenclaw, was a sweet, innocent girl who was easily shy and quite endearing. Emily was, in fact, the least competitive among them. She simply adored Connor's artwork, embodying the essence of a true little sister, at least on the surface. Yet, Penelope sensed there was more to this girl than met the eye. The intuition of a woman. These two were merely children, and Penelope felt no fear towards them, for she realized that Connor showed little interest in such younglings. They posed no threat to her. But no, it must be my turn this week. It feels like ages since I've sought out little Connor for a painting, a languid, mature voice interjected. Nymphadora talks. Penelope perceived her as the most formidable presence in the room, the sole upperclassman brazenly participating in this gathering predominantly composed of lower-year students. Not only was she audacious, but her appearance could also shift. Tonks was Connor's favored model, boasting the most artworks among all present. She was indeed the greatest adversary. As soon as the words left her lips, the other girls could no longer contain themselves, erupting into loud protests, and the atmosphere swiftly grew tumultuous. You think I don't know? You all desire Connor's company rather than his art. How disgraceful. I, Penelope, hold you in contempt. Penelope believed herself to be distinct from these hypocritical, flamboyant individuals. She admitted, unabashedly, that she was drawn to Connor's charm. Her honesty was commendable. A horde of insincere individuals who dared not reveal their true intentions had the audacity to vie for a man against her. Thankfully, among this group, only 3 posed a challenge worthy of Penelope's attention. The others were mere trifles, and she remained confident in her abilities. For instance, at this moment, Penelope held a little ghost card, ready to play. She lowered her arms, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. In truth, this gathering is merely to relay some news I have received. What? The assembled women gasped in astonishment, their disbelief palpable. How can this be? We had already postponed for a week. This is terribly unfortunate. How infuriating. I envy Penelope. Why wasn't he at my turn last time? As Penelope observed the multitude of girls engaged in animated discussions, casting envious and resentful glances her way, she felt a triumphant joy akin to that of winning a hard-fought battle. The sight of their discontent, coupled with their inability to undermine her, delighted her immensely. A smile reminiscent of Connor's playful demeanor graced Penelope's lips as she maliciously contemplated how to systematically expel this group of interlopers from the chat, declaring to herself that one Connor's treasure was sufficient for her alone. Before she could fully express her amusement, Alice's words once again silenced the raucous classroom. The girls regarded Alice with a multitude of complex expressions, all conveying the same unspoken question. Why? Why are you so wealthy? A smirk danced at the corners of Alice's mouth as she thought with malice. You commoners dare to fantasize about His Highness Connor? Only someone of my noble stature deserves to stand by His Highness's side. His treasures can belong to none but me." Before Alice could voice her thoughts, Emily's innocent voice chimed in. "Oh, what a coincidence. Alice, are you also planning to find Connor during the holidays? I've made plans with him as well. Shall we go together?" Alice's smile faltered momentarily, just as she was about to respond, when Tonks's languid voice, laced with a hint of amusement, followed suit. "Is that so? I thought Connor had only invited me. He mentioned he wanted to create a large series of paintings called Alice in Wonderland and said he wanted me to be his model." Alice's smile gradually faded, clearly indicating she had not received an invitation from Connor. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Penelope glanced around, for the first time feeling disheartened by her lack of a wizarding lineage. Meanwhile, Alice pondered how best to leverage her advantages to drive these girls away from Connor's side, perhaps through some covert sabotage. Tonks, on the other hand, found the antics of these young girls far more entertaining than Connor himself. In a corner, a group of girls shed tears of frustration for being unable to join the conversation, while the Connor fan club was, in truth, a rather joyful assembly. Chapter 68. Connor's new apparatus. Connor was quite busy. Indeed, he was so occupied that he was on the verge of abandoning his routine of seeking models for his artwork. Although Connor typically managed to allocate his time judiciously, presenting an air of leisure, when he became engrossed in a particularly intriguing project, lesser commitments fell by the wayside. To prevent disappointing others with his busyness, he resolved to cancel all his appointments for the week. What, then, was Connor preoccupied with? Naturally, he was engrossed in the study of a newly acquired magical double-sided mirror. Connor felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The magical patterns of this mirror were truly fascinating, bearing some resemblance to connection runes with overlapping elements. However, they were considerably more intricate than connection runes, despite appearing less sophisticated at first glance. Theoretically, this double-sided mirror's magical pattern was a flawed design, as Connor discerned numerous superfluous lines, indicating that the pattern could indeed be simplified. However, this magical pattern possesses certain unfinished lines, indicating that it remains incomplete. Connor can roughly deduce that its creator intended for the two interconnected mirrors to possess a communicative function, but ultimately failed. By chance, this half-finished magical pattern retains some utility, and rather than simplifying it, it has transformed into the pattern of a double-sided mirror. It is evident that the creator of this pattern must have been a scoundrel, sending his pregnant girlfriend off to work while he abandoned her and their child, leaving Connor to pick up the pieces. This analogy may seem somewhat inappropriate. It would be more fitting to describe a cad who suddenly meets his demise while his girlfriend is 3 months pregnant, leaving behind a beautiful woman and an unborn child, only for the benevolent Connor to step in and care for both. The artistry of language is indeed more profound than that which is portrayed on paper. In any case, Connor has recently become engrossed in studying the double-sided mirror magical pattern, which is undeniably captivating. This pattern, he muses, is the first he has encountered in both a completed and incomplete state, showcasing a high degree of operability. To illustrate, let us liken this pattern to a pregnant woman. Should Connor successfully deliver the child, he would experience double the joy, effectively completing the lines of the magical pattern. At that point, the double-sided mirror would not only facilitate video calls, but also voice communication. Either outcome would be splendid. Connor could even choose to terminate the pregnancy and start anew. Let us refrain from discussing that further. He could also erase the redundant lines, employing his creativity to forge an entirely new magical pattern. The double-sided mirror has inspired Connor immensely, explaining his fervent dedication to its study. Regrettably, despite a week of tireless research, Connor was unable to preserve the child. He chose the latter over the former and did not succeed in completing the magical pattern. Instead, he successfully simplified the double-sided mirror's design. It is evident that creating a communicative double-sided mirror pattern is no simple endeavor, and it is no wonder that the previous wizard chose to abandon further research. In summary, after a week of relentless and passionate study, Connor has produced not one, but a pair of streamlined double-sided mirror patterns, which he has successfully etched onto 2 mirrors. As he gazes at the mirrors in his hands, he realizes that the simplified double-sided mirror has lost its reflective function, becoming a true double-sided mirror. He can see through either side to view whatever lies before the opposite mirror. This could serve as a surveillance device, he muses. A double-sided mirror need not have 2 sides of equal size. Crafting one large and one small could indeed create a monitoring apparatus. Furthermore, the absence of magical fluctuations suggests that such a creation might unexpectedly become a bestseller. Connor also contemplates the potential for a magical phone's functionality to be realized with a few modifications to the double-sided mirror pattern. He perceives boundless possibilities within this magical construct and wonders whether Professor North might regret having bestowed it upon him. Determined not to squander the gift left by the esteemed wizard, Connor immerses himself in his work once more. Today, I wish to present to you a treasure. Once again, within the abode of unfulfilled desires, Connor has convened a new product launch. He raised his hand, signaling for attention, as the sparse applause from the four gradually subsided. Connor, stop keeping us in suspense. We're in a hurry. The three, apart from Lee, voiced their discontent at Connor's teasing. Undeterred, Connor retrieved two items from his pocket, a large mirror and a cube the size of a candy. What is this? Fred's curiosity was piqued. This is a drone monitor. I have named it the surveillance cube, Connor proclaimed, a hint of pride in his voice. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he offered no further explanation. Look, he said, handing the mirror to Fred. Hold this and keep an eye on it. Connor then aimed the tiny cube at them. Wow. I can see all four of us. How magical. Is this your perspective, Connor? Have you created a spell for shared vision? Connor smiled slightly. Look at this. As they turned their gaze, Connor tossed the small cube upward. Hey, look, the image in the mirror has changed. What angle is this? In the air? Is that the tiny cube? Connor maneuvered the cube through the air, and the image in Fred's hands shifted accordingly. Indeed, this is impressive. With this, we can spy on the girls while they bathe. Fred exclaimed loudly, interrupting Connor. George, equally exhilarated, patted Connor on the shoulder, exclaiming, Connor, you are a genius. We have long lamented our inability to see into those obscure corners and narrow passages. Precisely, this will be a tremendous help. With it, we shall surely uncover all the secrets of Hogwarts. Well, as long as you are pleased. Connor replied. It is quite simple to understand, when connected by magic. It functions as a wired cube, and without magic, it operates wirelessly, requiring charging. Oh, but I believe you should incorporate a luminescent spell. Indeed. We are using it to explore dark corners, and light is essential. I originally designed it as a covert monitor, Connor sighed. All right, give it back to me. I shall provide you with a new one tomorrow. Often, Connor felt a sense of dissonance with this group of youngsters. His adept driving skills went unappreciated, while his untamed spirit found no one to confide in. Chapter 69, the upcoming main plotline. All things in the world are in a state of perpetual motion, change, and development, and the evolution of events typically adheres to universal laws. Any transformation is a process from quantitative change to qualitative change. When quantity reaches a certain threshold, it triggers a qualitative change, resulting in a new quality, which then initiates a new quantitative change based on that new quality. Quantitative change serves as the foundation and necessary preparation for qualitative change, while qualitative change is the inevitable outcome of quantitative change. The law of quantitative change leading to qualitative change reveals the forms and shapes of the development of things. This is not merely a matter of verbosity, but rather an indication that our narrative has reached a pivotal moment after a series of gradual accumulations. On the day following when Connor entrusted the newly improved magical surveillance cube, which emitted a kaleidoscope of white light, to the twins, a seemingly trivial incident triggered the first domino to fall. Adjacent to the greenhouses of Hogwarts lies a labyrinthine garden, a cherished rendezvous spot for upperclassmen, often referred to as the secret garden of Hogwarts. This enchanting space is partitioned by floral walls into numerous intimate alcoves, ideal for couples seeking privacy. However, this haven is not exclusively reserved for those wizards deserving of the most severe punishments. Many lower-year students, drawn to its tranquil ambience, frequent it, alongside others like Connor who come for more earnest pursuits. Having completed his tasks just before the holidays, Connor found himself with ample time to indulge in his passion for painting, much to the delight of his female admirers, who fiercely vied for his attention. Ultimately, our dear Miss Alice triumphed over her many competitors with her considerable resources and fortuitously secured the last date with Connor for the month, successfully luring him into the school's back garden. Alice meticulously prepared for this date. She had commissioned a skilled tailor to replicate the iconic blue and white dress of Disney's Alice, ensuring it was crafted to perfection. The tale of Alice's adventures in Wonderland is widely known in England, though some pureblood wizards may be oblivious to it. Coming from a family deeply intertwined with the Muggle world, Alice was certainly familiar with the story. On this day, she donned her exquisitely crafted dress, hoping to convey to Connor that she was the quintessential model for the Alice card, rather than some shameless shapeshifter. Unfortunately, Connor failed to grasp her deeper intentions, mistakenly perceiving her attire as a mere blue and white maid outfit, which he found rather endearing. What? The Alice from Wonderland? Isn't she the one clad in armor wielding a sword? In a secluded corner of the garden, Connor, sporting his customary polite smile, devotedly focused on his painting, while Alice, with a satisfied grin, indulged in her daydreams. The atmosphere was harmonious, with both feeling quite pleased. Alice had envisioned a delightful afternoon with Connor, flourishing into mutual affection, followed by a romantic dinner, heartfelt conversations, and tender moments, culminating in thoughts of their future together, even pondering names for their third child. However, the sudden appearance of a pair of red-haired twins shattered Alice's innocent fantasies. Connor. From the nearby bushes emerged the mischievous heads of twins Fred and George. Apologies. Connor, but we seem to require your attention for a moment. How on earth did you find me? Connor gazed incredulously at the suddenly materializing twins. Connor was aware that the twins would typically refrain from interrupting his artistic endeavors. Their sudden appearance suggested they must be grappling with an insurmountable issue. He offered Alice an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm afraid I must excuse myself for a moment." "It's quite all right. I don't mind at all. I can sit here for a bit," Alice replied sweetly, though her thoughts were already devising a plan to submerge the twins in the Thames. Connor led the twins aside, only to spot a couple cozily embracing on a nearby bench. He then guided the twins to a different location, sighing as he remarked, "What's the matter? I haven't finished my painting yet. Surely, you haven't caused any trouble again?" "Haha, no. How could we possibly cause any trouble?" Fred chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. However, under Connor's piercing gaze, he eventually relented, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he muttered, "Well, it's not a big deal. It's just that we lost the surveillance cube you gave us." Connor nearly burst into laughter out of exasperation. He crossed his arms and squinted slightly, "If memory serves. I handed over the surveillance cube to you at dinner last night, correct?" "Yes, that's right. And now it's 4:35 in the afternoon, which means you managed to misplace it in less than a day?" "Yes, but wait. Connor, please remain calm. There's a reason." "A reason? Just let us explain." The twins rushed forward, one on each side, to restrain Connor's hand as they noticed him reaching for his wand. They dreaded Connor's hanging charm, having previously attempted to resist, but consistently found themselves at his mercy. Cough. Here's the situation, Fred and George began to explain in rapid succession. "Connor, do you remember the statues in the safe house?" "Statues? Aren't there numerous statues in the safe house?" Connor replied, recalling how Dumbledore had used the safe house to conceal the Philosopher's Stone 2 years prior, a place he hadn't visited much since discovering the Room of Requirement. "Well, those statues have hollow spaces inside them. Indeed, we discovered that long ago. Specifically, the lion statues have holes in their mouths, or rather, their bellies are empty." George gestured animatedly to emphasize his point. "Oh, and then what?" "It's not unusual for stone mouths to have openings," Connor inquired, intrigued. "We were curious about the size of those spaces, but our transformation spells fail to alter the stone statues within the safe house. So, when you handed us the surveillance cube, our first thought was to investigate the lion's belly." "Quite the innovative idea, lads," Connor commented, his interest piqued. "What was the outcome?" "We discovered that the interior of those stone statues was roughly the size of a real lioness belly. However," Fred interjected hastily upon seeing Connor's disapproving expression, "there was one statue that stood apart." "Yes, the very first lion statue we encountered had an exceptionally long belly. It was like a tunnel," George exclaimed, illustrating the length with his hands behind his back. "And then?" Connor tilted his head, intrigued. "So, we controlled the cube to fly into the lion's belly. We kept flying and flying," Fred said, suddenly throwing up his hands. "And then, poof, it just vanished." Connor squinted. "Did I not mention that the cube has a distance limitation? Was my explanation unclear?" No. We certainly remember this. The issue is that at that time, the cube had not yet flown beyond my control range. Well, perhaps it had strayed a little, but there was still magic within the cube. It had just barely crossed out of my control range when, suddenly, it lost contact, and the image vanished from the mirror," Fred animatedly explained, producing a dark mirror. Connor pondered for a few moments before glancing at George. "It's true. I can attest to that," George declared with unwavering conviction, raising his hand. Connor rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the stone lion and the tunnel, finding it rather intriguing. "It seems that tunnel is no ordinary passage. Fred, your magical perception extends several hundred feet, and such a long tunnel could disrupt the connection with the two-sided mirror in the thought hall. It appears I must accompany you on this journey," Connor stated, "but before that, I must complete my artwork." Chapter 70, The Lion's Throat. Having frequented this place before, the group navigated with ease through the hatch to the ground. The twins pointed at the stone lion before them, exclaiming, "This is the lion. Look at its mouth." Connor scrutinized the sculpture. Although it was made of stone, it bore a striking resemblance to a real lion, with little distinction in color or size. The stone lion stood approximately 5 feet tall, allowing Connor, at his height, to gaze into its gaping maw, which was dark and unfathomable. The opening was quite large. Connor felt he could barely fit his head inside. After observing, he turned to Fred and said, "Hand me the mirror." Fred promptly passed over the other mirror. Connor took it and extended his magic towards the opening, attempting to reconnect with the lost camera. Connor's magical prowess surpassed Fred's by more than double. While Fred could not reach certain areas, Connor effortlessly extended into them. Fortunately, the opening curved downward rather than being a straight vertical shaft. Otherwise, the cube may have fallen into an unknown abyss. Before long, Connor re-established contact with the fallen, disconnected surveillance cube. Upon contact with the magic, the fluorescent spell activated, emitting a dazzling white light, and the mirror in Connor's hand displayed an image. "Oh, it's working. As expected of you, Connor," the The twins applauded from the side. Basic operation complete. Now, let us see how deep this tunnel truly is. Connor commanded the small cube to continue its descent, as his magic allowed him to delve much deeper than Fred could manage. Given a sphere filled with water and a second sphere with a radius 13 times that of the first, the water from the spheres is poured into a cylinder with a base area of a certain measurement, resulting in a specific water depth. We are to determine the water depth when the water from the spheres is introduced into the same cylinder. It is as straightforward as deducing from the problem that the answer is 2,197. Thus, Connor's magical capacity exceeds Fred's by a similar magnitude, permitting him to control the small cube to traverse an additional distance. The three individuals fixed their gaze upon the reflective surface held by Connor, scrutinizing the conditions within the tunnel. They soon discerned that it was merely an ordinary passage, the image captured in the mirror revealing nothing extraordinary, just a long, dimly lit corridor. After traversing approximately 600 feet, or about 200 meters, Connor came to a halt, and the reflection in the mirror froze. Why has it stopped? Keep going, Fred exclaimed. This is my limit. Any further, and I will exceed the range of my magical influence, Connor replied, his expression impassive. Huh, is that it? George remarked, disappointment evident on his face. At that moment, the mirror in Connor's hand went dark. This tunnel is problematic. Once the cube disconnects from the magical tether, the fluorescence spell ceases to function, Connor concluded. Although he could still sense the cube, the absence of magical energy caused the lights on it to extinguish, rendering the mirror pitch black. So, in the end, the cube is still left behind? All our efforts for nothing? A complete loss of a surveillance cube? Connor opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, then said, I can still retrieve it. The cube should have fallen nearby. Oh, that's a relief. But I'm curious about what's inside. Perhaps it contains Gryffindor's treasure. Look at that lion's head. I believe the treasure must be housed within. Indeed, victory is within our grasp. Shall we simply abandon it? George added, a hint of reluctance in his voice. I have a way to continue exploring, Connor said, casting a somewhat conflicted glance at the twins. What? Really? Fred and George exclaimed, gripping Connor's shoulders, sensing his profound attachment to the secrets of this tunnel. Connor hesitated, aware that this was, after all, his own secret, and revealing it to the twins felt significant. Hey, what is there to hesitate about? I am Connor. When did I become so apprehensive? I have nothing to fear. The twins are trustworthy friends, and sharing this minor secret shouldn't make me timid. Quickly reconciling his thoughts, Connor looked earnestly at the twins. Fred, George, I can trust you, right? The twins exchanged glances, surprised by the seriousness in Connor's tone. However, they quickly responded, of course. We are the best of friends. You can absolutely trust us. Connor nodded and continued. The method I'm about to share pertains to a secret of mine and should not be divulged lightly. Hey, do you always have to keep us in suspense? It's really quite frustrating, George lamented, feeling the gravitas of the moment dissipate. Haha, life always needs a touch of anticipation. Tonight at 8, we shall gather here. What about Lee and Roger? Should we invite them? Fred inquired. Connor pondered for a moment before replying. Let us hold off on that for now. I prefer not to involve too many people in my secret at this stage. The twins exchanged knowing looks, shrugging with smiles. All right then, it's your secret after all. The fewer who know, the better. The twins beamed with delight, pleased that Connor entrusted them with his secret and chose to share it with them. Connor's secret undoubtedly pertains to his ability as an animagus. Should he transform into the form of a small fox, he would easily fit into that tunnel. At 11 years of age, few would believe in his capacity as an animagus, and Connor had no intention of convincing others. He certainly did not wish to register at the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, he was uncertain about the safety of this passageway, which was evidently not ordinary and might indeed be connected to Gryffindor's treasure. Although it was a secret corridor within Hogwarts, Connor could not guarantee its safety. Lee Jordan had mentioned that Hogwarts was protected by magic, yet Connor remained skeptical of such unsubstantiated legends. However, this did not deter Connor from embracing the thrill of adventure. In fact, upon encountering the seemingly bottomless tunnel, he felt a surge of excitement and a strong desire to explore its depths. In this regard, his thoughts aligned with those of the twins. After all, men are creatures driven by curiosity about openings, in every sense. While Connor was unafraid of potential dangers lurking within, he possessed the confidence to handle any threats that might arise. Yet, the notion of becoming trapped was rather humorous, so to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to have the twins wait at the entrance as a precaution. Ultimately, possessing the ability to become an animagus is rather remarkable. If he did not reveal his genius to others, how would they ever grasp the extent of his prowess? Just imagine the astonishment on their faces when they witnessed Connor transform into a small fox. Behold the legendary animagus, a feat so challenging to master. The twins would undoubtedly chime in with their own commentary. Do you know how old Connor was when he mastered this skill? Pray tell. 11. How terrifying indeed. This lad must not be allowed to roam free. Wasn't that delightful? Opportunities favor the prepared. To live an extraordinary life, one must lay the groundwork early, creating a foundation for future accolades. In conclusion, after careful contemplation, Connor resolved to share his little secret with the twins. Unlike the impulsive Gryffindors who charge headlong into situations, Connor was never one to engage in unprepared battles. Chapter 71. The entrance. Do you know what your task is? Report, sir. I do not, sir. The setting was the safe house, and night had already fallen. Connor stood before the stone lion, assigning tasks to the twins. I am about to venture into the tunnel. How do you plan to enter, Connor? Do not interrupt the officer while he speaks. Yes, sir. Connor handed them a black screen mirror, the counterpart to the one remaining in the tunnel. You will be able to see me through the mirror, if it goes dark and remains so for half an hour. He raised a finger to emphasize, you are to seek out Professor Dumbledore to rescue me. The password to his office is Honeydukes Fudge. Wait, is that really our task? Just to relay a message. The twins looked at him in astonishment. Certainly. Or what do you think you are capable of? I imagined you possessed some potion that could shrink us, allowing us to embark on an adventure. What are you thinking? The ingredients for the shrinking potion are no longer available, as stated in the potion textbooks. Huh, how were we unaware of this? The shrinking potion? That is a third-grade lesson, isn't it? What? You can't possibly have yet to review the third-grade curriculum, can you? You are entirely correct. We are the younger ones. Connor adjusted his collar. Therefore, do not entertain such thoughts. This exploration task is one I alone can undertake. How do you intend to enter? That hole is far too small. The next part is my secret, so do not be too astonished. With an air of mystery, Connor extended his right hand and then snapped his fingers. If the twins could speak Chinese, they would surely exclaim in shock, for they witnessed Connor suddenly vanish before them, only to transform into a small fox. Connor? Fred and George crouched down, gazing at the fox on the ground, cautiously inquiring. In his fox form, Connor raised his front paws and crossed them over his chest, nodding in a remarkably human-like manner. The twins felt they could see Connor's essence in the fox's face, which bore a haughty expression as if it were proclaiming, impressive, I assent it. Cool. Connor, is this your method? Transforming into a fox. Hee hee, impressive, I assent it. Connor placed his hands on his hips. Indeed, if we could master this, our nighttime escapades in the castle would be much easier. You seem rather obsessed with the notion of exploring the castle at night. So, I will transform into a fox and slip inside while you wait outside. Is that acceptable? Connor inquired. No problem, sir. The twins stood at attention, acknowledging that the two of them could not fit through that hole. Connor nodded, and with a thought, transformed back into a small fox. Then, oh no, I can't reach it. The little fox Connor gazed at the entrance, which was utterly beyond his reach, lost in contemplation. He then turned around, stood upright, and opened his arms, awoo. The twins exchanged glances, then looked at the stone sculpture, realizing what to do. Fred stepped forward, his hands slipping beneath Connor's armpits, using his skills to lift him high and place Connor into the lion's mouth. Connor nodded at the twins, then plunged his hands into his belly, where his fourth-dimensional pocket was located, and retrieved another block, which was Connor's flashlight. The magical energy-infused block illuminated, and Connor clamped it in his mouth, waved goodbye to the twins, and then turned to enter the lion's mouth. The twins stared at one another. George, I too wish to learn Animagus. Me too, Fred. This magic is simply delightful. Indeed, and Connor's fox form feels incredibly comforting. Meanwhile, Connor cautiously advanced through the lion's esophagus. Crawling. Crawl, Connor, crawl. This experience of traversing a tunnel is rather unpleasant. By the time Connor reached the spot where the monitoring block dropped, he had transformed from a white fox to a black fox. This tunnel is truly dirty, dark, and long. Connor picked up the monitoring block, stowed the flashlight, and began to channel magical energy into the monitoring block. Connor glimpsed the reflection of the twins in the small mirror embedded in the block. Realizing that they too could see him, he deftly maneuvered the surveillance cube to hover above him and continued his advance. Transforming into an Animagus also granted him the ability to wield magic. He could effortlessly levitate the block without a wand. As he pressed onward, the tunnel stretched infinitely before him, an absurd construction that could only have been conceived by a deranged mind. Exhaustion weighed on his limbs, but at last, he reached the terminus, a downward-facing opening. Connor paused, extending the cube to illuminate the abyss below, revealing a vast, shadowy expanse. Reaching into his belly, he rummaged for the necessary tools. This shall suffice. The levitation rod. He extracted several elongated iron rods, remnants of his earlier endeavors to construct an elevator. Transforming the rods into a metal platform, he leaped upon it and directed it downward through the opening. As he descended, he maintained control over several monitoring cubes, sending them to scout the surroundings, yet all they conveyed was an impenetrable darkness. Meanwhile, the twins were captivated by Connor's live exploration. Look, he has emerged from the tunnel. It's so dark, we can scarcely see anything, but it seems quite spacious. Perhaps there truly is treasure hidden here. They chuckled upon spotting Connor, now transformed into a sleek black fox. Their amusement was infectious, and had this been a streaming platform, one could imagine them showering him with virtual rockets. Realizing he was quite soiled, Connor withdrew his wand from his belly pocket and cast a cleansing charm, restoring his fur to a pristine white. Such domestic skills proved invaluable. Once the spell concluded, he reverted from his animagus form, and at that moment, the ground beneath him came into view. To his astonishment, he beheld a lion. A colossal lion statue stood directly below him, far more imposing than the entrance. The stone beast towered majestically, its mouth wide enough to swallow Connor whole. The lion's head was tilted skyward, and had Connor leaped directly from the opening, he would have plummeted straight into its maw. Naturally, Connor sought to avoid such a fate. Instead, he timed his leap and landed atop the lion's head. However, upon contact, an unexpected tremor surged through the ground. Earthquake. Startled, Connor swiftly leaped back onto the levitating platform, which drifted sideways under his momentum. A resounding roar filled the subterranean chamber. Not from nature's fury, but from the awakened stone lion. Who dares disturb my slumber? Both Connor and the twins in the safe house were taken aback by the sight before them. A towering stone lion, 100 feet high, roaring to the heavens, causing the entire underground space to tremble with its thunderous voice. A suffocating wave of magical energy radiated outward from the stone lion, and Connor's robe rustled violently in this tempest of magic. Good heavens, have I inadvertently stumbled upon something catastrophic? If that colossal paw comes crashing down, I'm done for. Connor's mind was engulfed in shock. This was far beyond the capabilities of mere magic. An intensity of magical fluctuation that was not of a wizard's caliber. If one were to draw a comparison, in Connor's eyes, this was no ordinary stone lion, but an Ultraman lion. One touch, and it would spell disaster. How could a human possibly contend with such a being? This was dire indeed. The lion was terrifying, its gaze enough to petrify a soul. Would it devour me? No, I cannot bear the thought of being swallowed whole. Was it you who awakened me? What, a mere child? The first half of the statement was serious, yet the latter half transformed into the voice of a young man, tinged with surprise and disappointment. Connor. Chapter 72, Godric Gryffindor. The atmosphere in the underground space was exceedingly peculiar. In the pitch-black surroundings, 2 spheres of white light and 2 spheres of red light hovered ominously, creating a chilling ambience. Those were Connor's wand and the lion's eyes. Hey, little one. How did you find yourself in this place? After a long pause, the lion's gruff voice shattered the awkward silence. Connor, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, pointed dazedly at the opening above and muttered, I must have climbed in? I distinctly recall digging a long tunnel back in my day, leaving behind magical wards. At your age, you wouldn't have been able to traverse here solely through transfiguration. Did you use a magic-enhancing potion? Oh, quite impressive. You're merely 11 years old, yet capable of mastering Anime Magus. Your talent nearly rivals my own, truly befitting a Gryffindor student. After a moment's hesitation, Connor timidly raised his hand and said, Actually, I'm a Ravenclaw student. The stone lion paused, its eyes widening before squinting, leaning forward to discern the eagle emblem upon Connor's robe. What? A student of Rowena? The lion's head drooped in disappointment, extending its large tongue. Though it seemed rather impolite to think so, Connor couldn't help but feel that this lion bore an uncanny resemblance to a dog. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Being a Hogwarts student was sufficient. So, child, may I know your name? I am Connor Lake. At that moment, Connor felt a wave of relief. This great beast, no, this great lion, seemed to harbor no ill intentions toward him. Connor Lake? An unfamiliar surname. Your parents? Ah, such a strong aura of lineage. It appears you are not from an established family. Thus a new magical lineage has emerged. It seems quite some time has passed. The lion lay on the ground, muttering incessantly. Connor observed its tail swaying behind it, as it rambled on like an elderly man, despite its voice carrying an unmistakably youthful tone. Connor, what year is it now? How many years has it been since Godric Gryffindor passed away? The lion suddenly inquired. Well, if the records are accurate, it has been 940 years since the illustrious wizard Gryffindor departed this world in 1050. Although the nature of this lion remains unclear, it certainly seems to have a deep connection with Gryffindor, and flattering it could prove advantageous, Connor thought. Indeed, it has been 940 years, the lion mused, momentarily taken aback. What? 940 years? The lion abruptly rose, its posture shifting dramatically, its tone filled with astonishment. Yes, 940 years, that is what the book states, Connor replied, somewhat intimidated by the lion's reaction. How is that possible? Has no one found this place in nearly 1,000 years? The lion's incredulity was palpable, and Connor was curious about how it managed to display such an expressive disbelief. I remember leaving a rather straightforward clue. A clue? What sort of clue? Connor glanced at the lion's exaggerated expressions and respectfully inquired. Forgive my boldness, but may I ask who you are? Ah, my apologies, I completely forgot to introduce myself. The lion said, calming down before unexpectedly transforming from a towering beast into a handsome man in his 30s with wild red hair. Standing at an average height of around 1.7 meters, Connor controlled the floating plate to descend before the man, and upon closer inspection, he thought, oh, he's rather short. He may be handsome, but he's no match for my looks. I am Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts. And I suppose I am your former headmaster. Haha, the red-haired man laughed heartily. Although Connor understood that this was certainly not the living Gryffindor. He could surmise the lion's identity. The magic of this stone lion was likely akin to the enchantments of Connor's magical painting. Hello, Headmaster Gryffindor, Connor said, acknowledging the gravity of the situation and humbling himself before this formidable presence. Ah, hello, Connor. And greetings to the two young Gryffindors over there. Godric beamed at Connor and the floating mirror. Now, where shall we begin, young Connor? Do you know if anyone has discovered the treasures left behind by the other three founders of Hogwarts in the past millennium? Connor tilted his head slightly. I'm not quite sure about that, but I do know that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before. Oh, that rascal Salazar. It's no surprise he would leave a backdoor for his descendants. But I suppose he wouldn't go too far with it. Well, it seems our treasures remain well hidden. As you are the first student to stand before me. Indeed, the Chamber of Secrets was a treasure trove. Connor maintained a stoic expression, though internally he pondered the apparent lack of cleverness in this esteemed figure. Have wizards truly become so inept? Can they not comprehend such simple hints? It's astonishing that no one has found Gryffindor in nearly 1,000 years, he mused, feeling a mix of admiration and frustration for the legendary founder. Well, I believe this may have something to do with the fact that no one knows Hogwarts possesses treasures. Connor hesitated before articulating his thoughts. Why is that? I distinctly remember entrusting my hat to help us find suitable students. Perhaps the words of the sorting hat went unheeded? Connor recalled the poor sorting hat. A truly honest hat in this world. Surely not. The clues I left were so overt. I always thought someone would discover this place within a decade or so. My hat cannot have lost its credibility in just a few years. It must be that the subsequent wizards are simply too dull. Connor retrieved a recorder from his pocket and played. Gryffindor favors the bold. Cowardice is not for Gryffindor. With a complex expression, Connor inquired. Is this the clue you refer to? Indeed. Quite simple, isn't it? I believe my clue among the four of us is the most apparent. You see, a brave Gryffindor must confront danger, leading one to consider that I might have placed the entrance at the exit of the safe house. Moreover, I set numerous lionstone sculptures there. Just think of the large lion at the innermost part of the safe house. It directly overlooks my entrance. To be bold is indeed the way. When a Gryffindor sees the opening, they would surely wish to delve inside. It's so simple to uncover this. The tunnel outside is merely a trivial test. Transfiguration, apparition, shrinking potions, and the like are easily navigable, right? It's just a simple checkpoint. How could it be that for nearly a millennium, no one has found me here? It's truly disheartening. Can I say, doesn't it serve you right for being so elusive? Clearly, our Gryffindor headmaster has a slight misunderstanding of normal human reasoning. Not everyone possesses such peculiar thoughts as yours. Let us not even mention the poor sorting hat, branded with the wolf cry label. Even if your clues are widely known, who would take the time to decipher your obscure riddles? Who would venture into the safe house for mere amusement? Who would think to crawl through a hole in the wall? Well, I merely seized the twins' hard work by chance. Thinking it over. It seems only a Gryffindor cub would have the time to indulge in such antics. And yet, you accuse others, like Slytherin, of bias. How ironic. I certainly did not expect the first to discover this place would be such a young rascal. You just entered school this year, did you not? Indeed. How unfortunate. I had envisioned a rather dashing line to leave a good impression on the younger generation, only to open my eyes and see you, a mere child. Speaking such words to a little one feels inexplicably embarrassing. None of that matters now, the Gryffindor remarked, shaking his head as he regarded Connor. Little Connor, since you have come before me, you are qualified to undertake my challenge. Of course, you may choose not to accept. I will not hinder your departure. However, should you choose to accept my trial, you will have embraced the ancient covenant of Hogwarts. By passing my test, you will gain the recognition of Godric Gryffindor. Should you fail, you may find it impossible to leave this place forever. Now, tell me, Connor Lake, what is your choice? Chapter 73, The Arena. Godric Gryffindor employed his skill, persuasion, momentarily weakening your will. He then invoked the skill, facade, altering your allegiance to hostile. Your character's status turned red, rendering you attackable. Following this, Godric utilized the skill, intimidation, inflicting a modicum of mental anguish and bestowing upon you the effect of fear. If Connor possessed a system interface, he might have received such notifications, alerting him of the peculiar circumstances affecting him. However, as Connor lacked such a tool, he found himself engulfed in discomfort. A sense of inexplicable dread washed over Connor. He feared the crimson-haired beast before him, feared his own inadequacies leading to potential failure, and feared the repercussions of punishment that would trap him in this place. Various anxieties surged within him, igniting an impulse to flee. Fortunately, this was merely a physiological response. Whether due to the effects of a mental shielding technique or the Far Eastern cultivation method, Connor's thoughts and physical sensations diverged. He sensed a dissonance within himself. He did not truly feel the depth of his fear, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. This phenomenon could be understood as a manifestation of the adage that extraordinary occurrences often conceal sinister truths. In opposition to the enemy's intentions, one must support the opposite. Under the oppressive gaze of dark forces, Connor refrained from overthinking and blurted out, "I accept." The overwhelming aura of Gryffindor ebbed like a receding tide, and a smile broke across the sculpted features of his face. "Well done, lad. I am beginning to take a liking to you." It was evident that Connor had fallen victim to a spell akin to fear, which had induced such irrational terror. Yet, one must ponder, had Connor ever heard of a spell of fear? Was Gryffindor truly the type to wield such spells against students? Surely, he belonged to the benevolent faction of wizards. "I merely cast a minor spell on you," Gryffindor declared. "You needn't be so shamelessly candid. I misjudged you. It was a spell designed to amplify emotions, to probe your instinctive reactions. Your prompt decision reveals that you possess far more courage than your exterior suggests. Quite impressive. So it was such a spell, which implied that he favored students who acted without overthinking." Connor scratched his head, contemplating whether he had thus engaged in a form of cheating. Did he subconsciously feel fear when faced with that choice? If this spell amplified emotions, what was it that he initially felt? Was it fear of failure, or dread of being unable to escape this place? With earnest conviction, Connor proclaimed in an impassioned tone, "I believe I will succeed." Gryffindor erupted into hearty laughter, applauding. "Bravo, bravo. This is the spirit a man should possess, Connor. I have faith in you." However, Gryffindor continued, "The consequences of failure shall remain unchanged." He adjusted his seemingly antiquated medieval noble attire and extended his left hand toward Connor, stating, "Now, we shall establish a pact." "A pact? Indeed, this serves as both a testament to your identity and an admission ticket. Only by establishing a pact can you undertake my trial. As for the contents of the pact, it merely affirms your eligibility to participate. Stop your prattling, little one. My arm is growing weary." Noticing Gryffindor's mounting impatience, Connor reluctantly extended his small hand while keeping the other tightly clasped around his wand behind his back, contemplating the dire consequences should he encounter any unsatisfactory terms. Gryffindor grasped Connor's hand and proclaimed aloud, "I, Godric Gryffindor, hereby attest that Connor Lake is qualified to inherit my will." Upon concluding, he released his grip. "Is that all?" Connor stared blankly at Gryffindor, his hand still suspended in the air. "Hey, what are you pondering? It's that simple. Furthermore, this is merely an entry ticket. You have yet to pass my trial." Gryffindor inquired with his hands interlaced before his chest, tilting his head slightly upwards. Connor felt the need to prepare for contingencies. If he were to fail the trial, the twins would seek out Dumbledore within half an hour, relying on the great wizard to rescue him. Surely, the most formidable sorcerer of the age would not falter against Gryffindor. In truth, Connor felt a twinge of regret. Under normal circumstances, he would not act so impulsively. He suspected that Gryffindor's little sorcerer was not merely amplifying emotions. He had been rather irrational. "Are you ready, challenger?" The heat enveloping him was intense, and the stone lion before him appeared to possess genuine life. Was this truly Gryffindor? Connor struggled to discern if this was still transfiguration, as it seemed impossible for such magic to manifest so grandly. Everything occurring today felt somewhat beyond the realm of reason, yet there was no turning back. He would maintain his role and proceed step by step. "Yes. Ha. Then welcome to my arena. Before you stands the legendary wizard Godric Gryffindor. Young warrior, announce your name." The lion's eyes ignited with flames, its presence imposing upon Connor, stirring within him a sense of bravado. "Yes, I am Connor Devon Lake, a first-year student at Hogwarts. And I challenge you." As those words escaped his lips, Connor's face flushed crimson, his neck and ears burning, not from excitement, but from embarrassment. How utterly mortifying. However, Gryffindor felt no shame, instead radiating excitement. Has the fledgling dared to challenge the lion? "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. I accept." The flames in the lion's eyes surged with intensity, and Connor sensed the space around him becoming searingly bright, which was no mere illusion. A conflagration ignited, one after another, illuminating the entire underground chamber. And it was only at that moment that Connor truly perceived his surroundings. This was indeed an arena. Amidst the audience, torches flickered to life, revealing a collection of lionstone sculptures, their eyes ignited by brilliant red flames akin to those of Gryffindor. Hundreds of these stony effigies illuminated the subterranean arena. In the Colosseum, there stood only Connor and his opponent, the towering lion, Gryffindor. This setting resembled less a battleground and more a grand arena for beastly combat. Connor swallowed hard, timidly raising his left hand. "Headmaster Gryffindor, is it too late for me to withdraw? My challenge was never intended as a challenge. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Please do not take it to heart." You are far too massive for me to contend with. The lion's eyes glowed crimson as it glared fiercely at Connor, but then, seemingly understanding, it raised its head and spoke. Rest assured, your trial is not to vanquish me. After all, I am no devil, and I shall not impose upon you a task beyond your capabilities. You need not worry. Connor sighed with relief. The thought of battling such a magnificent beast was daunting. One swipe of its paw could easily spell his demise. I shall select a worthy opponent for you, the lion continued. But before Connor could fully process this, he perceived a mischievous smile upon the lion's face. Do you not think our stage lacks something? It inquired. Lacks? Lacks what? An unsettling feeling washed over Connor, as if something extraordinary was about to transpire. The ground began to tremble, escalating from a slight quiver to a violent shake. And soon the entire arena was in chaos. Connor struggled to maintain his footing, sensing himself being lifted upwards. He gazed up at the lion, who had completed a spell and now wore a malevolent grin. How could Gryffindor's test proceed quietly in this shadowy underground? I am not that gloomy old fellow, Salazar. And how can a battle unfold without an audience? Laughter erupted from Gryffindor, merging with the thunderous tremors, assaulting Connor's sanity. An audience? Why would we need an audience? Where would we find spectators? Then, as tranquility returned, Connor looked up to see the crescent moon suspended in the night sky, the audience seats, the dark castle, the spire of the astronomical tower, and the towers of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. The entire arena had ascended beside Hogwarts Castle. Connor's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Is this chaos truly what Gryffindor embodies? Are you attempting to host a concert? Do you intend to uproot the very foundations of Hogwarts to gather an audience? Chapter 74. Creating a sensation. The commotion stirred by Gryffindor successfully attracted a multitude of spectators. Among the first to arrive was none other than Headmaster Dumbledore, who appeared before the front row of the audience with a simple flicker of apparition. Connor felt the weight of Dumbledore's gaze beneath his crescent-shaped glasses, though the expression of the old headmaster remained elusive. One by one, the professors entered the room. Professor McGonagall, Snape, Professor Flitwick, and even the towering Hagrid made an appearance. At last, there was no need for the twins to summon reinforcements. Connor noticed several small heads peering curiously from the dormitory tower windows, and lights flickered on in multiple towers. He could only wonder about the current state of affairs within the castle. Dumbledore drew his wand and pointed it skyward. Connor felt a surge emanate from the wand, which then erupted in a wave of invisible magical energy across the arena. Oh, I hope the audience is a bit larger. Young Connor, is that venerable old man your headmaster? Quite impressive indeed. It was then that Gryffindor appeared at Connor's side, gazing toward the stands while murmuring in a tone as casual as discussing the day's weather. Oh, really? Quite nice, splendid even, truly befitting Gryffindor. Connor found himself at a loss for words and opted for silence. Meanwhile, Dumbledore approached the front of the audience, tapping his wand gently in front of him. Connor observed ripples forming in the seemingly empty air. It appeared as though the arena was encased within a barrier of air. He glanced at Gryffindor, who shrugged and remarked, "A simple spell, rest assured, no one will disturb your trial." "Thank you. I feel much more at ease now," Connor replied. "Greetings, esteemed Mr. Gryffindor. I am Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. It is an honor to meet you." "Oh, hello, headmaster. I would be much happier if you could dispel that mist above," Connor said, tilting his head upward, noting the starry sky, devoid of any fog. Dumbledore shook his head. "I apologize, but I fear it is quite late, and I should not intrude upon my students' rest." "Oh, we're out. Hey, look, it's Connor. Connor, over here. This is so cool. The arena. It's absolutely amazing." Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by two voices from the opposite stands, where the red-haired twins burst from the corridor, shouting excitedly. Heaven knows from where they had emerged, but their timing was far from ideal. Connor offered a moment of silent sympathy for the two. As expected, Professor McGonagall rushed over with a stern expression, causing the twins to turn pale as they realized that the professors were all present. "Ha ha ha, truly the students of Gryffindor," Connor mused, glancing between the laughing Gryffindor and the flustered twins, feeling a twinge of complexity. Could the Weasley family be your descendants? Dumbledore paused momentarily before continuing as though nothing had occurred. "I am curious about the commotion you have caused. What do you intend to do to my students? As you can see, Connor will undertake the trials of Gryffindor, and this event requires your witness," Gryffindor intoned, his voice rising and falling like a master of ceremonies. "You need only observe and bear witness to everything. You are not required to do anything, yet you must refrain from intervening. Certainly, there is little that can be done." Gryffindor, with an air of arrogance, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chest out, exuding an overwhelming presence that left no room for doubt regarding his words. "Is this truly Gryffindor?" Professor Snape inquired as the professors gathered in the audience. "Indeed, although it is not he in person, but merely a statue. There is no doubt that this represents our school's founder, Godric Gryffindor," Dumbledore remarked, casting a glance at the twins, who were being set aside by Professor McGonagall. "Headmaster Dumbledore, Is Connor in any danger? Professor Nott asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. The Sorting Hat? Snape queried, perplexed. Severus. This pertains to a legend of a treasure at Hogwarts, though few are privy to it, as no one has ever discovered it. While I firmly believe in its existence, I have yet to locate it myself. How does this relate to the Sorting Hat? The Sorting Hat has stated that only a true candidate can uncover the treasure. Yet over the years, no one has unveiled this secret. Connor is the youngest candidate in many years, and I merely wish to give him a chance to seek it out. I never anticipated he would actually succeed, Dumbledore elucidated. What, pray tell, is a candidate? Snape seemed to transform into an inquisitive child. Severus, there is nothing we can do at present. This magical barrier is not easily breached, even by my own power. Dumbledore observed Connor in the arena and continued, for now, we can only serve as spectators. Perhaps we should place our faith in that child. Are you prepared? Gryffindor asked Connor. Connor tightened his grip on his wand, inhaled deeply, and nodded. Yes, I am ready. Good, that is the spirit we need. Gryffindor acknowledged. He raised his left hand, and a shadowy object materialized from the ether, finally resting in his palm. Upon closer inspection, Connor realized it was none other than the Sorting Hat. As the hat appeared, it began to exclaim loudly, Godric, Godric, it is truly you. Oh, and young Connor. Huh, you succeeded, young Connor. You found it. You did it. I knew I did not misjudge you. Hey, Godric, I have found you a worthy disciple. Gryffindor regarded the boisterous hat with disdain before tossing it to Connor, who quickly caught it and held it close. How could I possess such a foolish hat? By Merlin's beard, it took you nearly a millennium to find me a suitable candidate, and you are proud of it? The Sorting Hat, astonished, stared at Gryffindor, trembling as it replied, Godric, you actually disdain me? After all these years, I have been diligent and unwavering, and yet you now express contempt for me. You have changed, Godric. I was once your favorite hat. Gryffindor casually dug at his ear with his pinky and retorted, I would never claim you. You hideous, filthy, foolish hat. In Connor's embrace, the Sorting Hat brimmed with excitement, nearly leaping from his grasp, only to be restrained by Connor's tight hold. Enough now, Connor. You need not concern yourself with it. It has always been utterly irrational. Gryffindor waved dismissively. Before we commence, allow me to lend it to you. I hope it proves somewhat beneficial. Though this hat is both unsightly and foolish, it possesses its occasional utility. At a loss for words, Connor donned the Sorting Hat, allowing it to find a suitable position for a spirited debate with Gryffindor. Now, your trial is about to begin. First, I must procure an opponent for you. Ignoring the clamor of the Sorting Hat, Gryffindor tilted his head, as if listening intently, muttering, Ah, I see. Is that so? Very well, you shall be the one. It appeared that Gryffindor had reached a decision. With a swift motion of his right hand, the ground beneath him began to roil, mud surging forth, climbing higher until it reached a height befitting an ordinary person. The sludge shifted and contorted, ultimately revealing a figure clad in a black robe, with a grotesque visage materializing before Connor. The apparition, a pallid specter with sparse hair and eyes brimming with malice and bloodlust, exuded an aura of terror. It was unmistakably a seasoned dark wizard, causing Connor to instinctively recoil. How is this possible? Why him? In the audience, Professor Note gasped at the sight of the dark-robed figure, his trembling hand betraying his shock. Snape and the other professors wore expressions of astonishment, while Dumbledore remained impassive. Connor, based on the information I have gathered, this is the most fearsome entity in existence, Gryffindor remarked. Indeed, his appearance is quite terrifying, as your opponent. He is a formidable choice. Gryffindor circled the dark figure, scrutinizing it carefully before nodding at Connor and declaring, Your trial is to vanquish him. Who is he? Connor did not question why his adversary was a battle-hardened dark wizard. He felt confident in his abilities. As long as his opponent possessed a nose, he, Connor, held no fear. Besides, this grotesque figure seemed an obvious minor character. Isn't he called Tom Riddle? You seem to refer to him as Voldemort? Forgive me, noble lion. But is it too late for me to withdraw from this trial? Chapter 75. Are we to engage in combat? Connor realized that Voldemort indeed had a nose. Perhaps, after his gruesome rebirth, he had lost all semblance of a skeletal structure. Yet, at least in the minds of the people, Voldemort still retained a nose. Observing the middle-aged, balding Tom before him, Connor felt a peculiar sentiment. Was this disheveled vagabond truly the infamous Voldemort? He found it hard to believe how unattractive he appeared. I apologize. Such remarks are dreadfully impolite, especially considering he is, after all, a first- and second-generation Dark Lord. Though uncertain of how much of the original Voldemort's prowess this clay-like figure retained, Connor's disdain for his opponent was unimpeded by matters of appearance. After all, strength is merely a matter of perspective. Even if I cannot best you in combat, you shall never surpass my charm, ha. In your gaze, I perceive not fear, but rather curiosity and exhilaration. Gryffindor, stroking his chin, looked at Connor with great interest and remarked, It seems you are not afraid at all. This simply will not do. I must raise the stakes for you. Huh? Why on earth? Is it not permissible for me to be frightened? I am truly terrified, Connor exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror. Under Connor's terrified gaze, Gryffindor placed a hand upon the shoulder of the clay figure, addressing Connor. Perhaps you lack an impression of this dark wizard who instills dread even in your professors, but fret not. I am all too familiar with the essence of a dark wizard. Allow me to provide you with a vivid depiction, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. As soon as Gryffindor finished speaking, Connor sensed a transformation in the figure before him. If moments ago, one could merely discern its brutality from its countenance, now it appeared as though a switch had been activated, emanating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust from this Voldemort. Connor felt akin to a frightened lamb under the gaze of a stalking cheetah. The hair on his neck stood on end as he clearly perceived the prickling sensation of his life being threatened. This insidious clay figure, it wishes to slay me. Connor gripped his wand tightly. The jesting demeanor had vanished. In both of his lifetimes, this marked the first time he confronted a direct threat to his existence. Although he had always been aware of the world's inherent dangers, he had navigated through the years unscathed, never encountering such peril. Oh, it seems you are beginning to take this seriously, Gryffindor said with a wicked grin, retreating while clasping his hands behind his back. Do be cautious. I am uncertain what he might do. Suddenly, Gryffindor halted, waved at Connor, and then sank into the earth, leaving Connor alone with the clay figure of Voldemort, whose head hung low, obscuring its gaze. Connor swallowed hard and cautiously stepped back, observing that the figure showed no immediate response. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his wand and silently cast a spell. A beam of red light shot forth from Connor's wand, aimed directly at the bowed figure of Voldemort. Connor had no intention of adhering to any dueling etiquette with a clay figure. Seeing it seemingly dazed, he thought, now is the perfect moment for a sneak attack. As the red light hurtled toward its target, the figure finally moved. Voldemort, who had been staring at the ground, tilted his head slightly to the right. Connor noticed a movement from the figure's right hand concealed within its robe, and then, as if by some unseen force, the red beam altered its trajectory, veering off course. Connor caught sight of a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie red luminescence, not the fiery gaze of Gryffindor, but rather the blood-red glimmer reminiscent of a vampire's. Within those eyes, Connor discerned a complex tapestry of emotions: bloodthirst, savagery, exhilaration, and mockery. Suddenly, Connor's scalp tingled with alarm. Disregarding his dignity, he rolled desperately to the side, clumsily tumbling on the ground for several rounds. A thunderous sound erupted as a substantial cloud of dust was stirred up from the very spot where Connor had just stood, revealing a gaping hole the size of a human head in the floor. Cold sweat trickled down Connor's forehead. This appeared to be a physical shock curse. Had he not evaded it, he might have lost a leg. Connor gazed at the figure before him, resembling a muddied version of the Terminator, and his back became increasingly damp with perspiration. He swallowed hard, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. How terrifying. How dreadful. I'm done for. Someone save me. I'm about to be devoured. The voice of Gryffindor echoed from all directions, the source of which was an enigma. You big-headed ghost of a warrior. I'm done for. Help. This is child abuse. I'm going to report this. Connor felt utterly abandoned, left alone on the dueling ground, pitiful and helpless, yearning for comfort and a warm embrace. In this heartless, unfeeling wizarding world devoid of compassionate welfare, where there was no Child Protection Act, only the wand in his hand offered Connor a flicker of solace. The muddy figure of Voldemort revealed a sinister grin, raising his wand high, his voice rasping as he bellowed, Avada Kedavra. Connor rolled and scrambled to the side, narrowly evading the ominous green light. Is that a green light attack? This must be against the rules. Are you truly intent on eliminating me? As he darted around the mud sorcerer, Connor expended all his strength to shout, Help! Sharkman! In the audience, beside Dumbledore, a great mass of soil surged from the floor, gradually taking the shape of Gryffindor. Greetings, Mr. Gryffindor. Dumbledore inclined slightly. Hello to you all. It is a delight to see so many esteemed professors at Hogwarts, Gryffindor said, bowing graciously to the professors, a broad smile gracing his face. The professors reciprocated the gesture, while the twins, warned by Professor McGonagall to remain silent, were practically dancing with excitement. At this moment, Professor Knott stood up, interrupting the pleasantries with a rapid-fire remark, Mr. Gryffindor, is your trial for Connor not excessively harsh? That individual is the mysterious one. I can even feel his tyrannical aura. He just cast a killing curse on Connor. He is still just a child. Though Connor is astute, he remains a child. This trial is simply too much for him. Professor Knott seemed to unleash his pent-up frustration. Trembling with indignation, a hush fell over the audience, as many professors turned their gazes toward Gryffindor, clearly agreeing with Professor Knott's sentiments. Gryffindor, however, paid no heed to their scrutiny, instead fixing a meaningful gaze upon Professor Knott, stating, You are Sack Knott? The Sorting Hat informed me that it is you who has been training Connor in dueling skills. Indeed, Professor Knott nodded affirmatively. Gryffindor gestured towards Connor, who was being driven to evade and was in a state of disarray, and remarked, "You must be quite aware of that child's capabilities. I could tell at a glance that he is not an honest character. I would wager that his clumsy demeanor is merely an act." Gryffindor waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. "Moreover, I have no intention of harming that child. The green light merely casts a stunning spell, so you need not fret. Or perhaps you fear something else." Upon hearing Gryffindor's words, Professor Nate fell silent, as Connor posed no threat, leaving him with little to add. Only Severus Snape, standing behind him, noticed the slight tremor in Nate's clenched fist. "Mr. Gryffindor, forgive my impertinence, but what state do you currently find yourself in? My understanding is rather limited." "I cannot discern the nature of this magic," Albus Dumbledore inquired, peering over his half-moon spectacles at Gryffindor. "Ah, that is quite a lengthy tale, Headmaster," Gryffindor replied, regarding the slightly taller white-bearded elder with a shrug. "In essence, I am both Gryffindor and not Gryffindor. You may consider me a guardian gargoyle. As I stand now, I belong to Hogwarts, so you need not worry about me posing any threat to the school. Rest assured, I shall bury this arena afterward. You need not concern yourselves with that, as I am well versed in such matters." The professors exchanged glances, pondering whether this Gryffindor was somewhat unreliable. As spectators, we can merely observe the child's performance. It may very well be a spectacular battle. Seeing no one respond to his remarks, Gryffindor shrugged and moved towards the edge of the spectator stands, leaning against the wall. However, he did not gaze at Connor in the arena, but instead tilted his head slightly upwards to the sky. With the Great One's silence, the audience held their breath. Some professors watched Connor, who was still lively in the arena, while others stole glances at Gryffindor. The twins, in a corner, were engaged in a silent exchange of gestures that only they could comprehend, their mouths tightly sealed to avoid making a sound. The audience fell into a hush once more. After a moment, a voice, seasoned by the passage of time, resonated. "I merely wish to witness the world nearly 1,000 years hence. It appears that this world has transformed for the better beyond my expectations." Chapter 76. Then let it begin. Connor, to the right, to the right. Connor rolled to the left, narrowly evading a beam of green light. Connor, to the left, to the left. He rolled back, dodging yet another air cannon. "Shut up, Sorting Hat," Connor exclaimed, forcefully pressing down the erratically wobbling hat atop his head, which, despite lacking eyes, seemed prone to mischief and had nearly led him to peril several times. Observing the jovial professors in the stands, Connor realized that no one would come to rescue him from his plight. "Damn it, you forced my hand." With a furrowed brow, his expression turned serious. It was time to display his true prowess. "Are we to fight? Then let it commence." With a swift gesture of his wand towards the ground, Connor cast instantaneous transfiguration, conjuring an imposing stone wall several meters thick that abruptly appeared between him and the mud demon. The air resonated with the sound of violent explosions, a testament to the mud demon's spells colliding against the earthen barrier. In the art of wizarding combat, evading being struck is paramount. However, mere avoidance is insufficient. One must also find concealment. In the absence of any obstacles in the arena, one must create their own. In this realm of magic, directive spells constitute the majority, those that act solely on individuals. Disarming charms, stunning spells, and petrification incantations fall within this category. Such spells are characterized by their minimal consumption of magical energy and their potent effects on targets, yet they possess little destructive power against the environment. The truly destructive magics were the forte of ancient sorcerers, with elemental magic being the trend of that era. Modern wizards seldom employ such spells, as they are rarely taught in schools. However, this does not imply that our mud demon is incapable of wielding devastating magic. Raising his wand, he intoned, "Storm Tornado." A formidable blade of wind shot forth from the tip of his wand, slicing through Connor's earthen wall with alarming ease. Yet, as the dust settled, the mud demon found no trace of Connor, only another earthen wall a few meters away. Suddenly, a cacophony of rumbling sounds erupted, as walls of earth began to rise continuously from the ground, encircling the mud demon in a tightly knit maze. At that moment, Connor was concealed behind one of the walls. Gasping for breath, the immense exertion required for such a widespread transformation had left him somewhat fatigued, but his objective remained steadfast. Flames aflame. Before Connor could catch his breath, the voice of the mud demon echoed in his ears, and the temperature in the arena surged. Peeking out, Connor beheld a massive serpent of fire writhing chaotically across the battlefield, its other end gripped firmly by the mud demon. The mud demon turned, his gaze locking onto Connor, revealing a sinister grin as he flicked his wrist, sending the fiery serpent hurtling towards him. "Do not come any closer," Connor screamed, panic gripping him as he dashed into the labyrinth of earthen walls he had created. Laughter erupted from the Gryffindor stands, where spectators found great amusement in the spectacle. "What a splendid transformation spell. Minerva, you've taught him well," Dumbledore remarked, turning to Professor McGonagall. That boy is truly talented and works diligently. My contribution has been minimal. Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. Indeed, Connor is a fine young lad. Professor Flitwick chimed in, pride evident on his face. As Connor desperately evaded the pursuing fire serpent, his professors in the stands continued to chuckle and comment, oblivious to the dire predicament unfolding below. At last, Connor managed to elude the serpent's pursuit. Collapsing on a suspended iron plate, panting heavily. Hey, Connor, it's time to strike back. Attack him, don't hesitate, urged the Sorting Hat perched atop his head. Silence. You foolish hat. Connor retorted, exasperated. You aren't allowed to insult me. How infuriating, Connor. The Sorting Hat exclaimed in frustration, attempting to leap from Connor's head to stomp on him. Alas, it lacked legs and could not jump. I am not one to be bullied, you bald fiend. Just you wait. Connor cursed, his gaze fixated on a small mirror in his hand, which reflected the mud demon still rooted in place, directing the fire serpent to flit about chaotically. This mirror was Connor's two-way monitoring device. He had discarded the surveillance head when he made his escape, allowing him to covertly observe the mud demon's movements. After all, as Shakespeare once said, one must always strike first before engaging in battle. With the enemy in plain sight and Connor concealed, there were ample opportunities to devise a plan for retaliation. Meanwhile, the mud demon, unable to locate the elusive imp amidst the chaos, dispelled the spell. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his wand and began to chant. Seconds later, Connor witnessed through the mirror that the mud demon's wand was aimed in a particular direction, simultaneously. All the earthen walls crumbled into nothingness under the onslaught of a powerful gust of wind. The air was filled with a blinding cloud of dust, obscuring the entire mirror's surface. Connor, stiffly controlling a metal plate, ascended into the air, peering over the remnants of the walls to see that they had all vanished. The mud demon, with his back turned, was now directing his wand toward another target. And then, boom. What on earth? So you were the second lieutenant. You just tossed away my Italian cannon. Connor exclaimed in dismay. The disparity in their powers was stark, and the situation was dire. At this rate, the mud demon would annihilate all the stone walls before long. Connor certainly did not possess enough magical energy to conjure another stone barrier. He needed a strategy. Having unleashed his fourth barrage, the mud demon was about to change direction for another attack, when he was abruptly interrupted by a sharp call. Stop, you toothless old thief. The mud demon turned to see the previously hidden little mouse standing atop a remaining earthen wall, finger pointed accusatorily at him. Indeed, Connor's devised plan was to confront him head-on. Without hesitation, the mud demon retaliated with a flash of green light. But Connor, unlike before, was no longer in disarray. Instead, he gracefully leaped aside, evading the projectile with finesse. However, Connor did not descend. He hovered in midair. As the camera zoomed in, it became apparent that Connor was standing on two small metal plates, with numerous such plates floating densely in the air around him. These were his transformed floating iron plates, which he had fixed in place to facilitate his aerial maneuvers. Another green beam shot forth, and Connor adeptly dodged it again with effortless elegance. The mud demon continued to fire, while Connor moved like a nimble monkey, evading every attack with agility. Realizing his shots were futile, the mud demon ceased his ineffective barrage. Connor raised his right hand, fingers splayed, his eyes narrowing. Earth explosion star. Strike that out. It was at this moment that the mud demon began to realize something was amiss. It is uncertain when it began, but amidst the gravel on either side, stones of various sizes began to soar into the air, gradually filling the entire space with their multitude. Then, with a decisive wave of Connor's left hand, the swarm of stones seemed to receive a signal to attack, hurtling towards the mud demon with fervor. The mud demon, shrouded by the barrage of stones, wore a grave expression, continuously waving his wand. With each motion, a stone was sent flying away, and within mere seconds, a significant portion of the larger stones had been dispelled. Unfortunately, the sheer number of stones was overwhelming, and eventually, some began to rain down upon the mud demon. First 1 or 2, then 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. In an instant, he was engulfed by an avalanche of projectiles. As Connor maintained his control, relentlessly bombarding the mud demon with stones, the arena was filled with the thunderous sounds of impact and the dust stirred up by the chaos, the auditory effects reaching a crescendo. After a brief moment, Connor found himself devoid of any remaining stones to command, and where the mud demon once stood, a spherical mound of rubble had formed, indicating that the mud demon had been buried beneath the debris. With a sigh of relief, Connor lowered his hand. Although his gaze remained fixed on the heap of stones, he was not naive enough to believe his opponent would be so easily vanquished. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The mere use of the levitation charm coupled with the spell multiball barrage has yielded such impressive results. This lad exhibits extraordinary talent, observed the audience, with members of Gryffindor applauding enthusiastically. Professor Flitwick straightened his petite frame, as if the accolades were directed at him, humbly remarking, Connor's magical prowess is indeed exceptional. It is akin to that of an adult wizard, a testament to his latent abilities that I was previously unaware of. I hold great faith in his control over magic. He must have instinctively considered utilizing those stones from the outset. The professors began to shower Connor with praise, each remark echoing sentiments of admiration for their student, creating a lively atmosphere in the audience. The twins bounced with excitement, as if the triumphant figure suspended in midair were none other than themselves. Yet, Gryffindor interjected nonchalantly. But creating magical constructs is not so easily defeated. Just as the words left Gryffindor's lips, the pile of stones suddenly reacted. What had been a still mound erupted violently. Debris scattering as a figure emerged from the rubble. It was the mud demon, Voldemort, albeit in a disheveled state, his garments tattered and his hair remarkably sparse. Connor sensed a shift in the intensity of the red glow in Voldemort's eyes, which now appeared even more fervent, and he regarded his adversary with a grave countenance. The two locked eyes fiercely. Suddenly, Connor's vision of Voldemort vanished. Initially taken aback, Connor's mind raced, an alarming realization dawning upon him. This was the disillusionment charm. In the next heartbeat, a shadow materialized behind Connor in midair, brandishing a wand pointed directly at the back of his head. The incantation was uttered, and a green light shot forth, striking Connor with unerring accuracy. Chapter 77, Victory and Defeat. Connor was struck by a beam of green light, hurtling backwards to crash among the rubble, rendered silent. Witnessing this scene, the professors in the audience turned anxiously toward Gryffindor. Although Gryffindor had mentioned that the green light was merely a deceptive color for a stunning spell, the professors remained apprehensive. After all, it was the terrifying killing curse they were reminded of. Headmaster, that child has lost all signs of life. At that moment, a tremulous voice echoed, belonging to Professor Sybil Trelawney of Divination, who pointed a shaking hand in Connor's direction. Several professors gasped in shock and turned to investigate, discovering that Connor indeed lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any breath. Was that green light truly a killing curse? The professors looked at Gryffindor in horror, while the twins turned pale with fear. Gryffindor, remain calm, he said, raising a hand to halt the agitated Professor Nate, then gestured towards Connor, stating, look closely. One must concede that this little rascal is rather ingenious. I find myself somewhat impressed. At his words, the others turned their worried gazes back to the heap of rubble where Connor lay. At that moment, the mudman had also dropped before the fallen Connor, tilting its head in confusion at the lifeless form. Yet, this creature seemed incapable of deep thought. Upon confirming that its opponent was vanquished, it turned to face Gryffindor in the audience. Then, its head simply fell from its shoulders. Connor's silhouette appeared silently behind the mudman, his wand aimed at the creature's neck, an expression of alarm on his face, as if he were astonished to have severed another's head. He was taken aback by his own spell. Observing that the decapitated mudman did not spew forth a gory spectacle, Connor breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing it was indeed merely a mud figure, he was genuinely surprised, as it was quite alarming to have inadvertently decapitated someone. Meanwhile, another Connor lay amidst the rubble, wielding a wand. After calming himself, he gestured, causing the fallen Connor to rise once more, bouncing over with enthusiasm. He embraced himself, examining every inch, murmuring, "Ah, it seems I've sustained a bit of damage. Aluminum as a primary material lacks sufficient strength." Not dwelling on it, Connor pointed his wand, transforming the aluminum figure into a metal ball the size of a soccer ball, which he then stowed away in his fourth-dimensional pocket. At that moment, the professors in the audience began to comprehend the situation. Ah, so this was a puppet created through transfiguration. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in astonishment. I must admit, I was caught off guard. Indeed, I failed to recognize it as well. This puppet is remarkably lifelike. Another professor added. It resembles a real person so closely, but it is not surprising. I have heard that child is quite talented in art, capable of producing such realistic figures. Quite impressive. This was Professor Kyrie Debaji, who taught Muggle studies at Hogwarts. The puppet must have been crafted from an exceptionally lightweight material. It is no wonder that the child was able to leap so high just now. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Remarkable transfiguration, disillusionment charm, and silent casting, along with that spell I believe belongs to you, Severus, Sectum Sempra. Did you impart this spell to that child? Dumbledore inquired, tilting his head as he applauded Snape. Snape maintained a stoic demeanor, as if the spectacle before him scarcely warranted his surprise, and replied calmly, No. Oh, fret not. I trust that the magic you have the ingenuity to devise is within that child's grasp as well. Indeed, as the professors surmised, the Connor's initial emergence was not the genuine Connor, but rather a puppet controlled by him. This aluminum puppet, crafted from a primary material of aluminum, was Connor's well-tested secret weapon, meticulously designed for agility and ease of manipulation. The confrontation was rather straightforward. Connor first cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, hiding away, while directing the puppet to leap forth and capture attention. all the while secretly preparing stones for a surprise attack. By casting spells in the shadows, he positioned the puppet to confront the mud figure openly, ensuring that any damage inflicted upon the puppet would not affect him. An advantageous situation indeed. Connor had initially intended for the puppet to engage in combat with the Gryffindor mud figure. However, to his dismay, the opponent resorted to cheating, utilizing apparition within the confines of the school, which swiftly led to the puppet's defeat. Nevertheless, this misstep provided Connor with an excellent opportunity for a surprise assault. Seizing the moment while the mud figure was caught off guard, Connor decisively unleashed one of the few physical damage spells he had mastered, the formidable Sectum Sempra. The spell struck true, claiming victory with devastating precision. Sectum Sempra is a powerful dark magic, characterized by its cutting and sustained damage effects, akin to a spell characteristic that inflicts ongoing bleeding upon the adversary. Connor deemed that the stunning spells might be ineffective against the mud creature, and thus opted for this physically oriented spell. Yet, having practiced this magic solely against targets, he had not anticipated such an exceptional outcome. The mud figure's frail form crumbled under the assault. While the result may have appeared somewhat ruthless, Connor emerged victorious regardless. Be cautious, Connor. This trial is far from over. Is this not excessive? I said you are a mud figure, and you truly believe yourself to be mere modeling clay? Connor exclaimed, hastily distancing himself from the creature while asserting, Gryffindor headmaster. Surely, I have won. I have vanquished it. Not at all, my dear child. Observe, your opponent still possesses the ability to move. This cannot be counted as a victory just yet. Keep going. I am rooting for you. Connor suddenly found an unexpected camaraderie with the Sorting Hat. Had it not been for the professor's watchful eyes, he would have expressed his thoughts more colorfully. Moreover, the dire situation was exacerbated by the fact that the mud demon had just reattached its head. Turning around, it cast a sinister glance at Connor, and suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted within it, propelling it into the air without any aid. Its dark mane rustled under the onslaught of magic as it raised its hand, unleashing a formidable turquoise wind blade, several times more potent than before, aimed directly at Connor. Goodness, how could one withstand such a thick attack? With no chance of evading by rolling to the left or right, Connor gritted his teeth and leaped upward. Black wings sprang forth from his back, allowing him to soar skyward and narrowly dodge the assault. Once out of harm's way, Connor alighted upon a nearby stone wall. It was not that he wished to remain grounded, but rather that his wings lacked the speed required, rendering him less maneuverable than if he were on foot. It seems you're struggling a bit. Let me kindly find you 2 helpers. Surely 3 against 1 will suffice. The unscrupulous voice of Gryffindor echoed in Connor's ears. Initially taken aback, Connor pondered the notion of helpers until realization struck him. He swiftly turned his head towards the audience, only to find that the twins who had been waving moments ago had vanished. Connor, we're here to assist you. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, Connor turned to see the 2 exuberant twins racing toward him. At that moment, the mud demon, Airborne, had also spotted them, and a cruel smile spread across its face as it pointed its wand in their direction. No, Fred and George cannot possibly withstand such an attack. If they are struck, panic overwhelmed Connor's mind, and a singular thought consumed him. I am their only hope. With a powerful push of his legs, he summoned all his magical might and sped toward the twins, shouting, "Get down." Simultaneously, a turquoise wind blade shot forth from the demon's wand, targeting the twins precisely. In the next instant, the wind blade struck Connor squarely in the back, the force propelling him violently against a distant stone wall, resulting in a tremendous crash. No. Connor. Chapter 78. What Fear Holds for the Brave. Connor, are you all right? Fred and George encircled him, their faces etched with concern. Ouch, that hurts. Get up, Connor. You're crushing me, came the voice of the Sorting Hat from beneath him. Connor hastily retrieved the hat and placed it haphazardly on his head. I'm fine. Why did you come over and complicate matters? Connor grumbled as he rubbed his shoulder and stood up. Of course, he was not entirely unscathed. The protective spells he had cast and those embedded in his robes had been shattered, and it felt as though a piece of his wing had been broken. The residual force of the spell had slammed him against the wall, and he could feel his left arm slightly dislocated. However, the pressing concern at hand was not his own injuries. You two, step back. Connor interrupted the twins as he pulled them behind him, fixing his gaze forward. The mud demon had descended before the trio. Uncertain how he took flight, he appeared rather impressive, while Connor's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Hey, Connor, we're here to assist. Indeed. Don't underestimate us, the twins timidly remarked, clearly lacking confidence as they stumbled upon the chaos. Just don't complicate matters. This individual is beyond your capabilities. Connor tightened his grip on his wand, positioning himself protectively in front of the twins. At that moment, the mud creature descended to the ground, yet its demeanor seemed markedly altered. Connor Lake? Connor's pupils dilated. The mud figure was speaking. Who are you? Connor felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Previously, he had regarded it merely as a soulless combat puppet, but now, The dim red glow in its eyes suggested a semblance of sentience. "I am the Dark Lord residing in someone's memory," the mud creature intoned solemnly, fixing its gaze on Connor. "Of course, you may also refer to me as Voldemort." George took a cautious step back, while Fred's face was etched with terror, having grown up hearing chilling tales of the enigmatic figure. Confronted with the villain from their childhood stories, fear was an inevitable reaction. Connor's grip on his wand tightened further. Had this mud creature evolved and enhanced its intellect? This was becoming increasingly troublesome. Gryffindor was certainly testing his patience. "You are quite remarkable, a pureblood genius. At your age, it is unlikely to find a more formidable wizard than yourself," Voldemort declared with a sinister smile, extending his arms wide. "You could possess a broader future, greater power, and omnipotent authority." Suddenly, two beams of red light shot from behind Connor, hurtling towards the wide-open Voldemort. However, this assault proved ineffective. Voldemort squinted slightly, and with a casual flick of his wand, the beams veered away harmlessly. "Really? I brought you along to fight, and you let him chatter on. Avoid unnecessary actions. These attacks are futile." Connor raised his wand, aiming it directly at Voldemort, as he sensed a surge of malice. "It seems you are not interested in what I have to say," Voldemort smirked, lifting his wand. Thunderbolt Arc, silent casting. An arc of electricity manifested from Voldemort's wand, whipping towards Connor and the twins with alarming speed. "Armored protection," Connor shouted, a hemispherical shield forming before them in an instant. The electric whip lashed against Connor's barrier, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, visibly weakening the shield. The twins hastily raised their wands in support, channeling their magical energy into the shield. This magical confrontation was immensely draining, and Connor could not sustain it for long. Realizing they could only hinder Connor's efforts, the twins exchanged glances, steeling themselves before retreating into the stone wall behind them. Once the twins were hidden, Connor raised his wand sharply, redirecting the arc of electricity with a surge of magic. Then swiftly casting Disarm. Voldemort was compelled to cease his magic, deftly deflecting Connor's spell with a flick of his wand. The ability to redirect an opponent's magic is a sophisticated combat technique, and Voldemort executed it with remarkable proficiency. While Connor could manage to slightly alter the trajectory of beam-like spells, he was unable to do the same with bullet-like spells, leaving him to rely solely on evasion and protective shields. Voldemort, ever cunning, discerned Connor's magical prowess and commenced unleashing a barrage of spells. A relentless torrent of magical projectiles descended upon Connor, who, unable to conjure earthen barriers in time, resorted to the ironclad charm to shield himself from the majority of the onslaught, all the while darting about in evasive maneuvers. Yet ultimately, Connor found himself outmatched by the elderly sorcerer. In a fleeting moment, as Connor's protective charm shattered, Voldemort uttered an incantation. A crimson beam struck Connor with precision, causing his wand to slip from his grasp and soar towards Voldemort, who caught it effortlessly. "Ah, the familiarity of the wood. Your wand is quite impressive, little imp," Voldemort remarked, examining the wand in his hand with the tone of a victor. Suddenly, two voices echoed from either side of Voldemort, fainting, imprisoned swiftly. Yet Voldemort paid them no heed. Ripples formed beside him, easily dispersing the two spells. "How many times must I reiterate? Do not announce your spells when attempting a surprise attack. And did I not instruct you to flee? What chaos are you two imbeciles causing?" With a mere lift of his left hand, Voldemort caused the twins to struggle and rise into the air. A swift clench of his fist sent them crashing together with a resounding thud before collapsing at Connor's feet. "What a disaster. Ouch. Your head is like a rock, Fred. Yours is the hard one. This is excruciating," the twins lamented, clutching their heads. "Clearly, you are the reinforcements sent by the monkeys," Connor thought, too weary to retort. "It seems you are out of options, are you not? Will you concede?" Voldemort inquired. Realizing the dire situation and his dwindling strength, Connor contemplated his final struggle, recognizing that he needed a moment to prepare. "I concede," he began, "but our wands remain in our possession. Do not underestimate us. Gryffindor never surrenders. Bring it on." The twins, despite their disheveled appearance and throbbing heads, stood resolute before Connor, their spirits undeterred. Connor opened his mouth to speak, but the words lodged in his throat, his face flushed with frustration. "Are you allies of the enemy? Do you not realize that you are neither tanks nor support, merely two super soldiers accompanied by a mere 15 points? He wished to rise and halt the twins' reckless antics. But at that moment, his body jolted violently. Amidst the noise, Avada Kedavra. Connor's pupils dilated in shock as a green light streaked past, striking Fred, who stood in the forefront. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Connor beheld Fred's figure slowly collapsing, his defiant expression still vividly etched on his face. Connor's mind went blank in an instant. He felt a surge of flames explode within his chest, and he hoarsely roared, "No!" A surge of magic erupted from Connor, as if a nearly depleted reservoir of power was suddenly replenished with a renewed essence. "Damn it!" Connor pressed his right hand down fiercely. Voldemort paused, looking up to see a massive boulder, which had appeared above him at an unknown moment, hurtling towards him at a terrifying speed. Voldemort furrowed his brows, raising his wand to summon a powerful blade of wind to counter it. With a thunderous crash, the boulder struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Connor covered his mouth and nose, squinting to locate Voldemort's presence. "I am here," a voice whispered in Connor's ear. He whirled around, only to feel an immense force slam into him, sending him crashing against a nearby earthen wall. "Connor, shut up." A flash of green light cut through the air, and George fell silent as well. "No, stop. What have you done? Gryffindor. Gryffindor. This is not the nature of our trial." Connor struggled to rise, his voice hoarse and strained. He never anticipated that events would unfold this way. Did Gryffindor mean to remain here forever, as in death? Connor was engulfed by regret for agreeing to this trial. "Futile, little boy," Voldemort taunted, advancing step by step toward Connor. "What is this? You seem quite concerned for your two friends. Allow me to impart a lesson today. I once even applied to be a professor at Hogwarts." Voldemort stopped before Connor, leaning slightly forward. "Remember, in this world, one's own life is of utmost importance. Friendship? It is but a laughable and worthless notion. Beg for mercy, and perhaps I shall spare you. After all, this is merely a trial, is it not? You bastard." Connor raised his hand, commanding the debris around him to strike Voldemort. Useless, useless, utterly useless. The stones collided against Voldemort's shield, disintegrating into dust. Voldemort lifted his hand, an invisible force pinning Connor against the stone wall. The fragments Connor had controlled turned upon him, cascading down and inflicting painful blows, leaving him battered and bloodied. In that moment, Connor appeared utterly wretched, his head hung low, his eyes obscured by disheveled bangs, concealing his gaze. He gasped, murmuring, I. Voldemort stepped closer, seemingly eager to hear Connor's pleas for mercy. Connor hesitated, then abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. Connor's magic erupted forth. The deliberately controlled gale stirred up a massive cloud of dust, enveloping both figures within. Voldemort instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, but in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. Amidst the swirling dust, a fleeting glimmer of silver darted across the scene. The sound of an object crashing to the ground echoed momentarily, followed by an eerie silence enveloping the arena. As the dust began to settle, what emerged before the eyes was the headless corpse of Voldemort. This time, his body had collapsed as well, with the severed head lying nearby, its mouth agape and eyes wide open, yet devoid of life. Standing resolutely on the other side was Connor, his small frame straight and upright. In his grasp lay the tattered sorting hat, and a silver sword adorned with a crimson gemstone on its hilt. At this moment, the battle had finally reached its conclusion. The victor stood tall, while the vanquished lay in the dust. Connor Lake, age 12, had also drawn his sword to slay the serpent. Chapter 79, The Dust Settles. Clap, clap, clap. Connor turned his head to find Gryffindor beside him, gently applauding. Well done, Connor. Congratulations on passing my test. Connor remained impassive, abruptly tossing the silver sword, the Gryffindor sword, at Gryffindor's feet. Indeed, those twin figures were merely clay effigies crafted by Gryffindor. Connor had already discerned this while being pressed against the wall by Voldemort. Although the twins were rather unreliable, they would never engage in such folly as interfering in Connor's battle, fully aware of their limitations. Furthermore, given that this was Connor's trial, it was inconceivable for anyone else to partake. Voldemort himself had asserted that no one would intrude until a victor was determined. For the first time in his life, Connor experienced the emotion of anger, along with an awareness of the emotional magic in this idealistic realm. Regardless of the lessons learned from this confrontation, Connor was genuinely furious, feeling an urge to strike back with an axe. The sensation of being toyed with was far from pleasant. The feeling of helplessness was one Connor wished never to endure again. Having been so brazenly manipulated, he had no intention of granting Gryffindor any semblance of kindness. If he were not aware of his own limitations, Connor would have unleashed a flurry of Wing Chun punches, regardless of Gryffindor's esteemed status as a founder of Hogwarts. I must admit, I am quite pleased with your performance. Look, you have drawn my sword. This is a blade that only those I acknowledge can wield. Noticing Connor's anger, Gryffindor felt a twinge of embarrassment and spoke in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. He observed Connor's tattered attire. After the battle, Connor appeared as if he had wrestled with a dozen strongmen, looking utterly pitiful. With a snap of his fingers, Gryffindor restored Connor's clothing and healed his wounds to their pre-battle condition, as if the confrontation had never transpired. Yet, Connor remained unresponsive, flexing his now-healed hand, his face cold as he gazed at Gryffindor in silence, as if to say, "Are you finished? May I take my leave now?" Unable to withstand Connor's silent scrutiny, Gryffindor frantically raked his already disheveled hair, sighing heavily. Very well, I extend my apologies. It was unwise of me to jest at your expense, making it seem as though I were bullying a child. Is it not so?" Connor, glaring and irate, was rendered silent. The once mature Gryffindor, out of sheer frustration, turned towards the audience and declared, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I require the use of this child. I shall return him to you by tomorrow. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley," he continued, "I believe you two should partake in this gathering." Meanwhile, Connor gazed upward, witnessing the starry sky transform into a dark, earthen wall. "Speak. How does one forgive a jest from an elder exceeding a millennium in age?" As Connor lowered his head, he was startled to behold a visage resembling gnarled bark. At that moment, the Gryffindor no longer appeared as a robust middle-aged man, but rather as a centenarian, his face a map of wrinkles and age spots. Save for his vibrant red hair, which still shone brilliantly. "How shameless you are," Connor thought, both amused and exasperated, exerting all his effort to maintain a stoic facade. Yet remaining silent seemed equally unacceptable. After a moment's contemplation, he replied in a frigid tone, "That was no jest." Upon hearing Connor speak, Gryffindor breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Well, that is good. Speaking is good, for silence is indeed most vexing." "Ah, children are truly the most irksome." Gryffindor, adopting a tone akin to a grandfather attempting to placate an irate granddaughter with a lovely doll, said, Yes, it is all my fault. It is Gryffindor the grandfather who is in the wrong." Can Connor find it within himself to forgive his grandfather? A shiver ran down Connor's spine. Was Gryffindor truly this shameless? His lips twitched uncontrollably. "Return to me the noble knight you have distorted in my mind." Thankfully, I was not sorted into Gryffindor. Connor did not forgive Gryffindor, after all. Who would easily relent after such a tumultuous encounter? Yet, it was futile to engage in a quarrel with a being who had been dead for nearly a millennium. What could anger accomplish? The individual in question had long since departed from this world. What good would it do to harbor resentment, save for tormenting oneself? Ultimately, it was he who had consented to the trials, and thus he must navigate the pitfalls he had dug for himself. Reflecting on the fact that this seemingly living entity was not truly alive, Connor's emotions grew complex. Ahem, of course, there are serious matters to discuss. Noticing Connor's willingness to engage in conversation, Gryffindor relaxed, feigning a cough before reverting to his youthful, handsome demeanor. However, Connor could no longer bear to look upon him. "You have passed my test, thus earning my approval. It is only fitting that you receive a reward." Upon hearing of a reward, Connor's spirits lifted. He eagerly extended his small hand, his large eyes blinking rapidly, conveying a sense of urgency for expediency. Ahem, the other hand, the one for signing the contract. Are children today truly this pragmatic? Gryffindor's expression faltered slightly, realizing perhaps he was indeed growing old. In response, Connor extended his left hand. Gryffindor grasped it, closing his eyes and murmuring incantations. Before long, Connor felt a warmth radiating from his left hand, as if something had been activated. Frowning, he scrutinized his left hand and discovered a vivid, crimson mark on the back of his hand. Precisely where the tendon of his index finger lies, a scar resembling a sword wound, reminiscent of a tattoo. He touched it, feeling nothing, devoid of pain or itchiness. What could this be? A curse? Connor glanced at Gryffindor, who appeared exhausted, seemingly having run numerous laps around the playground. It seemed this peculiar mark had drained considerable energy from him. "What is this?" Connor inquired. For a wizard, nothing is more precious than knowledge. This mark encapsulates a wealth of invaluable magical insight, particularly in transfiguration, which is my forte. "This is the reward I leave for you," Gryffindor replied, a hint of fatigue evident in his voice. Connor ceased his probing actions, gazing at Gryffindor with some confusion. "I am nearly depleted of the magical energy accumulated over the years, and will soon succumb to slumber," Gryffindor continued. "Accumulated magical energy? Surely you do not believe my power is conjured from thin air? The energy I wield is derived from the magical essence that spills forth when students at Hogwarts cast their spells, channeled through Hogwarts collection array. After millennia of accumulated energy, moving this arena consumed nearly half of it, and with the fierce battle against the golem, I am on the brink of exhaustion." "Then why did you move this arena? Was it merely for amusement?" Connor looked at Gryffindor incredulously, questioning his sanity. "Before I send you away, there is one last matter I must address." Gryffindor shook his head, his gaze fixed on Connor. Chapter 80, A Conversation with Gryffindor. "Connor, you are more remarkable than I had anticipated. You need not flatter me. I am aware of my own excellence." Connor retreated a step, skepticism etched on his face, wary of flattery often heralding ill tidings. "My test is rather simple. If you can lift my sword, you shall have passed. Beyond mere capability, I value the character of my students. Those I endorse must possess the courage to draw their swords against evil, even when the odds are insurmountable. However, I did not expect you to match my golem so evenly. In fact, you may have even surpassed it. Such feats are not typically achievable for one of your age. Yet you have accomplished it." Gryffindor regarded Connor with admiration. Connor shivered slightly. "Please do not look at me like that. I am truly only 12 years old. Your prowess exceeds my expectations, and thus, when you bested the golem, I must confess I cheated." I revived it and secretly augmented its capabilities. That old fool. Are you truly so shameless? Connor seethed inwardly, feeling the stakes of the game had been unfairly elevated. However, my concern outweighs my admiration. Gryffindor gazed earnestly into Connor's eyes. A gifted individual straying onto a misguided path can yield far graver consequences. Just like that Voldemort. I gleaned from the memories of your professors that he was once an exceptionally talented student. However, I am quite different, Connor remarked blandly. What does that signify? Is it an inherited paranoia of Gryffindor? In certain respects, Gryffindor resembles Dumbledore, or rather, one could say Dumbledore resembles Gryffindor. I am well aware. Gryffindor chuckled, stating, I merely wish to convey that, compared to your ability to vanquish a magical puppet single-handedly, I hold in higher esteem your willingness to step forth and safeguard your companions. The courage to protect others is more precious than anything else. A glimmer of nostalgia seemed to flicker in Gryffindor's eyes. He was a man with a story, after all, given his advanced years. Connor appeared unfazed. Yet his ears felt slightly warm. Such a description reminiscent of a light novel protagonist hardly suited him, for he aspired to become a ruthless capitalist. In any case, the moment you grasp my sword, you have earned my recognition. I believe that in the future, you will persist in upholding the justice within your heart. Gryffindor proclaimed with a dramatic flair, tossing a sword toward Connor. Connor graciously accepted the silver sword. Initially, he found it unremarkable, but upon receiving it, he realized the sensation felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, with a pop, an object ejected from the ground. Connor hastily caught it. It was his wand, which he had almost forgotten. Oh, this sensation. Have you discerned it? Gryffindor chuckled, saying, this sword was forged by the former fairy king, Regnark, utilizing silver, mithril, dragon's blood, and the heart of a dragon. It serves not only as a sword but also as my wand, and those acknowledged by it can wield magic through it. Cool. Connor's eye sparkled. Using a sword as a wand seemed rather impressive. If you fancy it, consider it a gift, Gryffindor generously offered. After pondering, Connor replied, no, I prefer my wand. If needed, I could craft one for myself later. Suddenly, the silent Sorting Hat cried out, Connor, you little rascal. Halt. What are you doing? This is not permissible. It's one way. One way. If you insert it, you'll puncture me. The Sorting Hat shrieked. Ahem. The Sorting Hat merely solidified the spell for summoning the sword. It is not a spatial pocket, Gryffindor quickly clarified. Oh, Connor understood, setting down the hat, but carrying the sword proved inconvenient. So he stowed it in his dimensional pocket located at his abdomen. Following this interlude, the atmosphere lightened a bit. Previously, Gryffindor had sensed Connor's slight discontent. Gryffindor feigned a cough and, adopting a more formal tone, addressed Connor. Connor, although you have gained my recognition, this is merely the first step. I hope you can earn the acknowledgement of the other three and discover that treasure. If it is you, I believe it is entirely feasible. Connor nodded, stating, you are correct, but I must decline. Indeed, it requires a wait. What did you say? Gryffindor exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, leaning back in disbelief. I said I refuse. Connor rolled his eyes, expressing his utter disinterest in the treasure. Who knows what peculiar tempers you elderly folks possess? I certainly have no desire to meddle unnecessarily. It's quite bothersome. Yet it is treasure. Gryffindor exclaimed, incredulous as if unable to fathom that someone would hear of such riches and not wish to pursue them. What of the treasure? I lack for nothing, and I have myriad pursuits awaiting me in the future. Besides, after the arduous quest for the first treasure, I nearly met my demise. Why would I seek further trouble? Connor crossed his arms defiantly, standing tall and resolute. Gryffindor began to panic. Every treasure unearthed brings with it invaluable knowledge. I am already overwhelmed with what I have learned. Helga may have left behind the secret to immortality. Gryffindor continued. I am still young and have no interest in living forever, Connor retorted. Salazar might have bequeathed countless riches. You may find this hard to believe. But my pocket money could sustain a regular person for a lifetime, Connor replied dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, Gryffindor finally managed to stammer. Rowena is quite beautiful. Connor gave an odd look toward Gryffindor. Is she more beautiful than I? Moreover, Rowena, the headmistress, is quite an elderly lady, is she not? Her daughter is even a ghost in our academy. What makes you think I would be interested in a married woman of such age? Or perhaps you? Under Connor's peculiar gaze, Gryffindor felt utterly embarrassed. He had never anticipated that this child would be so devoid of desire. Was this a childlike innocence? Yet, this boy hardly resembled a typical 12-year-old. Gryffindor sighed, realizing that indeed, children could be the most vexing creatures in existence. Do you truly have no interest in this treasure at all? Gryffindor surrendered. Perhaps if I find myself bored someday, I might consider searching for it. I shall leave it to fate, as these treasures appear both perilous and elusive, Connor mused, reveling in Gryffindor's discomfort, feeling a sense of vindication. In truth, Connor would be quite eager to seek out these treasures if given the chance. His passion for magic ran deep, not for any other reason but to encounter more fascinating spells and to pursue the unknown. Finding them might be challenging, as I am unaware of what arrangements they have made. But there is no danger. We could never harm our own students. Gryffindor scratched his face awkwardly. Connor narrowed his eyes. Why do I not feel safe then? Ahem. That is because you are exceedingly remarkable. Gryffindor averted his gaze. Yet I recall at the outset, someone claimed that if I lost, I would never be able to leave this place. Ha ha ha. That was merely to frighten you. I would never resort to such tactics. Gryffindor chuckled awkwardly. Connor smirked coldly, watching Gryffindor chuckle alone. He was no longer intimidated by Gryffindor, whose reputation in Connor's eyes had plummeted to a pitiful state. Indeed, Gryffindor was just as gullible as the rest, easily swayed. Gryffindor ceased his awkward laughter, feeling profoundly challenged, as he found himself outmaneuvered by a mere 12-year-old child. Yet, what could be done? He was reluctant to resort to violence, and he lacked the grounds to chastise. It appeared he was indeed at fault from the outset. How had this situation morphed into one where he seemed to be the one in need? Gryffindor relinquished his pondering and said, Very well, young Connor, how might you be persuaded to assist in the search for these treasures? Since you have commissioned me for this quest, surely some form of remuneration is in order? Connor, with a cunning glint in his eye, was indeed intent on exploiting the situation. What? Remuneration? I am but a ghost. He protested. The magical mark has already been bestowed upon you. I truly possess nothing. Gryffindor gazed at the spirited youth before him, resembling a genuine little imp. You could provide me with information, such as the whereabouts of the treasures belonging to the other three, the nature of the ultimate treasure, or even some of your past gossip. Anything would suffice. I am eager to listen. Connor flashed a sweet smile. Gryffindor faltered, scratching his head. I truly do not know where they have concealed their treasures. Oh, but of course, Salazar must have hidden his treasure in his chamber. I am already aware of that. I even know that it requires Parseltongue to unlock the chamber, which is hardly useful information, Connor interjected. As for the treasures of the other two ladies, I genuinely have no clue. The secrets of women are eternally elusive. Suddenly, Gryffindor pressed his hands to his head, exclaiming, time is not on my side. Connor, I fear I can no longer recount tales. Can you not feign more convincingly? Aren't you made of stone? What is with the theatrics? Connor finally posed his true inquiry. How might one apparate within Hogwarts? Gryffindor appeared to exhale in relief as he replied, that matter. Due to the anchored nature of the space surrounding Hogwarts, one cannot apparate without authorization. In fact, your headmaster possesses the privilege to apparate within Hogwarts. Certainly, you have that privilege now as well. I do. Indeed, the mark upon your hand grants you this authority. If you master apparition, you will be able to perform it within Hogwarts. Is that so? Connor mused, touching the mark on the back of his hand, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. It seems you harbor no intention of refusing the search for treasure, Gryffindor observed with a smile. Connor shrugged. I have stated that while I am not particularly interested, I will take a look when I have the time. Gryffindor stepped forward, patting Connor's shoulder. Connor, you are still young, and your journey ahead is long. I believe you will go far, but I sincerely hope you do not lose your way along this path. In the future, may you also stand up to protect your friends when they are in peril, just as you have today. Friendship is a precious treasure, worthy of cherishing. Connor gazed at Gryffindor, whose visage still bore the freshness of youth. Yet Connor could sense the same affectionate regard that his grandfather, Devon, held for him. Perhaps Gryffindor truly considered him as one of his students. Connor nodded obediently. I understand, Professor Gryffindor. With a cheerful smile, Gryffindor patted Connor's shoulder, radiating genuine delight. It is nearly time to send you on your way. I too must soon succumb to slumber. This awakening has indeed been a delightful experience. Fear not. I shall not leave you here for eternity, Gryffindor winked. So, will I never see you again? Connor tilted his head. That is difficult to ascertain. It may depend on you. Perhaps if you uncover a treasure, our paths may cross again, or this could be our final farewell. Oh, yet another reason to avoid treasure hunting, Connor mused. I feel the same, Professor Gryffindor. He bowed slightly. Farewell, Connor. Goodbye, Professor. Connor took a moment to study the stone lion intently before stepping forward, resting his hand upon the lion's foreleg, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot. One by one, the flames of the arena extinguished, and the long-abandoned underground Colosseum returned to darkness, as though no soul had ever set foot there. Chapter 81. A Conversation with Dumbledore. Connor materialized within the halls of Hogwarts, bent over and retching. This key-like teleportation was far from a comfortable experience. As he regained his composure, he discovered himself before the entrance of the Great Hall, and upon turning, he spotted Professor McGonagall standing beside him. Professor McGonagall, my apologies, I didn't notice you earlier, Connor admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his words. No matter, Mr. Lake. McGonagall replied with a warm smile. I was here waiting for you. Professor Dumbledore is expecting you in his office. Ah, very well, Connor scratched his head. Knowing that what was meant to happen would indeed transpire, there was no evading it. Following McGonagall toward the headmaster's office, she engaged him in cheerful conversation about academics, life, and emotions. her enthusiasm catching Connor somewhat off guard. Perhaps teachers are fond of exceptional and attractive students, Connor thought, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, McGonagall even reached out to ruffle Connor's hair, smiling as she said, "Connor, your transfiguration tonight was remarkable. I am proud of you. You are a good lad, and I believe you will become an extraordinary wizard." Connor felt a blush rise to his cheeks. Today, McGonagall was unusually lighthearted, which left him somewhat unaccustomed. "Thank you. I will strive to do my best." McGonagall nodded and then accompanied Connor into the headmaster's office. Upon entering, Connor beheld Dumbledore seated at the head of the table, while Snape had just turned around. Aside from them, no one else was present. "Professor Dumbledore, I have brought this young man." McGonagall's expression shifted to one of seriousness, indicating that her rapport with Snape was less than cordial. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall and Connor. You appear to be in fine spirits." Dumbledore rose to his feet and spoke. "Well, I shall take my leave, then." Snape nodded slightly in acknowledgement and turned to exit. As he passed Connor, he paused briefly to murmur, "Well done." Connor, momentarily taken aback, felt a shiver run down his spine. It was the first time Snape had ever offered him praise. Considering his potion-making skills were rather mediocre, he was astonished that Snape would commend him, leaving Connor genuinely flabbergasted. Professor McGonagall exchanged a glance with Dumbledore, understanding his desire to speak with Connor privately. She nodded and departed the office. Ultimately, only Dumbledore, Connor, and a solitary phoenix remained in the headmaster's office. To be fair, after a semester of close contact, Connor had developed a considerable rapport with Dumbledore. Given Connor's charming appearance and pleasant demeanor, their relationship had evolved to one where lighthearted banter was possible. Dumbledore smiled, retrieving a handful of candies from his drawer and pushing them towards Connor, saying, "Go on, indulge yourself. I prepared an abundance of sweets tonight. Shall we try the cockroach clusters again?" "Absolutely not," Connor replied, taking a toffee with a grimace. Ever since he had reluctantly tasted the nauseatingly sweet cockroach cluster, he had sworn never to touch that confection again. "What a pity, considering how much you used to enjoy them," Dumbledore remarked, feigning disappointment. "Indeed. Young ones ought to maintain a routine of early nights and early mornings." Dumbledore munched on a few cockroach clusters, contemplating before continuing. "Now, why don't you recount your thrilling escapade from tonight? Although I have gleaned some information from the Weasley boys, I still require your confirmation." "Oh, how tedious," Connor lamented, slumping in exasperation, yet he recounted the events in detail. There was little to conceal from Dumbledore regarding the night's happenings, from the means of entering the secret passage, to the encounter with Gryffindor, and finally, the retrieval of the spell and the commission from Gryffindor, all divulged without reservation. "Is that so? The secret passage is located there? How unexpected," Dumbledore murmured to himself. After a moment's reflection, he turned to Connor and inquired, "I am intrigued as to how you learned to become an animagus." Connor stiffened. This was indeed the aspect of the evening he was most reluctant to disclose, yet felt compelled to address. Fortunately, Dumbledore was not one to be overly rigid. He continued, "However, everyone harbors their own secrets, so rest assured, I shall not pry into this matter, nor will I disclose it to the Ministry of Magic." Connor breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Dumbledore add, "Of course. You must promise me that you will refrain from transforming into a small creature to enter the girls' dormitory." Connor's face flushed crimson with indignation as he slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, "How dare you falsely accuse me? I, Connor Lake, would never stoop to such peeping." "Ah, but you must also refrain from transforming to enter the prefect's washroom," Dumbledore retorted with a twinkle in his eye. With a twinkle in his eye, Dumbledore remarked, "Of course. I trust you would never engage in such behavior, would you?" Connor hesitated, indignantly popping a candy into his mouth, secretly lamenting why he had not thought of this idea earlier. Now that Dumbledore was aware, it would surely come to naught, since the treasures of Hogwarts were indeed real. Dumbledore tapped the table, indicating for Connor to pay close attention. "Connor, I hope you will take more time in the future to seek them out. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, for I will do my utmost to aid you. I yearn to see you uncover the true treasures in my lifetime." "Professor, do you not have any clues?" Connor inquired earnestly as the conversation turned serious. "Regrettably, despite having spent the majority of my life at Hogwarts, I have yet to uncover all its secrets." Dumbledore shook his head. "I truly possess no clues, and until now, I could not ascertain the veracity of this legend." "Then why did you gift me that tape recorder on my birthday?" Dumbledore paused, recollecting what the tape recorder was. He chuckled. "It was indeed due to the Sorting Hat's influence that I decided to present you with the tape recorder for just before the Christmas holidays. It informed me that you had become a genuine candidate." Dumbledore gazed deeply at Connor. "Have you learned any remarkable magic before the Christmas holidays?" Connor blinked, pondering how his mastery of magic related to being a suitable candidate. "Oh, before Christmas, I believe I learned the Eye of Insight." After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "I had indeed mastered half of a rather formidable ancestral painting spell. Perhaps it is the design of fate, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. What is magical insight? Connor inquired. Curiosity piqued. It is an ancient divination spell that reveals the vitality of a wizard's bloodline. This magic was once employed by ancient wizards to select their apprentices. Though it has become rarely used in contemporary times, Dumbledore elucidated. Ah, I see, Connor scratched his chin. This magic seems rather inconsequential. Whether I learn it or not matters little. Dumbledore cast a glance at Connor, relieved that he did not inquire further. He discerned that Connor had been subjected to a concealment charm by his family, which masked the magical insight. It appeared Connor was unaware of this fact. Since he did not question it, Dumbledore was pleased to avoid further complications. Glancing at the time, Dumbledore continued, Let us conclude our conversation for this evening. I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. You certainly deserve a moment of rest. By the way, regarding the events of tonight, I trust you would prefer to keep them private. Noticing Connor nodding, Dumbledore proceeded. Thus, I have conferred with the professors present this evening. They have all agreed to keep this matter confidential, as have your friends, the Weasleys. The students of the school were unable to leave the castle tonight, so they remain oblivious to what transpired. As for the matters concerning the Ministry of Magic, I shall handle them with your family's assistance. Everything will be concealed in the past, so there is no need for you to worry about any troubles arising. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Connor expressed his gratitude, for this indeed spared him from numerous inconveniences. Dumbledore's support proved to be invaluable, making this mentorship a most profitable endeavor. It is my duty, Dumbledore replied. And I hope you have pleasant dreams tonight. He raised his cup. You too, Professor, Connor echoed, downing the sleep-inducing lemon tea that Dumbledore had thoughtfully prepared. Chapter 82. Conversations with others. Just as Connor exited Dumbledore's office, two red-haired figures suddenly descended from above. It was Fred and George. The twins waved their magical wands and exclaimed their admiration for Connor's clever gadgets. Indeed, after all, that was a Gryffindor challenge. Connor, you are simply amazing. We were watching intently the entire time. Their excitement grew as they animatedly gestured, and Fred, with a mysterious expression, turned to Connor and said, Actually, the headmaster already inquired about what transpired tonight. The atmosphere fell silent as the twins gazed at Connor, who in turn stared back at them, their eyes conveying a shared message. Speak up. Finally, Connor could not help but ask, and then? The twins appeared quite proud, eagerly anticipating praise, which left Connor somewhat puzzled. Was there anything noteworthy in tonight's events that involved them? We didn't spill a word, they declared in unison, standing tall with conviction. Professor Dumbledore asked how we found the arena and whether we discovered it alongside you. We cleverly evaded the questions. We safeguarded all the secrets. The twins beamed with pride, waiting for compliments. Connor opened his mouth, tempted to inform them that their appearance before Dumbledore had already rendered their secrets moot. However, he reconsidered, wishing not to tarnish the venerable image of old Dumbledore in their eyes. But I have already told Professor Dumbledore everything. Huh. The twins' eyes widened in disbelief. In their minds, Connor was a cunning character, one who would never divulge such matters, which is why they had intended to keep his secrets. But to their astonishment, you revealed the safe house. You disclosed the secret passage within the lion's mouth. You mentioned your animagus form. Fred clutched his heart, exclaiming, We agreed that this was a little secret meant only for us, and yet you turned around and told that old man? George held his head in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the honest boy before them with the Connor they thought they knew. Did this mean that all their elaborate schemes to maintain secrecy were utterly futile? There is nothing worth hiding, is there? Connor observed the sorrowful expressions of the two individuals before him, suspecting they were eager to conspire with him in some manner. However, he felt no inclination to engage. With a hint of compassion, he remarked, Such significant matters cannot remain concealed. It is imperative that Professor Dumbledore is informed. Indeed, the events of the night had profoundly impacted the twins, for they had witnessed their own demise at the hands of formidable magic. They had been seated in the audience, their eyes fixed on the sudden manifestation of themselves, noting their own helplessness, and witnessing Connor sustain his first injury in a bid to protect them. Ultimately, they beheld themselves collapsing beneath two beams of green light. This was their initial encounter with true power, and for the first time, they felt their own insignificance. Compared to Connor, they seemed like mere peripheral characters, or perhaps even burdens. Thus, their eagerness to impress Connor was understandable. One naturally seeks recognition, and the feeling of being needed brings a unique sense of happiness. Unbeknownst to Connor, the twins had begun to transform in subtle ways. Just as Connor contemplated leaving, Fred abruptly turned around and said, Connor, is it necessary to keep tonight's events confidential? Professor Dumbledore specifically instructed us not to disclose what transpired. Very well, Connor replied. We shall concoct a story to appease them. Until then, farewell, let us discuss tonight's occurrences in greater detail tomorrow. He waved goodbye to the twins, who departed in cheerful conversation, and silently paid homage to Dumbledore's authority before turning towards the Ravenclaw Tower. However, numerous individuals sought Connor's presence that evening. Upon rounding a corner, he unexpectedly encountered Professor Nate, who appeared to have been waiting there for quite some time. "Professor Nate?" Connor said, taken aback by the encounter. Since fulfilling Professor Nate's commission for the enchanted painting, their interactions had dwindled significantly. It had been several days since their last meeting following the dark arts defense class. Upon seeing Connor, Professor Nate's face brightened with a smile. "Connor, have you seen Professor Dumbledore?" "Excellent, excellent. Seeing you unscathed alleviates my concerns." Connor sensed a hint of weariness in Professor Nate's voice. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion that he was being overly sensitive. "Ah, yes. It is good that all is well," he replied, though he noted that Professor Nate appeared somewhat distracted. The professor muttered to himself for a while before falling into a contemplative silence. Finally, he addressed Connor, saying, "Connor, do you have time tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? Yes. I have no pressing engagements," Connor responded thoughtfully. "Then could you visit my office tomorrow? I have something important to discuss with you," Professor Nate uttered, as if uttering the words had drained him of his strength. Upon completion of his statement, he seemed to relax entirely. Connor, puzzled yet willing to accommodate the professor, considered his own open schedule and nodded in agreement. He felt a pang of sympathy for the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students residing in the basement, who were likely oblivious to the night's occurrences. Connor, do you know what is happening outside?" Connor froze momentarily, slowly raising his head to see Roger setting a chair before him, legs spread wide, seated upright with arms crossed over his chest, his eyes narrowed, exuding a hint of danger. "Connor, I believe you owe me a thorough explanation." Chapter 83, The Mark. An explanation seemed utterly impossible, and there was little to elucidate. After all, Roger was merely one individual. Why should he demand an explanation from me? "What? The treasures of Gryffindor. Have you found them?" Roger exclaimed in astonishment at Connor's vague recounting of events. Essentially, Connor and Fred had initially intended to explore a hidden passage, only to inadvertently stumble upon Gryffindor's treasure, causing quite a stir in the process. Ultimately, they confirmed the existence of 3 additional treasures. As for the rest, they could discuss it further when they met tomorrow. Connor was utterly fatigued and yearned only for sleep. Connor had only briefly conveyed the night's occurrences to Roger, as he hadn't anticipated such a commotion. Given the significant escalation, it felt remiss not to provide Roger with some clarity. Naturally, Connor refrained from disclosing his identity as an animagus. If he wasn't directly questioned, he would maintain his silence. Fortunately, the somewhat naive Roger was rather easy to manage. With a few well-chosen words, Connor redirected Roger's attention to the treasures of Hogwarts, informing him that 3 treasures remained undiscovered, which promptly piqued Roger's curiosity, diverting his interest from how Connor had found Gryffindor's treasure. Connor shrugged, changed into his pajamas, and flopped onto the bed, inadvertently sending Mira, who had been curled up there, flying. The restorative spell of Gryffindor had a refreshing effect, and Connor was quite clean. The dormitory at Hogwarts lacked a bathtub, and otherwise, he would have relished a warm soak. As he looked down at Mira nestled in his arms, a thought struck him. Transforming into an animagus would allow him the delightful pleasure of a bath. However, it might be more prudent to sneak into the prefect's bathroom instead. Although he had promised Dumbledore not to transform within the bathroom, surely he could enter without pretense. Lying in bed, Connor gently stroked Mira while his gaze settled on the Gryffindor mark upon his left hand. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to thoroughly examine this remarkable symbol, which had been his most significant acquisition of the evening. Recognized by Hogwarts, this mark would grant him the ability to traverse the school freely once he mastered apparition. The thought was indeed exhilarating. Moreover, from Gryffindor's words, it became evident that this mark was one of the keys to locating the ultimate treasure of Hogwarts. If Connor's conjecture was accurate, each treasure discovered would yield such a key, and collecting 4 keys would summon the extraordinary treasure, much like gathering Horcruxes to summon Voldemort. At present, Connor was not particularly concerned with the treasures. The knowledge contained within the mark was what he truly sought. "Connor, what is the matter?" Roger, still preoccupied with the sword of Gryffindor, inquired with curiosity. The wealth of information contained within this mark is rather overwhelming. Upon suddenly tapping into the magic, a torrent of knowledge surged forth, yet it manifested merely as a read-only document, devoid of the direct imprinting that was reminiscent of the transformation experienced with the fox. Connor felt a flood of information swirl in his mind, only for it to vanish entirely once the magical connection was severed, like water off a duck's back, leaving him with nothing retained. This implies that Connor must gradually acquire this knowledge through study. With care, Connor once more directed his magic towards the mark, and this time the experience was markedly improved, devoid of the previous headache. In essence, it resembled a portable hard drive, replete with an abundance of information. Connor could freely explore the knowledge contained within, perceiving it through a mental imaging process, yet he still had to examine it piece by piece. There was no instantaneous comprehension with a mere tap on the forehead, which left Connor feeling somewhat disappointed. The knowledge within was eclectic, and upon cursory examination, he discerned that approximately 60 to 70% pertained to transformation spells, accompanied by an assortment of peculiar magics and a plethora of obscure knowledge. To his surprise, he even encountered a considerable amount of information related to swordsmanship. What business does a wizard have learning the art of the sword? One could only commend the legacy of Gryffindor, Connor mused, aware that it was a house of true duelists. Overall, the knowledge of transformation spells recorded here is indeed invaluable. It is understood that in this world, the efficacy of transformation spells hinges upon the caster's familiarity with both the object to be transformed and the desired form. The clearer one's understanding of the object, the more successful the transformation will be, and the less magical energy it will consume. Within this mark, such knowledge occupies the majority, with records of virtually every object in existence, from stones to statues, various grasses to trees, and from diminutive mice to grand lions, all meticulously catalogued. Connor even stumbled upon introductions to numerous magical creatures and demons that do not exist in this realm. Thus, this compendium of transformation knowledge is exceedingly precious. It signifies that, provided one thoroughly absorbs its contents, one could ascend to the status of a transformation master. If Connor were to master even a fraction of this knowledge, his abilities in transformation would experience a significant leap. However, this requires time and patience. Connor found himself on the verge of tears, despite carrying an entire library with him. He remained utterly unfamiliar with the tomes within. It was akin to being told by a teacher before an open book exam that any book could be brought, only to find oneself in the exam room, utterly lost as to where to begin searching. This was disheartening. Connor suddenly lost the desire to study, akin to possessing a gold mine in one's backyard, yet feeling too burdened to dig. Why could Gryffindor not impart knowledge directly into his mind like a wise old master? He wished for no gentleness in this regard. He felt his body could withstand it. Lying sprawled on his bed like a salted fish, Connor could hardly fathom that in this magical world, he would still need to study as if poring over textbooks. No. The intricacies of transfiguration seemed far more convoluted than these matters. Once mastered, one could easily venture into the Muggle world as a naturalist. The world devoid of magic suddenly felt overwhelming to Connor, leaving him in a state of disarray. A longing arose within him for someone to undertake the learning on his behalf. With such thoughts lingering in his mind, Connor drifted into a hazy slumber. Chapter 84. Professor Nate's invitation. As the sole magical institution in the British wizarding realm, Hogwarts remains the focal point of attention for wizards, regardless of any minor disturbances. This was especially true following such significant events. The following morning, the Great Hall was inundated with a veritable rain of owls delivering letters from students' parents. Enough to cover the floor entirely. Naturally, Connor received correspondence from his grandfather and Flora, inquiring about his well-being and offering mundane advice about diligent study and daily joy. They were yet unaware that Connor was the architect of the previous night's turmoil. After watching the distressed owl take flight, Connor picked up the day's edition of the Daily Prophet. Indeed, the events of last night had made headlines. It was likely that most parents penned their letters in response to the reports. The front page bore the sensational title, Midnight at Hogwarts, a giant gladiatorial arena emerges. Connor skimmed through the article, which merely provided a cursory overview of the events, completely oblivious to the true details. The follow-up report was promised after an interview with Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, which confirmed the article's dubious authenticity. The sole highlight was a moving image depicting the arena obscured by smoke, clearly taken from the direction of Gryffindor Tower. Evidently, there was a mole within the Gryffindor house, or perhaps a student eager to profit from the situation. For the moment, these matters held little significance for Connor, who trusted that Dumbledore would adeptly manage the fallout. What occupied his thoughts now was the need to reorganize his study plan. Having recently acquired knowledge from the library, Connor recognized the necessity of reassessing what and how he ought to study. For instance, should he practice swordsmanship? Despite the impressive manner in which Connor had decapitated Voldemort, it did not imply mastery of the sword. The truth was that, by the time Connor wielded the sword, his opponent was already immobilized, merely waiting to be struck. Hence, Gryffindor's assertion that the trial was not difficult held merit. Had Connor drawn the sword promptly, there would have been no need for subsequent combat. Let me tell you, that sword truly is magnificent. Wielding it made me feel like an unstoppable general. Cool. I must hurry to the base. I can hardly contain my eagerness to touch the sword. Connor glanced at the nearby quartet, who were intently listening to Roger's boastful tales, and found it difficult to comprehend their excitement over what was merely a sword. He had already conspired with the twins on their lines, concocting a narrative that they had stumbled upon Gryffindor's treasure last night. Beyond that, if Lee and Roger did not inquire further, they would disclose nothing. Evidently, individuals tend to prioritize outcomes over processes, and both Lee and Roger were solely preoccupied with their desire to wield swords, neglecting to inquire about the intricate journey guided by Connor's deft craftsmanship. Indeed, youthful minds are often easily swayed. By the way, Connor, you mentioned that the secret passage you discovered is located in the safe house. How come we never noticed it before? Roger suddenly posed the question. Oh, indeed. How is it that we overlooked it previously? Lee echoed, coming to the realization. Connor thought it best to refrain from making any hasty claims in the future, and it became apparent that Gryffindor was indeed more innocent, endearing, and likable. In truth, the secret passage was no longer accessible. It had vanished after we unearthed the treasure beneath the lion statue. Connor attempted to obfuscate the situation. Oh, I see. Seizing the moment before the two realized the difference between now and before, Connor swiftly shifted the topic. Roger, you two should head to the base first. I need to pay a visit to Professor Knott. Oh, we understand. The four were accustomed to Connor's weekly visits to Professor Knott. Yet they were unaware that Connor had already fulfilled the professor's commission and had not seen him in quite some time. Why are you reaching out? Connor inquired, puzzled, as he observed several hands extending towards him. The swords, of course. We desire the swords, they chorused in unison. How peculiar. Connor navigated his way to Professor Knott's office with ease. He was unaware of the reason behind the professor's summons. After the completion of the magical painting, he had felt dissatisfied with how his first work was treated. This had strained his relationship with Professor Knott, who had not sought him out since, even sending the enchanted double-sided mirror via owl. Therefore, when the professor suddenly extended a personal invitation, Connor was at a loss as to the reason. With that curiosity in mind, he knocked on the office door. Connor? Come in, came Professor Knott's voice from within. Connor, undeterred, pushed open the door to find the professor standing by the window with his back turned, alongside a leaning portrait titled Spring at Hogwarts. Suddenly, from the edge of the frame, a head popped out, none other than the painting's subject, Miss Mandy Miller. She waved her hand, beaming a radiant smile as she greeted Connor. Hello there, Connor. It seems Professor Knott has mentioned me to you. Hello, Miss Mandy, Connor responded, returning her wave. You've arrived, Connor. Professor Knott turned and greeted him with a smile. Connor couldn't shake the feeling that the professor appeared even more fatigued than the previous evening. I apologize for the inconvenience of summoning you. Professor Knott gestured for Connor to take a seat, while he occupied the chair opposite. It's no trouble at all, Professor. This is, after all, my most frequented place at the school. Indeed, Professor Knott chuckled softly, though he appeared somewhat distracted. Connor, your performance last night was commendable. I am genuinely proud of you. No. Connor, that was your battle, not mine. You were truly exceptional, remarkably exceptional, he said, shaking his head, his expression somewhat ethereal. Connor sensed a peculiar disquiet in his demeanor. Professor, I am listening, Connor replied. At this juncture, Professor Knotte's countenance grew somber and despondent. Some matters, when concealed within the heart for too long, transform into nightmares. I am weary, Connor, profoundly weary. Connor furrowed his brow, gazing at Professor Knotte in confusion. In Connor's memory, Professor Knotte had always embodied elegance and strength, exuding the noble essence characteristic of Slytherin. Such words seemed utterly uncharacteristic of him. Professor Knotte turned his gaze toward Miss Mandy, who offered him a smile that bore semblance to both solace and encouragement. Connor, I am a deceiver, a coward, a sinner. Connor observed Professor Knotte, who returned the gaze, his eyes brimming with guilt and anguish. Avoiding Connor's penetrating stare, Professor Knotte looked once more to Miss Mandy. I deceived you, compelling you to create her likeness solely to satiate my own desires. I believed I had a chance to truly possess her, but I was mistaken. She never loved me from the very beginning. Professor, this. Connor's eyes widened in astonishment. Connor, she is Mandy Miller, but later she adopted another surname. Professor Knotte closed his eyes, trembling as he slowly articulated. Her name is Mandy Lake. She is your grandmother.